Lin Chen, who opened the five-fold transformation and the ultimate moment, is the first time he has encountered a strong player below the battle emperor realm who can confront him head-on. Being able to break into this place with the cultivation base of Yuan, Zuanjing, and still take a punch from Ben Shao, you are indeed that mortal Lin Chen, right? The star-robed youth flicked his sleeves, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Descendants of false gods? Hearing these four words, the brows of the star-robed youth trembled a few times, and his expression gradually became gloomy and cold as expected. He is a disgusting lowly race. Your life, I will die. Soul burial? This person is the number one master under the so-called War Emperor realm. Boom. In an instant, the passing moonlight turned into a sharp-edged gun shadow and provoked anger. Lin Chen's three phantom clones appeared, one of them protected Yin Qianyun, and the other two swept out like lightning to collect the attribute light. Balls scattered around. The host obtains 3,500 points of martial arts essence, 1,200 points of heaven, 13,000 points of fighting spirit, 122 points of gold energy, 7 points of spiritual power, and 890 points of talent. There are not a few attribute light balls falling in the battle of the emperors here. Lin Chen took everything according to the order, and didn't plan to let it go at all. Hide first and wait for me to deal with him, the clone said seriously to Yin Qianyun. She nodded and stepped aside. It doesn't matter what kind of thing you are, the young master is fighting the descendants of the pseudo-god. Lin Chen was shocked. Using the cultivation base of the late 6th level to perform the 5-level transformation, now he has temporarily stepped into the early 8th level. Slow rune. A slow rune with 5,000 energy points spurted out, and when it burst open, the space solidified, and Soul Burial Heaven showed a slightly surprised look. Boom. The war guns turned and smashed, like a mad dragon slaughtering, and slamming down with a head. Boom. 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 The earth's veins were cracked and the space was distorted. Lin Chen's shot was thrown in the air? Sure enough, it's a bit of a ghost, but unfortunately, if this is your trump card, then I'm the one who restrains you the most. The cold sword chi slashed towards Lin Chen's back. He stepped slightly and turned into moonlight to avoiding this shocking knife. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and the Soul Burial Heaven, which was thousands of feet away from him, held a 7th-order low-level top-quality knife, and looked down at himself, as if he was nothing. His own rune of slowness didn't seal the space where he was? Thousands of devils pierce the heart. 100 knives roll waves. The layers of gun shadows are like peacocks opening the screen, rolling, and advancing, and the momentum is like an angry wave. The airtight knife light even slashed furiously, and the two sides were tit for tat, not retreating at all. Slow rune. Another sluggish rune attack, this time consuming 8,000 intermediate rune energy. Even the first stage of the battle emperor can hold most of his breath. The purple phoenix wings fluttered, and Lin Chen swept away like a moonlight shocking shadow, and still launched 2 major attack runes. A magic spear cracked through the space where he was. Boom. The spear glowed like a rainbow, and it flew by in a flash, but it didn't hit the Soul Burial Heaven at all. Really? Lin Chen secretly screamed that something was wrong, and a majestic black-blue sword chi flew towards him, and the fierce sword wind slashed in anger from all directions. The aftertaste of the sword chi was enough to kill most of the half-step emperors. The first layer of the Imperial realm must also be taken seriously. Brilliant demon sacrifice heaven. When the dragon power broke out, and the dark and fire robbery battle gas flowed, Lin Chen stabbed the sky angrily with a shot, and when it penetrated the knife gas, it exploded. Lin Chen stepped back 10 steps in a row and stood still. Suddenly, strangely, the aftertaste of the explosion's blade energy seemed to jump into the void and turned into endless stars. Lin Chen was shocked to move the 5-dragon Dynasty Imperial Spear with both hands at high speed. Eject many sharp swords. Damn, so strong. Lin Chen shook his numb and blood-stained arm, his expression a little solemn. At this moment, Soul Burial Heaven, who was standing in the air, looked at himself with a playful and sneering smile. Through the previous fights, Lin Chen is almost certain that why this guy can keep up with his own movement, and why he avoids the slow rune attacks can jump through space continuously. These powers all come from the power of his blood. Soul Burial Tian is a member of the Soul family, and he is in the same vein as the Soul Mabai who fought against Lin Chen at the beginning, and his bloodline characteristics belong to the space type. Soul Mabai's bloodline power can absorb and crush space instantly, creating a terrifying ultimate move to kill enemies at close range. In terms of potential, Soul Mabai is stronger than the descendants of pseudo gods such as Long Qingyu and Mo Zixiao that Lin Chen met. The hidden family of pseudo-god descendants, the Soul family's talent is indeed higher than other pseudo-god families. Soul Burial Sky does have the capital to fight the Battle Emperor realm, and the most important thing is that Lin Chen's biggest trump card is also one of the capitals he can fight against the War Emperor realm, the Rune of Slowness. It didn't work for him at all. If Soul Burial Heaven's opponent is Battle Emperor First Layer, then he can be invincible at most, and it is very difficult to defeat the opponent. But if it was Lin Chen, with his movement skills and slow runes, he would be able to defeat the first stage of the Battle Emperor. But he may not be able to defeat Soul Burial, because his movement speed, which he is proud of in front of the Emperor of War, combined with the slow rune, can have the effect of a surprise attack. But these are useless to Soul Burial Heaven. He can use the power of his blood to perform ultra-high-speed space movement without warning, even with his combat aura attack. There is no doubt that this Soul Burial Heaven is the most troublesome and difficult enemy Lin Chen has encountered at this stage. Unless Lin Chen played a slow rune with tens of thousands of rune energy and solidified a large area of space, it would be impossible to seal his actions. The rune energy he holds at this time is only about 240,000 points. And it is not worth using a large amount on this person. My 2 clones are collecting attribute light balls faster and faster. Since the slow rune can't work, then I will turn you over. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierce light, and he swept away suddenly, and his movement speed was still terrifying. Clang! 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 The two fought fast, and between guns and knives, countless sparks burst out. In terms of cultivation, Lin Chen is more than one step worse than him, but with the 980,000 dragon power boosted by the divine power and the ultimate moment of continuous maintenance, the two moved the ground from the sky, shattered countless mountains, and shattered the airflow. The space crystal wall cracked and collapsed, and the two of them turned into two ghostly lights all the way. In terms of movement speed, Soul Burial is not as fast as Lin Chen, but he can move space without warning, and even Lin Chen can't predict his actions. In terms of attack, Lin Chen continued to use penetrating runes, and the power of penetrating battle gas defense was completely blocked by his 7th order Intermediate level inferior Yulong demon body armor. On the other hand, Lin Chen was forced back again and again by the power of his blood. Every time he blasts away his attack, there will always be a few jumping spaces that cannot be prevented, hitting Lin Chen. What a terrifying boy. This is the first time this old man sees that in the realm of the Emperor of War, he can actually force the young master, Barry Day, to activate his divine pulse again and again. The two battle emperors were in two different battle circles, vying for each other's birthed purple level exercises, and paying attention to the battle of soul burial. When they saw Lin Chen's strength, their hearts were both shocked and dignified. This son is only 20 years old, and he can compete with the strongest Tianjiao of their soul family in all dynasties. Soul burial Tian has been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years to reach this level. To a large extent, Lin Chen relied on the powerful ability of the Emperor Spear of the Five Dragons to confront the soul burial heaven. Brilliant demon sacrifice heaven. Moon-turning dragon knife. The dragon pattern-like sword energy collided with Lin Chen's dark musket in the sky, causing a monstrous storm. Lin Chen didn't dare to be careless at all. With a flash of movement, he retreated thousands of miles. Brush. Brush. Call out. Call out. The sound of the breaking wind roared, and as expected, the sharp edge of the shattered blade Qi continued to lock on Lin Chen, and they rushed towards Lin Chen. Force back the edge of the aftertaste. At this time, Lin Chen was covered in blood, and even though the wood spirit essence continued to recover, the accumulation of his injuries was much faster than the recovery rate. His eyes were condensed, as solid as a rock. In contrast, soul burial heaven, because there was a seventh order intermediate level low-grade defense armor, specially refined for him by the great power of the family, in the fierce battle with Lin Chen, except for the consumption of blood power and part of the fighting spirit, there was almost no injury. Lin Chen, for the first time, was forced into a disadvantage by a figure who was not even in the battle emperor realm. Lin Chen is so strong, I didn't expect that this soul burial heaven is still a monster. Yan Qianyun gave Lin Chen a worried look. She knew that Lin Chen just lost to the cultivation time. If he was allowed to practice for half the years of soul burial, the two sides would definitely not be on the same level. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, you are just like that, die for me. Soul burial heaven is domineering and laughing wildly, and holding the sword in his hand, he slashes in anger again. Clear and bright like a long river. The sword Qi slashed down. Extreme return to Yuan. Shura's wrath, bright demon sacrifice to heaven. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth showed a smile, the spirit above his head was like a roar of anger, and he smashed mountains and seas, and stabbed the golden dragon spear in the air. Boom! The dark musket pierced through the sword Qi, and swept away violently in front of soul burial heaven. The aftermath of the bursting sword Qi was annihilated into nothingness by the mental shock, and it was no longer possible for soul burial heaven to launch a second bloodline attack, which caused him to lose his mind. Frightened. The power of Lin Chen's gun has soared several times than before. Congratulations to the host for entering the early stage of the 7th stage. And the middle stage of the 7th stage. At this time, the system suddenly popped up a light screen, Lin Chen's breath soared and flew, his real cultivation level crossed 2 levels in a row, and he added 5 transformations. Now he has temporarily stepped into the late 8th stage. Finally finished picking up the attribute light ball. I smashed you to death. In Lin Chen's eyes, a terrifying fighting intent burst out in an instant. Talent points have been reduced by 400 points. The soul burial heaven, who was shaken back by dozens of steps, has not stabilized its properties, and two ghostly moonlight figures slashed with one sword and one sword. He was horrified, and in the edge of the sword energy, there was a sword energy that even he was afraid of. In a panic, the power of the bloodline was mobilized, and the figure of soul burial Tian flashed away, and the sword, light, sword and shadow smashed into the air. However, it seemed that everything was within Lin Chen's expectations. As the corners of his mouth rose, Lin Chen casually shot a 500-point slowness rune and shot it to the soul burial sky that appeared in another void, scaring him to the power of activating his blood again. Then, Lin Chen flicked his fingertips, constantly shooting out slow runes with 500 rune energy, and even approached continuously with phantom clones, attacking the soul burial heaven again and again. After urging his blood vessels to jump through space 9 times in a row, there was finally a pause. Lin Chen's eyes froze, and sure enough, the power of this guy's blood can't be used unrestrictedly. What you're waiting for is when you can't jump. Die for me. Lin Chen's momentum was surging. The 2 major attack runes were launched, and the 5 kinds of calamity fighting energy in the whole body were transformed into the prehistoric energy, and all the fighting energy in Lin Chen's Yuan Fu quickly disappeared by 4/5. 8 desolate fingers. Boom. Light, dark, wind, thunder and fire, the 5 giant fingers surrounded by wild energy are nearly 100 acres large, and they are born in the sky, like a galaxy falling into the world, mixed with violent dragon power, and crushed to the soul burial sky. The corner of his mouth twitched. This kid still has a trump card? Damn it, do you think you are the only one who has an intermediate level purple level cultivation technique? Funeral of the soul, killing the soul and 10,000 ghosts. Soul burial heaven was furious, and the fighting spirit surged between the blades, and a ghost-like evil spirit emerged from his battle blade. The blade slaughtered the sky, and slashed a azure-like sword light to the vastness. The 8 desolate fingers destroyed. Boom. 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 The sword light and the giant energy finger slammed into contact, and the heaven and earth opened the energy storm of the heavens and the earth, covering all directions, cutting off the mountains, rivers and mountains, and the nearby valleys were razed to the ground. Soul burial heaven, who used excessive blood power, could only forcefully meet Lin Chen head-on, but this time, 20% of its power penetrated the front end, shook soul burial heaven. His 7th order intermediate defense treasure also fell into a dim light. Blood bleeds from the corners of the mouth, and the heaven of soul burial flies out like a kite with a broken string. It's not over yet. Soul slaughter. Extremely K Shuiguang. 1 sword cut off the arm, 1 sword killed the head. Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones were already ready to go, and at the final moment, he took out the strongest attack, and a dark blade light that absorbed infinite light slashed soul burial's left arm. Sprinkle a bunch of attribute light balls. Another extreme sword speed, the water moon sword light, is even more terrifying, blessing the edge of the 7th order intermediate grade sword. Even if it is a purple order incomplete swordsmanship, its power is not inferior to Lin Chen's 8 desolate fingers. Clang. Bang. Click, click, click. The water and moon sword light of the ultimate sword speed is like a horizontal streamer, and it pierces the neck of soul burial at the critical moment, his defensive treasure automatically protects the master. Although it blocked the sword, it completely shattered 70%. That 20% penetration power still penetrated Soul Burial Tion's whole body, but in just a moment, Soul Burial Tion's whole body's meridians were broken by 90%. Cured as a waste. The moonlight flashed, and Lin Chen smashed the Imperial Spear with the 5 dragons, just one last shot, and this Soul Burial Heaven can return to the west here. Good boy, dare to hurt my young master. A dry palm like a ghostly hand slammed into Lin Chen's back, seemingly powerless, but when the old 5 fingers swept through the void, it ripped apart a large vacuum area. Lin Chen's eyes froze, and he turned upside down in an instant. His body turned like a whirlwind. He turned around and swept a shot in anger, sacrificing the virtual image of Shura's spirit, and 4 mental shocks shook the 8 wastes. Bang! Lin Chen was still blown away by a palm. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, and there was a slight cracking sound from his arm bones. He randomly chewed an elixir, used the ultimate return to replenish the fighting spirit, and quickly operated the wood spirit essence method for treatment. The 2 avatars immediately returned to Lin Chen's main body, waiting for him. That shot, but a late first layer War Emperor realm. If Lin Chen's reaction was a little slower, maybe he would have died at this time. The other party swept past Soul Burial Tion's side, and when he reached out to investigate, his expression changed suddenly. I never thought that in today's Shenzhou, someone who has not reached the Battle Emperor realm would be able to beat Soul Burial to this end. What a Lin Chen, the best genius of my soul family. From today on, there will be no place for you in Shenzhou. The other party roared wildly. Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, and he laughed wildly. Go to the old dog of Nima. You are allowed to despise life, abuse, and kill people at will, such as your pseudo-god family? Since I decided to fuck you, family of pseudo-god descendants, I have no intention of showing mercy to you. I have to do it, then do it until the entire Shenzhou is turned upside down. I, Lin, don't know what a back road is. Lin Chen versus Soul Burial, an overwhelming victory. When the War Emperor realm gave up the exercises that he had competed with, another War Emperor saved Soul Burial and threatened Lin Chen. It made Lin Chen laugh furiously. Just as he was about to leave with Soul Burial, Lin Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go if you want. There's no door. Since the shot is made, the Emperor of War has to leave a price for Lao Tzu. Boom. The phantom avatar next to him is holding a white frost and blue rainbow, and the sword is full of sharpness. A sword slammed out. Extremely K Shuiguang slow rune. The 3 major runes came out together, and Lin Chen shot out a slow rune with 20,000 rune energy in one breath, instantly freezing the space around the Emperor of War, making his face change greatly. Soul Burial Heaven has the power of blood, but he does not. 8 desolate fingers. Lin Chen's body and avatar pointed out, and it was the 8 desolate fingers that transformed 5 kinds of heavenly tribulation battle energy into the energy of the prehistoric era, and smashed away in anger, and then added an extremely queer water light, and slammed into the other party and the Soul Burial sky head-on. At a critical moment, the old Soul Master, who broke through the shackles of half of the slow runes, slammed into the void, and a vast ancient mirror contained the fluctuations of war like the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth, and slammed into Lin Chen's 3 ultimate moves. Boom. 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 The explosion of Xuantian's powerful war energy attracted the surprised eyes of Individual war emperors. How could this kid, with the strength of Yuan Zuanjing, be able to perform such a terrifying attack? At the ultimate moment, 2 attack runes are added, 2 moves, 8 wild fingers, and 1 extreme water light. This is almost Lin Chen's strongest attack burst at this stage. The next moment, the second elder of the Soul Clan's War Emperor changed his expression. He was one of the few first-level War Emperors in the scene. The second Old Soul Master also resolutely gave up the fight. With a movement, he swept to the vicinity of the 2 of them in the void, tearing apart the energy storm, and what appeared in front of him was a corpse and an unconscious soul burial sky. Seeing this scene, even the other War Emperors who noticed it were stunned for a moment. Died? A late-stage battle emperor of the Soul family died like this? Although that kid's trump card is weird and the onslaught is strong, it won't reach the level of the second stage of the second stage. Watching the attribute light balls that fell from Soul Burial Sky and a large amount of attribute light balls left by a fallen war emperor mixed into the void, the dazzling scene, even Lin Chen himself was stunned. He just wanted the other party not to leave so easily, leaving a little price. Why did he kill people? Could it be that? The inner ecstasy just emerged, and the system light screen popped up. The host has successfully triggered the Emperor Destroyer talent, and has successfully killed the target creature in seconds. Emperor Destroyer. It really is the talent of the Emperor Destroyer. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's anger-stricken attack unexpectedly triggered a 1,000th chance of destroying the Emperor. Ha 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 ha. It's cool, happy. Kill the Emperor with 1 finger, whoever is not satisfied, just stand up. Lin Chen's frantic laughter shocked the universe and surrounded the sky. With a smile, the sky trembled, and the emperors trembled in fear. This kid is too weird. When did such a character appear in the main city? No one, and who is it? Yuan Zuanjing killed the emperor with 1 finger? He has such strength, why does he have to fight that soul burial heaven for so long? Damn, it's too deep to hide this little brat. The old man of the soul is not much inferior to the old man, and he will be killed with a single finger. The old man has to avoid him. Some of the battle sovereign realms cast unbelievably horrified glances at Lin Chen in secret. How can this kid have such strength? Damn it, it's important to protect the young master. If even the young master can't be brought back, the emperor's life has to be explained in the family. The last soul elder, with a dignified second-level cultivation in the early stage, did not dare to take any action against Lin Chen, so he evacuated with the soul buried in his arms. One of the phantom clones swept away and took away the massive attribute light balls and 2 treasure chests in the void. Once the 5 changes were lifted, the final moment just happened to be the time limit. Lin Chen consumed 3,000 talent points, launched the ultimate return to the original again, and the fighting spirit returned to full. The host obtains 150 points of water energy, 11,500 points of fighting spirit, 8,000 points of blood energy, 800 points of talent, 1,100 points of Heavenly Dao, 4,705 points of martial arts essence, 8 points of spiritual power, 4,000 points of rune energy. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 5 characteristic rune evolution stones. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 50,000 Heavenly Dao points. The massive attribute values are surging in a straight line, and Lin Chen's heart is full of joy. The battle spirit cultivation base is only 1 step away from the late 7th stage. Especially Lin Chen's element attribute value, even the two attributes of light and dark, exceeded 3,000 points at this time. The extremely fast-growing element attribute value makes Lin Chen's 9 kinds of calamity battle energy further expand the storage capacity of the war energy in the Yuan mansion. At this rate, perhaps when he cultivates at the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing, he can completely transform the 8 kinds of prehistoric energy. Hit a perfect 8 desolate fingers. At that time even the Battle Emperor realm will have to weigh his Lin Chen's finger. You are too scary. Yan Qianyun was amazed. She thought that she had controlled the power of the ancestors very much, but she never thought that when she met Lin Chen again, he would give her a finger to kill the emperor. Now is not the time to sigh about how handsome I am, take your goal first. Lin Chen grabbed her soft weed and swept to the other side of the battle circle. These were 2 battle emperors in the later stage of the first layer. 2 seniors, I have taken a fancy to this thing. Did I do it myself, or do you know the current affairs? I am a person who respects the old and loves the young very much. Lin Chen said with a sinister smile. The 2 war emperors who were fighting were quickly separated, and their faces were extremely ugly. They had just seen Lin Chen's weird finger up close, and they were not much stronger than that old war emperor who fell from the Soul family. Seeing the pair of purple phoenix wings behind Lin Chen, they were majestic, and there were purple flames rolling over between the flaps. The muscles in the corners of the eyes of the old man in Xing, who had been fighting with him for a long time, trembled fiercely. He wanted to stop it, but he held back. No idea. This kid is a monster. The battle just now has been fought for so long, and it can still maintain the state of the heyday. No one knows if the finger he and his avatar hit will still be so perverted. The second-tier war emperor can't kill the second-tier war emperor's realm in seconds. Neither of them dared to take their lives to try this possibility. The old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years know each other very well. Which is more important? A volume of ancient exercises will not let them take their lives to fight. Boy, I have written down this account. Humph. The kid in the main city number 1, don't let this old man meet you next time. The 2 of them both released ruthless words like a scene, and they ran away in despair. Seeing that the 2 war emperors were actually repelled by Lin Chen, Yan Qianyun, who has always been extraordinary, opened her cherry mouth slightly. At this time, her beautiful eyes were unbelievable, as if they were stuffed with lollipops, which was really tempting. When she took over the second half of thousands of gods arithmetic that Lin Chen casually threw over, Yan Qianyun's heart trembled slightly, and she was very emotional. How can I be so fierce? My brother Lin Chen. Without taking care of the many battles, Lin Chen suddenly turned around, urging Zijintong and Zhijian at the same time. Purple gold pupil is the top treasure appraising insight pupil technique. The Eye of 9 tribulations is the Xeon arithmetic that calculates the fate of heaven and earth. The combination of the 2, one has an insight into the weather of the treasure, and the other calculates the luck and fate contained in the treasure, which is almost a perfect fit. Looking around the audience, Lin Chen found that in the Battle of the more than 20 battle emperors, there are 2 volumes of exercises with an 80% probability of being the middle-level purple. In the battle circle of the triple battle emperor, Lin Chen didn't dare to take the risk and go. The triple battle emperor, he couldn't even catch the opponent's palm in a head-on battle. Lin Chen chose another battlefield, the early stage of 2 double battle. Emperors. The purple rainbow shines in the world. The two war emperors fought in the dark, but they did not expect that a moonlight-like afterimage swept into the purple rainbow, and grabbed the scroll. The speed of this afterimage was extremely fast, so fast that even the two of them could not react. Court death. The two of them sighed in awe at the same time, and they were about to make a move, but when they found out that it was the young man who killed the old man of the soul with one finger, he stopped the battle in his hands, and stared at Lin Chen uncertainly. When they saw Lin Chen put away the exercises in his hands in front of the two of them, their brows jumped wildly. This Nima didn't take them too seriously? The host has obtained the mid-level mid-grade arrow skill of the purple rank. Dark Thunder 1000 tons of arrows. Purple Intermediate. This is Lin Chen's second volume of purple level intermediate combat skills, and it's also a rather rare dark attribute and plus lay attribute archery combat skills. Lin Chen, who couldn't care less about the ecstasy, suppressed his excitement and said coldly, with a domineering look on his face, "I want this roll of exercises. I'll do it for you two to get out of here." Mad. Lin Chen still chooses to put on a pose. There is no better chance than this right now. You must know that, except for the triple battle emperor, no one can instantly kill the late stage of the first level of the battle emperor realm. The two war emperors smirked in anger at the initial stage of the second stage, and a blue-clothed swordsman sneered, "What an arrogant junior, this emperor wants to see how strong the new rising star in the #1 main city is. Today, I also want to come and learn the great tricks, don't let me down." In addition, the battle emperor wearing a giant axe also grinned, and Lin Xia groaned in his heart. My day. These two people are really iron-headed girls. Reckless man got a group. That doesn't scare them off? Lin Chen's heart throbbed. This Nemo will play big hair later. Two double battle emperors can consume him to death. Unless it is to activate the God Slayer talent, but the number of people here is not large enough, and activating the God Slayer may not be the best result. The other two are old battle emperors who have been famous for a long time and belong to the main city of #2. They simply don't believe that Lin Chen can still play the offensive that just killed the first stage of the second stage. Even if he can really fight, they have a certain degree of certainty to take it, and at most pay a heavy price. They are determined not to give in so easily. Just when Lin Chen was in a dilemma, the two battle emperors became more and more strange. Isn't this kid just bluffing? Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Even Lin Chen himself didn't know what was going on. A terrifying aura woke up from his body, and he was domineering, like a king, descending, instantly making his face extremely red. A blood-colored flame burned in Lin Chen's body, and a sea of fire that was completely condensed by the fire of qi and blood erupted from his body. Ah! Hell! Lin Chen's burst of long howls turned into dragon roars, shattering mountains and rivers with one roar, and the situation changed with a whistling. Boom! 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 Under this roar, dozens of high mountains were annihilated into ashes and exploded into pieces. Body refiner? Million dragon power? The two war emperors exclaimed in amazement, when the fierce and vast dragons might permeated, a super dragon with tens of thousands of feet in the sky was born domineering. It takes the form of a long snake, with a gray and white dragon mane swaying on the dragon's back, and 5 powerful claws, the head of a unicorn, the tail of a carp with manes, the horns of a deer, the face with blue beards, the Scales like inky jade, majestic, the whole body releases the prehistoric ancient, the ferocity and domineering intentions of giant beasts. Between the eyes of the dragon flickered with azure light, burst out the domineering and noble that dominate all living beings. What's even more terrifying is that the pair of purple flame phoenix wings behind it makes the well-informed battle emperor realm stunned. This kid still has a dragon emperor hidden in his body? What's wrong with me? How many trump cards does this kid have? My day. As expected of a kid who dares to use the strength of Yuan Zuanjing to enter the battlefield of the sky, he is indeed unparalleled. Some of the battle emperor realm cast stunned and shocking eyes, and in their hearts, they already regarded Lin Chen as a more difficult existence than the same level. Blue dragon body, purple phoenix wings? Dragon phoenix mixed bloodline? But that's not right. Although the two bloodlines are fused together, they are extremely pure, and they don't look like mixed bloodlines at all. The two war emperors were stunned. Lin Chen exhaled excitedly, and his thoughts swept away. At this time, the Wanzai Zuanqinglong has awakened 100,500 dragon veins in his body. 100,5000 dragon power. The real million dragon power. And it is a 7th order. Fierce beast, a genuine dragon emperor. Wanzai Qinglong emperor. Throughout the 10,000 years of the Zuanqinglong family, being able to grow to the height of the dragon emperor is also at the top level. Shanqing dragon domain. With one release, the Shanqing dragon region was released. Between the dragon energy as heavy as the sun, the moon, and the stars, suppressed the speed of the two battle emperor realm 2/4. Brush, pop. Snapped. The afterimage of the moonlight disappeared in a flash, and the ghostly Lin Chen slapped two palms at will, and hit the two behind the battle emperor realm, making them both horrified. What did this kid do? Could it be that you want to use some kind of trick? The two of them burst out with fighting energy, and after shaking off a lot of dragon energy, they quickly retreated, and they were still in shock. The host consumes 14,000 talent points, successfully casts the omen of divine stealing twice, and steals attribute values from the target character, 3,000 points of thunder attribute, 50,000 points of heaven. Successful stealing again. Haha, this talent is really easy to use, 3,000 points of thunder attribute, 50,000 points of heaven value. I am a mother. Feeling the more majestic thunder tribulation aura in his body, Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be inscrutable and sneered. That slap just now was a warning to the two of you. Why, if you don't agree, come up, I will meet you two together. Don't use your life to measure my Lin's strength, my low-key, it's not the capital you pretend to force. Lin Chen, who straightened his waist, felt a burst of joy in his heart. Damn, you have strength, and you speak with his mother's toughness. Wanzai Qinglong Emperor has purple phoenix wings, and with the many magical powers it had previously comprehended, it can even break the wrist in the early stage of the second stage, and then cooperate with Lin Chen's slow rune. One fight too, who will kill the deer is not sure. He Lin Chen can't beat the first stage of the second level of the Emperor of War, and it is entirely possible for his Dragon Emperor to make a sneak attack. The guy on my body is hard, and my waist is straight. In the eyes of Lin Chen staring at the two of them, fierceness is revealed. And now he even wants to use these two early stages of the second battle of the Emperor to make a knife. See how strong his new Dragon Emperor is. Damn, this kid is killing me. Really? This 10,000-year-old Qinglong emperor is too weird, even the purple phoenix. Wings, plus that kid is not inferior to the terrifying speed of the war. Emperor, that's all, leave the green hills, and don't worry about no firewood. The two of them had the intention to retreat, and after a cold snort, they retreated to one side, daring not to act rashly. Before Lin Chen was happy, a large number of war chi fluctuations appeared again. At this time, 3 more war emperors passed through the passage and arrived in the ruins of the Vault of Heaven. Lin Chen took a closer look, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Here comes the tricky guy. Yun Mingqing. There are also Yun Padian and the beautiful woman in red robes. Only the concubine of Yun Padian didn't come last time, perhaps because of the psychological shadow of Lin Chen's previous move to bless the 8 desolate fingers. Lin Chen's clone pulled Yan Qianyun close to him, waiting for him. On the opposite side of the 3 war emperors, Lin Chen's side counts Yan Qianyun's short-term blessing of the ancestors' power is equivalent to the 3 war emperors, but only Yun Mingqing. This person is a triple battle emperor and is a great threat. I am afraid that even his own dragon emperor is not an opponent in a head-to-head battle. When the enemy met, he was extremely jealous. As soon as the eyes of the 2 sides met, murderous aura overflowed immediately. Wanzai Qinglong Emperor? When did this kid have another dragon emperor next to him? Yun Padian was stunned. In the last battle in Danzhou, this kid's Qinglong was not so strong. It's the corpse of the dragon Scorpion. Damn it, I said, why the dragon? Scorpion will be eaten cleanly. It turns out that this kid is carrying a weird green dragon with him. Glancing at the purple phoenix wing of the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor, Yun Mingqing's expression was gloomy. For the appearance of the 3 of Yun Mingqing, the atmosphere in the arena became wonderful. There are only 2 people here, including Yun Mingqing, only 3. And the other 2 are only in the early stage of the triple stage. At this time, the battle situation of the 4 sides of the battle royal realm has begun to gradually distinguish the winner and the loser, and the first batch of martial arts secrets born in the ruins has been finalized. Not counting the 3 of Yun Mingqing, the remaining 19 battle emperors each had their own side, and no one dared to act rashly. Among them, there were 7 second-level battle emperors and 2 third-level battle emperors. Everyone, in the next main city, Yun Mingqing, I have some friendship with Lord Longqi in the main city number 2. At this time, Yun Mingqing stood up and clasped his fists in a loud voice. When so many war emperors looked at him, someone Lin groaned in his heart. This time, the transaction that Lord Longqi arranged for him to be disturbed, this son is the number 1 culprit. If any of you present are willing to take action, this seat publicly offers a reward of 200,000 sky coins, as long as everyone helps this seat to capture this son alive. 200,000 yuan. The sky coins will be distributed with you, and you can take advantage of Lord Longqi's favor. Even if you can't trust me, you should trust Lord Longqi. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. This Yun Mingqing actually said 200,000 sky coins. You must know that when Lin Chen got the Yunhuang in the inheritance of the 2 emperors, all his net worth, including the purple rainbow war bow, added up to less than 110,000 sky coins, and his real wealth was actually 70,000 sky coins. And by Dan Huang, as a master of alchemy, not counting pill recipes and pill alchemy fingerprints, he would only have hundreds of thousands of them after a long time. 200,000, it can definitely impress any of the battle emperor realm present. This old bastard is so fucking willing to pay for it. 200,000, thanks to him. For opening this mouth. Lin Chen's heart sank, and his consciousness was ready to communicate his god. Killer talent at any time. Once surrounded by a group, Lin Chen has no other way apart from the Godslayer, and it is difficult to even break out of the siege. There is a high probability that the triple battle emperor will be able to stop him head-on. How did you provoke these people? Yan Qianyun was puzzled, and Lin Chen shrugged and said helplessly, it was they who were jealous of how handsome I was, and they have been chasing me since Danzhou until now. You really can cause trouble. Yan Qianyun rolled his eyes at him without any ambiguity. The ancient book in her jade hand flipped over with extreme speed, ready to display the power of her ancestors at any time. Hee, looking at Long Chi's name, this time I'm the only one, and I just want to meet this arrogant young man. In this case, the old man is welcome. Recently, I am in urgent need of sky coins to buy a secret order for a green level trial. Then add me. Immediately, 2 mid-tier 2 and 1 late-tier war emperor joined Yun Mingqing's camp. Counting Yun Padian, that's 4 second battle emperors. Yun Mingqing turned his eyes and looked at 2 figures thousands of miles away. They were the only 2 triple battle emperors in the ruins. While the 2 were hesitating, Lin Chen's expression became more and more solemn, and suddenly, his eyes looked into the depths of the ruins. A roar that ripped apart the sky shocked the sky and resounded through the sky. Roaring mountains and rivers, like a hurricane that swept thousands of miles. Roar. The terrifying chi and blood energy is like a raging sea, its head is like a fierce lion, its shape is like a fierce tiger, its limbs are surging with red hair that is as sharp as a knife, and it breathes and exhales, swallowing clouds and mists, like a storm of flames. This ancient relic has changed everyone's expressions. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This was his goal for taking over the top mission in the mission hall, pure blood scorpion. Its skull and beast core are worth 100,000 sky coins together. The breath of this pure-blooded scorpion is a bit stronger than my dragon. Emperor, there is a good show to watch. Lin Chen deliberately let his dragon sovereign launch Blue Dragon's shadow, repelling to sneak into the void, so as not to attract the attention of the pure-blooded scorpion. Those who trespass the ruins, die. The pure-blooded scorpion roared in the sky, and swung out a claw in anger. 5,000 feet of scarlet claw marks were plowed like a blade, smashing like lightning, tearing the earth veins, and attacking the 2 triple battle emperors in the front. The 2 of them flicked their sleeves, punched and stomped, and the fighting spirit roared and slammed, and they shook their heads hard, blowing up a mushroom cloud. The 2 stepped back dozens of steps in a row, their expressions solemn. The expressions of the rest of the battle sovereign realm are also very exciting. And the strength of this big guy is somewhat beyond their expectations. This big guy has reached the peak of the early stage of the 7th order, comparable to the level of the middle stage of the 3rd stage of the battle emperor, or even the later stage. Lin Chen was amazed. He wished the situation was more chaotic. Yun Mingqing, how about our cooperation? You take action and kill this pure-blooded scorpion with us. We will join forces to help you capture that kid. Later. At this moment, the black-robed man said coldly that he was one of the triple battle emperors. Hearing this sentence, someone Lin frowned. This pure-blooded scorpion is no trivial matter. If Yun Mingqing doesn't take action, and he is dying to fight back, he can inflict heavy damage on many people present. Even pulling a few war emperors to perish together is not a problem. These people present are all old foxes, and they will never take such a heavy risk and price. But if you don't defeat this big guy, you won't be able to get the things in the ruins. If that's the case, then we're happy to work together. Yun Mingqing smiled. The other triple battle emperor was in a neutral state. Neither side helped, but occasionally looked at Lin Chen with surprised eyes. Everyone, if you are willing to take action against this big guy, we will use our abilities for other treasures in the ruins later. If you are unwilling to take action, we will dare to grab the ready-made ones later, and I will attack them in groups. The black-robed war emperor coldly warned everyone. After the war emperors from all walks of life looked at each other, except for the two first layer midterm war emperors who quit, everyone else stood up. After all, if Yun Mingqing made a move, the probability of their casualties would be much lower, and no one was willing to give up other treasures in the ruins. My people can't take action, and the three of you, beware of exits, don't let that kid run away. Yun Mingqing spoke, and the 3 second-level war emperors who had promised him earlier joined Yun Padian and the beautiful woman in red to keep an eye on Lin Chen, but they were too happy to deal with the pure-blooded scorpion. The 14 war emperors who were willing to take action, plus Yun Mingqing, made a total of 15 people. 15 war emperors besieged a 7th-order beast, and with that momentum, the void of the entire ruins was trembling. Lin Chen and Yan Qianyun couldn't help but step aside, and the 5 war emperors on the other end stared at him. What should we do? If we want to break out, there is only now. Yan Qianyun's expression is solemn. If the other party is allowed to take time, the two of them are not the opponents of these famous old foxes. Wait. Now is not the time to force out, wait for an opportunity. Lin Chen put away the Wulong dynasty imperial spear and held the purple rainbow bow in one hand. With a solemn expression, although Yan Qianyun was puzzled, she had no choice but to believe him. The purple gold pupils rays swept across his pupils, and Lin Chen noticed that in the depths of the ruins, there were several sealed pillars of battle aura. In these pillars of battle aura, there were many fluctuations of high-level weapons, but it was not at all that he could sneak in and destroy them. Level. There are individual 7th-order intermediate-level weapons in the ruins, but they may not be comparable to my white frost green rainbow sword. I don't have the conditions to compete for these things now, and the target can only be pure-blooded scorpion. I only have one chance. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, and with a bang, the pure-blooded scorpion and 15 battle emperors fought angrily. The whole ruins were dark, and Lin Chen pulled Yan Qianyun to retreat again and again. Shanqing Dragon Domain. In the end, the terrible aftermath of the battle forced Lin Chen to open the Shanqing Dragon Domain to protect himself and Yan Qianyun. 15 battle emperors and an unparalleled fierce close to the 3rd level late battle emperor. That kind of momentum can easily crush a low-level battle emperor. Yun Padian and others were also evaded a lot in the direction of the exit. Although the joint offensive of the 15 war emperors was strong, but everyone had a ghost in their hearts, the offensive was completely uncoordinated, and the sand was scattered. In addition, the pure-blooded scorpion is not afraid of battle, and a strong counterattack can actually push back many war emperors. Everyone doesn't want to get hurt, and they don't want to give their opponents a chance. Therefore, this battle was still very difficult, and even the battle emperor was injured one after another. Lin Chen took all these into consideration. He was just waiting for the pure-blooded scorpion to consume everyone's energy. And as soon as Yun Mingqing made his move, his true cultivation base was Revealed, reaching the peak of the mid-level triple stage. There is only one step left from the third stage of the Battle Emperor. Roar. More than a dozen fire pillars crossed the sky, and 12 war emperors were reflected in the middle. During the battle, when they resisted this offensive, they were extremely embarrassed. The Great Wilderness Fingers. Yun Mingqing's offensive became stronger, and when his qi was exhausted, he pointed out angrily, the gray energy finger contained the power of opening the sky, and rages down from a height of 100,000 meters, pressing down on the pure-blooded scorpion. Overhead. Explode the blood flowers in the sky. The other two triple battle emperors each showed their magical powers, their sword tricks danced wildly, their claw marks were crushed in the air, and they attacked wildly. Although the pure-blooded scorpion is strong and powerful, after all, it is difficult to resist the siege of the emperors, and it begins to gradually fall into the disadvantage. At this time, the consumption of both sides reached a big situation. Lin Chen stepped out resolutely, the strong wind blew his silver robe, and his eyes were sharp like knives. Yan Qianyun looked at his back suspiciously, seeing that Lin Chen was about to make a move. Yun Padian and the others quickly stood by, staring at Lin Chen, alerting him to any tricks to escape. It's now. Lin Chen pulled a bowstring full of the Zihong war bow. When he drew the bow and pulled the string, countless fighting spirits condensed at his fingertips and turned into a large number of arrows. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sound of lightning like breaking wind swept across the sky, thunder and lightning crisscrossed, the light robbery battle gas condensed into infinite arrows, and the purple thunder arrows like violent wind and rain were shot one after another, crashing on the pure-blooded scorpion's body. Boom! 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 The arrow light exploded, and splendid thunder light and shadow exploded, but it did not cause any damage to the pure-blooded scorpion. However, Lin Chen was still unrelenting, and he used the dragon force to pull the bow at an extreme speed. The thunderbolt arrows turned into a vast and dazzling meteor shower, and crashed on the pure-blooded Suyan. What is this kid doing around here? Does he want to use this attack to break the defense of this pure-blooded scorpion? A fool's dream. Even the first-layer defense of the Battle Emperor is difficult to break. This old man sees that this man is trying to provoke the pure-blooded Su Yan on purpose. Those war emperors who besieged the pure-blooded scorpion sneered in their hearts, this kid is too self-sufficient, and wants to shake the pure-blooded scorpion with this kind of attack? Totally dreaming. The speed of the seventh-order beasts is not weak. If you really want to dodge and avoid Lin Chen's attack, it is still very simple, but at this time, the pure-blooded scorpions are all besieged by the emperors. Calm to take into account the light of the arrow that Lin Chen poured on it. 1,000 arrows will work, then 10,000 arrows. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He just wants to trigger the Emperor Destroyer's talent and reproduce the scene of the previous slaughter of the true flame purple phoenix. The current pure-blooded scorpion is a living target for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen couldn't let it be besieged to death by the rest of the war emperors, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. His target was the beast core and skull of the pure-blooded scorpion. Boom! A blood-colored flame exploded in the pure-blooded scorpion's body, which was completely formed by the energy of qi and blood. The terrifying temperature burned all over the mountains and rivers in an instant, and the monstrous fire ignited the inside of the vault of heaven ruins. Not good. This big guy is going to gamble with us. Many war emperors were frightened. After launching the offensive, they retreated again and again. Even the 3 triple war emperors felt a little bit troubled. While maintaining a sufficient distance, they were preparing to start brewing the offensive. Brush. 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 Blazing eyes of white light, thunder, and arrows burst forth, and it was another round of bombardment. This has already been bombed dozens of times, at least 7 or 8,000 arrows. This scene made many people's mouths twitch slightly. This kid is still doing this useless work? Woo-woo. Suddenly, the pure-blooded scorpion that was still burning with majestic chi and blood in the previous moment, and the momentum soaring to the sky and the earth, the next moment, the vitality and fear are extinguished, and the vitality is quickly extinguished. Gone. At this moment, all the war emperors were stunned. Died? Pure-blood scorpion dead? Just now, there was such a terrifying aura that he was desperately trying to die, and he died completely in a blink of an eye. And suddenly died, suddenly without warning. This is impossible. Their offensive is not that strong. Unless it is a battle emperor with a 5th level cultivation level or above. Suddenly, everyone's pupils trembled. As the purple phoenix wings fluttered, Lin Chen's eyes were ruthless, his hands were behind his shoulders, his left hand was Yongya, his right hand was White Frost Qinghong, aiming at the pure-blooded Su Yan's head, which is a cross-section that splits the mountains and rivers. The host successfully triggered the Emperor Destroyer talent and has killed the target creature. Almost at the moment when the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen, including his dragon sovereign, had already flashed to the top of the pure-blooded Su Yan's head, followed by his 3 avatars. The moment when the pure-blooded scorpion was instantly killed by the Emperor Destroyer, a massive ball of attribute light rolled out. Extreme K Shuiguang, soul-slaughtering slash. With 1 sword, 1 blue and 1 dark sword light flashed and disappeared, volleyed across the head of Su Yan, and slashed open, and the blood of the beast was like a column. The host obtains 9870 chi and blood energy, 140 ignition energy, 15,020 chi and blood energy, 8,700 chi and blood energy. The 3 avatars swept the attribute light ball like lightning. Lin Chen almost tried his best to cut off the pure-blooded Su Yan's head. The moment he cut off the head, he picked up the sword and dug out the core of the beast. Move the nailing ring, prepared in advance. All the warrior emperors who were frightened far away by the momentum before the pure-blooded Su Yan desperately counterattacked, all watched this scene helplessly and did not react at all. They even suspected that they had read it wrong. How could a pure-blooded scorpion die so abruptly? When the head and the beast's core were put into the nailing ring, Lin Chen and Wanzai Qinglong Emperor acted almost at the same time. It waved its claws angrily, and 2 Wanzai Xuanguang blades penetrated the defense of its beast body, tearing it apart. Its body. The Dragon Emperor angrily opened his mouth and bit him, swallowing his pure-blooded heart. This is the most vigorous and most essential part of it. Right now, it is impossible for the other party to give Qinglong enough time to devour the pure-blooded scorpion, so Lin Chen simply chooses the small and the big. The clone took away the massive chi and blood attribute light balls, and Lin Chen's pure power rose rapidly, 930,000, 940,000, 950,000. After the increase of divine power, it began to break through the bottleneck of 980,000, and began to sprint to 990,000. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor, who had swallowed the pure-blooded heart, began to throb again in the dragon veins in his body. The 100,500 dragon veins began to soar to 102,000, 103,000, and the dragon veins opened wildly. In addition, the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor is still devouring the muscles of the pure-blooded scorpion, and it will not let go of all the places where the qi and blood are the most intense. Finally, when the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor swallowed the pure-blooded heart, all the war emperors came back to their senses. The pure-blooded scorpion has indeed fallen. Is it a sudden death? Is it possible? Is that kid's arrow? Impossible. Damn, his arrow skills can't even break the defense of the seventh-order beast. How can he kill a pure-blooded scorpion? The ferocious beast core was taken away by this kid. Destroy him. Many war emperors shouted angrily and shot violently. Yuan Zuanjing dares to move our prey, die. Wanqing sword art. Withering prosperity palm. Yunhuang dragon demon claws. The demonic dragon claws, the emptied sword beams of the galaxy across the sky, the palm prints of the golden lotus blooming from the ground are annihilated and reincarnated, each of which is the ultimate move. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rioted, and more than a dozen war emperors aimed at Lin Chen. The sky is dark and the earth is dark, no matter how fast he moves, there is no way to escape. Even the 3 triple battle emperors in the front row shot in anger. Yun Mingqing was completely murdered by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's move completely aroused public anger, grabbing the ready-made prey. The sin is unforgivable. Yan Qianyun's beautiful face paled. 15 battle emperors were furious, and 3 others were triple battle emperors. The 100,000-mile radius in the ruins was shrouded in murderous intent, as if it was about to be shattered. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a madness and madness. Sooner or later, he will be besieged, and since this is the case, it is better to add another fire. If you want to kill me, Lin, you have to give me a few pieces of meat. System, activate the super full counterattack talent. The system consumes 200,000 talent points to activate a one-time active talent, super full counterattack. Lin Chen stretched out one hand, and the azure blue barrier stretched to a huge area, like a mirror. All combat attacks, spiritual attacks, pure power attacks, and the moment they touch this azure mirror, all bounce back. The sword glow that destroys the dead, the knife gang that kills all living beings, the energy giant finger that snaps to shatter the stars, the claw marks that tear the universe, and many supreme stunts have been bounced back. What? Many powerhouses were shocked, they quickly retreated, and more than half of the powerhouses were involved in their full-strength blow, and even the 3 triple battle emperors were no exception. A part of the offensive was rebounded by Lin Chen to the direction of Yun Padian and others. The terrifying battle gas attack hit like a flood, destroying mountains and breaking the sea, and shattering the stars. Those 5 people were shocked and dared not meet them. Boom! The terrifying explosions on both sides rolled up a storm of destruction, affecting half of the ruins of the sky. The war emperors who were attacked by the rebound were shaken back thousands of miles, and they flew thousands of miles away, and nearly half of the ruins were reduced to ruins. Those war emperors who were not attacked by the rebound hid to the side, patted their chests, and had lingering fears. This is so fucking terrifying. They have never seen such a perverted Yuan Zuanjing. In an instant, the furious blow of 15 battle emperors rebounded. This Nima battle emperor can't do the 4th and 5th layers, right? He is a fart Yuan Zuanjing. This is a real monster. Through Lin Chen's hand, many people realized that the pure-blooded Suyin, who suddenly died suddenly has something to do with this kid. Damn, this kind of weird method, only he can do it. This is also hidden so deeply. The host obtains 3800 rune energy, 18200 battle chi essence, 1800 heavenly Dao. Value, 2200 talent point, 6780 cultivation essence, 15 spiritual energy, 120. Ignition energy, 115 earth energy. Lin Chen's 3 clones frantically collected a large number of attribute light balls, which were rebounding the attribute light balls dropped by the War Emperor just now. Walk. Lin Chen and Wanzai Qinglong Emperor took Yan Qianyun and ran away, rushing to the exit of the cave. This is Lin Chen's only chance. If he doesn't kill him, he will be planted here today. Maybe there are still a few 7th-order weapons in the ruins, and there are many middle-level 7th-order weapons, but he has no life to mix it up anymore. What Lin Chen should take, he has taken it all. Purple-level intermediate exercises, pure-blooded scorpions beast core and skull, as well as massive attribute light balls, as long as he can leave this trip, it will be blood money. The 5 people who had been frightened before were suddenly shocked. This kid is about to rush out of the passage. If you want to run, give me death. Yun Mingqing, who was embarrassed by his own attack, grabbed a palm angrily. His 5 fingers shattered the void, and a giant blue palm with more than 100 acres grabbed Lin Chen and his Wanzai Qinglong Emperor. As long as the attack in the middle stage of the Battle Emperor's triple layer is hit, Lin Chen will definitely be annihilated. Yan Qianyun had a solemn expression and was about to fight to the death, but Lin Chen stopped her and pushed the void with both hands. Slow rune. This time, Lin Chen consumed 70,000 points of intermediate rune energy. Played an unprecedented slow rune, blasted into the void, and when the space solidified, the blue giant palm suddenly froze in the void, very slowly, like an eagle that cut through the sky suddenly became the old, the weak and the sick are like dead birds, making everyone stunned. The rune of slowness could not delay for even a breath, and the giant energy palm ripped apart the slow freezing space, slapped the entrance of the ruins with a palm, and tore apart the abyss. Lin Chen and the 2 had long since disappeared. Seeing this scene, the minds of all the warriors in the Battle Emperor realm instantly fell into a blank space. Run away? 2 young people from Yuan Zuanjing and a Dragon Emperor who had just broken through actually got out alive from the siege of 20 war emperors? In the ruins, there are only 3 phantom clones of Lin Chen left, flashing into the void, swept away the attribute light balls dropped by the previous war emperors when they were repelled by the rebound. Damn, this little bastard still has the skill? Yun Mingqing was uncertain. Lin Chen's 3 clones had just collected all the attribute light balls, and he was grabbed and destroyed into nothingness with one hand. In the tunnel of the cave, the Dragon Emperor flew and swept away. Yan Qianyun was shocked and stunned. She didn't respond now. How did Lin Chen bounce back? The attacks of more than a dozen war emperors with the body of Yuan Zuanjing of high-end treasure? No matter how high-level treasures are, they also need strength to control. Besides, what rank can be able to bounce back the joint attacks of many war emperors like Lin Chen? How many secrets do you have? Yan Qianyun Fang, who was sitting at the head of the Dragon Emperor, was heartbroken and sighed softly. The young man in front of him has been beyond common sense from beginning to end. Every time you think you have seen through a part of his background, you find that it is only the tip of the iceberg. At this time, the system screen pops up. Congratulations to the host who has entered the late stage of the 7th stage of Yuanzuanjing. In the attribute light balls collected by the last 3 clones, the essence of fighting spirit contained in Lin Chen's cultivation level once again. But Lin Chen's expression was still serious. This time, in order to escape the siege of the Emperor, the price he paid was really heavy. The one-time use of the super full counterattack talent actually consumed his 200,000 talent points in one go. Originally there were nearly 400,000 talent points, but now there are only 170,000 talent points left. If the talent points are exhausted, then Lin Chen can't even use the ultimate moment and the ultimate return. At that time, encountering 2-second battle, emperors can threaten his life. There are still a lot of rune energy in the attribute light balls collected by the clone. Now there are 200,000 points left, and the Heavenly Dao value has reached 650,000 points. The intermediate level exercises have 300,000 points of soul, which is far from the requirements of the update system. Version 5.0. It's not far away. Lin Chen was excited. Updating the version 5.0 system requires 800,000 Heavenly Dao points and 400,000 points of intermediate cultivation technique essence. Now he is not far from this condition. As long as the system is updated, the improvement brought by the upgrade of the level 5 characteristic rune will have an immediate effect. Those guys are still not giving up. All of a sudden, Lin Chen and Yan Qianyun, who were urging Jiao Jie's eyes, turned to look at the back of the passage at the same time. Both of them were mathematicians, and their perception of crisis was far beyond ordinary people. Yun Mingqing's breath began to emerge into the passage. Obviously, he did not intend to let Lin Chen go. Hold on to me, let's get out. Lin Chen held Bai Shuang Qinghong in one hand, his sword energy surged into the sky, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Yan Qianyun grabbed his left hand, even if she was surrounded by a heavy siege, as long as she was by his side, she always felt a full sense of security. Boom. 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 The entrance to the cave exploded, and the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor fled out of the cave, and the half-step emperors who were going to enter the ruins of the sky to fish in the muddy waters were suddenly frightened and lost their souls. Lin Chen? It's you. Death to us. The 4 previous war emperors from the pseudo-god family suddenly glared in anger, and they shot in anger. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor waved his claws sharply, and the billowing purple flames mixed with the dragon-breathing light blades as thick as mountains burst out. Boom. 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 One dragon fights 4 emperors. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor released the Shanqing Dragon Domain, and the moment when the opponent's offensive was delayed, Lin Chen urged the 5-fold transformation, the ultimate moment. The cultivation base was temporarily promoted to the early stage of the 9th level. Lin Chen condensed the 9th battle, Qi Yuanfu, for the first time, even if it was still a bit illusory. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen slashed out 2 extreme water lights to avoid the 3 descendants of the pseudo-god. He could no longer care about them, and flew through the sky and disappeared in everyone's eyes. The moment he bought time for Lin Chen, the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor turned into a streamer and returned to Lin Chen's body. Ran? This bastard actually has a 7th-order dragon to protect him? Everyone stared blankly at the direction Lin Chen left, but no one could catch up. Boom. The exit of the cave rang once again, and Yun Mingqing led Yun Padian and other 5 people to fight out. In addition, there was a triple battle. Emperor. The black-robed battle emperor went for the pure-blooded beast core in the Vault of Heaven ruins. Now it was snatched by Lin Chen. He would rather give up the last few treasures and chase after Lin Chen. That kid fled in the direction of Inue Valley. Don't worry, he can't run, just rely on a high-level movement technique and a pair of purple phoenix wings. In terms of endurance, how could our battle emperor lose to a Yuan Zuanjing? Yun Mingqing said with a wicked smile. He took 6 people and swept towards Lin Chen's direction. Chase. Yun Mingqing is determined to kill Lin Chen. Lord Longqi's transaction is disturbed, and even he has to pay a heavy price, but what is even more terrifying is the potential of this kid. If he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely be their #1 enemy in the future. Yuan Zuanjing is so terrifying. If he is allowed to enter the War Emperor realm, wouldn't he be invincible? Many half-step emperors stared stunned at the direction where the War Emperors disappeared. The cracks in the space that broke open whistled the frightening spatial turbulence, and I don't know who was muttering to themselves. This kid, the strength of Yuan Zuanjing, has provoked 7 battle emperors and can still run away. Are they still human? In Inue Valley, a streamer suddenly exploded with a sonic boom, piercing the sky with purple flames and flashing across the sky. Yan Qianyun hugged Lin Chen's waist tightly, her eyes staring at the 7 streamers in the distance behind her with a worried expression. These bastards are for real. You want to chase the young master to death, you really look up to me. Lin Chen glanced at the breath that followed closely behind him and activated the ultimate return again. Although his pure strength has soared to 980,000, and the divine power has increased to 990,000, his speed is still comparable to that of the Triple War Emperor. The most important thing is that both Yun Mingqing and the Black Robed War Emperor have low-level movements of the purple rank. Looking at the decreasing talent points, Lin Chen's expression was unprecedentedly severe. If it goes on like this, if he can't get rid of the 7 battle emperors behind him, if he is not enough talent points, it will be his death date for Lin Chen. Do you want to use the Qinglong to drive the road? The current speed of the Qinglong is no less than that of me, but once the strength of the Qinglong is exhausted, I will be caught up, then I will really be a piece of fish in the face of these 7 war emperors. With countless thoughts surging in his heart, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. I still have a Godslayer talent now, but the power of this talent depends entirely on the number of enemies. The opponent only has 7 battle emperors, and they risked their lives to activate it. Once the power of the increase is not enough, Yan Qianyun and I will both die. Lin Chen sweated like rain. This time he was completely forced into a desperate situation. Indeed, as Yun Mingqing expected, if they continue to chase after them, Lin Chen's talent points will be completely exhausted without needing even 2 days. Yuan Zuanjing cannot consume the War Emperor realm. If you want to maintain the state of the final moment of the whole process, but also maintain the highest speed of the movement, you need to use the limit return frequently. This requires a lot of talent points. If he can't get rid of it, Lin Chen can't compare the durability of flying with that of the Battle Emperor realm at all. In one thought, the Dragon Emperor possessed the body, and Lin Chen's pure power replaced the dragon power held by the Dragon Emperor. The purple phoenix wings behind it slammed open, and the speed increased a little bit again. There is still a 20-day cooldown for the talent of King's Landing, which is Not realistic at all. If you use the Dragon Emperor to travel, it will be difficult to rush back to the main city number 1 before the talent points are exhausted, and then it will be the last time when the mountains and rivers are exhausted. The location of the Vault of Heaven ruins is at the edge of the main city territory of number 1. It will take Lin Chen at least 4 days to fully reach the main city. At that time, his talent points had already been exhausted, and he could not activate the 2 trump cards of Ultimate Moment and Extreme Return to Yuan. When Lin Chen couldn't think of a countermeasure, he put away the White Frost Qinghong sword and accidentally touched an album in his arms. When he came across the album in his arms, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. That was the dark book he bought. Suddenly, an unprecedented crazy idea emerged. Damn, someone in Terran now has a god killer, so I'm afraid. What does he need? Enemy. Only need the overwhelming enemy. Lin Chen is invincible, he is the god of heaven. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with an excited and crazy fighting intent. Then crazy, no one can compare to someone in Talon. Isn't it the enemy? In this sky tower, I'm afraid there is no enemy who can offend? Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened the secret book, and the direction of flight suddenly changed. Huh? Did this kid turn around? The black-robed battle emperor was stunned. If he doesn't run back to the main city, why is he running in the direction of Luohui City? Is there a rescuer there? Yun Padian said hesitantly, but Yun Mingqing sneered instead. Rescue? With the name of Lord Longqi, who would dare to be his rescuer? Even in the main city number 2, few dare to offend Lord Longqi. He will surely die today. The speed of the war emperors followed Lin Chen, turning into a row of meteors, flying side by side. Luohui City, a private city territory created by the second-level cultivation of the 100 Boxing Emperor. When Lin Chen was within tens of thousands of miles from Luohui City, Qianyun covered her ears with her fighting spirit, only to see that she had exercised enough strength and breath to suddenly burst out a sigh that shook the mountains and rivers. 100-Fist King, get out of here. Today, the Emperor of 100 Boxes was still drinking tea with some of his subordinates in the back garden of the city, when suddenly, a roar ripped apart the sky. 100-Fist King, get out of here. This young and vigorous voice shocked the king of fighters who were drinking tea in the back garden to stand up with a look of anger. How dare you disrespect the king of fighters? I'm going to see who Fang Xiaoxiao is. The celestial and Taoist 100-Fist Battle King shook his head and laughed, and continued to take a sip of hot tea and smiled. No, it's just a junior. How could the old man care about him? Everyone, drink tea and drink tea. Unexpectedly, the 100-Fist Fighting Emperor was chatting and laughing, and the roar came again. Spicy Chicken 100 Boxing Fighting King, you dare to be called the king of fighting with your boxing skills? You were defeated by Gong Sun Yang in a leapfrog battle. Are you ashamed? As soon as these words came out, the face of Xianfeng Daogu's 100-Fist Fighting Emperor froze. The old man is a person with quality and self-discipline, how can he care about him? Who, go out and break his dog's legs, and the old man will interrogate him in person later. As soon as the order fell, Lin Chen's voice came again and again. As far as your spicy chicken boxing skills are concerned, the young master spreads rice in the park, and chickens are better at Taijiquan than you. If it's your grandson, hold it back, and if you don't agree, stand up. Boom. The 100-Fist Fighting Emperor smashed the table with one punch, and the Entire back garden was instantly reduced to ruins. Fuck, it's so deceiving. I want to see what kind of gods dare to humiliate my boxing skills today. Devil Moon Valley, in the shape of a half moon, is 100,000 miles wide and 200,000 miles long. It belongs to the late stage of the second level cultivation and is the territory of the true Demon War Emperor. Today's romantic affair, the true Demon War Emperor made an appointment to meet the goddess Suyue Wang, the goddess he had admired for a long time, and held a banquet in the magic Moon Valley. The atmosphere was beautiful. Su Xianzi, you know the emperor's intentions. The evil and handsome, true Demon War Emperor in a purple robe held a jade cup in his hand, and under the moonlight, he smiled slightly at the beautiful woman, who pursed her lips and chuckled. At this moment, the boy's roar resounded through the sky. The real Devil War Emperor, dare to come out and fight your brother Chen for 300 rounds. The handsome, true Demon War Emperor frowned in front of the beautiful woman. He didn't want to lose his demeanor. Presumably later, his team would go out to find the person who uttered mad words. He didn't need to take action himself, and immediately smiled slightly. I don't know. Where did the younger generation come from? The fairy laughed. As soon as the voice fell, another series of angry shouts ripped apart the sky. The real Devil Battle Emperor. Don't think that the young master doesn't know. Every time you order a lot of beauties to serve yourself, in fact, it is to cover up your shortcomings. You are a 3-second thing. If you have a seed, come out and fight with Lao Tzu. Brother Chen, I will tell you what a pure man is. The people in the entire Demon Moon Valley could clearly hear that the women who had served the true Demon War Emperor couldn't help but snicker, as if remembering something extremely funny. The true Demon War Emperor in the pavilion was stunned. Before he could react, Fairy Sue's eyes gradually became cold, and she got up and left. Fairy, grass. Which bastard is his grandma's? Gather them all for me. Today, I want to see which beast dares to insult my reputation. Longyuan Gorge, Lingyue Pavilion. On the attic of a quaint Xingwei, many body-refining powerhouses gathered. Today, the top 25 Zilong warlords in the main city of number 1 are practicing here. Hundreds of disciples have been gathered here to listen to the lecture. And Zilong warlord will personally teach his body training experience and skills. Boom. The purple dragon battle emperor, dressed in a purple gold dragon robe, stood against the wind, majestic, and countless physique experts saluted respectfully. Before the Emperor Zilong could speak, the void just above the Longyuan Gorge roared violently. Zilong Battle Emperor, didn't you just mix into the dragon clan back then? And you entered the superfluous dragon clan by yourself, kneeling and licking several female dragons to gain their favor. What's so great about being the king and hegemon here? Those who have the ability come out and practice alone. I summon Lin gave you one hand, and he can knock you over with one hand. What? Where did the bastard come from, dare to humiliate the emperor, court? Death. The Zilong Battle Emperor's expression instantly burst into anger. Countless dragon roars erupted in his body, the tiger's eyes burst into flames, and it flew into the air, and the hundreds of body refiners were even more angry. Dare to insult the purple dragon war emperor, court death. Battle Emperor Yunming, although you looked very embarrassed to fight for your concubine and snatch weapons in the Tianlong ruins, but you look really handsome wearing a cuckold. Shueiyue Battle Emperor, promise me, your legs are only used for walking. Don't put them on other people's shoulders, okay? The good-looking skin is 3,000 a night, and the interesting Yin Xia Huang wants a stick and a room. It's blown up, it's all blown up. In the territory of the powerful warriors in the main city of number 1, all of them have exploded. Luohui City, Devil Moon Valley, Longyuan Gorge, Duanyang River, Yunhuang Palace, all the territories held by the famous battle emperors on the battle emperor list, have all been provoked over and over again. As long as the parties are still in their own territory, almost all of them are provoked out. In the dark book held by Lin Chen, a lot of the secrets and shortcomings of the Emperor of War were recorded. Originally, some old monsters of the War Emperor who had lived uncontested for tens of thousands of years didn't plan to compete with Lin Chen, but this guy madly pokes at each other's shortcomings. It's so irritating. What a 3-second guy, licking a dog, cheating, wearing a cuckold, your sister's bigger than yours, all the fuck made him shake. Deceiving too much. This kid even knows what color bellybands some female war emperors like to wear. Simply insane. Outrageous. The Five Dragons Hall is the territory of the War Emperor Xiaoming in the later stage of the second stage. A group of powerful people gathered today, and it was the distinguished guest invited by Xiao Zhanhuang from Danzhou. One of them was tall and slender, like a white rose under by Shuefei frost. And his delicate and beautiful face revealed an indifference that rejected people thousands of miles away. This is Xiao Zhanhuang's former lover, Ling Feishue. The other girl, with a light blue dress, a peerless youth, young and beautiful, is even more stunning. She is like a clean and pure snow lotus. She is one of the 4 top alchemy talents in Danzhou, Han Yushi, who has attended the peak alchemy meeting. Sister Feishue, and this master Han Yushi, I can't thank you enough for giving me Xiaoming's face this time. Xiaoming clenched his fists solemnly, and when he looked at Ling Feishue, his eyes were complicated and blurred. At this time, the sky is surrounded by a loud laughter. Xiao Zhanhuang, you only see her current splendor and beauty, but you don't see her panic and strength in the 1-5 carriage in the main city of number 2. May the grassland above your head accompany you to live a healthier life. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the 3 of them changed color. Han Yushi's eyes were even more astonished and unbelievable. This voice, is it him? Boom. Ling Feishue's face was frosty. She suddenly stood up in shock, and she immediately swept outside the 5 Dragons Hall with murderous aura. Without further ado, Han Yushi followed closely behind. Xiao Zhanhuang was stunned, and when he came back to his senses, his face became the color of pig liver. Anxiety surrounds everyone's heart. The 7 war emperors who chased and killed Lin Chen at the beginning are now full of surprise and inconceivable. This kid did not go to rescue soldiers, but provoked all the old battle emperors in the number 1 main city. What is he trying to do? Think you didn't die fast enough? Between the flapping of the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen's whole body was filled with faint moonlight stars, which swept across the sky and turned into a sound explosion. 2/3 of the 103 battle emperors on the battle emperor list were provoked by Lin Chen over and over again. He doesn't even know how many strong men he has provoked. Yan Qianyun hugged Lin Chen's waist, and when she looked behind Lin Chen, her pupils trembled slightly, which was shocking. Counting the 7 war emperors at the beginning, now more than 20 war emperors are chasing the 2 of them. In addition, there are more than 1,000 yuan Zuanjing peak, half-step emperor. Lin Chen, what are you trying to do? Do you really have the confidence to break through this predicament? The gust of wind blew on the beautiful cheeks of the beautiful lady, the blue silk fluttered, Yan Qianyun's heart trembled, and her eyes looked at Lin Chen in shock and incomprehension. No matter how extraordinary and refined she is, she can do her best, but in front of this young man, she can't see through him. I have no idea what he wants to do. The 7 war emperors have already driven both of them to the limit, and you have recruited more than a dozen others? Could it be expected that they would save the 2 of them? Even if it is rescued, you are going to provoke people to the point of madness. For you. Everyone can't wait to chop you into meat sauce. No matter how you think about it, it's just adding fuel to the fire. Wherever Lin Chen and the other passed, all the forces in the main city number 1 were blown up. Crazy. Must be crazy. How the hell is this Yuanzun realm going to face thousands of Yuanzun realm peaks and more than 20 war emperors? Not to mention that there are some super powerful triple battle emperors. My god, what kind of ghost lineup is this? Hey! 26 war emperors? What kind of grand battle is this going to start? Let's not get involved, this level of battle is afraid of dying even if you look at it again. Under the chasing power of the emperors, many forces, and Yuan Zuanjing, who wandered outside the main city of number 1 simply shivered. Sure enough, it's him. Lingzhou Lin Chen. How could he be here? Speaking of which, he is a Yuan Zuanjian, and he has provoked so many war emperors. What is he trying to do? Han Yushi followed the large army, his mental power swept away, and his heart trembled. This is 26 war emperors. All of them are strong, and there is no weak hand. Does he have the confidence to face 26 war emperors alone? Is he crazy? Is he still deliberately provoking more powerhouses? When Han Yushi saw Lin Chen shouting at a city again, he was full of doubts and shocks. Although I have seen Lin Chen kill 2 emperors with 1 finger, 90% of these 26 war emperors are much stronger than the 2 war emperors of the Mo family. In the middle and late stages of the duo, there are not a few at all. Yun Padian also began to notice the abnormality. According to his understanding of Lin Chen, this kid is scheming, and he is definitely not someone who will suffer and do useless work. It's not right, he has done this, and he has offended more than half of the powerhouses in the entire number 1 main city battle emperor list. What is it that deserves him to put his last fighting spirit on it? Yun Mingqing's eyes narrowed, his palms disillusioned, revealing a shocking killing intent. He sensed a dangerous aura in Lin Chen's body. This son must be planning something. The blood fury plane, this place is red and full of vitality. In the vast sky, dozens of streamers flashed, and then a mighty army arrived. Surrounded by 2 figures from all directions. Counting it carefully, the blood fury plane at this time has more than 30 battle emperors alone. There are more than 1,000 people at the peak of Yuan Zuanjing. If it is said that these 30 war emperors are gathered together because of a Yuan Zuanjing, I am afraid no one will believe it. The encirclement formed by the 30 war emperors can be called a real no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. The encirclement formed by the group of emperors has completely left Lin Chen with no way out. Yan Qianyun stood beside him, her heartbeat was extremely fast, and her beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Chen's profile with the last hint of hope. Holding the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear in his hand, facing the group of emperors, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an inexplicable excited smile. Yun Mingqing twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, I have to say, your kid is really a freak, who has provoked so many war emperors, yet you can still laugh. I don't care what relationship this kid has with you, I want his head today. The Purple Dragon War Emperor. Fuck. This son has insulted my family and ruined my reputation. I'm going to slap him with cramps today. Damn it, this little bastard must be hacked by the emperor today, and no one's words will help. The 31 war emperors were arrogant, but they almost fought because of who went up to kill Lin Chen. Everyone, if you are so infighting, you will be caught in this kid's tricks. This kid ruined the deal between me and Lord Longqi. I chased this kid from the beginning. Why don't I sell my face to Yun Mingqing? As soon as Yun Mingqing spoke, many of the war emperors who surrounded Lin Chen all quieted down with solemn expressions. Number 2 Main City Longqi, this person is an overlord. The 5-layer battle. Emperor Cultivation Base has the means to reach the sky. Ha ha ha, I thank you, Lin, for your pursuit of the war emperors. I don't care about the others, but the 7 of you will surely die today. At this moment, the boy's wild laughter spread to everyone's ears. Lin Chen glanced at his talent points, which only had 23,000 points left, and felt a sigh in his heart. Almost, someone from Ta Lin walked on the tip of a knife again today. A close call. Lin Chen still seized the last chance. 31 battle emperors, thousands of Yuan-Zun realm peaks, the talent of the Godslayer, this time will be more terrifying than the outbreak of Lingzhou. System, activate the Godkiller talent. The system has received and detected a total of 1,121 enemies who are hostile to the host, 1050 in Yuan-Zuanjing, 40 half-step emperors, 31 battle emperors. And the Godslayer talent has started to activate. Lin Chen, let it be this time. Before Yun Mingqing finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, and his expression froze in place. On the top of Lin Chen's head, a golden sky pattern that dominates the world suddenly flashed. Boom! Boom! A burst of energy rushed into the sky, and the fluctuations of the war energy that shocked the universe burst out from Lin Chen's body, like the birth and death of the universe. The time and space are chaotic. One after another, the latitude and longitude-like energy of the heavens and the earth spewed out, traversing the heavens and the earth, intertwined on the endless sky. The sky is falling, the sun and the moon are born. Bang! Click! Click! Thousands of scarlet rays of light circulated in Lin Chen's body. The aftermath of the war tore the crystal wall of space and cracked the sky. Lin Chen's short hair fluttered, and his pupils revolved like the sun and the moon. The 8 Warqi Yuanfu in the body instantly condensed into Yuanfu crystals, shattered like lightning, and merged into Lin Chen's body. After the Warqi crystal is broken, the origin Warqi, which is as vast as the Tianhe River, merges into every meridian, bone, and every drop of blood in the whole body, constructing an unprecedented body of the War Emperor. Lin Chen's power is 50 times, 500 times, 1,000 times, 1,500 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times, breaking through the sky with an unstoppable trend and subverting Kyushu. The 31 war emperors were all stunned in place like being struck by lightning. Their common sense, world outlook, and understanding of cultivation have all collapsed, and there is no sign at all. This kind of feeling is like a group of tigers approaching a sheep to a cliff. But the other party suddenly tore off the sheep's skin and turned into a giant dragon that can devour the tiger. No one will not be moved by this contrast. Against the sky. A moment, just a moment. Yuan Zuanjing broke through the War Emperor realm in an instant. And far more than the first level of the Battle Emperor realm. This is not a field that mortals can touch at all. From ancient times to the present, such exercises and secrets have never existed in Kyushu. His spiritual power is like thousands of galaxies hanging high, and at a glance, 10,000 years of time will disappear. His dragon power turned into 1,000,000,000 dragons to cover the sky, and a single thought could destroy all living beings. His fighting spirit is integrated into the endless void, and he can sweep the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars with one breath. The kings are terrified. The world is upside down. The sky trembled. The sun and the moon are dull. Those chasing Yuan Zuanjing were completely stunned. What kind of scene was that? 9 kinds of robbery and punishment energies. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness form 9 holy will battle spirits, just like the 9 layers of heaven, spinning around at least a year old, and reaching the top. The silver robe was rolled up, and the wind was dancing, making his robe rattle. Lin Chen held a gun in one hand and walked out of the void. He looked at the emperors of the world, and with a light smile, he told the heavens. Myriad worlds, I am the only domineering one. Yan Qianyun and Han Yushi stared at him dazedly. Lin Chen was fascinated and felt the power in his body that was like a sea and abyss. This time, he activated the Godslayer talent, which was much stronger than the last time. The dragon power has broken through 2 million, the spiritual power has reached the sky-reaching realm, and the battle chi cultivation base is so strong that even Lin Chen himself does not know which realm he has reached. The blood fury plane is 1,000,000 miles away. A mysterious man in black robe stared at Lin Chen at the moment, and the purple light in his pupils kept spinning. His talent is stronger than those in the holy realm. Above the high altitude of the plane, Lin Chen's mouth had a bland smile, and the light laughter spread throughout the audience. My goal today is only them. If anyone disagrees, just come up and I'll clean it up. Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear suddenly pointed. Lin Qianyao pointed at Yun Mingqing and other 7 people. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and Yan Qianyun was stunned. How did you do it? Yan Qianyun was shocked and muttered to herself. Lin Chen just blinked at her, released the Dragon Emperor, and protected Yan Qianyun. Grabbing the void with 5 fingers, the raging winds and wars formed a raging tornado, covering the sky and covering the sun, covering the 7 people of Yun Mingqing, blocking their retreat, and the expressions of the 7 war emperors suddenly changed. I say it again, irrelevant personnel, step back. Otherwise, die. Lin Chen once again transmitted his voice indifferently, and the 10,000 thunder tribulations blasted into the sky, raising thousands of miles of mountains and rivers to the ground, and the blood and rage plains split open with shocking cracks. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem and went crazy. Back off. These people have no grievances or enmity with Lin Chen. Lin Chen is just using them to maximize the Godslayer talent. His goal is Yun Mingqing and others. What kind of magic trick does this kid use? Or is he in the Battle Emperor realm from the beginning? Yun Padian was completely panicked. He could feel the sense of oppression that Lin Chen exudes now, stronger than him. Maybe he is no longer his enemy for several rounds. Suddenly, Yun Mingqing on the side was overjoyed and laughed wildly in the sky. Suddenly turned around and clasped fists with both hands in the direction of the other void. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to the arrival of Lord Long Qi. As soon as these words came out, the group of emperors who had just retreated were immediately horrified. The characters of the overlord level in the main city of number 2 are also present in person? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, but saw that a space crystal wall more than 100,000 miles away was twisted and cracked, and a silver-robed man slowly walked out of the crack. Qiyu is proud. His eyebrows are sharp like a sword, his waist is as straight as a spear, and when his hands are behind him, his aura is shocking, and he has the aura of dominating the world. Long Qi, the top battle emperor of the 5th layer cultivation base. Unexpectedly, even he came here. The situation began to usher in unprecedented chaos. Ming Qing, this is the young man you mentioned? The middle-aged man in silver robe opened his mouth coldly, and when his eyes narrowed, he could feel the destructive fluctuations that permeated Lin Chen's body. This kind of war spirit fluctuation, even the general 4-layer war emperor does not have. This child seems to have stepped into the war emperor realm with external force, although he has not reached the realm of the 4-layer war emperor. He is already strong to the sky. Yes, Lord Long Qi, this is the one who broke the deal I'm waiting for. Yun. Ming Qing gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. The silver-robed man's eyes were condensed like electricity, and his eyes suddenly burst into 2 rays of war spirit swept to Lin Chen. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and the light robbery and thunder robbery turned into 2 fingers, and the front was hard. Sigh. Boom. The sky shook, the terrifying energy aftermath, tearing apart the void. Lin Chen and Long Qi took 2 steps back. Lin Chen flicked his nails and smiled indifferently. Your Majesty is not good enough, so you sent a clone over. So, Mr. Liu is right, and if he is cowardly, he can't beat me, someone Lin. As soon as they fought, Lin Chen knew the truth. This Long Qi was just a clone of fighting spirit. His cultivation base was around the early stage of the 5th stage, and he really fought. Whether it was fighting stamina or fighting resistance, it was better than the real one. There is still a long way to go. Young Junior, with sharp teeth and sharp mouths, I want to see how long you can control this external force. You guys, help me win this sun together. Long Qi's clone laughed in anger, and with a flick of his sleeve, he shattered the tornado of wind robbery that ravaged the sky. He stood with Yun Mingqing and the others, and he wanted to see how long this kid's external force could last. It's more than enough to hammer you to death. Lin Chen smiled casually. Don't talk about avatars today, even if Long Qi's deity is in person, he, Lin, is definitely not afraid. Roar. The 5 Dragon Dynasty Imperial Spears are rolling and flowing with 5 colored dragon light. At this moment, the edge of the 7th Order intermediate level high-grade weapon has reappeared in the world. The current Lin Chen can use 100% of its power. Magic spear cracks. The fighting spirit is condensed, the fire robbery fighting spirit is galloping like a dragon. Lin Chen's spear adorns the void, the spear's light shatters the sky, and turns into a 10,000 zhang long scary rainbow thorn. Towards the 8 people. Shoot. Don't give him a chance to fight back. Yunhuang Great Sword Art. While Long Qi was drinking, he took out the handprint of the sword art with the word cloud with his backhand. Yun Mingqing took out a 7th Order intermediate level knife weapon and slashed it out, the sword glowing into the long river and falling into the air. The black-robed battle emperor punched in the air, dominating the world. Yun. Padian and others show their magical powers and go all out. Boom. 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 With one move, the magic spear was cracked, and Lin Chen moved the golden war spear like lightning, and the 5-color dragon light trembled and pierced out of the sky. The rainstorm pear blossoms, advancing layer by layer, crushed the attack of 8 people. A 100,000-foot big mushroom cloud blasted the space in the center of both sides. Most of the blood rage plain was torn apart, and the shocking cracks stunned many war emperors watching the battle. With Longqi's clone as an opponent, this son can still take a joint blow from all of them? Humph. The cultivation base that has not yet reached the 4th level has a little brute force, and the marksmanship is acceptable. This seat has already seen through your details. Longqi sneered, and when he stepped on the soles of his feet, the whole person was like moving the void. In terms of light quality, it may not be inferior to the level of Lin Chen's moonlight laning. The purple phoenix wing angrily rolled out endless purple flames. Lin Chen, who entered the state of the Godslayer, the true flame purple phoenix wing, made a qualitative leap. Longqi, who thought he wanted to suppress Lin Chen with speed, the next moment, the fist wrapped with the indestructible qi of Gengjin was like a sea of fury, and slammed into Longqi's chest. Sudden change. Sigh. Boom. Longqi was blown away by a punch. Lin Chen held a golden war gun in his hand, and appeared from the void like a ghost. He swung the spear point at the top of Longqi's head and slammed it down. When the latter turned around and was able to avoid it, the spear light penetrated the void and stabbed at his heart. The sophistication of the spear made even Longqi feel shocking. He pushed his palms horizontally, and the rotating palm light receded and approached. When he reached the tip of the spear, he punched Lin Chen in the head angrily with his backhand. Lin Chen was not inferior, raised his hand into a fist like an overlord and smashed it down. The 2 fists collided, the fist wind exploded, and the crystal walls of space tens of thousands of feet were shattered. Yun Mingqing and others quickly joined the battle circle and slashed at Lin Chen with a knife. He swung the 5 Dragons Dynasty Emperor Spear, even fighting and eliminating them. In an instant, he fought with several people and turned into a few rays of divine light that shattered the heavens and the earth. Shatter the earth. Sun Luo Tianqing slash. Yun Mingqing slashed in all directions with his saber. Lin Chen pulled the spear tip, picked out the spear flowers formed by the 9 tribulations of war, and bloomed in an instant, with endless spear lights strangling and stabbing. A series of thousands of demons were used in a series, piercing the heart, forcing him to constantly urge defensive combat skills. Yun Mingqing, who is as strong as the mid-level peak of the triple stage, can only be shaken back again and again. Lord Longqi. This kid has real flame purple phoenix wings and a purple level movement technique, so he can't compete with him in speed. Yun Mingqing was sending a sound transmission to Longqi, and with a snort, the spear beam intertwined with thunder and dark robbery burst out without warning, piercing the arm of a mid-level war emperor. The black-robed battle emperor waved his fist and shattered Lin Chen's figure. He couldn't help but be stunned. It's an afterimage. Brush. 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 Lin Chen flashed 7 times in a row, and his speed suddenly increased several grades, so fast that even Longqi was stunned. How could this kid be so fast? Thunder tribulation, light robbery, the spear tip slammed through the body of a mid-level war emperor, and when a large number of attribute light balls Rolled down, Lin Chen's whole body was surrounded by azure brilliance, making the group of emperors watching the battle in unison discoloration. Long Qi turned his palms into claws, grabbed them down, and condensed them into bite-use condensed white dragon claws. Lively blast out 1,000-mile giant pit. It was empty again? Lin Chen, who flashed to the other side of the void, turned upside down in the sky, held the gun in both hands, and swept out angrily. Boom. Laugh. A shot blasted Fei Yun Potion's head, and even the concubine of the beautiful red-robed woman Yun Mingqing was no exception. One after another, the attribute light balls scattered all over the sky. Lin Chen was unmoved, and looked directly at the remaining few people. One shot to kill the two kings. The corners of the mouths of those who watched the battle could not help but tremble. At this time, Lin Chen, even if all of them swarmed up, I am afraid they will only end up being counter-killed. Lin Chen was expressionless, flicked the blood on the tip of his spear, and indifferently glanced at Yun Mingqing, who was like a mourning concubine. Is your movement technique a purple level intermediate? Long Qi was shocked and lost his voice. With his movement skills, he could be suppressed by Lin Chen, so there was only one possibility, the middle level. Purple level movement skills. If he simply maintains the talent state of the Godslayer, it is indeed difficult for Lin Chen to take down Long Qi's clone. The cultivation base of the early stage of the 5th level is there, and the level is firmly suppressing Lin Chen. But, what if the Godslayer talent was coupled with a move called Ultimate Moment? Why, didn't you say you've seen through my details? What's so surprising, I said, even if you are in person today, you will only have a dead end. Lin Chen sneered, the fire robbery condensed into a sea of fire, and he stepped out with a gun, like a demon descended to the world, possessed by a brilliant demon. A spear flew out, and the spiral spear light intertwined with dark fire penetrated the entire sky, stabbing towards Long Qi and others. A shot of the brilliant demon sacrifices to the sky, and the ghosts and gods are feared and destroyed. Even Long Qi showed an unprecedented dignified color, raised his palms, and pushed away angrily. The sky lists the black and red talismans that are condensed by the fighting spirit, and a flaming arm with flames like a dragon protrudes from the inside. And it slams into the dark gun light. Boom. The blood fury plane was completely destroyed in this collision and reduced to endless ruins. Thousands of Yuan Zuanjing retreated again and again, if not for the protection of the emperors, they would have already died to the point of scum. Han Yexikian stared at the blood fury plane from a distance. She didn't expect that Lin Chen's talent in refining medicine was almost unparalleled. The field of combat chi cultivation is even more outrageous. One person is fighting a group of emperors, judging from the strength he has shown against the 5th level cultivation base battle emperors. Even if more than 20 battle emperors here swarm him, they will not be his opponents. How old is he? It was reduced to a shattered plane high in the sky. At this time, there were only 2 people left, Yun Mingqing and Long Qi. The other war emperors have long since slipped away. Joke. The fuck isn't running? This kid is a mess, staying here is waiting to die. Just the tens of thousands of sky coins, and the beast core of pure-blooded scorpion, it's not worth their lives. This seat has been in Kyushu for more than 100,000 years. I have to say that you are the most enchanting character this seat has ever seen. Long Qi's expression was gloomy and gloomy, the ring on his hand flickered. And a blood-colored war sword curved like the moon flashed in his hand. Long Qi's battle aura avatar, sword again. Soaring to the mid-5. 7th order intermediate level best knife, Blood Dragon Universe knife. Long Qi is coming. I can't believe that he would fight for thousands of years for a junior. Some war emperors gasped sharply and began to fly back with their subordinates. The next battle is not at the level they can watch. Regardless of victory or defeat, after today, this son's reputation will become a legend in the #1 main city. With the Yuanzuan realm to shake the Gorfiend clone of #2 main city. Long Qi, even if some old battle emperors in #2 and #3 main cities are replaced, they may not be able to do better than him. This fighting spirit avatar is a blood demon avatar condensed from under the blood demon myriad abyss. Its strength is second only to my main body. Now I will use all my strength to deal with you. It is enough to look down on you as a junior. The price, this seat has been paid, and now, it is your time to pay for your life. Long Qi roared angrily, the battle knife was raised high and slashed down. The blood-patterned dragon-shaped knife Qi burst out from the blade, turning into a weeping blood-coiling dragon and rushing towards Lin Chen, burning the 8 wastelands. Yun Patian fell, Yun Mingqing shot in a rage, and the black knife in his hand flashed a blazing black flame. Ha 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 ha. Even if you are personally there, so what, I, Lin Chen, fight all the way, the world is not afraid. Lin Chen laughed arrogantly, his shoulders trembled suddenly, the fighting spirit of dark robbery and fire robbery was condensed in the Wulong dynasty. Emperor spear, and he stabbed it with one shot. Boom! The cone-shaped dark fire spiral spear pierced through the sword moves of the two of them, and the powerful penetrating feature with spare strength penetrated the bodies of the two of them. Yun Mingqing completely vomited blood, and Long Qi's clone was shaken with blood and blood. The look is full of disbelief. His purple rank intermediate level exercise Blood Dragon Frightening was actually broken by a junior? The move just now, brilliant demon sacrifice to heaven, Lin Chen was not only in the final moment, but also launched the 2 ace runes of penetration and charging. In the Godslayer talent plus the ultimate moment to use these 2 characteristic runes, that attack, a face-to-face, not only smashed the attack in the middle stage of the 5th layer, but the aftermath of the attack directly shocked Yun Mingqing into serious injuries. Lin Chen stepped on the void and turned into a touch of moonlight. He was about to jump thousands of miles into the void and smashed down at Long Qi's head angrily. The swords slashed horizontally, the swords and guns collided, setting off a shocking storm. The spear twisted and slashed like a dragon, the blade turned around in shock, flipped and slashed 3 times in a row, and then slashed up to Lin Chen's purple phoenix wing. With one hand, he rotated the 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear, easily turned, and blocked Long Qi's blood dragon Qiankuan Dao, and stabbed him dozens of times to force him back. The rune's magic spear crack greeted him quickly, causing thousands of miles of space to crack inch by inch. 100 rounds, 200 rounds, 300 rounds. Long Qi's blood demon clone fiercely fought against Lin Chen, and gradually fell behind, and was completely pressed and beaten by Lin Chen. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. The attack of this young generation had a very strong penetrating characteristic. Every time, his defensive treasure trembled, and the essence was lost. Fighting against this kid is simply impossible to guard against. I don't even know when he will explode an attack with that weird penetrating feature. After countless rounds of confrontation, the defensive armor of the Dragon Qi Gorfiend clone was almost broken, and he finally realized that it would be unrealistic to want to win this sun today. Immediately burst into a drink. Mingqing, hurry up. Yun Mingqing is the confidant he cultivated at a great cost. He must not die here. As long as he leaves, his own blood demon clone should also be able to evacuate. Let's go? Neither of the two of you want to leave today. The young master said that he would beat you up. Lin Chen's aura was monstrous, and he activated the charging and penetrating runes again, condensing 5 kinds of heavenly tribulation battle energy, and a magic spear crack penetrated the sky. The arm is split and bleeding continuously. When Yin Mingqing was seriously injured and wanted to tear apart the space and escape from the jade slip, Lin Chen released his dark robbery to the maximum extent, covering the sky and thousands of miles. Block the entire space and fall into eternal darkness. Light tribulation battle chi can easily connect the void one after another. And the dark robbery can cut off the connection of space. At the moment when the space was blocked, Lin Chen was already ready to launch. Charging and penetrating runes were activated at the same time. At this moment, his rune energy was consumed by nearly 7,000 points on the 2 major attack runes. Brilliant Demon Sacrifice Heaven. With a single shot, the fire robbery runs through the world like a dragon, and the sun menstruates, completely running through Yun Mingqing's body of the Emperor of War. Countless attribute light balls were scattered in succession. No. Mingqing. Long Qi's Gorfiend roared in anger, but Lin Chen's 9 tribulations fighting spirit was rapidly reduced. His 9 tribulations fighting chi, in addition to the dark tribulation fighting chi used to block the space, began to be transformed into 8 kinds of prehistoric energy. The 8 kinds of calamity and battle energy have all turned into the prehistoric energy that destroys the world. Lin Chen pointed out, the 2 major attack runes were activated, and the void was dotted with tens of thousands of feet of energy fingers surrounded by 8-color prehistoric energy, straddling the sky, such as days menstruate, fill up hundreds of millions of mountains and rivers. The 8 desolate fingers of slaughtering gods. The 8-colored energy fingers ruthlessly crushed Long Qi's Gorfiend clone and exploded. The sound of the explosion resounded for millions of miles. God Slayer talent plus ultimate moment talent plus penetration, charge rune. This time, the 8 desolate fingers can be called destroying the world with 1 finger. This is the first time for Lin Chen, and it is currently the only one with the ability to use the strongest and most complete 8 desolate fingers. Only Lin Chen, who is in the state of God-killer talent, has this qualification. Perfectly bring out the power of this handed-down purple level intermediate combat skill. The blood rage plane disappeared, and when the direction of the falling energy finger was finally revealed, it was enough to make every warrior in the battle Emperor realm feel moved. Above the ruins of the plane, there is a crack that spreads thousands of miles away, bottomless, as if the earth veins were forcibly pierced by some creatures in the outer starry sky. Shocking. Long Qi's Gorfiend clone has long since disappeared. It wasn't that he escaped, but that he was completely bombarded by Lin Chen's god-killing 8 desolate fingers, so that not even the scum was left. The rest of the light ball of the sky-filled attribute that only Lin Chen can see. Lin Chen waved, and when the Dragon Emperor flew over with Yan Qianyun on his back, she was so shocked that she lightly covered her red lips. That is a clone of the Battle Emperor in the middle stage of the 5th layer. It was smashed into nothingness by Lin Chen in one move, what is the concept? Lin Chen motivated the 3 phantom clones, and frantically collected the attribute light ball and the treasure chest suspended in the void for him, as well as the nailing ring and saber worn by Yun Mingqing and Long Qi Gorfiend. Clones. The host gets 5,000 rune energy, 12,000 kung fu essence, 6,580 celestial value, 9,870 talent points. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 10 characteristic rune evolution stones. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and gets 50,000 talent points. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and gets 100,000 talent points. Due to the limitations of the Godslayer's talent, none of the attribute light balls dropped after the fall of the Battle Emperor realm did not have growth type attribute light balls, but even so, the attribute value it brought to Lin Chen was still an unprecedented level. The most important thing is that Lin Chen has collected enough attribute values to update the new version of the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Coming soon. Number 2 Main City, a top-level closed room. Pfft. The silver-robed middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the secret room spit out a large amount of blood. His fighting spirit fluctuated violently, and he shrank several times. His face became pale several times before it calmed down. This person is naturally the body of Long Qi. He is not fully recovered from the injuries accumulated in the last battle with the demon flame dragon Scorpion, and he was severely injured by Lin Chen once again as a blood demon clone. I am afraid that without thousands of years of recovery, it is almost impossible for him to make any progress in his cultivation. Damn, Lin Chen. Dare to kill my clone and destroy my confidant. If you dare to go to the territory of the number 2 main city, this emperor must kill you. In the secret room, Long Qi's roar filled with rage resounded. Number 1 main city territory, Blood Rage Plain. After Lin Chen collected many attribute light balls after the fall of the Emperor of War, the attribute value returned to a whole new level. Especially Long Qi's Gorfiend clone, this clone is made from the blood essence and battle energy of the main body and tempered for countless years. And it is no less than a battle emperor in the early stage of the 5th layer. The weakening has also reached an outrageous point. Lin Chen, who was about to open the system, suddenly narrowed his eyes and blocked Yan Qianyun, his eyes fixed on the southeast direction, which is 100,000 miles away. Is that the breath that secretly peeps at me? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and when he entered the state of God-killer talent, his perception was far superior to before. Zijintong had entered the highest realm, and at a glance, he could sense the breath that had been following him before. Starting from the peak Danhui in Danzhou, he has a feeling of being watched. And it is no exception to return to the Sky Tower. In the void, the wind was dancing, and an illusory figure seemed a little thin, but it was very strange. When walking slowly from hundreds of thousands of miles away, after a few flashes, he actually walked in front of Lin Chen. Who are you? Lin Chen suddenly burst into a drink, holding the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear and pointing at the opponent. He didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all. This person may be much stronger than Long Qi's body. Suddenly, when he saw the pair of purple eyes under the black cloak, he couldn't help but be stunned. Those eyes reminded him of the first warning from the system when he was in the capital of Yen. Is it you? We met Yen at the Tianlingbang conference? Lin Chen frowned and asked. He couldn't see through the cultivation base of the opponent, even in the state of a godslayer. Lin Chen had a faint feeling of being absolutely suppressed by the opponent. We've met. The hoarse voice came out, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Then, the masked man in black robe continued, those ants are weak, but they are still much better than you. How did you do it? Lin Chen was shocked. This person actually turned the many war emperors he killed into ants? Then, in front of this person, isn't he also an ant? That's the 8 desolate fingers. Without saying a word, Lin Chen pointed out. Once again, the 8 desolate fingers are fully activated, and when the 8-colored prehistoric energy fingers embellish the void, they release the destructive energy fluctuations that push the continental plate horizontally. Don't underestimate. Lin Chen definitely didn't dare to underestimate this person. He had to give it a shot before the time limit for the Slayer had passed. On this mysterious man, he faintly felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation and oppression. This person is stronger than the strongest vice president among the many strong people he has ever seen. With one finger, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to pull Yan Qianyun, the purple phoenix wings flapped, urging the moonlight and Laneying to retreat crazily. Broken. A bland word was uttered, and the mysterious man flicked his sleeves. Lin Chen activated the 8 desolate fingers of the 2 runes, and was pinched into nothingness by the mysterious man like a light smoke. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's pupil shrank. Boom. The mysterious person's shape moves, and it travels thousands of miles. In an instant, his palm was placed on Lin Chen's shoulder, and Lin Chen, who was in a state of high-speed movement, was instantly suppressed and forced to stop. Crush. Totally crushed. Lin Chen, who activated God Killer, could only be crushed by this mysterious man with one hand like a chicken. I'm afraid even the 8th and 9th Battle Emperors can't do it, right? Who is this person? The most important thing is that the opponent is an enemy or a friend. Yan Qianyun also showed panic. Obviously, as a mathematician, she also sensed the horror of this mysterious man. You, come with me. Leave the Sky Tower, leave this continent of Kyushu. How about I give you strength? The hoarse voice gradually became clear, and it seemed to be a female voice. The faint fragrance of virginity lingered on the tip of Lin Chen's nose, making Lin Chen's breath tremble a little, gritted his teeth. No. Who are you? Why should I leave the Sky Tower with you? I still have a lot of unresolved matters in the Kyushu continent. What? The mysterious man asked again. Your Excellency, should you clarify your origins before asking me about it? Lin Chen was in shock. Why does this person feel a little abnormal? Regardless of whether she is normal or not, the most important thing is that her strength is terrifying beyond Lin Chen's cognition. Me? I'm a human, and not a human race. The mysterious man was hesitant and hopeful, which made Lin Chen's mouth twitch slightly. Where are you from? Why did you take me away? Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Lin Chen could only bite the bullet and ask. I come from outside the Kyushu continent. I'm here to find someone who can carry the power of my clan. You are the one who meets the conditions. You are stronger than those human races in the Holy Realm. Hearing the mysterious man's answer, Lin Chen was even more frightened. Does this feeling come from a strong person outside Kyushu? Listening to his tone, has he even been to the Holy Realm? What race are you? Why did you choose me to inherit the power of your race? And what is your purpose? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of killing him, Lin Chen's mind immediately stabilized, and he met Yan Qianyun's eyes, and quickly asked 3 key questions. I am the demon race. Your talent is worthy of my clan's cultivation. As for the purpose. Suddenly, a monstrous fighting spirit burst forth from the mysterious man's body to challenge the gods. At this moment, Lin Chen and Yan Qianyun have not yet realized what the concept of gods this person is talking about. The two of them only know that this person is very dangerous. Are you sure you've seen through my background? My current state is only temporary. When time passes, I will return to a weaker existence than the ants you looked down on just now. Lin Chen resolutely confessed that if the other party forcibly took him away, then he would stop working. Temporary? The mysterious man was startled and looked at Lin Chen's breath. It seemed that it was indeed slowly weakening at this time. Right, my talent is not worthy of your demon race's cultivation. Why don't you find someone more condescending? I'm just a scumbag. Lin Chen wiped his sweat while talking, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen would have a day when he would rather have his talent and weakness. If this mysterious person takes a fancy to this, I am afraid it will not have to be taken away by force. The mysterious man looked at him around and muttered to himself, it is indeed becoming weaker, so it seems that it is not qualified. However, the talent is still worthy of attention. I will give you some more time. You are not allowed to be lazy, practice hard. The mysterious man's exhortation made Lin Chen's mouth twitch slightly, trying to cultivate and being taken away by you? Then fix your ass. But on the bright side, Lin Chen smiled, that's natural. By the way, what is your name, senior? After all, Lin Chen touched the mysterious man's arm and activated the talent of God-stealing omen. The omen of God-stealing failed to launch. The level of the target creature is too high, beyond the scope of talent intervention. Please give up the host. When the system screen popped up, someone Lin almost jumped in anger. Damn it, what's the use of your broken talent? He also wanted to see if he could steal some top-quality attributes or treasure chests from this mysterious person, and he didn't even feel the hair. You don't need to know my name, I'll come to you next time. The mysterious man came as soon as he said it, left as soon as he said it, and let go of Lin Chen at once, and disappeared when he flashed in the air. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What is my wish? Is this taking me as a cargo? Free shipping? Take it if you want, go away if you want. The strength of this person is too terrifying. When did you provoke such a strong person? Yan Qianyun turned her head in doubt, and Lin Chen shrugged, how do I know? Since Danzhou, I have felt that someone has been following me. He is following me all the way, and he has only appeared now. No matter what, Lin Chen at least knew that he was being targeted by an extremely terrifying existence, and that the other party knew about the holy realm, and I am afraid it was at least an existence above the holy realm. Being stared at by a saint makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. My strength is weakening, I have to hurry up and leave. Go directly to the number 2 main city. It's closer to the number 2 main city. He and Yan Qianyun made up their minds, and Lin Chen took her away with him. The only thing he could gain from this battle was the word horror. Both Yun Mingqing and Yun Potion's nailing rings were taken away by Lin Chen. These two are veteran battle emperors in the number 1 main city, with rich and solid backgrounds. And the Wanzai Qinglong emperor also benefited from refining the pure-blooded heart, and the dragon veins opened wildly to 140,000. 1.4 million dragon power. Lin Chen, who was in the state of a god-killer, only had a second thought to travel thousands of miles, and while the purple phoenix wings flapped, he took Yan Qianyun to the main city of number 2. System, I want to update version 5.0. Updating the 5.0 version of the Tiandao genus system requires consumption. 400,000 points of intermediate level exercise essence and 800,000 Tiandao points. Time, 48 hours. Expected update content, level 5 characteristic rune. Function, decomposition function, opening the 4th bloodline state, talent. Evolution function. The host holds Heavenly Dao value, 1.02 million points. Intermediate cultivation essence, 450,000 points. Is the host sure to update? Sure. The host system enters the update state, 0.01%. During the system update, no system functions can be used. Lin Chen's Godslayer talent completely dissipated after only half a day. At first, Yan Qianyun was worried about whether Lin Chen's body would be overburdened. After all, if she didn't pay a heavy price for such a terrifying magical power, she wouldn't even believe it. However, what refreshed her understanding once again was that after the terrifying aura in Lin Chen disappeared, he was still alive and well, and there was no shit. After experiencing the skyrocketing from the two realms of Yuan Zuanjing and War Emperor realm, this guy has nothing at all. Yan Qianyun sighed again. Common sense does not exist in this guy. No wonder a mysterious person who is stronger than that demon race will stare at him. The Godslayer talent was over, and Lin Chen let the Dragon Emperor go on his way. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the two were about to arrive at the number 2 main city. One step earlier than the arrival of the main city number 2 is the advent of the new system. The 5.0 version of the Tiandao pickup system has been updated. Tiandao pickup system version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the 7th stage of Yuan Zuanjing. Ultimate strength, 980,000 dragon power. Intermediate blood energy, 147,6500 points. Intermediate battle spirit essence, 1,498,600 points. Intermediate spiritual power, 1765 points. Intermediate cultivation essence, 55,000 points. Intermediate runic power, 315,500 points. Tiandao value, 224,080 points. Talent points, 435,400 points. Intermediate element energy, fire 5450 points, earth 5050 points, wood 4998 points, gold 5175 points, water 5358 points. Lightning 8750 points, wind 4880 points, light 5550 points, dark 4960 points. Exercise status bar, open or not, bloodline status bar, open or not. Passive talents, green rank, reinforced iron bone 30%, green rank, life. Increase 100%, blue rank, divine power 25%, blue rank, Emperor Destroyer. Active talents, blue rank, Omen of Stealing, purple rank, Ultimate Moment. Purple rank, Ultimate Return, purple rank, King's Landing, cooldown, 15 days. Trait runes, slowness 4, penetration 4, charge 4, phantom 4. Treasures in possession. Lin Chen was surprised to find that all his talents had a new hierarchy. And there is an upgradable function in the upper right corner of the talent bar. System, I want to upgrade all characteristic runes. Apart from that, the first time Lin Chen updated the system was to upgrade the characteristic rune. The system reminds the host that the host holds 27 rune evolution stones, which is not enough to evolve all runes to level 5, 20 characteristic rune. Evolution stones can upgrade a level 4 rune to level 5. Huh? 20 evolution stones to level up? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. Why is the price not increasing? The system prompts the host. Level 5 runes are too much stronger than level 4 runes. It belongs to the watershed of characteristic runes. It can use less rune energy to exert stronger rune characteristics. It requires a lot of rune evolution stones. Please choose the upgraded characteristic rune as appropriate. All of a sudden, Lin Chen was worried, so he could only choose one? Each of the 4 major runes is his trump card. It is really difficult to choose. After thinking twice, Lin Chen issued an order. System, I'm sure to upgrade the slow rune. The system receives it, consumes 20 rune evolution stones, and the slow rune is upgraded to level 5. Then, Lin Chen clicked on the upgradable option in the talent bar, and clicked on the steel and iron talent. Reinforced iron bone is a green rank talent. If you upgrade to the green rank, the defense power of the meat shell can be increased by up to 100%, and it needs to consume 30,000 talent points. Life growth is a green level talent. If you upgrade to blue level, you can increase your life recovery by up to 200%, and you need to consume 100,000 talent points. Lin Chen watched all the way. Even the ultimate return, the ultimate moment of active talent can be upgraded. It's just that the cost really stopped Lin Chen from looking at it. Millions and tens of millions of talent points, this is really astronomical. System, what is the talent rank of the Godslayer? Suddenly, Lin Chen asked. Godslayer talent is between the purple rank and orange rank talents. If the conditions are sufficient, it can become an orange rank talent. The system's answer made Lin Chen exclaimed, God Killer can actually compare to an orange level talent. In the end, Lin Chen chose to upgrade the 2 talents of life growth and reinforced iron bone, which had been strengthened to the limit by Lin Chen. And now they have broken through the limit. After upgrading the 2 talents, Lin Chen then spent another 100,000 talent points to strengthen his life growth to 150% and his steel frame to 100%. With these 2 talents, plus his wood spirit essence, as long as he is not hit hard by the powerful warriors of the Battle Emperor realm, there is basically no need to worry about his life being threatened. System, I want to activate the decomposition function to decompose all the exercises I have on hand. The host holds 790 blue level combat techniques, 89 half purple level combat techniques, and 31 low level purple level combat techniques, all of which will consume 9,900 Heavenly Dao points. Is the host sure? Sure. As soon as the words fell, the exercises in the Yun Padian, Yun Mingqing and other nailing rings held by Lin Chen were all turned into a stream of light, which was sucked into the system between the eyebrows. Boom. After the decomposition is completed, the host obtains 87,500 points of intermediate level martial arts essence. The system light screen popped up. With this batch of exercises, he could learn the intermediate level purple level exercise, Dark Thunder Thousand June arrow obtained from the ruins of the Vault of Heaven. Suddenly, Lin Chen's heart moved, and he asked, curiously, System, can the decomposition function decompose all the resources I have on hand? The system answers the host, the decomposition function is applicable to all resources and treasures mastered by the host, and most of the decomposition results are based on attribute values. Hearing this answer, Lin Chen turned on the system again, and put some of the 7th order rare and exotic minerals and 7th order heaven and earth treasures in his collection into the decomposition function. Consumes 4,540 Heavenly Dao points to decompose 13 kinds of 7th order heaven and earth treasures, and 21 7th order ores. The host obtains 390 ignition energy, 220 dark energy, 390 wood energy, 400 wind energy, 345 thunder energy, 13540 blood energy, 35 spiritual energy. Does this also factor out element attribute values? The system prompts the host that the decomposition function can be attached to the host's body. When the host touches things in the outside world, he can choose whether to decompose the target object or not, but it cannot be used on creatures with higher intelligence. Lin Chen's heart jumped. This decomposition function is a bit powerful and abnormal. Doesn't it mean that all his cultivation resources can be converted into attribute values in one pass? Of course, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't do this. He is a pharmacist, and the medicinal herbs have their own magical benefits. Lin Chen flew down to the low altitude. Yan Qianyun looked at him suspiciously and saw Lin Chen landed on an ancient pine green tree that had grown for tens of thousands of years. His palm rested on the body of the ancient tree, and used the decomposition function. Consume 90 Heavenly Dao points, decompose the ancient trees of Wanqing, and obtain 60 points of wood energy. The huge ancient tree turned into nothingness, and turned into 3 attribute light balls that merged into Lin Chen's palm, and his eyes became brighter. Damn! I've made a lot of money this time. Find a secret realm with a long history, Brother Chen. I'll break it down all the way, ha ha ha. The world is full of attribute light balls, don't be too cool. However, the only disadvantage of this function is that it needs to consume Heavenly Dao points. After updating the system, there are only 200,000 Heavenly Dao points left, so he still has to save some points. It's almost the second main city. Go to the main city to submit the task. First, Lin Chen was so excited that he flew into the sky with the Dragon Emperor, and Yan Qianyun was stunned the whole time. Number 2 main city. When you enter the main city, you still can't use any battle aura. This can't help but remind Lin Chen of that mysterious man. Back then, in the main city number 1, the other party could monitor him. Could it be that she was able to use her strength in the main city? Thinking about it like that, it's just terrifying. Lin Chen heard that even the Holy Land cannot use the cultivation base to enter the main city. It seems that I really got into a big Buddha. Forget it, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. With a wry smile in their hearts, Lin Chen and Yan Qianyun entered the mission hall in the main city of number 2. He opened the quest manual, activated the nailing ring, and placed the pure blooded head and the beast core in the secret room of the hall. The elders in the hall were stunned. At such a young age, how could he be able to kill a 7th order beast? Or a pure-blooded scorpion, a fierce creature that is not afraid of death. Hunting a powerful 7th order beast often requires multiple battle emperors to form a team, and regardless of whether a single person has enough strength to kill the opponent, even if he can kill the opponent head-on, he will have to pay a heavy price. If you encounter other strong people who are eyeing them, maybe you will be killed because of a mission. When Lin Chen took out the head of the pure-blooded scorpion, it was not difficult to understand how shocked everyone in the mission hall was. After the elders in the hall carefully determined that the target was correct, Lin Chen got the reward for the task he took last time, 200,000 sky coins. Long Qi's Gorefiend clone didn't have many treasures, and Lin Chen only got a knife. And Yun Mingqing, Yun Padian and others nailing rings hold a total of 260,000 sky coins and 6 7th-order battle weapons. This is the net worth of the 4 fallen war emperors. In addition to Lin Chen's original 50,000 sky coins, he now has a total net worth of 510,000 sky coins. This background is not inferior to many of the top battle emperors in the main cities of number 2 and number 3. By the way, Qian Yun, how did you enter the Sky Tower? Isn't this an assessment? Walking on the streets of main city number 2, Lin Chen asked Yan Qianyun curiously. Our Yan family has long been qualified to enter the Sky Tower, but it has not been used. Never underestimate the connections of a mathematician family. Yan Qianyun smiled, and the two entered the treasure pavilion in the main city. This time, Lin Chen is going to convert all the huge amount of sky coins wealth into cultivation resources. He still has a batch of 7th order weapons on hand, and he needs more high-level treasures to fuse into new weapons. As soon as he stepped into the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion, Lin Chen was hit on the shoulder by 2 young people, and his eyes narrowed. There are 2 men and 2 women on the other side, handsome men and beautiful women. The other party patted his shoulder, glanced at Lin Chen's clothes, and said, with a sneer, "Where did you come from? You can come in on the 2nd floor." The young man in Shui next to him saw Yan Qianyun's face and temperament. His eyes lit up. He pretended to be polite and smiled and said, "This beautiful lady, I am a member of the Sword family, the true descendant of God. I don't know. Where is the girl from?" The 2 girls beside her saw that Yan Qianyun's temperament and appearance were so extraordinary, she couldn't help biting her silver teeth, feeling jealous. Yan Qianyun's beautiful eyes were flowing, but she didn't speak. She looked at Lin Chen. Seeing the beautiful woman looking at Lin Chen, the young man in Shui flicked his nails and said disdainfully, "Why should this young lady walk with this kind of stuff? Why don't you just hang out with me on the 2nd floor, with my Sword family's financial resources, things that Miss likes, maybe we can buy them easily." Lin Chen snickered in his heart. It turned out to be the Sword family of the pseudo-god family. No wonder he is so arrogant and domineering. He blinked at Yan Qianyun, motioning her to solve it by herself. Yan Qianyun covered her mouth and chuckled, pursed her lips and smiled. "Sorry, I have no interest in swordsmen." Pfft. There were a lot of laughter in the hall, and the 2 were so angry that their faces were ashen. Lin Chen shrugged, and Yan Qianyun walked to the counter. Just as he was about to carefully select many training resources, and the voices of the 2 swordsmen Tianjiao came from behind. "A poor person is a poor person. You have to hesitate to buy anything." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, turned around, and jokingly smiled at the elder at the counter. "This elder, I don't know what these rich people want to buy." The elder at the counter glanced at the 4 people with contempt, and pointedly pointed at 2 pieces of 7th order intermediate and low-grade treasures, a knife and a bow, and said coldly, "Isn't it just those 2 pieces? This family of gods is easy to get. Where to go? 2 7th order intermediate treasures can't be bought." What kind of bragging to support the scene? As soon as these words came out, the people around them laughed frantically, and the faces of the 4 members of the Jian family instantly turned the color of pig livers. The 2 brothers had just become the emperor of war, and the sky coins on their bodies are still funded by the elders in the family. Although they like those 2 treasures, they can afford them, but if they buy them, they will not have sky coins to buy other cultivation resources. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and he threw out a nailing ring, pointing to the two treasures. Elder, I bought it. This move made many strong people stop and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Those are two 7th-order intermediate-level low-grade treasures. The two pieces together cost 200,000 sky coins. It's not a gamble even if it's a gamble, right? That's how I am. I'll start when I see it. It's fast, steady, and ruthless. Isn't it just 200,000 sky coins? It's trivial. It can't be said to be trivial. After all, I'm a poor man. Lin Chen jokingly looked at the two swordsmen of the sword family. He smiled and said, it's a medium meaning. The elder at the counter took the acceptance ring, and after carefully counting it, he gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, and said with a long smile, ha ha ha, young man, it's still you. Don't those swordsmen be much more cheerful? Take it. Lin Chen took two 7th-order intermediate-level low-grade weapons and put them in the collection ring. Qianyun, what do you want? Ignoring a few noisy guys in the sword family, Lin Chen asked Qianyun with a smile. The latter waved his hand quickly. Lin Chen was very grateful for her grabbing the thousands of gods arithmetic in the ruins of the sky. How could he be so embarrassed to ask for something else? Under Lin Chen's repeated insistence, Lin Chen still gave her two secret orders for the green level trial, 10,000 sky coins. Then he bought a large amount of 7th-order medicinal materials, and a 7th-order intermediate-grade snake moon sky star bow worth 180,000 sky coins. In the end, Lin Chen also spent 21,000 sky coins to buy 3 torch seeds. After spending his net worth less than 30,000 sky coins, seeing him throwing hundreds of thousands of sky coins, many war emperors took a few breaths. Is this kid the motherfucker who robbed some large caravan? This one shot is hundreds of thousands. After saying goodbye to Qianyun temporarily, Lin Chen spent 5,000 sky coins to buy a high-level training room. The training room has its own space, with a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The advanced training room has a very wide space. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the void, opened the system, and activated the fusion function. System, I want to use the luminous sun bow, the snake moon star bow, and the purple rainbow battle bow as the main fusion materials, and the dragon and phoenix double rings as the auxiliary fusion materials. Lin Chen bought a lot of high-level weapons, naturally, not to get angry, but to maximize his own combat power. Blood Dragon Qiankuan Knife, Eternal Night, and Shame's Soul are the main fusion materials, and Bihai Sanqing Shao is the auxiliary fusion material. Lin Chen used 4 7th-order low-level weapons as auxiliary materials, and 3 main weapons as the main fusion materials, and used the fusion function twice in a row. Consumes 29,000 Heavenly Dao points, and the fusion is successful. Consumes 31,000 Heavenly Dao points, and the fusion is successful. A brand new 2-handed weapon was born, and Lin Chen was excited. The whole body of the war bow is full of moonlight flashing purple, embellished with stars, and 10,000 thunders flashing vertically, and it contains the wrath of endless heavenly might. The 7th-order intermediate grade, launching thunder fury bow. The other handle is 1.5 meters long, with double hooks on the handle. Moon 7th-order intermediate-level best, Minjiyuishan Qingdao. The two weapons were like newborn babies, and just after they became wise, they were recognized as masters by Lin Chen and became his right-hand man. Someone Lin's expression was filled with unprecedented ecstasy. He should be the first in the Kyushu continent to control the existence of 3 kinds of 7th-order intermediate-level high-quality weapons before he became the Emperor of War. The Baishuang Qinghong sword, the Minjiyuishan Qingdao, the Wanqing Thunder Fury Bao, and the Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear. With these 4 weapons in hand, even if I don't use the slow rune, I can make many first-layer war emperors well. Have a drink. The host learns Dark Thunder 1000 Crusade Arrow and consumes 79900 points of intermediate-level martial arts spirit. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Chen has been inheriting the Dark Thunder 1000 Jun Arrow. Previously, the Purple Light 10,000 Thunder Arrow that Lin Chen learned was a group-killing arrow skill, and this Dark Thunder 1000 Jun Arrow is the real ultimate single-shot arrow skill. It is divided into 3 grades, Dark Thunder Jingyi, Shadow Lei Jun, and Dark Thunder Breaking Arrow. These 3 moves, one arrow is more terrifying than the other, especially when paired with Lin Chen's Thunder Tribulation and Dark Tribulation. The power is so strong that even he himself doesn't know how strong it can be. On the 4th day, Lin Chen began to refine the medicinal pills. This time, his goal was to refine the quasi-7th-order medicinal pills Baoji Banhuang pill and Mingyuan Tianfu pill with 7th-order medicinal materials. These 2 medicinal pills have the power to break through the bottleneck, which can help him condense the chance of fighting Qi Yuanfu. With his level of refining medicine above the 7th-order intermediate level, let alone breaking through his spiritual power to the perfect state of the law, refining these 2 kinds of medicine pills is completely hands-on. It is only the 8th day, relying on 2 major 7th-order medicine pills. Lin Chen made a strong breakthrough in the 8th level cultivation level, and did not stop until the middle of the 8th level. Lin Chen also has a fetish colorful sacred origin worth millions of sky coins in his hand. This object can only be used when he steps into the peak of the spiritual power of the Dharma phase realm. The spiritual power of the heaven-penetrating realm, the spiritual power has been tempered from the heaven and the earth, and transformed into the heaven-penetrating mind, which can withstand the power of many robbery and punishment disasters in the world. Even if the physical body is afraid of extinction, the spiritual mind can also live away from the physical body for a long time, which is completely different from the legal phase. 2 levels. On the 9th day, Lin Chen took the Hunyuan Longyang pill that he had refined before and fell into contemplation. This elixir is of the highest quality in body refining. He originally planned to keep it for himself, but at the moment, his body refining level has not exceeded the imperial level and rashly consumes this elixir, and he will explode and die in an instant. But if he doesn't take it, in this master city number 2, as long as he leaves the city, he is very likely to encounter danger. With the pill recipe in hand, as long as the materials are sufficient in the future, I can refine it any way I want. But I, Lin, have only 1 life, and if I use it for the Dragon Emperor, my strength can take effect the fastest. Lin Chen called out the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor and swallowed his 7th order mid-level low-grade Hunyuan Longyang pill. In addition, Lin Chen also injected 3 sacred flame seeds into its body. He found that in the sky tower, the purchased flame seeds do not have that kind of latent will. That kind of strange will, I am afraid that only the seeds of the holy fire in the Lingzhou mainland can have it. The host gets 1,000 points of Qinglong bloodline, 1,000 points of purple Phoenix bloodline. The seeds of the holy fire frantically tempered Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor, and the attribute values of the 2 bloodlines soared wildly. Hoo. One after another, the roaring dragon energy penetrated into the dragon veins. 145,000, 150,000, 160,000. The dragon power of the Dragon Emperor is climbing at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, 1.7 million dragon power was broken, and the efficacy of the 7th order intermediate medicine pill can only be described by the word horror. Hunyuan Longyang Dan contains pure dragon breath, which is exactly in line with Qinglong's bloodline factor, and can be absorbed perfectly. I just don't know if it can break through 2 million dragon power. 2 million dragon power, in the field of the Emperor of War, every 1 million. Dragon power is a watershed. 2 million corresponds to the initial stage of the second level of the Emperor of War, and 3 million is the early stage of the third stage. Although there is no such terrifying transformation in terms of numbers, in fact, the difficulty of raising each 1 million dragon power is several times, or even dozens of times more difficult than the previous level. Of course, the destructive power is also several times, and the gap increases by dozens of times. The 9.99 million dragon power is the pinnacle of the 9th level of the battle Emperor realm. Below 10 million dragon power, it is the limit of pure power that an emperor-level creature can grow, and above 10 million is the domain of holy beasts. This retreat lasted for half a month. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor perfectly absorbed the Hunyuan Longyang pill, and the pure power stopped at 2.1 million dragon power. Pure strength can match the early stage of the second stage of the War Emperor, and the combat power can catch up with the second stage of the second stage. In addition, after absorbing 3 holy fire seeds, the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor officially transformed into the Wanzai Zuanqinglong with the highest bloodline level. The Qinglong bloodline attribute value increased to 500,000 points, and the Purple Phoenix bloodline attribute value increased to 250,000 points. In terms of supernatural powers, it is stronger and better than before. Lin Chen exited the customs and returned to the mission hall. He arrived at one of the mission halls in the main city of number 2, and after randomly selecting a strong man, he deliberately patted the other party's shoulder with his hand, and activated the talent of Theft Omen. Consumes 2,000 talent points, and steals the Omen of Stealing, 300 points of heaven. Crap, it's only 300 points. Lin Chen screamed secretly, and it was a loss. This god-stealing Omen talent can only be used to steal some existences with relatively powerful cultivation bases. If you use it indiscriminately, you may even lose your talent points. The strong man who was patted on the shoulder glared angrily, and he sneered. Sorry, Your Excellency looks a bit like the prisoner who peeped at the girls' bathroom last night. I accidentally recognized the wrong person. After testing his talent, Lin Chen was rummaging through the tasks in the hall again. When he looked for it, it was the top and most dangerous tasks. In the high-level secret realm that is about to open, look for the Shura battle armor in the 9 tombs of Shura. A pair of battle armor can be exchanged for 10,000 sky coins. In the 9 Shura tombs, it is estimated that there are more than 200 pairs of battle armors. This task is extremely dangerous. It is recommended team up. When he saw the task of 9 tombs of Shura, Lin Chen's heart moved, and before he could take it, a monstrous killing intent locked on Lin Chen, so shocked that the surrounding powerhouses avoided them. Lin Chen turned his head to look, and smiled jokingly. The angry face of the silver-robed man made the surrounding powerhouses stunned. It was Long Qi who had fought against Lin Chen before. Beyond Kyushu, there are thousands of worlds. But among the 1,000 worlds of mortals, it has not yet reached the holy world of the human race. It is said that above the holy realm, there are countless human civilizations created by the God realm. God, a single thought can create billions of creatures, create civilization and the world. Located in the Tianchu River in the Holy World, in a vast star field, the continent is suspended, and a holy mountain is rushing to the sky. On the top of the holy mountain, the pavilion is white jade, 2 girls are sitting obediently, and one of the little girls asks curiously with her fair and delicate jade legs up. Grandpa, the story you told last time has not been finished yet. How many geniuses are there in the God realm? The white-haired old man lovingly caressed Nizi's blue silk, showing a look of reminiscence. God realm, it is said that there are 10 geniuses, each of whom is the hope of continuing the civilization of the human race for hundreds of billions of years. Then how does the genius of our holy world compare to the genius of the gods? Can my sister go to the gods? The eyes of another little girl in white flashed, and the old man laughed. Compared with the most ordinary geniuses in the God realm, your sister is still far away. How can you be compared with the top 10 geniuses? In the early years, there seems to be a legend that came from the God realm. The God realm once gave birth to the 11th world-shattering genius, and there were prophecies of the gods, and that world-shattering God had the ability to subvert the future of the God realm. The old man was so absorbed in what he said that the 2 little girls were all yearning for it, and asked anxiously, then, what happened later? What happened to the 11th genius? He became a shooting star, a real shooting star, who was born in the realm of the gods for a moment and then disappeared forever in the realm of the gods. Some strong men in the holy realm said that his existence threatened the gods of the heavens and the world. The gods did not allow him to exist. There are also prophecies that he will return and subvert all this. Of course, these are just rumors. Maybe this genius never existed, just a fabricated legend. The 2 innocent little girls felt a little pity, but they still insisted. Then, does the 11th genius have a name? Name? The white-haired old man was startled, his brows furrowed. He pondered for a long time and muttered to himself. Looks like it's Lin Chen? Then, Grandpa Ancestor, what happened to the holy prison in the holy realm? The 2 little girls seemed to be interested in all things in the holy realm, exuding an endless thirst for knowledge. There is an 18-layered holy prison in the holy world, each as high as 100,000 miles, and there are countless sinners and wicked imprisoned in it. But in the holy prison, there is a hidden layer of the 19th holy prison, where the most terrifying prisoners in the holy world are imprisoned. The blood of hundreds of billions or even trillions of lives. It is the most terrifying human race in the holy realm, and they are also the group of people who are most likely to enter the realm of gods and become gods. The 2 little girls got goosebumps when they heard it. The little girl in white clenched her teeth and asked, then why are they imprisoned? Can't you do justice for the sky? Because they are so powerful that even the senior leaders of the holy world don't want to ignore their existence. In this world, all kinds of strange creatures will always be born, and some creature races are so powerful that they can covet our human race holy world, and the 18th level holy prison. It is the entrance to the plane that suppresses a race of strange creatures, and those prisoners who are imprisoned need to fight those creatures of strange races all the time until they die. When the white-haired old man talked about this, his expression was a little dignified. Using the power of prisoners to suppress the riots of alien races for the high levels of the holy world is really not desirable. Therefore, the incident that shook the holy world a long time ago occurred. The holy prison was broken by a mysterious creature and released many criminals in the 19th level. Holy prison, that creature even took away the most powerful group of prisoners. Hey, the holy world is not peaceful now, and sooner or later it will become the center of the storm. Sky Tower, in the main city mission hall, number 2. Thousands of strong people stopped here and stared at Long Qi, who was furious. Lin Chen, how dare you come to the main city number 2? Why can't I come? Are you jealous of how handsome I am? Or is this number 2 main city opened by your Long Qi family? In the mission hall, Lin Chen and Long Qi faced each other tit for tat, and the corners of the mouths of many strong men were twitching. What kind of fairy is this kid? How dare you provoke Long Qi? This person is the top 3 existence in the number 2 main city battle emperor list. Lin Chen, you're not convinced? Crap. You try to stare at me again? Let's go out and practice solo. If you're afraid that I will bully you, I, Lin, will ask you to add one hand and one butt to you. What, dare you? Dare? Long Qi, what am I? Some warrior emperors who were once suppressed by Long Qi were shocked to see it. Nima, who was bullying whom? A 5-layer war emperor who has been famous for tens of thousands of years was threatened by a newcomer to the city. Judging from his age, it seems that he has not even reached the war emperor realm. Yuan Zuanjing fights the 5th level of the emperor realm and led a hand in a but neuropathy. Lin Chen raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, don't talk nonsense. You are so refreshing, fight or not fight, just last time I thought your blood demon clone was poor, this time you'd better bring yours. The nailing ring, my price is very expensive. Long Qi's facial muscles shook violently a few times, his face twitched, but he didn't dare to take Lin Chen's challenge completely. He dare not. The Gorefiend clone fought against him before, and he was completely pressed and beaten by him. Even if he takes on the main body to fight, Long Qi may not be this kid's opponent, and that one move of Tong Tian fingering directly beats his avatar into nothingness. And the strangest thing is that this kid has only appeared in the main city number 2 for half a month, and he is so alive. It is completely fearless, which shows that he is not afraid of his dragon gallop. Lin Chen's own family knows his own family affairs. Where does he still have the talent of being a godslayer now? He has to go all out when he encounters a triple battle emperor. If it is given to him to meet Long Qi outside the city again, he will either have to run or just run away. Only bluffing. The more arrogant he is, the less the opponent dares to act rashly. These old war emperors who have lived for tens of thousands of years and 100,000 years cherish their lives one by one. Don't look at their vicious and domineering people. If they encounter a fatal crisis, they may not be willing to die. I'm rubbing it, it's true, that Long Qi was bullied one day? I'll be darling, what kind of a mortal is this little brother? Long Qi is too scared to fight by him. He should be Yuan Zuanjing, right? This family that is descended from the gods wouldn't dare to treat Long Qi like this, right? Seeing that Long Qi was silent, many of the strong minds were more and more shocked, and the eyes that looked at Lin Chen were both shocking and incredible. Lin Chen even walked in front of Long Qi and patted his face with his hand. Why don't you make a sound? You are mute when you speak. Snapped. Snapped. The slap of the face and the slap made many strong brows frown. Throughout the entire number 2 main city, who would dare to disrespect Long Chi like this? Boy, don't deceive people too much. Snapped. The crisp slap sounded, and the hot slap print slapped Long Chi's face. Fiercely. Lin Chen smiled domineeringly. What's wrong with me bullying you? Are you unconvinced? Go outside the city to practice? Long Chi looked at the young man in disbelief, shaking his hands and saying, You. Snapped. Another slap. Going out of town to practice? Silence. Deathly silence. The dignified 5-layer battle emperor, the top 3 in the main city battle emperor list, was slapped twice in public by a Yuan Zuanjing. Lin Chen is still the one that makes people crazy. Going out of town to practice? Long Chi's face was sullen and cruel, but he didn't smile, but he smiled. Gloomily, very good, Lin Chen, you are courting your own death. I, Long Chi, will be with you forever. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves. Just say it, why are you stepping back, eh? Don't go. Seeing that Long Chi was deflated and left the mission hall with his sleeves, all the powerhouses couldn't help but sigh. Ruthless. Peerless ruthless man. This is definitely a peerless ruthless man in the main city of number 2 for tens of thousands of years, nearly 100,000 years. Yuan Zuanjing fought at the 5th level of Emperor realm, and the opponent lost his temper. What's wrong with everyone now? I'll let you not hit with one hand. It's so boring to be handsome and invincible. Lin Chen shrugged. Even if he didn't slap Long Chi a few big mouths, this person would have been with him for a long time. After taking over the task of collecting Shura armor, Lin Chen walked away. And the strong men from all walks of life stared at his back with different eyes. Damn, Long Chi called this kid Lin Chen. You have to remember it well. If you meet him in the outside world next time, you will definitely have to his mother's way around. Long Chi, this old bastard, never suffers. He has been slapped a few times and dare not fight. This guy is definitely not easy. Don't mess with it. Absolutely don't mess with it. Many strong men made up their minds and seriously wrote down Lin Chen's appearance. If they encountered this master outside, they had to take a detour. Those who have the courage to stay in the main city of number 2, most of them are above the 8th level of Yuan Zuanjing, and they are organized and powerful. Yuan Zunjing or half-step emperors, basically the elites among the elites. Old fritters. Some Yuan Zuanjing, who wanted to curry favor with Long Chi, immediately followed Lin Chen away and acted as Long Chi's eyeliner spontaneously. Lin Chen is naturally not a reckless man, and he can sway away from the main city of number 2 after provoking Long Chi. He sneaked into a few small alleys successively, with a few twists and turns. Floating like a ghost, and after avoiding many eyeliners, he put on a camouflage, put on a cloak, and cast a phantom rune. The 3 avatars were divided into 3 routes and left towards the 3 city gates, attracting a lot of attention, while Lin Chen left at the east gate of the main city number 2. After leaving the main city number 2, Lin Chen crossed the Qinghai Sea and headed to the extreme west of the northwest, where the 9 tombs of Shura will be. Born in the extreme west 3 days later. At that time, it will attract the number 3 main city and number 2 main city to set off an unprecedented melee. The 9 tombs of Shura are the cemeteries of the Shura tribe. There are not a few cemeteries of the Shura tribe in the Sky Tower, but every tomb is extremely dangerous. Lin Chen went to the 9 tombs of Shura not only for the mission, but more Likely because of the news revealed to him by Yin Qianyun that there is an opportunity to become emperor in the 9 tombs of Shura. The cultivation methods of the Shura clan are quite extreme. It is said that they will make their descendants who have grown to a certain stage be enclosed in a space and kill each other. The last surviving Miao Miao Shura clan will become the most powerful existence in the contemporary era. And Zura Jiuhuan transformation practiced by Lin Chen is the evolution of the practice of the Shura family. The way the Shura family cultivates descendants is similar to the human race becoming the emperor of war. Outside the Tsangqiong Tower, many incidents in Lingzhou are waiting for him. And several pseudo-god families are eyeing him. Inside the Sky Tower, there are also powerful 5-layer war emperors such as Long Qi as mortal enemies. Lin Chen must step into the war emperor realm in a short period of time. There is also the inheritance of the Emperor Xianlong number 47, which is still waiting for his excavation. The secret realm of the 9 tombs of Shura plays a vital role in Lin Chen. 2 days later, the number 2 main city in the extreme west, Wanyuanjian. Under the continuous ups and downs of the abyss, the 9 cave dwellings are connected in a line, exuding a quiet and simple atmosphere, sleeping with the breath of heaven and earth. Lin Chen used the Azure Dragon Possession, a move of Blue Dragon's shadow repellent to eliminate his aura, and lurked in the dark. At least hundreds of war emperors have come this time. Grandmas, won't it be a war of 100 emperors? My day. Looking around the many obscure breaths in the void, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This time, the 9 tombs of Shura were born, and even the war emperors from the main city number 3 and the main city number 4 also came. Boom. 3 auras cut through the sky, and 3 figures with the strongest combat aura were revealed, and one of them was the body of Long Qi. The other 2 are not from the number 2 main city, but their aura is not inferior to that of Long Qi, and they are also characters above the 5th level of the Battle Emperor. This time, the 9 tombs of Shura were opened, and the fish and dragons were mixed. Even the people from the pseudo-god family were present. Almost all the strong people were in the Battle Emperor realm, and there was not a half-step emperor. Obviously, this level of secret realm does not have the strength of the Battle Emperor. Going in is also courting death. Boom boom boom. 9 beams of light stretched across the sky, illuminating the sky, forming one piece, and the 9 tombs of Shura opened at the same time. A cold and icy aura awakened from the tomb, as if warning all living beings that this place is not allowed to be violated. Brush brush. The various war emperors turned into afterimages and swept into the tombs. Lin Chen said nothing, he just activated Jiu Jian and Zijintong by himself, and scanned the atmosphere of the 9 tombs. Among them, the weather of the 9th tomb is the most dangerous. But the luck and odd luck contained in it are dozens of times stronger than those of the other 8 tombs. Long Qi has also entered the 9th tomb. His uncles, wealth, are at risk, and he will fight. Isn't it a group of war emperors? Hammer. Look at the hammer. Lin Chen leaped into the sky and rushed into the most dangerous 9th tomb. The fog was like a tide, and inside the tomb mansion was a group of ancient mountains that could not see the top, surrounded by dilapidated halls. Here, the perception as strong as the high-level war emperor will also be suppressed, and the range that can be probed is extremely small. There were colorful attribute light balls suspended in the void. Lin Chen picked it up wildly, and the attributes skyrocketed. The host obtains 8,650 points of qi and blood energy, 1,500 points of rune Energy, 8,900 points of battle chi essence, 1,200 points of heavenly value, 1250. Points of talent points, 19,500 points of chi and blood energy. After collecting many attribute light balls, Lin Chen's chi and blood energy attribute value increased sharply. Most of these attribute light balls are mainly chi and blood energy, which motivated Zijin pupil. In the fog, he vaguely saw a pair of hidden in the dark scarlet eyeballs. There are creatures lurking in the tomb. Lin Chen was horrified. Grab the 5 dragons dynasty emperor spear in one hand, and wait for it. Boom. A beam of light rose, and the hidden creature quietly left. Lin Chen turned his head and saw that a high-level treasure was born. Xuemei, there is a treasure born here. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen and the 3 figures speeding by in the mist behind him met head-on. The 2 sides stared at each other, and they were instantly stunned and froze in place. Ha ha ha. It's you, kid, there's no door to hell, you broke in, courting death. Heartbroken overnight. The other party burst into sneer, and as soon as they met, they pulled out the knife tool from their waist and slashed back and forth. Lin Chen stepped out in one step, turning into a moonlight afterimage, and the radiant red blood slashed 10 mountains, and the momentum was sky-shattering. Of the 3 opponents, 2 of them were the swordsmen who Lin Chen encountered before, and the 3 descendants of the pseudo-god who entered the realm of the Emperor of War. I didn't expect that you, a Yuan Zuanjing, would dare to break into the 9 tombs of Shura and seek death. The sword chi surged into the sky, and another descendant of the pseudo-god spread out his movements, surrounded Lin Chen's retreat on the other side, and said with a wicked smile. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn. Although these 3 people had just entered the realm of war emperors, their real combat power was terrifying. If they unleash the power of their bloodline, it might even be difficult for the second battle. Emperor. The danger of the 3 joining forces is self-evident. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen suddenly turned into a streak of moonlight, flashing to the back of the young man in white, who drew his sword. What? So fast? The blade flipped, and he slashed back with a slash, with aura of radiance. Across the sky, splitting mountains and breaking mountains. But it fell apart. The war gun swept across the 8 wastelands, and violently swept through the waist of the white-clothed youth. The terrifying strength combined with several kinds of calamity and battle aura invaded his body, causing the corners of his mouth to bleed. Boom. The young man in white turned into a meteor and was swept away. He grabbed more than a dozen attribute light balls dropped by the opponent, and 10 piercing sword lights appeared. Thousands of zhong cracks, sword energy soars to the sky. Lin Chen, who smashed the Wulong dynasty emperor's spear angrily, blasted a sword light straight out of the encirclement, completely unafraid of the opponent's attack. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me, Yuan Zuanjing, I send you 2 words, garbage. Lin Chen's wild laughter resounded in the tomb, and the faces of the 2 descendants of the pseudo-gods of the Jian family were ashen. Now he is a mid-level 8th-level cultivation base, and even if he does not perform 5-level transformation, his movement speed has reached an existence that disdains many low-level war emperors. Don't be careless, use the power to activate the divine veins to attack him. This person is not simple. The woman in plain clothes next to her scolded coldly, these 2 idiots let each other lead the other by the nose as soon as they met. How could they be simple people if Yuan Zuanjing dared to venture into the 9 tombs of Shura? Just rely on you descendants of false gods, dare to claim to be gods? Without saying a word, Lin Chen urged the 5-layer transformation, and the cultivation base temporarily entered the late stage of the 9th layer. There is only one step left from the half-step emperor. He was one step ahead. Activated the phantom rune, and held the Wanqing Thunder Fury Bow in his clone. When the bowstring was fully drawn, the battle gas turned into arrows. And suddenly burst hundreds of light and thunder arrows. The plain-clothed woman turned around gracefully, pulled her bow and shot, a red arrow piercing the moon, and stars shot out, and one arrow broke through Lin Chen's 100 arrows. Boom! 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 The arrows exploded wildly. The plain-clothed woman looked solemn, her archery skills were among the best at the same level, and Lin Chen was able to take over her attack with Yuan Zuanjing, which was completely an anomaly. 7th rank intermediate grade war bow? He can control such a war weapon with the strength of Yuan Zuanjing? The plain-clothed woman's expression was startled, and she gasped a little. A weapon of this rank can be regarded as a top class in a family of gods. Divine Vein Blade of Judgment. Divine Vein Eternal Night 1000 Swords. Boom! The light of Qinghong's sword is as long as a crescent moon, slashing Lin Chen. In anger against the wind, the candle that opened up the sky and the earth shines into the sky, turned into 1,000 swords of light that smashed the light, and the sharp edge pierced all directions. All Lin Chen's retreats were blocked. This is completely a trick to force him to face the two of them. This move activates the power of blood, and it is also the middle level. Purple level secret skill at the bottom of the box, and its power far exceeds the field of the first level battle emperor. The two moves are equivalent to the stunts in the middle stage of the second level of the battle emperor, and I can't hide it. Dragon Emperor, hit me. 10,000 years, the Qinglong Emperor wandered around the dragon's body and appeared. The dragon's body that was more than 10,000 feet tall held its head high, holding the dragon's claws high and burning purple flames of azure light. The pure power of Udigi flew and turned around, smashing the powerful blow of the two. The rotating purple flame cyan blade pierced through the sky, tearing the defense of the two of them. Blood spilled into the sky, and a large number of attribute light balls and several amethyst treasure chests rolled down. These two are descendants of false gods, and they are the cultivation base of the Emperor of War, and the attribute light balls dropped are extremely high. What Lin Chen didn't notice was that when his Wanzai Qinglong Emperor was born, the mysterious creature lurking in the dark suddenly trembled, and the beast pupils stared at the pair of purple phoenix wings behind Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor. It's like seeing some unbelievable facts. The dragon travels 1,000 miles. The plain-clothed woman gave a cold snort, pulled the bow, and shot an arrow. The arrow light scattered endlessly, and turned into a red light golden dragon. And shot the dragon light and arrow light, and it swept away. The ultimate moment. Bright demon sacrifice heaven, dark thunder, Jingyi. A Lin Chen clone who launched the ultimate moment, stabbed away with a spear, and the spear swept through the sky, penetrating the entire sky. The clone that pulls the Wanqing Thunder Fury Bow is even more domineering. And the whole body is transformed into a dark robbery and thunder robbery. Battle body, condensing more than 70% of the fighting energy on one arrow, and a shadow of a dark thunder and flying leaves, a glimpse of the photo. Above the sky. The two great secrets collided with the plain-clothed woman's dragon. Traveling 1,000 miles, and the explosion burst into the sky and shot down. An afterimage flashed, and the earth robbery and the wind robbery were fighting in all directions, and they danced and slashed out with a knife. Soul Light Thousand Deserts. The overwhelming tornado of the sword chi storm swept away furiously, swallowing all the broken ons. The edge of the Minji Yuishan, Qingdao, even smashed the incomplete golden dragon into nothingness. Lin Chen's two avatars hold Wan Xing Lei Wu and Mingyue Tianqing, and at the ultimate moment, the breath of the five transformations superimposes the two figures like the sun and the moon that open side by side, shocking the eight wildernesses, and is stronger than the first layer of the battle. Emperor. The women in plain clothes in the early days felt lingering fears. She wanted to urge her to escape, but she was stopped by the lightning bolts that shot in succession and the sword light of ghosts and gods. Extreme K Shuiguang. A beam of pole star-like sword light ripped apart the universe, breaking through the world and flashing. A little cold light came first, and then the sword opened the sky. The young man in white was being suppressed by the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor. The Shuiyue Jianguang cut off his left arm. When he was shocked, two gray white talismans fell from the sky. Action is sealed in the void. A round of golden gun shadows lingered with five-colored dragon energy, spinning at high speed from the sky, and smashed down in an instant. Bang! The tip of the gun smashed the shoulders of the young man in white, blood rushing wildly, and his expression revealed fear of death for the first time. No, don't kill me. I can give you a lot of sky coins. I'm from the sword family. I just became the Emperor of War. I don't want to die. I also want to see my father who is a god. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything, okay? The young man in white wailed in despair. He was really scared. The space in which he was in became closed and solidified, and even a trace of fighting spirit could not move. It was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Die. Without saying a word, Lin Chen shot through his life-saving weapon and fired dozens of shots in a row, blasting him into nothingness. People from the pseudo-god family, Lin Chen will not be soft on killing anyone. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor raised his claws to blow up another gray shirt young man. He used to be invincible in the sword family and became the descendant of the pseudo-god of the Emperor of War. Today, two people fell at one time. Level 5 slow rune, so strong. I used less than 20,000 rune energy to completely kill the two of them. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. It is also a slow rune issued by 20,000 rune energy, and the 4-level and 5-level slow runes are completely two concepts. The 5th-level sluggish rune not only made the scope of the space sluggish, but also the creatures in the space were completely sluggish like a turtle. If it weren't for this, Lin Chen couldn't kill the two of them so quickly. I grabbed 5 amethyst treasure chests in one hand, and the system bounced off the screen. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 10 characteristic rune evolution stones. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 5 characteristic rune evolution stones. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains blue order talent fragments, superdimensional teleportation, 1/3, which can consume talent points, and no more than 2 teleportation locations can be designated, and high talent points are spent for time-space jumping teleportation. The longer the teleportation distance, the longer the cooldown. The consumption of talent points can reduce the cooldown of teleportation. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains the blue order talent fragment, deadly bloodlust, 1/3, which consumes talent points to make the host attack with bloodthirsty special effects. If attacking the enemy target causes the opponent to be injured, part of the damage done to the opponent will be converted into a healing effect on the host, and the maximum healing Effect will not exceed 30% of the damage already dealt. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains 30,000 points of intermediate rune energy. Another 15 characteristic rune evolution stones. Lin Chen already has 22 rune evolution stones in his hands. Killing 2 descendants of the pseudo-gods of the Battle Emperor realm broke out new fragments of talent. Lin Chen was ecstatic. Especially the superdimensional teleportation talent, which is literally an escape skill. Please collect more active talents from the host. When the number of talents reaches a certain level, you can unlock the system talent combo function. The light screen popped up by the system made Lin Chen yearn for it. Talent combo skills. This is also a function brought by a brand new version. It seems to be able to connect several talents together to form a super combo burst. Just as Lin Chen was silent in ecstasy, the plain-clothed woman had long since disappeared. This woman runs quite fast, otherwise I'll let you taste my 2 big golden guns. In the form of an afterimage, Lin Chen took away all the attribute light balls that were suspended in the void. The host gets 8950 rune energy, 21,000 fighting spirit essence, 6,850 martial art essence, 110 wind energy, 2,500 heaven value, 1,800 talent point, 185 dark energy. The host obtains the best quality exercise attribute light ball, and obtains the purple level intermediate level high-grade combat skill, flaming blue rainbow. The host obtains the light ball of the best quality exercise attribute, and obtains the middle grade purple level combat skill eternal night judgment. Double purple intermediate cultivation technique. And there is a purple level intermediate level high-grade combat skill, comparable to the 8 desolate fingers. Make a lot of money, haha. Lin Chen glanced at his gong technique soul bar. Just at this time, there were still 160,000 intermediate level gong technique soul points, and if he collected some more, he would be able to inherit both purple level intermediate combat skills in one go. System, I want to upgrade the charging rune. The upgrade is successful, and the host charging rune has been upgraded to Level 5. Level 5 charge rune. The attack power is increased by 500% on the original basis. Cooperating with Lin Chen's purple level intermediate combat skills, it will definitely be even more powerful. And in the case of blessing the penetrating rune, the power of the charging rune is also improved in disguise. After taking away the nailing rings of the descendants of the 2 pseudo-gods, the clone immediately took the newly born treasure in the beam of light. It was actually a 7th-order intermediate defensive treasure, a golden silk and silver imperial armor. This treasure seems to have been dusty for a long time, and the spirituality has not been opened. Lin Chen has no pressure to drop his blood to recognize the master. This object turned into a golden light and silver light and shot at Lin Chen. His silver robe set off a new golden light. The defensive characteristics of the imperial armor. Golden silk and silver emperor armor, Zhiging Xianqiang's defensive treasure. Can defend the 5th layer war emperor, can withstand 20% of the power, and below the 5th layer, can withstand 40% of the power. Good thing. When Lin Chen's eyes lit up, a wave of unresolved waves rose again. 3 figures that shattered the crystal wall of space slowly appeared from the misty sky, and they locked Lin Chen in an instant. Huh? This kid doesn't seem to be in the Battle Emperor realm? There is actually Yuan Zuanjing in this Shura tomb? When 2 of them were puzzled, the third was shocked. Lin Chen? It's you. The person who came was actually that Long Qi, the late five-layer war emperor. These three people are the most powerful three people who entered the Shura tomb mansion this time, and the other two are not inferior to Long Qi. It is also the cultivation of the late fifth stage. Lin Chen's pupil shrank instantly. Boom! The phantom clone in the state of the ultimate moment suddenly drew an arrow and pulled the bow and string. This arrow is as radiant as thunder, and it is domineering and fierce. It is the purple lightning arrow purchased by Lin Chen at a unit price of 4,000 sky coins. Compared with the arrows condensed by war energy, it is countless times stronger, and it is a consumable weapon of the seventh order. Low-level low-grade Shadow Ray June. When the bow was fully drawn, the Wanqing Lei furious bow slammed into Long Qi and shot a dark thunder arrow that ripped apart the galaxy, and the Ziwei Lei lightning arrow shot at Long Qi, like a purple light pole star that broke through the sky and shot at Long Qi. In the face of the five-layer war emperor, ordinary moves simply cannot work. Lin Chen launched the ultimate return in one breath, and then consumed all the fighting energy, level 5 charging, level 4 penetrating runes, and even took out the purple lightning bolt, decisively activating the first arrow of the Dark Thunder Thousand Arrows. The second style, Shadow Lei Jun, uses all his powers to shoot this arrow. Without further ado, after shooting an arrow, Lin Chen and many clones retreated violently and retreated deeper into the tomb. There was only one thought left in his mind at this time. Run. The fifth-layer war emperor, let alone the late fifth-layer, Lin Chen, could not be an opponent at all. This is an absolute gap in cultivation. If the opponent is brought back to his senses, he will not even have a chance to run. Long Qi swung his sleeve robe suddenly, and suddenly stretched out his palm to hold it in the air. 5 finger marks of dozens of feet smashed the space crystal wall, and it was as hot as a hook, and one claw crushed Lin Chen's arrow skills. The penetrating power, entrained by the penetrating rune, penetrated into Long Qi's arm, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, he shattered the remaining power that penetrated. It is indeed a monster to be able to use Yuan Zuanjing to break out such attacks. However, this kid was far more than that at the beginning, and now he is only Yuan Zuanjing. Can't he use the external force he used? Long Qi was in shock, his expression suddenly became vicious, and he clasped his fists and said, Please help me to take down this sun. I will be grateful to someone later, this time to explore the tomb. Most of my Long Qi share is given to me, I only want this sun's head. The two were puzzled and surprised at the same time. This kid's head is so valuable? You let the two of us take action and help you catch a Yuan Zuanjing? One of the gray-robed old men frowned. Long Qi's voice was hoarse, and he said seriously, this sun is not Yuan Zuanjing. The blood demon clones of this seed are all damaged in his hands. If you underestimate him, you will eat them. Big loss. The two of them were startled, they put away their contempt, and the three of them stomped the void, smashed the space, turned the stars, and chased after Lin Chen. They unfolded in the shape of a pin. Even if the place was full of fog, they could still clearly find Lin Chen's position. My God, how did I meet him so quickly? Is it possible to fight to the death? No. The fifth-layer war emperor, using the level 5 slowness rune to seal 1 or 2 is the limit. 3 can't handle it. Lin Chen's speed was extremely fast. He was temporarily promoted to the late stage of the 9th level, and he cooperated with the ultimate moment. He even blessed the pure power of the Dragon Emperor to motivate the purple phoenix. Wings. His figure was like a flashing moonlight, and he ran wildly among the mountains in the tomb. Between. Sigh. The dull sonic boom ripped apart, and a finger pierced dozens of mountains, pointing straight at Lin Chen. His 9 tribulations eyes are driven to the extreme. Detecting the arrival of the crisis half a breath in advance, the figure turned around and avoided the original position. Fingers shattered, cut off the ley lines, and shattered the earth. The blood-colored finger slashed through the ground, cracking an abyss of tens of thousands of feet, making Lin Chen's eyes solemn. This is just the other party testing himself, if it is a serious attack from the late 5th layer. Battle Emperor, it is far more than that simple. Dragon Emperor is already at the limit in the early stage of the 3rd level of the Battle Emperor. It is difficult to even delay the time in the face of the 5th level of the Battle Emperor. Is there any way to reverse it? The thoughts in Lin Chen's heart were surging rapidly. Zijin Tong was urged to the extreme. Jiao I was activated, and he always maintained the highest alert state. His eyes gradually became ruthless. If he was forced to die, Lin Chen wouldn't mind giving Long Qi a bloody lesson. If he wants to eat him, Lin Chen, at least he can break his teeth. Suddenly, Lin Chen saw a vast and simple temple, exuding the infinite coercion that suppressed the ancients, gritted his teeth, and swept towards the temple. At this moment, an angry roar broke the silence. Which bastard dares to embarrass my brother? The earth shook, and the roar that shattered the crystal wall of the space resounded throughout the tomb, and even dispelled a little fog that had been shrouded in the sky for a long time. Lin Chen covered his ears and looked surprised. Long Qi and the other 3 quickly stopped and looked solemn. In their perception, a noble aura that dominated the prehistoric world was waking up. Boom! The billowing purple flame surged into the sky, and when it exploded in an instant, a blue dragon bathed in the sea of purple flames was born, and the dragon's might shocked all directions. Lin Chen was stunned. The 3 veteran battle emperors were also stunned in place. What is different about this blue dragon is that it has a pair of purple flame wings flapping behind it. The hind claws of the dragon's body are shaped like an eagle, and the dragon's head actually has feathers? What the hell is this dragon? The gray-robed old man in the late 5th stage of the Battle Emperor couldn't help but yelled loudly. He had never seen such a strange dragon. Wait a minute? This is the characteristic of true flame purple phoenix and Wanzai Zuanqinglong? Could it be that this dragon is a dragon that combines the blood of purple phoenix and azure dragon? Lin Chen's purple gold eyes looked at the characteristics of the dragon's body and the breath in his blood, and immediately noticed the clue. Brother, are you all right? Hey! I can't believe that after so many years, Lao Long, I will rarely see the sun again. I thought I was going to be trapped in the tomb, but I didn't expect to meet a brother like me. The dragon clan smiled angrily at Lin Chen, and someone Lin was startled, and immediately smiled knowingly, and clasped his fists. Brother, you're welcome. It's just fuck, who is your brother? Be careful when you speak. I'm talking to my brother. Unexpectedly, the dragon clan blew their beards and stared, causing the corner of Lin's mouth to twitch. I rely on, you don't talk to me, you and the air are brothers? Someone from Lin, called you Xiongtai, didn't I give you face? Brother, get out of that kid's body, why are you hiding? The ancient dragon clan roared anxiously, and the 3 war emperors were all stunned, and they dared not act rashly. This big guy is at least the strength of the 7th order intermediate peak. The most important thing is that its breath has a kind of blood pressure, coexisting with the blue dragon and purple phoenix. Hearing this sentence, Lin Chen slapped his thigh and suddenly realized. Without further ado, Lin Chen released the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor was entrenched in the void, roaring lowly. "Brother, are you looking for me? Hey! Brother! I didn't think there were people like me in this world. Brother, I'm so happy." The ancient dragon clan excitedly moved to Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor's side. And Lin was completely happy. There is such an operation. This ancient dragon who guarded the tomb mansion actually mistakenly admitted that the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor is the same as it, and they are both of the same kind with the fusion blood of the true flame, Purple Phoenix and the Wanzai Zuanqinglong. I said, "Brother, why did you come to this weak human race?" The ancient dragon clan asked angrily. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched, rubbing. "I can't help but feel weak. If I hadn't been able to beat you, I'd have to let you see how strong my Lin is. Brother, this little friend Lin Chen is my savior, you have to be polite. When my brother was on the verge of death, it was this little friend who sacrificed his life to save me, so that I can share the same origin with him. Survive together." Wanzai Qinglong Wang said seriously. In fact, it was Lin Chen who was talking. The Dragon Emperor and him are related to the origin, and the two are one. He wants to control the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor with only one thought. It turned out to be the savior. Human boy, I can't see that you and my brother still have such a relationship. Well, I will treat you as my half brother for the time being. The serious appearance of the ancient dragon family made Lin Chen snicker in his heart, and he controlled the Wanzai Qinglong Emperor to continue to accuse. "Big brother, these 3 guys said they would kill us both, and they also said they would stew me and eat them. Put cumin on the grill, wrap it in a coat and fry it, add a bottle of snowflakes with Red Bull, and treat my brother as a late-night snack. Brother, you say, this brother can bear it. Brother can't bear it. I'm his grandma's." The ancient dragon race was instantly angry. The monstrous blue light and purple flames rolled into its body, burning thousands of miles of void all the way, completely making Long Qi and the other 3 mouths twitch. Grass. Who would make it a late-night snack? This product is definitely one with Lin Chen, and it must be Lin Chen, the little bastard, who made it say so. It seems that the human race is a little jumpy now. I want to see how awesome you are. Dare to treat my brother as a late-night snack? Damn it, let me die. The ancient Qinglong opened its mouth and spewed out more than a dozen columns of purple flames, straddling the sky, and swept the 3 of them away. Spread. Long Qi's brows shook violently a few times, and he drank violently. The 3 of them turned into 3 divine lights to avoid them. Their movements unfolded, and they stepped on the void for dozens of steps. "I'll entangle it, you take down the kid." Long Qi gritted his teeth fiercely and took the initiative to meet him. The other 2 flanked the formation in an instant, attacking and killing Lin Chen. "You want to block the emperor just because you are trash?" The ancient Qinglong was disdainful. The dragon's body was dangling in the air. The dragon's tail swept the wasteland in anger, and overbearingly crushed it. The purple phoenix wings slapped, and the strength of the dragon's tail increased dramatically. Long Qi's expression changed slightly, his hand suddenly lifted, and an ancient mirror of energy that covered the sky was opened. The purple phoenix wings moved again, the ancient blue dragon turned into a purple flame and flashed past. The dragon claws grabbed the void angrily, and probed for the position of the other two five-layer war emperors who raided Lin Chen. Bang! The pure power of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea penetrated the earth veins. One of the five-layer war emperors was shaken back from the front, and his expression was horrified. The other gray-robed old man strangely changed into an afterimage, which flashed hundreds of miles away from Lin Chen. Huh? It's a bit of a ghost. The ancient Qinglong turned the dragon's eyes, slightly surprised, and then his expression became solemn. Kid, die for me. The gray-robed old man smiled sternly, and his 5 fingers were like eagle claws, grabbing at Lin Chen and the Wanzai Qinglong emperor. With this grab, the space near Lin Chen and the dragon emperor were all twisted and burst. Not good. That human kid is in danger. The ancient Qinglong's dragon body was wandering, and when he was about to take an adventure to support Lin Chen, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised an awe-inspiring arc. 5-layer war emperor wants to kill me? Then let's see who dies. Lin Chen held the Wulong dynasty emperor spear, his aura soared to the sky, and the ground, his body moved, turned into a faint moonlight, and took the initiative to greet him, bravely facing the 5-layer war emperor. If you want my Lin Chen's life, you have to lose your skin. Lin Chen brazenly played a level 5 slowness rune. This time, it is an unprecedented 100,000 rune energy. Using this rune energy value to activate the 5th level slowness rune is enough to suppress many low-level war emperors. Sigh. Sigh. The space solidified, and when the gray-robed old man who came by surprise stopped in the void, the body of the emperor, who was as strong as the sun and the sky, was unable to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Horrified. A Yuan Zuanjing, there is such a strange method? Shanqing Dragon Domain. The dragon's energy is vertical and horizontal, and the moment the dragon emperor unfolds the dragon domain, the dragon's claws are furious, and the 10,000 years of Xuanguang blade is fully mobilized, burning purple flames and slashing the gray-robed old man in rotation. The clone took the arrow and pulled the bow, and another purple lightning bolt shot out. Activate the ultimate moment of all. Extremely K Shuiguang. Bright demon sacrifice to heaven. Soul slaughtering. Slash. Lin Chen and the 3 clones swarmed up, the sword light of the water moon flickered and the light of the azure rainbow went straight to the ground, the light of the dark musket crossed the sky, the sword of the dark light fell into the world like a long river, slashed the sky with one knife, and all fell on the gray-robed old man. Boom. 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 The terrifying offensive even stunned the ancient Qinglong. Such a terrifying Yuan Zuanjing has never appeared in the ancient times it was in. It's no wonder that this human kid can save Lao Tzu's brother, and Yuan Zuanjing can break out this kind of attack. If this allows him to enter the war Emperor realm, wouldn't he be able to have a few tricks with Lao Tzu? The ancient Qinglong flashed away, resisting the aftermath of Lin Chen's attack. Wanzai Shan Qinglong was famous for its defense, and was not afraid of the aftermath of Lin Chen's attack. The chaotic calamity of war formed a storm, and the embarrassed figure of the gray-robed old man kept flying back and emerged from the storm. His blood was churning, and he was almost injured by Lin Chen. The old man's eyes were filled with indescribable shock, and he retreated to the late stage of the 5th stage of the War Emperor realm with the 9th stage of Yuan Zuanjing. In the history of this Kyushu continent, there is no such kind of Yuanzun realm so far. It's no wonder that Long Qi insisted on killing this kid. If this kid grows up, he will be the supreme figure of the Sky Pagoda. Just as the restraints of the slow rune began to loosen, and the gray-robed old man was about to fly away, for afterimages flashed almost simultaneously. Extreme return. It's Lin Chen and his 3 avatars. He actually took the initiative to approach. He launched the ultimate return twice in one breath, filled up all the battle energy consumed by the main body and the clone, and ran new combat skills, and the situation changed suddenly. Are you looking for death? The gray-robed old man was furious. Ancient Qinglong, my day. This human kid is really fucking fierce. How dare you get close if you don't run away? You are the old turtle who died. Eat my finger. The distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, and Lin Chen was willing to cut his whole body, and dared to pull the emperor off his horse. One finger anger, point the void. Boom. 4 5-colored energy giant fingers were born, and they slammed into the chest of the gray-robed old man. Bang. Boom. The 5-colored prehistoric energy of Sun Tianhe exploded like a sea of fury, rolling over the sky and rushing into the sky. The terrible explosion slowed down the speed of the ancient Qinglong supporting Lin Chen. The blasted Long Qi and another 5-layer war emperor were shocked. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen, a Yuanzuanjian, could fight to such a level. Die. A piece of white ghost claw sticks out of the void, several acres in size. Slams the energy storm, and grabs the 4 clones, including Lin Chen. Wan Yu Xianjinjia. When the Earth Robbery Battle Body was activated, the 3 clones wanted to fly away and retreat, and the white ghost claws smashed the ground and pulled the rotten, just close to the distance of 10 feet, the Wan Yu Xianjinjia of the 3 clones was completely shattered, as if it burst open. The balloon exploded into nothingness on the spot. Not even the scum is left. With one blow, the 3 clones were crushed, and the white ghost claws grabbed at Lin Chen like lightning. At the critical moment, the dragon energy formed a dragon domain, and a shrunken azure dragon emperor condensed the dragon breath battle armor and blocked Lin Chen in front of him. Pfft. The dragon breath armor condensed by the famous Wanzai Zuanqinglong 4 defense collapsed, and the dragon body was penetrated by the white ghost claws. In an instant, the blood of the dragon was soaring, the scales were open, and the chest of Lin Chen's dragon sovereign was pierced with a large bloody crack. The white ghost claw went straight towards Lin Chen, and hit Lin Chen in front of him. Bang! Click! Click! The Earth Robbery Xuanzhen armor collapsed, the golden light overflowed and trembled, the silver light scattered and grew, shrouded Lin Chen, the white ghost claws collapsed, and the sound of broken ribs came from Lin Chen's chest, and a large amount of blood was spit out. Under the protection of the golden wire and silver emperor armor and the desperate protection of the dragon emperor, Lin Chen saved his life and never hurt his roots, but he still suffered enough. The Jedi counterattack in the late stage of the 5th stage of the battle. Emperor can instantly kill even the 2nd stage battle emperor with a single blow. Not to mention that Lin Chen is a Yuanzun realm. Damn, can you only do this if you try your best? Lin Chen fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The gray-robed old man with bleeding from the corner of his mouth was about to strike a second blow. The terrifying dragon breath attacked from behind him, causing his expression to change slightly. The air that covers the sky collides together. Boom. 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 The ancient Qinglong and the gray-robed old man slammed 3 times in front of him, and the surrounding mountains turned to dust. After only fighting for more than a dozen rounds, the gray-robed old man, who was like a ghostly shadow, stepped on the void, turned into a streamer, and flew to the side of Long Qi and others. This big guy is so terrifying in strength, and his combat power is completely comparable to that of the 6-layered battle emperor of the 6 paths of life. Wheel. The gray-robed old man wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with a solemn expression. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they could see each other's solemnity. They want to retire, but today's incident, the 2 sides have already committed murder, and the young man in front of him can't let them go. If they grow up in the future, the 3 of them will not be able to bear his revenge. Now, he must be killed here, before his wings are full. The ancient Qinglong was entrenched by the Dragon Emperor's side. Seeing its near-fatal injuries, the murderous riots surged. It finally managed to find its brother, who was the same bloodline of the Purple Phoenix and Azure Dragon as it was, and he was actually pierced by that old guy. Are dying. It is both angry and shocked. This brother of his own desperately wants to protect this human race boy. It can be seen that his position in his heart is even more important than himself. In fact, the Dragon Sovereign does not possess complete spiritual wisdom. This is simply the guardian of the Lord. Dare to hurt my brother, I will swallow you 3 bastards today. The ancient blue dragon let out a long howl, and the whole body glowed with dragon light, illuminating the immortal blue light, its breath rising and skyrocketing. The purple phoenix wings spread high in the sky, transformed into a purple flame blue light, and rushed towards the 3. It uses the power of blood to delay time, and it can't stop us when the time limit is reached. Long Qi let out a deep drink, opened the void with both hands, and an ancient mirror of energy was reflected, blocking the front of the ancient Qinglong. The 3 of them clashed with the ancient Qinglong, shaking the entire tomb. And the battles of the many warriors in the Battle Emperor realm stopped, and they quickly fled the area covered by the battle circle. The aftermath of the battle of the 4 battle emperors in the late stage of the 5th stage is enough to easily shock the low-level battle emperors to death. The ancient Qinglong's divine might descended to the earth, and it was true. That 1,003, and even forced the 3 of them to the edge of the tomb at one point, and their combat power was far beyond their imagination. Wanzai Zuanqinglong is famous for defense, followed by attack, and its shortcomings are speed and explosiveness. The ancient Qinglong with the bloodline of the Purple Phoenix perfectly made up for the inherent shortcomings of this bloodline race. A true perfect one. The integrity of the battle is second only to Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor. It is not at the level comparable to the demon flame dragon scorpion that Long Qi had previously killed together with other powerhouses. When the ancient Qinglong delayed the 3 people, Lin Chen concentrated on running the wood spirit essence method, and cooperated with his life growth. Talent enhanced to 150%, the recovery speed was extremely fast, and the growth and repair speed of the ribs was recovering with the efficiency visible to the naked eye. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that Wanzai Qinglong Emperor also had a new adventure. At this time, the Dragon Sovereign, the wound is burning with purple flames. The purple flames burn all the way to its whole body, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. The blood of the Purple Phoenix glowed with new vitality and was saved. The energy belonging to the true flame Purple Phoenix bloodline in its body was truly stimulated, and the magical power Purple Phoenix Nirvana that was learned when it merged with the purple phoenix bloodline, was fully activated. The phoenix nirvana, reborn from the ashes, standing behind, surpassing the limit. This is the benefit brought by the purple phoenix bloodline. The dragon emperor has completely inherited the nirvana magical power that belongs to the purple phoenix family. The bloodline has been stimulated to the extreme. If the dragon emperor can be reborn from the ashes this time, I am afraid that his strength will be even better. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the nirvana magical power in the blood of the purple phoenix will come in handy at this critical moment. Without further ado, he seized the time to adjust his breath. The broken ribs began to converge and fuse again, and a faint wooden light shone around Lin Chen's body. What Lin Chen didn't know was that when he was recovering from his injury, a figure hidden in the dark flashed into the temple behind him. The battle of the ancient Qinglong lasted for nearly half a day, and the three battle emperors in the late 5th stage were defeated by it before they persisted until the end of their bloodline burning. Run away in embarrassment. In terms of strength, the strength of the ancient Qinglong has almost surpassed the early stage of the 6th stage, reaching the level of the middle stage of the 6th stage of the battle emperor realm. Coupled with the inherent limit speed of Zihuangwing, the strength is extremely terrifying. When the ancient Qinglong returned to his brother and saw that its entire body was burning with inextinguishable purple flames, it was completely stunned. This is the nirvana talent possessed by the true flame purple phoenix clan. My brother's talent is really powerful. He even inherited this talent. The ancient Qinglong laughed, and as a result, the gray-robed old man actually sent a fortune to his brother. Huh? How could your little guy be all right so soon? When looking at Lin Chen again, the ancient Qinglong was surprised again. Hey, I don't have any merits, I'm just tough and persistent. No matter how I fight, I won't die. I'm really grateful to my senior for helping me this time. Lin Chen was about to grin when suddenly, a severe throbbing pain came from the meridians in his body. The pain made him twitch. Damn, is there a backer? Lin Chen hurriedly urged all the War Qi Yuan Fu to investigate the whole body, only to see that a faint cold force sneaked into his body, gradually eroding his internal organs and meridians. If it weren't for the instinctive resistance of the heavenly robbery in the meridians, Lin Chen wouldn't even know the cold power in him. It's actually a dark force, such a terrifying strength. The 5th level of the Battle Emperor, it really is abnormal. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. This dark energy was several times more brilliant than his dark dragon energy. If he hadn't discovered it earlier, I'm afraid he would have become a cripple in a few days. No matter what kind of gloomy and dark energy you are, in front of me 9 tribulations of creation is a spicy chicken. Practice it for me. Lin Chen ran the 9 tribulations of creation mental method at once, and the 9 kinds of heavenly tribulation battles were activated. All the heavenly tribulation battle spirits surrounded that gloomy and dark energy and concentrated on refining. Huh? Does this little guy have any other situation? It seems that the methods of the human race war emperor are really cunning and weird, only play some indiscriminate methods. The ancient Qinglong roared in disdain, and squatted beside Lin Chen and the Dragon Emperor, protecting this person and the dragon. Outside the tomb, above the height of 100,000 meters, 3 figures with ugly faces stood side by side. Fuck your grandma. Long Qi, how do you count the loss this time? I finally ran from the main city number 3, and as soon as I entered the tomb, I was beaten by that dog shit hybrid dragon, and I didn't catch anything. I came out. I got hurt. One of the Tsingyi war emperors roared angrily, and Long Qi had a gloomy expression. These two five-layer war emperors were both veteran war emperors that he invited from the main city of number 3. They were famous on the list and their status was not low. I thought that a team of 3 could become the most powerful team entering the tomb, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. If it wasn't for them provoking Lin Chen, the ancient Qinglong would definitely not have taken it lightly. High-level creatures have enough wisdom to fight unprovoked battles. Obviously, the responsibility this time is all on Long Qi. The space barrier of the tomb is still there, we can't enter it again, we can only wait. Wait for that kid to come out. Long Qi's expression was fierce. The ancient Qinglong bears the brand of the tomb, and it cannot leave the tomb. As long as he is gone, the 3 of us can easily destroy that kid. I only want that kid's head, and the things he has on him can be shared with you. How about it, do it or not? You have also seen the various high-level weapons on that kid. It's enough for you to shoot this time. Long Qi's words really moved the other 2. The weapons used by Lin Chen and his clones are all at the 7th order intermediate level high grade and intermediate grade top grade level. The value of just 1 or 2 pieces is enough to make them worthwhile. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man's expression changed, covering his chest, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. I fucked his grandma. This kid actually discovered my cold power? No. He is refining my cold power. The gray-robed old man's expression became more and more frightened. Inside the 9th tomb, in front of the Temple of Misty, Lin Chen was galloping and dancing with 9 kinds of heavenly tribulation auras, like a 9-headed dragon hovering in the air. Boom. 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 There was a violent roar in the body. Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but lift up slightly, and finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I will accept this great gift, 9 robbery fighting spirit, give it to me. The 9 kinds of heavenly robbery are like the pervasive ocean currents, which merge into Lin Chen's body, and the cold powers hidden in the meridians and internal organs are all like a mouse seeing a cat, and they have been caught out. After being continuously suppressed by the heavenly tribulation war qi, the 9 types of heavenly tribulation war qi were like an invisible net, shrouding this chilling force, and refining it into rolling energy into the 8 war qi yuanfu. The power of yin and cold continues to change into pure fighting spirit. This is the ultimate move left over from the late stage of the 5th stage of the Battle Emperor. If it can be completely refined, this is a great supplement for some low-level war emperors, not to mention Lin Chen's Yuanzun realm. Good boy, he actually did the opposite, refining the murderous intention and energy hidden in his body into his own fighting spirit. 9 attributes of fighting spirit, such a domineering mentality, which I have never seen in the era of Laozi. The ancient Qinglong smashed its mouth in amazement, tsk amazement, and was amazed. Time passed by minute, Lin Chen continued to refine for 3 days and 3 nights, and his fighting spirit cultivation base can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds, all the way from the middle stage of the 8th stage to the late stage of the 8th stage, and finally advanced to the early stage of the 9th stage. The 9 battle qi yuanfu in the body, the shaping, is complete. Then, he entered the stage of condensing yuanfu crystallization. As long as he turned 9 yuanfu into yuanfu crystallization, he would be a half step Emperor. The broken crystal is the last moment to hit the imperial realm. Finally, on the way of condensing the third Yuanfu crystal, Lin Chen had absorbed the power of gloomy cold and stopped at the peak of the early stage of the 9th level, which was the last point from the middle stage of the 9th level. It's not far from hitting the Battle Emperor realm. It seems that we need to get an Emperor Life pill. Lin Chen touched his chin. The Emperor Life pill, a 7th order pill that sells for 100,000 sky coins. It can be said that this thing has attracted countless Yuan Zuanjing to enter the Sky Tower. Take this pill to attack the Battle Royal realm. If you fail, the broken Yuanfu crystal will not disappear immediately, but will remain in the body. You will have a 50% confidence to recondense the Yuanfu crystal, which can save your life once. After recuperating, you can hit the Battle Emperor realm twice, and each person can only take it once in his life. This thing is only available in the Sky Pagoda, and it is also the reason why countless powerhouses have entered the Sky Pagoda, because this second chance is really too important. Throughout the ages, there have been countless arrogances who have been promoted to the War Emperor because of their second chance. It can be said that their lives were bestowed by the Emperor Ming Dan and Tong Zai Zai. There is also an attribute light ball. Dozens of attribute light balls and 2 treasure chests are suspended in the void, all left by the old gray-robed old man. Lin Chen hurt him with the cultivation base of Yuan Zuanjing, and rolled out a batch of super high-quality attribute light balls. Before the ancient Qinglong could question Lin Chen, he flew over, took away the attribute light ball, and opened the amethyst treasure chest. The host obtains 285 points of water energy, 29,500 points of fighting spirit, 18,400 points of blood energy, 9,500 points of kung fu spirit, 3,800 points of heaven, 3,000 points of talent, 50 points of spirit, 10,500 points of rune energy. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and gets 10 rune evolution stones. The host opens the amethyst treasure chest and obtains the blue order talent fragment, ultradimensional teleportation, 2/3. Obtaining a massive amount of attribute light balls in one breath, Lin Chen's whole body feels light and airy, and his battle chi cultivation base has officially entered the middle stage of the 9th level, and even the 4th Yuanfu crystal has been successfully condensed. The attribute value dropped by the late 5th layer Battle Emperor does not contain any moisture at all. Now that I am in the middle stage of the 9th level, the ordinary Yuan Zuanjing will almost never drop the attribute light ball, which means that my goal in the future is also to start the Battle Emperor, my day. I am too difficult. Thinking of how hard he worked so hard to hurt the 5th Battle Emperor, Lin Chen couldn't help twitching his mouth, shaking his head in frustration. It is better than the descendant of the pseudo-god who was known as the first master under the War Emperor realm. Soul Burial Heaven can only fight head-on with the War Emperor realm 1st layer. In terms of defeat, he can't do it at all. The 5-layered War Emperor, this is a concept that shakes the entire Kyushu continent, and he is still not satisfied. If his thoughts are known to others, I am afraid that he will cry. The terrifying gap between Yuan Zuanjing and the Emperor of War was easily surpassed by him, and it was completely more popular than the dead. Boy, your aptitude is very high. No wonder my brother can see you, not bad, your boy should be qualified to enter the temple. The ancient Qinglong raised its head and roared in a low voice. Entering the temple? Lin Chen wondered. Yes, this cemetery temple was built by my former master. He was waiting for a person who could accept the inheritance of the Azura tribe. If he can get the inheritance, it is not a problem to be able to ascend to the War Emperor realm. The difficulty of inheritance is countless times more difficult than achieving the Battle Emperor realm. Talking about his former master, the ancient Qinglong showed a burst of admiration and amazement, and then said seriously, "Only if you successfully accept the inheritance, can I leave here. Otherwise, I can only wait for the master's tomb forever. Originally, I planned to forcibly stuff you into the temple. Of course, you and my brother have a deadly friendship, look. On the brother's side, you still have the right to choose. And choose a fart. I will definitely inherit it." Lin Chen and the two said that they were unequivocal and determined. That's what he came for. The Lingzhou incident, the inheritance of saints, the false god behind the Ning family, all these things must be done by him. What he lacks the most right now is his fucking strength. Without strength, you are completely beaten. What impressed Lin Chen the most was the shock that the mysterious person brought to Lin Chen. It was better than Lin Chen, who had entered the state of a godslayer and had no resistance. In front of her, weak as an ant. He must become stronger. The Emperor of War is a must and the first step forward. His goal is sanctification. Ha ha ha, you have the guts. I said that my brother can't choose a coward. You can see the test set by my master when you walk into the temple. If you can come out, it will prove that you have succeeded. Come out, it will prove that you are nothing more than that. The ancient Qinglong raised its dragon claws and pointed to the temple, and the dragon's eyes faintly showed awe. For the former owner, the memory of it is too strong. The Shura clan fights the sky and the ground without being timid. In the end, there was no opponent. And even in pursuit of a higher realm, the killing of the same family began. It seems that I can't bring Qinglong with me this time. No matter whether he is a dragon pond or a sea of blazing swords, I must go forward this time. Lin Chen glanced at the dragon sovereign, who was in the critical repair stage. Not only was his vitality stronger and stronger, but also the dragon veins in his body were accumulating energy. When the accumulation was completed, he would release it in one breath to open more dragon veins, and his strength would show explosive growth. Jumping up, Lin Chen jumped into the main entrance of the temple and disappeared under the gaze of the ancient Qinglong. What a ruthless man, this kid has a bit of the demeanor of the master of the past. The murmured low roar echoed in the void, and the front of the cemetery temple returned to silence. Lin Chen stepped into the temple and kept his purple gold pupils open the whole time. When he just stepped into the temple, when the brightly lit vast passage appeared, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. The breath of a living person remains in the void. Someone came in before me? His uncles. He was taken first? Lin Chen's purple gold pupils are only one step away from the highest realm of golden pupil twins. Although the other party's breath elimination is very good, some other old battle emperors may not notice it, but Lin Chen is not included. He only walked in the passage of the temple for less than a quarter of an hour before he felt the breath of strangers. This tomb palace is an ancient thing, and it is usually not opened. Ordinary creatures cannot enter, and it is impossible to leave such a strong anger. Obviously, it has just entered recently. Could it be that my inheritance was taken first? Who would dare to rob me of his second uncle's inheritance. If it's a man, I will shoot directly. If it's a woman, I will also shoot. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Several flickers swept into the depths of the passage. The passage was very far and deep, and the flames burning around seemed not to be pure flames, but condensed by some kind of special aura. Running all the way to the end of the passage, a white jade square came into view. On both sides of Bayu's transition, there are many figures in helmets and armor. The aura on his body is fierce, and the light in the armor is even more unusual, as if he is navigating the mountains and rivers. His edge is deep and domineering. This is the Shura armor. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The mission he took on this trip was to go to the Shura tomb to collect Shura armor, a Shura armor worth 10,000 vaulted coins. On both sides of this white jade square, there are at least hundreds of figures wearing Shura armor. At the opposite end of Bayu Square, there is a huge gate with a height of thousands of meters. It is magnificent. Lin Chen's purple-golden eyes and Jie's eyes carefully probed, and he could even see a breath of death inside. As if he just stepped into it. Life and death are beyond the horizon. There is a big secret behind this giant gate. Lin Chen frowned, and at this moment, he was stunned. In front of the giant gate, in the middle of the two human-shaped statues, a woman in a plain skirt was playing with 5-star map-like jade plates. She seemed to have sensed Lin Chen's sight, and suddenly looked back. The two of them looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. Who are you? How did you get into this Shura temple? I wiped? Someone really got on it first. The two sides spoke at the same time. Lin Chen then narrowed his eyes, and grabbed the Wulong Dynasty Emperor spear. No matter whether it was a man or a woman who came today, Lin Chen had only one choice. That is to pull out a gun and work hard. Do it hard. Whether it's a man or a woman, always pull out a gun. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become the Emperor of War. His Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation mentality doomed him to have a very high starting line, and he didn't know when he would be able to touch the Battle Emperor realm with regular practice. This is his rare chance. Tear. With the breath of the purple phoenix wings flapping, Lin Chen turned into a moonlight afterimage and swept away, volleyed upside down. A spear slammed down, the magic spear cracked, and the spear glowed like a half-moon hook and smashed down. The woman in the plain skirt frowned and raised her hand gently. The azure water battle gas turned into a spinning light wheel, and slammed into Lin Chen's spear tip. Clang. Boom. A terrifying air wave was set off in the square, shaking the surroundings to the verge of collapse, and a figure retreated again and again. It turned out that Lin Chen was repelled? Half-step Emperor? Lin Chen was surprised to see this woman in a plain skirt with outstanding temperament, fighting in an instant. Her cultivation aura was only half a step. Emperor? Lin Chen in the middle stage of the 9th level shot with all his strength. And even in the middle stage of the first stage of the Imperial realm, he had to face it seriously. What a domineering robbery! How could there be such a powerful character in the mortal world? The woman in the plain skirt shook her numb fair hands, and cast a surprised look at Lin Chen. No matter who you are, no one can stop me on this trip. The woman in the plain skirt raised her hand, and the 5-star map fragments merged into one. The 1,000-zhang gate of the temple shook with a deafening sound. The door slowly opened to both sides, and a dark space channel like an abyss appeared. The woman in the plain skirt didn't say a word, and immediately entered it. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to move his body technique to enter, a fierce murderous aura that slammed into the sky and shook the earth was like a divine sword unsheathed. A powerful creature locked me? Holding the gun in both hands, Lin Chen pulled the golden war gun in his hand. Like lightning, and among the five-colored dragon energy, the shadows of the guns in the sky stabbed into the void. Clang clang. Sparks shot everywhere, the space crystal wall twisted and vibrated, and then dozens of sharp and domineering breaths seemed to be connected into one, turning into a long river-like training, slashing at Lin Chen. Half-step king attack? No. It's not that simple. This terrifying aura even caused Lin Chen to initiate a five-fold transformation, temporarily entering the realm of a half-step emperor. The war gun in his hand fired more than a dozen guns in a row, and 9 kinds of heavenly tribulation war breaths pulled out the flowers of the gun, and then turning to full bloom, bursts of flamboyant spears. Thousands of devils pierced the heart. The layers of gun shadows advanced, and Lin Chen made another move, and only then did many murderous edges be strangled. What a terrifying attack, what a fierce and domineering killing intent. Lin Chen didn't dare to continue approaching that passage arrogantly at all. Waiting for him. I saw that the figures wearing Shura armors walked slowly, their actions seemed to be driven by some will, and they were connected together, and the killing power was so powerful that even the Battle Emperor realm was terrified. Although these dead Azura clan powerhouses only have the cultivation level of half-step emperors, but hundreds of them have joined forces together, their murderous aura is soaring to the sky, their fighting spirit is invincible, and they have the might of slaughtering emperors. Lin Chen with a dignified expression kept retreating. If it was only 10, 20, or even 30, he would not be afraid at all. But if hundreds of them join forces, the aura of condensing will become more and more terrifying, and even the late stage of the first stage of the battle, Emperor, or even the second stage, may not be able to resist. It's no wonder that in the ancient times, there was a history of the Shura clan's domination, so they are so strong. Just when Lin Chen felt troubled, his pupils shrank. Lin Chen was shocked to see that the woman in the plain skirt in the dark space channel actually started to touch the white jade ball spinning in the channel, causing the gate of the temple that had just been opened to slowly close and close. My mother, she's closing the door? Outside the 9 tombs of Shura, in the sky, dozens of figures stood in the void. After several days and nights of fierce battles, many powerhouses have gained something, and many tombs have triggered the ban of the Shura clan. Suddenly, the shrill screams of the young man came from the position of the 9th tomb, which shocked the scalps of the strong men from all sides. Miss, how can you close the door? I beg you, let me, Lin, go in. Wow. I can't do it anymore, I really can't stand it anymore, you just let me in, I promise not to move. I promise with my personality, move a little bit. I'm a beast. The powerhouses looked at the location of the 9th tomb with bewildered expressions. What the hell did they sing? The corners of Long Chi and the others twitched wildly. It was that kid's voice. What is he doing? Could it be that he can still do that kind of thing in the tomb? Then, another shrill scream came from the 9th tomb, causing countless strong mouths to twitch. If you have the inheritance, let's take it together. What's the matter if you take it all alone? Don't, you open the door. If you don't open the door again, I will beat it, I will beat it. You have the ability to sneak away, what are you? Why are you still spraying water at me? Still spraying me in the face? It's so fucking deceiving. You can't stand it. Believe it or not, I took out a gun and fucked you. Don't go too far. It's fine if you don't let it in. What's the matter with you spraying water? Suddenly, a fat man in yellow robe, who stood in the void, swallowed his mouth. And said, "What kind of inheritance is this? Give me a whole one too." The two beautiful women next to him, the Emperor of War, rolled their eyes. You're thinking about shit, it's pretty beautiful. Shura Temple. The Golden War gun smashed the door more than a dozen times in a row, but the door didn't move at all, not even a crack was left. Brush brush. Hundreds of Azura half-emperors wielding weapons, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, turned into moonlight, flashed dozens of times in a row, dodging many attacks. The momentum of these Shura half-emperors is getting stronger and stronger. If they keep brewing and climbing to the extreme, this may be comparable to the second-tier midterm or even late-stage battle emperor. It may even surpass the second-tier battle king and be comparable to the third layer realm. Lin Chen was forced back again and again by the neatly figured Shura Banhuang, holding a gun in his hand, with a solemn expression. The gate has been completely closed, the space barrier leading to the outside world is closed again, and Qinglong is not around. Is there no choice but to fight to the death? Lin Chen took a deep breath, his thoughts instantly became clear and transparent. Fighting. Break through the current predicament. An unyielding and arrogant fighting spirit was released from Lin Chentong's body. He suddenly discovered that the killing aura of these Shura half-emperors was not as terrifying as before. Well, Ruzi can be taught. This human race has shown its own fighting spirit. It's a good child, but unfortunately it's a personal family. A few voices faintly surround the void. If you can't retreat, let's fight. 1,000 demons penetrate the heart. Lin Chen let out a deep drink and launched the ultimate moment. 9 kinds of heavenly robbery battle bodies broke out perfectly, reaching the peak of the half-emperor realm. Lin Chen pulled the Wulong dynasty imperial spear with both hands, and stabbed hundreds of spears like lightning. The dazzling shadowy spear glows with 5 colored dragon energy and 5 kinds of heavenly tribulation aura, bursting out into spear glows that pierce through the void. Boom. Boom. Clang. Clang. The sound of the collision of gold and iron resounded, and the spears were like dragons going out to sea, slamming into the bodies of many Shura half-emperors, and the heavy force of falling stars knocked them back dozens of steps. Brush. Knife light flashed. Many Shura half-emperors slashed diagonally, and the bright and sharp swords flew like snowflakes. GK Shuiguang Dark Thunder Jingyi. The 2 clones came out in an instant, pulled the bow out of the sword, and launched the ultimate return to the original and the ultimate moment. Lin Chen fired another shot, facing all the Shura half-emperor. The water and moon sword light of the ultimate sword speed shines like a rainbow in the horizontal line, and the dark thunder light with the faint shadow of the stubborn leaves condenses the arrow light and gallops, tearing apart many sharp swords. The 2 strong energies collided with each other, and the white jade plaza was crumbling. Soul light 1,000 deserts. The ultimate return to Yuan was launched again, and another figure holding a knife slashed the void with a knife, and the sword chi storm that danced and strangled overflowed the earth robbery war chi. The knife chi tornado suppressed more than a dozen Azura half-emperor. The other 2 clones drew their bows and swords, harassing many Shura half-emperors on the left and right sides. Lin Chen shot Huang Long with 1 shot in his hand, fluttered his purple phoenix wings and rushed into the crowd of many Shura half-emperors, but he went deep alone and took risks with his own body? One shot swept away the arm of an Azura half-emperor, and then the spear swept. Diagonally, the spear swept across, and shocked the two Azura half-emperor. Boom! The momentum was like a tiger descending the mountain. 20 Shura half-emperors slashed at Lin Chen neatly. Sound. Brilliant demon fury. The fighting spirit above Lin Chen's head ignited a sea of fire, and the 9 robbery fighting spirit in his whole body instantly entered a state of being detonated and ignited. This is similar to the method of 9 Huang transformation detonating the heavenly tribulation battle body. Lin Chen perfectly integrated it into the combat skills, and the original power of the combat skills has undergone a qualitative transformation. The power will be no less than that of a mid-level and low-level purple-level spear skill. A shot pierced through the void, and when the penetrating and recharging runes were launched, the dark gun was in a state of spinning and twisting. Clang clang. The penetrating runes will penetrate all their Shura armors, destroying the energy inside the body. Pieces of Shura armor began to fall. Success. Penetrating runes can indeed penetrate their armor defenses. Lin Chen was overjoyed in his heart, and took away many Shura armors. These treasures are 10,000 sky coins apiece. This collection is hundreds of thousands of sky coins. The breath of fierce killing strikes again. Lin Chen consumes 2,800 talent points to launch the ultimate return, and once again fights many Shura half-emperors. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, Lin Chen just defeated all the Shura half-emperors. Consumed a lot of talent points. Because these guys didn't drop any attribute light balls, this battle consumed Lin Chen's tens of thousands of rune energy and more than 50,000 talent points, and kept all the clones full of firepower throughout the whole process. However, Lin Chen doesn't feel at a loss. He has collected a total of 113 Shura armors. Take back the Sky Tower and submit the task to get 1.13 million Sky Coins. Rich man. He is richer than most of the Battle Emperors on the main city number 2 Battle Emperor list in one breath. The premise is that I can get out alive, otherwise I have no money to spend. Putting away the ring filled with Shura armor, Lin Chen was looking around to find his way forward, and a faint applause sounded in the void. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, wonderful. I thought that this level would never be passed by a living being, but I didn't expect that it would actually let us meet. 2 vague mental phantoms appeared, and Lin Chen's pupils trembled. These 2 figures are actually the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm? Little friend, dare to ask the name? A blue-haired phantom clasped his fists and asked. Lin Chen folded his hands. Neither humble nor arrogant, Lin Chen from Lingzhou. Oh, it's actually the genius of Lingzhou continent, where civilization lacks the most. Not bad. You are qualified to be our inheritor. Hey, there is a statue of Shura next to the gate of the temple. If you break it, you can lead to the Hall of 100 Emperors of Shura. If you pass through the Hall of 100 Emperors, you will get the inheritance of the other half of this tomb? Qingpao Phantom stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Chen wondered, what about the other half? The other half is naturally taken away by the previous girl. She holds the Azure Blood Jade picture, and only those who are kind to our Azure tribe can hold this thing. This woman must be from your human race holy world. Holy realm? Lin Chen raised his brows. No wonder. It's no wonder that the woman in the plain skirt was able to take her own shot. head-on with the strength of a half-step emperor. It turned out that she came from the holy world. Although he didn't use the ultimate moment at the time, the other party didn't do his best. Those who enter the 100 Emperors Hall of Azura will either die in it forever, or defeat all the 100 warrior emperor level Azura undead and leave. Human boy, you still have a chance to choose. Between the phantoms of Qingpao chatting and laughing, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Defeat 100 war emperor level Shura undead? The blue-haired man waved his hand, and a space channel extended out. It's still too late to leave now, the blue-haired man said indifferently, but there was a hint of playfulness in the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen stared at the space passage. When the purple golden pupil was activated, he saw countless black stripes lingering in the void inside the passage, like the breath under the hell of death. It was a death fate. If I choose the space passage, I will most likely die in it, right? Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled casually, causing the two mental phantoms to be startled. This child even saw through their intentions. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting, as expected of the human race that defeated 100 Azura warriors. You are right, the inheritance of our Azura clan has never been passed down. If you want to retreat, you will surely die. At that moment, you only have one choice. The blue-haired phantom smiled. Lin Chen exhaled, his eyes were sharp, and he smiled lightly. Fight all the way, win all the way. Keep moving forward. Lin Chen threw his fist, punched like a dragon, and smashed the statue of Shura with one punch. Sigh. The space split open, extending the space channel all the way, leading to the endless abyss. Lin Chen, who motivated Zijintong, saw that this space passage was filled with endless death, and the result of this road was also a life of 9 deaths. Lin Chen smiled casually. Counseling, I'm not qualified to talk about freedom. After all, Lin Chen jumped down. The space channel trembled, then rotated, and retracted, disappearing. How many thousands of years have passed, and finally there is an inheritor who challenges the Shura 100 Emperor Hall. Don't be too happy, those guys are not easy to mess with. This kid is probably still fierce. Although his potential is strong, he is at the top level compared to the young Shura of our Shura family, but he is too young. After all. Hee, let's wait and see. I think this kid has a lot of secrets. The two spiritual phantoms looked at each other and finally smiled, and silence returned to the temple. Space teleportation, Lin Chen landed. This place is the first imperial palace. The light is dim, and in the vast hall, there is only a 5-foot-high, imposing figure of Qing Tian, standing proudly. Finally, there is an inheritor who dares to challenge my family. Kid, sign up. Boom. Clang. The figure of Qing Tian lifted the gun and shook, and the sound rolled like a sound wave, shaking the entire hall. Kyushu continent, human spirit state, Lin Chen. Please enlighten me, senior Azura Emperor. Lin Chen flashed the imperial spear of the 5 dragons, laughing with pride. His mind moved, and he instantly launched a triple transformation. The purple phoenix wings flapped and rushed towards each other. Human Lin Chen, good time. The figure of Qing Tian held a giant spear of battle gas and stabbed it in the air. When the 2 battle spears of the 2 sides collided, the entire hall shook. Lin Chen swung his gun and turned around, and the 2 sides fought fiercely in an instant. Allowing the opponent to fight against Qian Jin, Lin Chen has his own speed to break his many marksmanship. But even so, Lin Chen still fought hard for nearly 1,000 rounds. Boom. Boom. The spear light turned into a rainbow light, penetrating the chest of the tall phantom. The last shot of Huang Mo Fury penetrated the phantom of the sky with one shot, and Lin Chen won the first battle. Although the opponent only has the cultivation base of the first stage of the Battle Emperor, but the strength is quite strong. The first Imperial Palace is so strong, I am afraid that around the fourth Imperial Palace, I will have to start taking out my cards to deal with it. Lin Chen frowned. The difficulty of this Azure 100 Emperor Hall was a bit beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha. Happy. Although this seat can only use about 50% of his strength in the tomb after his death, but you didn't do your best, right? The figure of Qing Tian appeared again, but it seemed even more illusory. Senior is polite. If the senior was alive, the kid will definitely have all his cards. Lin Chen folded his fist and smiled. The Shura clan is terrible, and Lin Chen has already experienced it himself. Even the first layer early stage war emperor after his death is still powerful. If he had the strength in his heyday during his lifetime, he could at least defeat the ordinary first layer late stage human war emperor. Don't say polite words, take the inheritance. The Azure Phantom pointed out, and a huge amount of memories poured into Lin Chen's mind. Detecting that the inheritance of combat skills has entered the host's mind, the system automatically consumes 1,500 points of intermediate level martial arts essence to speed up the inheritance. Cultivation memories fit into Lin Chen's mind like lightning. In addition to cultivating memories, there is also a battle aura that is like a torrent of energy injected into Lin Chen's Yuanfu crystal. The Shura family's marksmanship, the 100-spear fighting emperor, the first style, reverse life and death. The Shura phantom glanced at Lin Chen with relief, and then was about to take a break when Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What? A domineering marksmanship." Seeing this scene, the Shura phantom widened his eyes and froze in place. What's going on? Is this inheritance completed? This guy doesn't have time for a cup of tea. This kid learned so fast? Little guy, have you learned? Shura Shuang asked in surprise. Lin Chen smiled, but did not speak. He decisively pulled the golden war gun in his hand, and suddenly stabbed several guns. The gun shadow trajectory was domineering and fierce, proudly not afraid of the taste of life and death. Silence. Eerie silence. That Shura phantom stared at Lin Chen with a ghost-like expression. Genius. No. A genius, a world-shattering genius. Holy realm? No, the genius of my Shura tribe is not inferior to the genius of the holy realm of the human race, and cannot be compared with this child at all. Could it be from the god realm? Thinking of a certain possibility, Shura Shuang asked Lin Chen earnestly. Human boy, are you from the human god realm? When asked this question, Lin Chen was stunned. It is estimated that the speed of starting the system to receive inheritance is too fast, causing the other party to suspect? How should I answer this? Can't say I have a system? And the other party asked what kind of god realm it was. He had never heard of the god realm. He had a ghost relationship with the god realm, and he had never been to the holy realm. Besides, he doesn't know the actual situation of the other party. In case the other party's Shura clan and the human race of the god realm have any grudges. If he is on the wrong team, this is the Shura temple, and I'm afraid that he will be slapped to death in minutes. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was ambiguous. He raised his head 45 degrees, and said with a somber expression, Senior, don't mention this word. People always have to be a little secretive. Shura phantom shocked. Is this child really related to the God realm? God realm. Casually walking out of a being from it is a plane of destruction. The existence of a civilization that destroys the world. It is their honor to be able to allow a creature from the gods to accept the inheritance of their Shura clan. Unexpectedly, our Shura clan also picked up a treasure this time. Shura Shuang's heart set off a storm, and then with a wave of his hand, the gate of the Imperial Palace opened, leading to the next Imperial Palace. Kid Lin Chen, the 100-spear fighting emperor, is divided into 100 styles. Every time you defeat an Shura war emperor, you will get one style. Inheritance. The 100 styles are integrated, and the power is infinite. How much power you can have depends on how much you can comprehend. At least, it should not lose to the top martial arts of your Kyushu mainland human race. Shura Shuang smiled proudly. Then I'll wait and see. Lin Chen's figure flashed, and he jumped into the space passage of the second Imperial Palace. Then, in the space passage, he opened the nailing rings of the two descendants of the false gods of the sword family that he had killed earlier. System, break down all the exercises in these two Na rings for me. Consume 3,900 Heavenly Dao points, decompose all the exercises in the target nailing ring, and obtain 37,500 points of intermediate level exercise essence. Lin Chen glanced at himself, and he still had more than 150,000 intermediate level martial arts spirits, with a solemn expression. This time, in the Azura 100 Emperor's Hall, there is an urgent shortage of martial arts spirits. In this 100 guns fighting emperor, Lin Chen expected that it might be a battle skill above the advanced purple level. In the history of the Kyushu continent, there were only a dozen or so times for the advanced purple level exercises, and the top level purple level exercises were even rarer. Even if there is an Azura war emperor who is classified as a good inheritance memory, to inherit this combat skill, I am afraid that a large amount of intermediate level martial arts will have to be consumed. In the trial of the Shura 100 Emperor's Hall, in addition to the inheritance of combat skills, you can also gain the battle aura of the Shura clan. If you repeat the inheritance a few times, I will be able to step into the late stage of the 9th level in one breath. Lin Chen's expression was excited, the space channel cracked, and he descended into the second Imperial Palace again. This time, it was the tall and straight female Shura holding the gun, with her back to Lin Chen, valiantly. It turned out to be a human race, that's all. The strong is the king, take over. The tall female Shura's eyes froze, a killing intent appeared on her cold cheeks, and the illusory battle gun in her hand swept down. Quadruple transformation. Lin Chen's whole body was full of momentum, and he suddenly launched a quadruple change. The two afterimages turned into divine light that shattered the heavens, and the earth flashed and collided in the temple. The two war guns collided, stabbing and slashing back and forth like lightning. Every shot of this female Azura was quite heavy. The illusory figure of the female Shura is spinning like a spinning top, and the spinning gun dance is pulled out. The fighting spirit of the 9 tribulations burned and turned into 9 battle wheels that rose above Lin Chen's head, and shot dozens of shots in a row. After hundreds of rounds of hard fighting, Lin Chen created a gap between the attacks with a move of Shura's wrath, one shot to determine the outcome, and penetrated her body. Good marksmanship is also a leader in my family. This is the inheritance of the second style, take it. When the illusory figure of the female Shura reappeared, it became even more illusory. The jade finger lightly tapped, and the streamer entered Lin Chen's eyebrows. An energy burning like a fire dragon was injected into Lin Chen's body. In addition to inheriting memories, there was also a huge amount of qi and blood, energy and pure fighting spirit. Boom! The vast war energy Yuanfu has condensed into 9 color crystals, which is the 7th Yuanfu crystal condensed. Lin Chen has entered the late stage of the 9th level, condensing 2 battle spirit crystals, that is the half-emperor. Absorbing the qi and blood energy from the Daigo empowerment, Lin Chen's pure power has been promoted to 990,000 dragon power, and the increase of the divine power is already 999,999 dragon power. There is only one step away from the Emperor body refinement. What? This kid inherits so quickly? The female Shura was stunned. Lin Chen waved his hand, jumped into the space passage of the 3rd Imperial Palace, and waved his thanks to the female Shura. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The purple pattern on the senior is very beautiful. The female Shura was stunned, and looked down at her broken leg armor, with a hint of shame and anger on her face. This human rascal. The 3rd Imperial Palace, this time, the shadow of the Azure War Emperor, with its backs and waists, is overwhelmingly imposing, burning with blood like a mad dragon. After death, such powerful blood fluctuations can still remain. Body King. Lin Chen landed, focused on it, and launched 5 changes. Temporarily promoted to the limit of half-emperor. Boom. 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 The other party took the lead, and the momentum was like 1,000 troops stepping on the iron hoof, and it was about to smash the mountains and rivers of thousands of miles. Brilliant demon fury. 100 spear fighting emperor, reverse life and death. Lin Chen's anger shook the sky, the imperial palace crumbled, and he burst out with 2 big killing moves. Collision. This time, it's a one-shot victory. Lin Chen was out of breath, and the 2 shots that burst out with all his strength exhausted all his fighting spirit. The situation was special, and he did not dare to use the ultimate return easily, because there was no attribute light ball here, and after running out of talent points, it would be gone. Well, as expected of the inheritor that my family has been waiting for many years, this is the 3rd style of the 100 spear fighting emperor. Take it. The Azure War Emperor gave Lin Chen a compliment, waved his hand, and 3 color streamers merged into Lin Chen's body, which were the fusion of battle, qi and blood, and the inheritance of memory. Lin Chen used the spirit of the practice technique again to receive the inheritance like lightning, and then he turned on the decomposition function. The host consumes 530 Heavenly Dao points, decomposes 16 6th order medicinal materials, 2 7th order heavenly materials and treasures, and obtains 29,850 points of battle spirit essence, 89 points of water energy. Decompose herbs. This is the first step for Lin Chen to restore the replenishment consumption. In the Shura Palace, he can only go forward without any resources to replenish. The resources used for recovery, such as medicinal pills, are very precious, not to mention being able to use the purple class talent of extreme return to Yuan. Lin Chen doesn't dare to waste a single cent of his resources, even if he consumes the Heavenly Dao value to decompose the medicinal materials. He does not intend to easily take the medicinal pills on hand or use the ultimate return to recover. With talent points, Lin Chen still has 420,000 points left. In rune energy, Lin Chen still has more than 280,000 points. Heavenly Dao value, Lin Chen still has more than 240,000 points. These attribute values are all attribute values obtained thanks to the descendants of the false gods who killed the 2 war emperors, and the gray-robed old man who injured the 5th war emperor. Lin Chen has to rely on these attribute values to support the final Shura Palace. 5th, 6th. Finally, when it came to the opponent he encountered in the 7th Imperial Palace, Lin Chen couldn't get past the 5 changes alone. Lin Chen began to sacrifice his phantom runes. The avatar holds the Minuetian Kingdao, 1 knife and 1 shot, and fights. With the avatar, Lin Chen broke 4 imperial palaces in 1 breath, fighting all the way, winning all the way. However, when it came to the 12th Imperial Palace, the opponent used to be in the late stage of the 1st level, before his death. Even after his death, the strength of the battle experience alone is still a mess. A clone alone is not enough. Lin Chen mobilized the 2nd sword clone and appeared on the stage with white frost blue rainbow in hand. 1 body, 2 avatars. A fierce fight, all the way to the 19th Imperial Palace. In the 20th seat, Lin Chen encountered a silver armor Shura, and the main body and the double avatar could not fight for a long time. Finally, the 3rd Phantom Avatar was also used. With the assistance of the Wan Xinglei Anger Bow, Lin Chen is like a broken bamboo in an instant. The effect of 1 + 1 is far more than 2, not to mention the 4th Lin Chen teaming up. Lin Chen has no idea how much time has passed in the outside world, he only knows how to fight. Fighting. Endless battle. Only by fighting all the way can you survive. All the way to fight, invincible. Time passed by like a white horse. Lin Chen was caught in an endless battle, as if he could not stop for a moment. Once stopped, it is recovery, that is, recovery within limited resources. Lin Chen broke through to the 40th Imperial Palace in 1 breath. Finally, in the 42nd Imperial Palace, the strength of the opponent before his death was already a watershed between the 2nd level battle Emperor and the 1st level battle Emperor. It was as strong as the 3 avatars and the main body combined, and it was difficult to shake. The Imperial Palace that you enter in the future is not only able to withstand it by quantity. Lin Chen's trump cards finally began to be opened one by one. Start using the Level 5 Charge Rune. In conjunction with the Battle of the Clone, the 5 level charging rune is only used at the most critical moment, and the victory or defeat will be determined by several tricks. The 50th Imperial Palace. Lin Chen can't keep up with the consumption of his energy to recover his fighting spirit alone, so he launched the extreme return to Yuan for the first time in the Imperial Palace. In the process of entering the 100 Emperors Hall alone, Lin Chen's gains along the way are also not small, and his strength has steadily improved step by step, which is more than several times stronger than before entering the Emperor's Hall. However, his cultivation base has been completely locked in the field of half Step Emperor and 990,000 dragon power. Because as long as one more step is taken, it is the Battle Emperor realm. Lin Chen, waiting for this opportunity. The 60th Imperial Palace. The opponent's strength during his lifetime had reached the middle stage of the 2nd level. From here, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Chen to defeat every Shura Battle Emperor. Their combat experience and other factors were completely superior to him. However, the best opponent is the best teacher. Lin Chen learned too many fighting skills through these Shura war emperors. In the 68th Imperial Palace, even if the rechargeable rune is activated, the damage it can cause to the Shura war emperor is minimal. Lin Chen finally offered another trump card to penetrate the rune. Charging and penetrating, the two characteristic runes show great power. All the way to break through the 74th Imperial Palace. In the 75th Imperial Palace, Lin Chen encountered an Azure war Emperor in purple robe armor. His cultivation was close to the second stage in his lifetime. Even if he fell into a phantom, his fighting power would still be invincible. As soon as Lin Chen came up, he was beaten and retreated, and even the three avatars were almost destroyed. Finally, Lin Chen entered the final moment. The avatar is assisted, and the main body is full of firepower. Breaking into the 85th Imperial Palace, the three avatars and the main body all entered the final moment. Lin Chen took out all the combat power. In the 88th Imperial Palace, Lin Chen defeated a murderous red-haired Shura, and the talent points and rune energy in his system were running out. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and breathless, his expression was unprecedentedly cold, and there was no trace of emotion. Definitely not the slightest bit of cynicism in the past. Along the way, Lin Chen didn't know how many ultra-high-intensity battles he had experienced, and there was almost no interval for rest. The inheritance of the Azure 100 Emperor's Hall is not at all a level 4 people to take. This battle alone is enough to kill any arrogant genius. This inheritance was originally only suitable for the fighting race of the Shura family. The Shura family seldom practiced, they all made breakthroughs in battles, had epiphanies in battles, and advanced in battles. Fighting is their only way to cultivate. There are still 130,000 rune energy points, and only 70,000 talent points left. According to this rhythm, in the next palace, I have to use the slow rune to defeat the opponent, and the rest of these attributes it's worth. It's simply not enough for me to pass the 100th Imperial Palace. Lin Chen's heart was indifferent and plain, with countless thoughts surging. If you want to survive, there is only one possibility. Then let's see, whether death catches up with me, Lin Chen, or I, Lin Chen, rushes into the Battle Emperor realm first. Lin Chen held up the 5 Dragons Dynasty Emperor spear floating in the void. The spear body evoked its master's fighting intent, and throbbed. Staring at Lin Chen, who jumped into the space passage without hesitation, the red-haired Shura said in amazement. What an outstanding young man, this son has not even been able to get here all the way to the Emperor level strength. If this is a young man from my Shura clan, how good it would be. 89 Imperial Palaces, the space barrier is crumbling. A blue-clothed Shura fought against Lin Chen and the 3 phantom clones who entered the final moment. In the end, Lin Chen created a battle gap with a level 5 slowness rune and defeated the opponent in an instant. In the 90th Imperial Palace, Lin Chen was completely suppressed by a golden armored Shura after entering. This is the Shura War Emperor who had a triple-level early-stage cultivation level during his lifetime. Even after his death, his strength is still comparable to that of an ordinary human race triple-level early-stage battle. Emperor Lin Chen had no chance of retreating in the battle. He activated the rank 5 slowness rune 3 times in a row to create a chance for victory. At this time, his rune energy was only 50,000 points left. It's almost time to touch the boundaries of the War Emperor realm. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This time, he did not choose to rest. After accepting the inheritance, jump into the space channel. 91 Imperial Palaces, silver-haired Shura majestic and majestic. Fingered dragon guns, proudly looking down at Lin Chen. Dark thunder-breaking arrow. A violet light lightning arrow shot like a pole star, mixed with dark light. Rotation, bursting with a sharp edge that penetrated the galaxy, shooting towards the silver-haired Shura. Lin Chen did his best as soon as they met. The silver-haired Shura's eyes froze, and he instantly turned the gun and waved angrily. Clang! Boom! The dragon roared like thunder, the arrows were scattered, Lin Chen's Xian arrow was blasted away with a single shot, and Lin Chen and his clone continued to launch the ultimate moment, swarming up. Oh, the human race also wants to take away the inheritance of this seat? Die. The spear technique covered the sky and danced wildly, like a wave of slaughtering Luoyu waves rolling away. Lin Chen's face changed slightly. Pulling the spear tip, Bai Shuang Qinghong sword and Minji Yuishan Qingdao collided again and again, colliding endlessly. Spark. Pft. Lin Chen bleeds from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and insisted. This Shura War Emperor is already stronger than the black-robed war Emperor that Yun Mingqing had invited, and he is a bit stronger than most of the 3-level early human race war emperors. At this time, the 9 battle-chi robbery wheels suddenly reflected infinite rays of light from Lin Chen's body. This is? Lin Chen was stunned, and then there was ecstasy. Nirvana moment? This kid has the best chance to advance? That silver-haired Shura had a weird and tsk look on his face. The moment of nirvana is an eternal miracle that can only appear when the life potential and cultivation potential of a creature is stimulated to the extreme. Triggering this opportunity will increase the probability of entering the realm of the Emperor of War by 30%. 30% chance. This concept is only available at the moment of nirvana, and no high-level pills in the mortal world can do it. However, it's a pity. I'm not a good person. I hate your human race very much. This moment of nirvana is your downfall, and it's impossible to give you a chance to advance. The silver-haired Azura let out a wicked laugh, just as he was about to pursue the victory. A shattering explosion of ka bang suddenly came from Lin Chen's body. Crystal from the broken Yuanfu? You want to forcibly enter the War Emperor? Lin Chen broke the boat and completely confused the silver-haired Shura. Ruthless. Absolutely crazy. Even if there is a moment of nirvana, attacking the Battle Emperor realm is a gamble of life and death, but he was able to risk his own life without hesitation at the moment of this battle. Even if it was him, he couldn't compare to 1/10 of this human race kid. In terms of madness, Lin Chen is not afraid of anyone. You did frighten me, but you advanced in the battle. Are you looking down on this seat? Do you think I will give you this chance? One shot smashed Lin Chen's 2 clones, and the silver-haired Shura roared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pulled the golden battle spear and rushed towards the silver-haired Shura without any timidity, and smiled sternly. The path I want to take has been decided from the beginning. Let's see if you kill me first, or if I advance to the War Emperor first. Nearly 8 months have passed since the opening of the 9 tombs of Shura. During these 8 months, most of the powerhouses from all walks of life have left, and most of the people who stayed behind were watching dramas, picking up leaks, or being curious. Because those 3 people haven't left yet. Longqi's 3 5th layer late. Battle Emperors. Being able to keep 3 people outside the 9 tombs of Shura for so long is definitely tricky. Maybe if they stop for a while, there will be a fortuitous harvest. Therefore, there are still more than a dozen war emperors left at the scene. 8 months is nothing to them who have spent tens of thousands of years. The space barrier of the 9 tombs of Shura has recovered the tomb, and the inside can only be exited but not entered. No one can enter to find out. After another 1,000 years, it may be reopened. Suddenly, the world changed suddenly. This momentum alarmed all the war emperors who were hiding in the dark. And Long Qi and other three. Dark clouds appeared, and Tianwei shook. Lightning surges, and the wind dances wildly. One after another auspicious aurora intertwined vertically and horizontally. 999 dragon-shaped sky flames merged into a pillar of fire, 999 water calamity. Real lights were laid like a sky net, and 999 Bingjin gas turned into a golden circle screen, covering the heavens. The spirit of 999 tribulations of wood. Robbery is in full swing, breaking out of the ground and changing thousands of branches. Within 100,000 miles, the sea of trees descends. 999 Daojia. Xingyua's fighting spirits are listed in the mountains, all of which only happen in a few short breaths. Between the heavens and the earth, there is a sign of 9 kinds of heavenly tribulation fighting qi erecting the sky, like a 9-layered sky tower. The first layer is higher than the first layer. This sign of luck rushed straight into the endless void, rushed out of the sky tower, and rushed out of the Kyushu continent. This is the atmosphere of the emperor. Someone becomes an emperor. That's not right. When I became emperor, I wasn't so perverted, even less than 1/10,000th of this. It's strange, this is the area near the 9 tombs of Shura, and all of them are quite dangerous. How can there be people below the battle emperor realm? Approaching? The war emperors who were hiding in the shadows showed their curiosity and doubts, but the 3 people in Long Qi were staring at the 9th tomb of the 9 tombs of Shura. You can't go wrong, there are no creatures below the battle emperor realm around here. It's definitely that little bastard. He actually became the emperor of war in such a short period of time. Could it be that he has obtained the inheritance of the 9th tomb? Damn it. Throughout the history of the Kyushu continent and the Tsong Pagoda, for hundreds of thousands of years, I have never seen such a vision of the emperor. This sun, the potential is too terrifying, and it must be strangled. It must be killed. No matter how strong he is only a young man who has just entered the war emperor. The 3 of us join forces. As long as he shows up, we will be able to kill him completely. Kyushu mainland, Lingzhou. Tianga Academy, above a sky palace soaring into the sky, the figure fluttering in white clothes is out of the dust. The beauty seemed to sense something. She turned her head back, looked in a certain direction, and whispered softly. The aura of this heavenly robbery could it be that little guy? What a terrifying vision of the emperor. I am afraid it will alarm all the top powerhouses in the Kyushu continent, maybe even some forces in the holy world. It's only been a year, how far have you grown? The vice president was amazed, the corners of his beautiful lips slightly lifted. The pseudo-god who once coveted this continent, it won't be long before your opponent will appear. Above a certain sacred mountain, a majestic and vast figure flashed suddenly. Bright, great, compassionate, as if the sacred atmosphere that condenses everything in the world, inviolable. That direction is inside the sky tower. Could it be that people from the holy realm secretly came to Kyushu to train juniors? Humph. If the people of the Holy Realm come, it will be nothing more than launching another war. We are the true God, what is there to be afraid of? The anger shook the universe, and the whole world was crumbling. Above the sacred mountain, those beautiful and peerless statues revealed a poignant beauty of despair, reflecting this sacred world, adding a bit of dryness and coldness. Holy Realm, Bafang Yun Tian, Wuji Holy Palace. Inside the palace, a young man with a face like a crown of jade, with a touch of sapphire between his eyebrows, was holding a cup of hot tea at this time, looking at the chess game with a leisurely expression. Contrary to his youthful appearance, the young man's brows were full of vicissitudes, as if the old man was contemplating. Suddenly, the young man looked towards the cloudy distance and wondered. Huh? Strange, how can there be such a vision? Someone is sanctified. Palace master, what's wrong? Sitting on the opposite side, the white-haired old man with a whisk in his hand smiled immortally. The young man's expression suddenly changed from doubt to seriousness, and finally to shock. No. It's not sanctification, it's just emperor. What kind of enchanting talent is this? The opportunity created by the emperor's vision can be spread to the vicinity of the holy world. Could it be which God's son was crowned emperor? That direction is the world of the world, the continent of Kyushu. Only gods come to the world. Send messengers to find out. Holy realm, Tianshu River. Inside a white jade pavilion on a holy mountain, the eyes of the old man suddenly became particularly sharp. The emperor's vision, its chi has spread to the holy world, unheard of. Come on. Send messengers to the Kyushu continent in the human world. Dare to ask the elders whether to send a holy place or not. No. Under the holy land, avoid alarming some guys who are hiding in the dark. On this day, the holy world shook. The 9th Shura tomb, 91 imperial palaces. The silver-haired Shura was in a state of embarrassment, staring at the boy in front of him in disbelief. What a powerful strength, you kid, what kind of exercises are you practicing? As if he didn't hear the question from the silver-haired war emperor, the silver-robed youth, who stepped in the void, showed an intoxicated look. Lin Chen looked around at the situation in his body, all the war energy Yuan Fu disappeared, but the whole body was like the creation of the world. Magical. Craftsmanship, ever-changing. Every meridian is filled with energy like rivers and seas, every bone contains thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, every inch of flesh and blood is filled with energy that shatters the void, as if the entire body has surpassed the level of mortal body, and the concept has received an unprecedented new transformation. This is the Battle Emperor realm. Lin Chen clenched his fists, and finally stared at the position of his heart. At the position of his heart, there was an additional battle chi profound wheel that curved like a moon. With 9 colors, the whole body has the power of infinite catastrophe, and even Lin Chen, who is his master, feels lingering fears in his heart. This is the life wheel of battle chi. The crystal of Yuan Fu is broken into the source of battle chi, which condenses the body of the war emperor. If the transformation is successful, it will be a life wheel, and the person who condenses the life wheel is the war emperor. The emperor's body has the power to penetrate the life and death of heaven and earth, and has nearly 100,000 lifespans. Raising his hand into a fist, Lin Chen did not activate his combat skills, and punched him violently in the direction of the silver-haired Shura. Like the roar of 10,000 dragons, the powerful punch of the heavenly robbery erupted violently. The opponent's expression changed slightly, he turned the tip of the spear in his palm, and swept the spear in awe, tearing apart Lin Chen's fighting spirit, making the surrounding space tremble. Not only did you step into the Battle Emperor realm, but even the pure power reached 1.25 million dragon power. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen couldn't help grinning, and finally laughed wildly up to the sky. This is the first time that he has broken into the Azure 100 Emperor's Hall. Until now, laughing so freely. The 21-year-old Emperor of War is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. At this time, the system jumped out a light screen. Congratulations to the host for entering the Battle Emperor realm, triggering the special reward mechanism of the system. The generous rewards have been issued. Please check the host. Congratulations to the host for entering the Battle Emperor realm, triggering the system's special reward mechanism. Rewards: 100,000 talent points, 100,000 Heavenly Dao points, 100,000 rune energy, 50,000 mid-level martial arts spirits, 20 characteristic runestones, blue-level talent fragment. Hyperdimensional teleportation, 3/3, Blue order talent, ultradimensional teleportation has been automatically fused. Please connect the host to the talent bar to get the usage method. Given that it is too difficult for the host to advance to the Battle Emperor realm, the system specially gives the host 1,000 blank attributes. Blank attribute values can be converted into any attribute at will, which can be obtained by picking attributes and fusing other attribute values. Since the attribute value is extremely rare, the probability of the host picking it up is small. A brand new pure white attribute light ball appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes, and it was placed between his eyebrows. This blank attribute completely stunned him for a moment. What property value is this? Can it be converted to other attribute values? Regardless of his attribute value, at least Brother Chen, I survived. I want to see who else can stop me in this Azure 100 Emperor Palace. Lin Chen's aura shook all directions. The entire Imperial Palace was crumbling, and the Imperial Spear of the Five Dragon Dynasty swept into Lin Chen's hands. The current Lin Chen can perfectly display the true edge of the Five Dragons Dynasty Emperor Spear. After being promoted to the Emperor of War, Lin Chen's combat aura cultivation was several times stronger than before, dozens of times or even nearly 100 times. Originally, the first and second levels of the Battle Emperor, which had to be fought against by various means, required all their trump cards to compete with the third level of the Battle Emperor. Now, in his eyes, they are not worth a slap at all. Bang! Boom boom boom. Brush. 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 The purple phoenix wings flapped with a sonic boom, and Lin Chen turned into moonlight, so fast that the silver-haired War Emperor couldn't react. Do Huang's 7-style wave turns the clouds. The war gun danced, like a bunch of waves of tens of thousands of feet rolling over, slapped in rage. The twisting heavenly robbery war atmosphere turned into a wave-like spear shadow, and the silver-haired Shura's expression changed in horror. This trick of this man is almost seamless. 100 guns fighting Emperor Long Gongpa. The spear turned into a dragon, and it bit and rammed it head-on. The chaotic and strangling gun shadows fought frantically. Lin Chen turned his wrist, and his marksmanship changed again. Do Huang Style 9, water cut off. The spear moved like soft water, but it exuded a strong and sharp aura, from soft to rigid, in just one thought. A section of water light split life and death, crossed the sky, and swept the clouds and sky, and after tearing the shadow of the dragon light, it slammed down the head and smashed it on the shoulder of the silver-haired Shura, and it broke apart an inch. 2 strokes. Comparable to the masters of the Shura clan in the early stage of the third stage, Lin Chen only used 2 moves. Even Zura Jiuhuang Change and many other cards are useless. Along the way, Lin Chen has learned a lot of combat experience and skills in the Shura 100 Emperor's Hall. His marksmanship already has a divine verve. coupled with his 9 heavenly robbery battle body enhancements and his pure power blessing as a body refining emperor, not to mention his terrifyingly fast movement speed. Now Lin Chen has the confidence to single out any triple battle emperor or even quadruple battle emperor. If all the trump cards such as the 4 characteristic runes are used, it is as strong as the 5-layer war emperor, and he dares to fight with a gun. Of course, it also depends on the quality of the 5th-layer war emperor. If he encountered a woman in a plain skirt when he entered the temple, then if he came from the level of the holy world, if the opponent was a 5th-layer cultivation base, he would have to run away. I, Yin Hui, have always refused to obey the human race, but today, I will obey you. Lingzhou Lin Chen, you are qualified to base the inheritance and will of my Shura clan. This is the 91st style of the 100 spear fighting. Emperor Long Gongpa, take it. Go. As soon as he pointed it out, the figure of the silver-haired Shura became more and more transparent, and thousands of the essence of war poured into Lin Chen's body like a daigo, nourishing on his lifewheel of war. After automatically consuming 2,300 points of Kung Fu, Lin Chen got the 91st style. In this regard, Lin Chen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is the inheritance of combat skills. If the combat skills of the 100 guns fighting emperor were directly placed in front of him, he would not be able to learn it without an intermediate level martial arts spirit with 1,000,000 points or more. Inheritance memory means that the other party will empower the inheritor with the essence of knowledge about the methods of cultivation and the main points. This process consumes the essence of the practice method only to speed up the process. After inheriting this spear style, Lin Chen's cultivation realm was slightly consolidated, and his pure strength increased by 20,000 dragon power. That kind of inheritance speed frightened the silver-haired Shura Yin Hui again. The first time I used the Godslayer talent, the cultivation base was probably around the 2nd level of War Emperor, the second time was between the 4th and 3rd level of War Emperor. Lin Chen was lost in thought. Now, his strength is not comparable to himself, who has the talent of God Killer, but his combat power is not weak at all. Because as long as he activates the Phantom Rune, he can have 3 in his body. A super clone of general strength. No, it's 4. Ha ha ha, system, upgrade the Phantom Runes for me. Consumes 20 characteristic rune evolution stones, and the Phantom Rune is upgraded to level 5. It can differentiate into 4 phantom clones with the host's fighting consciousness, which consumes less rune energy, has a stronger effect, and increases the anti-strike ability. It's cool. His uncles, as long as he sees Long Qi again, I have to peel off his skin. For clones, plus someone from Lin, fight 1 out of 5, even in the late stage of the 5th layer, the skin will be peeled off. Lin Chen is confident that the 5 self will go together, and a strong person like Long Qi will have to drink a pot. Well, get the inheritance first. There are 9 imperial palaces left, let's go all the way. Lin Chen, who was very happy in his heart, jumped into the space passage and continued to the next imperial palace. During this period of time, he had been holding back for too long. He was caught in an unprecedented long-term high-intensity battle, and his nerves were completely tense. After all, if he could not break through the Emperor of War, or if the breakthrough failed, he would only have a dead end. Now that he has been promoted to the Emperor of War, Lin Chen exudes confidence with ease at all times. The 92nd to 99th imperial palaces, without any obstacles, Lin Chen broke through in one day. The last imperial hall, in the void, the blue-eyed Shura, wearing a golden shirt, looked directly at Lin Chen in the hall and smiled lightly. If you can take a move from this seat without falling behind, you have passed. Lin Chen, who was about to launch the final moment, was startled, and he was a little puzzled. Senior, can't you just fight with one move? Ha ha ha. Young people of the human race, when you were crowned emperor, this seat has already sensed your weather. From ancient times to the present, perhaps only the Son of God can suppress you. Compared with the arrogance of your human race, you still belong to the upper middle level. With such a character, why should this seat embarrass you? We, the Shura clan, have been waiting for a successor for too long. Even if we fight with you, this corpse of this seat is very likely to be defeated. Lin Chen wondered, Son of God? He, they are the descendants of the blood of the gods. Each of their talents is unparalleled for eternity. No common sense applies to the sons of gods. Some sons of gods are born in the Yuanzuan realm. It is already in the realm of the Emperor of War. The way of cultivation is like a smooth avenue. And before becoming a saint, there is almost no bottleneck. Blue-eyed Shura sighed. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Born as Yuanzun, when you are an adult, you will be crowned emperor? Is this the true descendant of God? Those descendants of the false gods on the Kyushu continent are completely unworthy of shoes compared to the legendary Son of God. Seeing the change in his expression, the blue-eyed Shura smiled and said, Little guy, you don't have to think too much. The 21-year-old battle emperor is invincible in the Kyushu continent, even in the entire human world. There are not many in the world. The holy world is also a talent that can be used. Besides, you are born in the endless road of killing. You are very inherited from our Shura family. You fight against adversity and die. In some respects, you are more pampered than those pampered sons of God. Threatening. At least in terms of looks, they have already lost. Lin Chen smiled, but he didn't dare to have any pride in his heart. The pseudo-god descendant with the bloodline of the saint has already swept the level of the same level. How powerful is it to have the real divine bloodline? Don't be arrogant or impetuous, you will become a great weapon. The blue-eyed Shura was concise, glanced at Lin Chen in praise. Waved his hand, and a ray of starlight entered Lin Chen's eyebrows. 4,800 points of cultivation essence have been automatically consumed to speed up the inheritance. The inheritance memory of the last style of 100 guns fighting emperor was integrated into Lin Chen's mind and body. His life wheel slowly rotated around, and his cultivation improved slightly. Battle Emperor First Layer Middle Stage. The complete 100 guns fighting emperor is integrated, and the charm between Lin Chen's eyebrows has an air of fierce killing. This is the unique temperament of the Shura family. Years of battle have given them a pure killing intent that ordinary creatures do not have. The aggression in actual combat is far beyond ordinary creatures. TSK. Sure enough, the speed of accepting inheritance is unbelievable. Human Lin Chen, enter the imperial palace to accept the inheritance of my Shura clan. My Shura clan does not have much fighting heritage. We only rely on the instinctive characteristics of blood to fight, so there is not much for you in terms of combat skills, but it can make you the weapon is even better. Blue-eyed Shura stroked the void, the imperial palace shook, and a cauldron pond slowly rose from the cracked ground. There was a faint blue smoke flowing in the cauldron pond, and the pure Killing aura was overflowing, and there was also the pure source of Gengjin. This is? Lin Chen's pupils shrank. Judging from his casting attainments, this thing is ingenious, and there is a hidden taste of reshaping the origin of the weapon. This is the source of Azura's fighting spirit. It is a spiritual object that can only be condensed when many Azura clans fall in one place at the same time. It can refine the fighting spirit and improve the rank of the weapon. Blue-eyed Shura's expression suddenly became solemn. Boy, enter the cauldron. Accept the training. Lin Chen was unambiguous, jumped into the giant cauldron, the blurred blue smoke shrank and tightened in an instant, like a pervasive hairspring entering Lin Chen's body. His 9-color battle aura life wheel began to throb slightly. 9 kinds of heavenly robbery battle energy flowed from the wheel of life, washed and condensed by blue smoke again and again. The host gets 50 fire energy, 50 water energy, 40 earth energy, 80 gold energy, 40 wind energy, 40 light energy, 50 dark energy. The system light screen popped up one after another. Although Lin Chen's combat aura did not improve, his 9 elemental attributes have been soaring. Cannot stop at all. 8,000 points, 9,000 points, 10,000 points. When Lin Chen's 9 attributes all exceeded 10,000 points, his 9 Tribulations battle chi had undergone an amazing transformation. The whole body reflects 9 colors of light. This is, my heavenly tribulation battle body has been promoted? Lin Chen was amazed. The higher the element attribute value, the stronger his calamity battle body, and the more battle chi that the battle chi life wheel can hold. Sure enough, it's a good seedling that has never been seen before. It has persisted for so long without any rejection. Blue-eyed Shura's eyes are getting brighter. When Lin Chen's 9 element attribute values all continued to soar to 15,000 points, Lin Chen's beginning gradually felt severe pain. When breaking through 21,000 points, Lin Chen's body surface began to gradually collapse. Blood. That is the body of a king. Huh? What is this? Lin Chen subconsciously motivated the 9 tribulations battle chi. When the 9 types of heavenly tribulation battle forms were launched, the 9 types of heavenly tribulation battle chi began to merge. Suddenly, the blue-eyed Shura's expression changed slightly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it like lightning, pulling Lin Chen out of the cauldron. 5 hours, you are too fierce. My expectation was that you could only last for half an hour at most. What kind of freak are you? The blue-eyed Shura, whose figure gradually became transparent, looked at Lin Chen in amazement and shook his head. His eyes seemed to be discovering a new continent. It's a pity. If my cultivation is stronger, maybe I can last for a while. Lin Chen shouted. A pity, this is so fucking cool. The attribute value of 9 intermediate elements exceeds 21,000 points. This way, Lin Chen, who has killed many emperors, only has an average of about 6,000 points each. This time, he has obtained more than 10,000 points in this cauldron pool, and there are 9 attributes together. This is simply a treasure pool. Okay, don't talk about it, kid. I can only last for a quarter of an hour. When I was baptized before death, you motherfucker is content. Blue-eyed Shura couldn't help laughing and scolding. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and grinned. No way, I really don't have any advantages other than being handsome and durable. It's just one of my specialties. Put your weapon in, and walk to the stone tablet. The stone tablet records many unique skills of my Shura family. However, the stone tablet will only pass on suitable exercises for you based on your physique and the exercises You have cultivated. This thing is it's about chance, and you can't force it. The blue-eyed Shura pointed to a 1,000-zhang stone monument at the end of the imperial palace. The whole body was engraved with talismans, like dragon patterns, which recorded the civilization and vicissitudes of the Shura family. Put my weapon in? Lin Chen thought for a while, and his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 5 top weapons were thrown into the ding pond. They are gold wire and silver imperial armor, Wanqing Thunder Fury Bow, Minji Yuishan Qingdao and Baishuang Qinghong sword, as well as the 5 dragon dynasty imperial spear used by Lin Chen all the year round. 5 top weapons entered the cauldron pool, and the blurred blue smoke was absorbed, and the blue pool water condensed by Shura's original source of war began to rise up. All the weapons are tempered by Shura's original source of warfare. Unless the ordinary weapons are damaged by high grade, it is extremely difficult to upgrade the grade after the finished product. But Shura's fighting spirit can temper the killing of a weapon, which is equivalent to improving the spirituality of the weapon and increasing the quality of the finished weapon, so it will break through the boundaries for a period of growth. Lin Chen walked to the Azura stone steel, wondering what kind of unique skills the Azura clan would give him this time. Or say nothing? Lin Chen put his palm on the stone tablet, and turned his mind. The stone tablet trembled slightly. Boom! Boom! A desolate and quaint majestic killing aura emerged from the stone tablet, like thousands of sharp knives slashing towards Lin Chen. It was passed down from Lin Chen's Tianling Geidutu and spread all over his body. Eyes narrowed, Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and the terrifying killing momentum swept the imperial palace. The inheritance stone tablet is actively considering him? Blue-eyed Shura frowned and stared at Lin Chen seriously. This tug-of-war seems to have been going on for a long time, and half a month has passed in the outside world. In the past half-month, the original source of Azura's fighting spirit in the ancient cauldron was absorbed by Lin Chen's 5 weapons. Collective transformation grade. For major weapons, all advanced to the 7th order high-level low-grade. The Emperor Spear of the 5 Dragons dynasty has entered the 7th order high-grade rank. On the 16th day, the desolate and simple killing intent suddenly weakened, and an aperture began to drop, as if measuring Lin Chen. I've been recognized by the inheritance stone tablet. I just don't know what rank this kid will get. The blue-eyed Shura looked excited, and saw that a hook pattern rose straight through the stone tablet, and the Shura stone tablet lit up with green light. In turn, green tear? No, it should be more than that. Blue-eyed Shura was shocked, staring at the hooked light. The rays of light danced like dragons and snakes, all the way to the top of the stone monument. The rays of light emitted from green to blue, from blue to blue, and finally reached the top purple. Straight to the top. Finally, there is no light. What? No rank? Blue-eyed Shura was stunned. But at this time, Lin Chen had a stream of information injected into his mind. The 6th and 7th secrets of Azura Jiuhuang transformation are inherited, and the last 2 transformations have been lost in the history of the Azura world. Lin Chen's expression instantly burst into ecstasy. It turned out to be Shura Jiuhuang transformation. This rankless exercise is only the incomplete part, with only 5 changes. Its importance to Lin Chen can even be compared to the ace-level purple rank. Talent of ultimate moment, such as now he actually got the 6th and 7th. A legacy of change. The secret of this cultivation technique, the further the enhancement effect is, the more terrifying it is. It's good news and bad news. The last two changes have been lost in the history of the Shura world, and I'm afraid they have become exercises that are difficult to complete in my lifetime. However, with these 7 changes, my strength has increased. Turn it up a lot. A large number of inherited memories poured into the sea of spiritual knowledge, and Lin Chen took them all according to the order, and this time it was memory inheritance, not direct learning. The system consumed 9,800 points of intermediate-level martial arts spirit, and it only took half a day to receive it perfectly. Huh. It's really terrifying to start after the 6th level transformation. Even if I am the body of a war emperor now, I have to weigh the 6th level transformation, not to mention the terrifying increase in the 7th level transformation and the damage it brings to the body. After inheriting the follow-up Jiuhuang change, Lin Chen slammed his mouth and opened the system panel. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, the middle stage of the 1st level of the Battle Emperors. Realm, the essence of the intermediate battle spirit, 766,4400 points. Ultimate strength, 1,040,000 dragon power intermediate blood energy. 7,688,500 points. Intermediate spiritual power, 2,175 points. Intermediate cultivation technique essence, 95,800 points intermediate rune energy, 112,300 points. Heavenly Dao value, 195,540 points, talent points, 165,510 points. Intermediate element energy, fire 21050 points, earth 21090 points, wood 21098 points, gold 23375 points, water 22358 points. Lightning 21750 points, wind 21880 points, light 21,550 points, dark 21,960 points. Exercise status bar, open or not, bloodline status bar, open or not. Passive talents, blue rank, steel bone 100%, blue rank, life increase 150%. Blue rank, divine power 25%, blue rank, emperor destroyer. Active talents, blue rank, omen of stealing, purple rank, ultimate moment. Purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank, king's landing, activatable. Blue rank, ultradimensional teleportation, blue rank, deadly bloodthirsty. Fragment, 1/3. Trait runes, slowness 5, penetration 4, charge 5, phantom 5. Hold the blank attribute, 1000 points. Can be converted to any attribute. Value at will. Treasures in possession. Lin Chen unlocked the new blank attribute at a glance. Can it be converted to other attribute values at will? This is too outrageous. System, can blank attributes be converted into mental power attribute values? Can blank properties can be converted to any property, including new property values that appear when the host updates a new version of the system. Is the host sure to convert the blank attribute into an intermediate mental power attribute value? Sure. Attribute value of 1000 points, if you want to talk about the most cost effective, only mental power. Among Lin Chen's current attribute values, only element attribute values and mental power are worth transforming with blank attributes. Attribute values of this type are so hard to come by. The system has received and has converted 1000 blank attributes into intermediate mental power attribute values. Boom. The spiritual power of Daigo poured into Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness. And as thousands of spiritual seeds grew wildly, Finally, when it grows to tens of thousands of spiritual seeds, all the spiritual seeds condense into a straight overpass. This flyover leads to the end of the sea of spiritual consciousness. But at this point, it's not complete. Not even 1/10 of the perfect body. This is a spiritual bridge. As long as a complete spiritual bridge is condensed, my spiritual power is the real sky-reaching realm. Even if I encounter disaster, my spiritual power will be able to resist. Lin Chen's eyes were squinted, and he was also a complete Dharma phase realm. He seemed to have a long way to go. Although he had a colorful holy source, it was the best use to hit the bottleneck, and he has not yet reached this bottleneck. Exiting the system, when Lin Chen looked around the palace again, a ray of sunlight penetrated in. The blue-eyed Shura had long since disappeared. Everything is like a dream of Nank. But the real feeling of battle was carved into Lin Chen's bones. He remained silent, folded his hands, and bowed solemnly to the Shura stone. Steel. With one move with one hand, 5 brand new weapons flew back to Lin Chen's hands. All of them have broken through the 7th order high-grade rank, and the Azura's source of war is really good fortune. Lin Chen put on the gold silk and silver imperial armor, put away the sword and bow, put on a new silver robe, and left the imperial palace with a spear. Outside the hall, the ancient Qinglong looked nervous. Click. Click. Boom. Suddenly, the space chain above its dragon head shattered. The space bondage has been broken, and the inheritance is successful. The ancient Qinglong let out a long howl of excitement, and the silver-robed youth who walked out of the shrine of the tomb mansion smiled and said indifferently, "What, Brother Qinglong has returned to freedom? Boy, thank you, I finally, eh? Your breath." When the ancient Qinglong's dragon pupil stared at Lin Chen, it slowly shrank. It actually felt a dangerous aura on this unprecedented young battle emperor. Lin Chen saw his dragon sovereign. In the past 9 months, the dragon sovereign stood upright, his savings exploded, and he was reborn from the ashes. Today, he is only 1 step away from the 7th rank intermediate. Dragon veins open to 390,000. Pure power, 3.9 million dragon power. I'm afraid it's completely no problem to fight the 4th level early battle. Emperor. Lin Chen smiled casually, very satisfied. This time he broke into the 9 tombs of Shura, and his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Brother Qinglong, do you want to come with us? At this time, the Dragon Emperor roared, and it was Lin Chen who controlled it. To speak. Brother, if you don't have any arrangements, it's better to act with us. After all, we have too many enemies, and our strength is always lacking. Lin Chen looked at the ancient Qinglong, and the Dragon Emperor then tapped. From the side, yes, brother, I still have a lot of enemies to deal with. Hey, I don't know if I can be so lucky next time, and I can enter the state of nirvana and rebirth. If the big guy of the ancient Qinglong can be drawn as a partner, it is definitely a real super strength. This. Well, anyway, brother, I have nothing to do. I've been trapped in these 100,000 years. The former comrades have died in battle, and they've died of old age. It's better to go out with you, brother. Earth turned upside down. Done. Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart. With its addition, as long as they don't encounter the 6th level late battle, Emperor, Lin Chen's team can almost walk sideways in the main city of Tsong. Qiong Tower number 2 to number 4. It's so sideways. It is not an exaggeration to use a sentence of invincibility. Ha ha ha, dare to ask my brother's name. The name has been forgotten, the master keeps calling me Long Kuan, so just call me Brother Kuan. Good name. The kunzi is dismantled and majestic, and a dragon is added in front of it, enough to hang. Then go out. Outside the tomb, Long Qi and the other three sat cross-legged in the void. Although they closed their eyes and rested, their consciousness and fighting spirit were always paying attention to the tomb below. Huh? There is a change in the tomb. It should be that kid who came out. Damn, fuck him. In the late stage of the three major fifth layers, the war emperors fighting spirit flashed, and it turned into three afterglow, each occupying one side, surrounding the high altitude of the tomb. Seeing the action of the three, the more than a dozen veteran war emperors, who were lurking in the dark and staring at each other, suddenly mentioned the spirit of the war emperor, opened their eyes one after another, and observed the three while maintaining a vigilant distance. That kid is very good at moving. To prevent him from escaping, let's join forces to start a space blockade. Yes, before he comes out now. The three of them looked at each other, their fingers spun around in the void. And the layers of space fold spread out like ripples, and then suddenly trembled, forming an incomparably stable space barrier. The space barrier is in the shape of a triangle, blocking the space range of more than 900,000 miles. This is a space blockade initiated by three late stage fifth layer war emperors. Unless it is a sixth layer or higher war emperor, breaking this barrier is as difficult as going to the sky. These three guys don't hesitate to use a lot of fighting energy to start a space blockade. It seems that they have waited for the big fish. Look at it again, I feel an uneasy premonition. Boom. An explosion sounded, and the boys' hearty laughter came out. Finally out. I'm starving to death, I'm going to eat his full feast. Seeing the familiar figure of the silver-robed youth, Long Qi's pupils were filled with anger, and he laughed coldly and cruelly. You still want to eat it? You fucking eat shit, Lin Chen. Even a god can't save you this time. Lin was startled for a moment, and when he looked around, he urged Zijintong. And he discovered all the war emperors hiding in the void in the distance. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to make such a big battle to greet me, right? Lin Chen said with a smile, a monstrous fighting intent and excitement flashed in his eyes. Damn, these are all attribute light balls. He actually brought it to the door. Face to face, why did Lin Chen not want it? Die. Long Qi's palm was angry, and the golden battle gas that turned the sky and the earth turned into a dragon seal of the size of 100 acres, covering the sky and the sun, suppressing Lin Chen. Quadruple transformation. Dark dragon palm. Turning into moonlight, Lin Chen activated the rechargeable rune, the palm of his hand disillusioned the 9 dragon patterns, and the dark robbery energy coiled like a dragon, and shot it with one palm up. With a bang, the sky roared, and the dark dragon swayed through it, shattering the golden dragon seal. Lin Chen took 100 steps back, smashed the space crystal wall, his blood swelled, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden shattered ons in the sky cracked and scattered, and they were raised one after another, reflecting the shock and incredibleness on the faces of the three of Long Qi. This was a blow in the later stage of the fifth stage. The first stage of the second level of the Emperor of War? The Emperor of Body Refining? Long Qi was shocked and lost his voice. When he fought, the opponent's breath leaked out. Although he was urging the temporary promotion of the secret book, this son actually reached the cultivation level of the second level war. Emperor? Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed, and took out something in his hand. That's right. I'll reward you with a little green hat. After all, with a flick of the palm, a green hat shone in the direction of forgiveness green soaring to Long Qi. His face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and his 5 fingers grabbed the void and crushed the green hat. It was this moment of distraction, and a purple flame of moonlight flashed behind him like a shuttle in the void. Damn, what kind of movement is this? Long Qi subconsciously exclaimed. His 5 fingers turned into claws, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Chen. The void turned into 5 red claw marks, and wherever he passed, the space collapsed into a vacuum. Don't ask. If you ask, it's just fucking messing with you. Lin Chen pointed out, charging and blessing, 7-colored prehistoric energy. Fingers appeared in the air. Boom to Long Qi at close range. The power of this finger is 60% higher than the 8 desolate fingers used by Lin Chen when he launched the God Killer last time. Boom. The mushroom cloud formed by the 7-color prehistoric energy rose up, and even many war emperors watching the battle looked at it with such terrifying power. Even in the late stage of the 4th stage, you have to peel off the skin at close range. You know, Lin Chen's current element attribute value is more than 20,000 points. Its 9 robbery fighting spirits are all in a mess. Tear. The mushroom cloud formed by the energy storm was torn apart in an instant. And another 7-colored prehistoric energy finger crashed down from the sky. Boom. Dozens of times the nuclear explosion resounded through the sky, a series of tricks? Lin Chen, who had already retreated tens of thousands of miles away, was still standing next to a figure, his phantom clone. I can't imagine how difficult it is to increase the Battle Emperor's realm to such a degree that when the attribute value increased to 20,000 points, the Heavenly Tribulation's Battle Qi launched the quadruple transformation, and it was barely able to temporarily enter the 2nd level initial stage. Lin Chen was amazed. The Battle Emperor realm and Yuanzun realm are really 2-dimensional levels. What a terrifying move. Damn, now is not the time to sigh. Assist Long Qi and kill that kid. Just as the Tsingy Battle Emperor and the gray-robed old man were preparing to act, a ferocious and brutal aura instantly locked them, making them horrified. Roar. The roar ripped apart the sky, the dragon claws ripped and grabbed like lightning, and the net of the moon was smashed to the direction of the 2 war emperors. Is that the weird blue dragon? Even it came out? Grass. Can't it come out? The expressions of the 2 of them changed, and they cursed in exasperation. When their figures suddenly retreated, the dragon's claws chased away and ripped apart the sky. As soon as the 2 gritted their teeth, the situation suddenly changed, and the surging fighting spirit was like a dragon born, and when they gathered in their arms, the 2 slammed into the space crystal wall with one fist, causing the sky to roar, and briefly stopped the road, the vast dragon claw. Brother Kuan, the 2 spicy chickens over there will be handed over to you. Lin Chen waved his hand and laughed, and the heroic laughter of the ancient Qinglong spread all over the sky. No problem. I'm going to punch them all out this time. Long Kuan's suffocating aura soared into the sky, spreading his purple phoenix wings, forcing the Tsingy Battle Emperor and the gray-robed old man to stand by. Even if this big guy doesn't use the power of blood, it is very difficult for any of them to stop it. The reason is that Long Kuan is a mixture of purple phoenix and blue dragon blood. It has a terrifying speed that other 10,000 years Xian blue dragon does not have. With its pure strength and defense, it is completely a perfect one. 2. Please delay this Qing long, and I will take care of the rest of the boy. Long Qi. At this time, Long Qi's voice transmission shocked the two of them. However, they soon fought fiercely with Long Kuan. Since Long Qi is sure, they will concentrate on delaying this big guy. Sure enough, it's a hazard. It's only been less than a year, and you have actually stepped into the Battle Emperor realm. This time, if you can't use the external force like last time, no one will be able to save you. Long Qisun laughed coldly. Lin Chen was confident from the beginning to the end, and he was excited to measure his combat power. Everyone, after hiding for so long, it's time to come out. At this time, Long Qi retreated violently and shouted in awe. This seat is guaranteed by the ranking of the Battle Emperor list. If anyone can help this seat to kill this person, then we will share 500,000 sky coins. Together. 500,000. As soon as this price came out, all the War Emperor realm hidden in the dark were moved. Even Long Qi, to come up with this number of sky coins, it would take decades, or even hundreds of years to prepare and accumulate. His killing intent towards Lin Chen is evident. I thought you had some trump card, but it turned out to be an old-fashioned trick. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Long Qi swallowed a pill, and sneered. Boy, in the Sky Tower, connections and reputation are also very important. The trick is not old, it just works. As soon as the words fell, there were 3 war emperors who came from the main city number 3, 1 in the late stage of the 3rd stage, and 2 in the early stage of the 4th stage. Hee, there is such a generous reward for one shot, including me. Another fat man in a yellow robe in the middle stage of the 4th layer appeared in the air. His smiling appearance contained a murderous aura. He was a smiling tiger. Boom! A spear slashed across the sky and cut through the abyss. I, Lin Chen, only said it once. Anyone who crosses this line is my enemy. If you want to die, come up. Lin Chen's brows froze, and he drank coldly. Those old battle emperors were unmoved. They all rolled over the tip of the knife. Since they dared to stand up, they did not plan to retreat. 4 people, then join me. 5, each of them happens to get 100,000 sky coins. Boy, you are unlucky, and you will provoke Long Qi. Another 4-tier mid-game emperor. And this person is carrying a sword, Sharp. And Sharp is a sword emperor from the main city of number 3. Jian Huang. A battle emperor who specializes in kendo, this kind of opponents. Aggression is more threatening than the battle emperor of the same level. Those war emperors who are hidden in the dark have not dared to act rashly, because most of their cultivation bases are below the 4th realm. Now, whoever shoots may be attacked by a group. Now look who has more. Ha ha ha. While Long Qi grinned, his 5 fingers crushed a blood-colored jade pendant. The power of the billowing blood flames was intertwined like a galactic river, rolling out thousands of meters of tall energy and blending into his body. This is the Gorfiend forbidden jade obtained by Long Qi in the remains of the demon race. It's so ruthless. I'm afraid that using this thing will take thousands of years of cultivation without advancing an inch, or maybe it will have to go backwards. Long Qi is really going to kill this kid. The gray-robed old man and the Tsing-robed war emperor showed shocking eyes from time to time during the battle with Long Kuan. Do you want to open the bloodline? However, seeing that brother is still shrinking in that kid's body, and looking at his expression, he seems to be confident. Forget it, leave it to him and wait and see what happens. Shocking blood bubbles continued to appear on the skin and face, and at this time Long Qi was like a blood man. Very infiltrating. His breath soared to the limit of the fifth layer cultivation base. There is a sign that it is possible to rush into the sixth layer War Emperor at any time. Lin Chen's expression is still leisurely. There was even a hint of arrogant laughter. Long Qi laughed madly. Whether you have the external force last time or not, today, you will definitely die. Even if there are more people and fewer people, this seat will kill you. The laughter just fell, and the hands clapped together. The bloody hands with rising blood Qi opened their bows from left to right and greeted Lin Chen. Shoot! Qianhanya Jian Fengshen. The Sword Emperor in white in the main city of number 3 took the lead, aiming at Lin Chen's avatar and slashing a sword, and the frosty sword Qi swirled and slashed like a swirling snowflake. A snowflake like a horizontal line, it is not strong, but it has the edge to cut through the earth. The other four showed their magical powers, took people's money, and eliminated disasters for them. They are all old foxes who have lived for many years. It is impossible to underestimate Lin Chen. The young man who can make Long Qi spend such a big price, and force him to sacrifice all his cards, can never be a simple one. A face-to-face, everyone showed their real strength. A lot of people? It's my side with a lot of people. Lin Chen angrily shouted 6 transformations, the ultimate moment. Phantom. Clone, Dragon Emperor, hit me. Brush. 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 The 3 avatars plus a dragon sovereign instantly descended into the sky of the Shura tomb. Pull the bow and pull the sword, swing the knife and point out. The Dragon Emperor breathed out in one go. 8 desolate fingers. Blazing afterglow. The judgment of extreme night. Dark thunder Jingyi. Wen Zilong light blade. Do Huang 57 style, heavenly wheel of fire. 8 colored prehistoric energy fingers were born, and the white frost green rainbow sword slashed an aurora blazing sword light, like the dawn rising in the east. A flash of thunder swept across the dark light, and a faint shadow of the dark and remnant leaves fluttered in the void. When the eyes saw the shadow of the leaf, the arrow had already broken through the sky. The sword Qi pierces the sky, and wherever it passes, everything is drained. And even the light cannot escape the terrifying suction of the dark sword Qi. The dragon's azure blade fluttered like snowflakes, and the huge spear wheel, formed by fire, thunder, and light robbery spun down angrily, colliding with the bloody handprints on both sides. Boom. 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 Sigh. Boom. The attacks from both sides were like 2 large meteorites, colliding, blasting the turbulent war turbulent in the sky, turning into hundreds of thousands of energy tornadoes to wreak havoc. The space barrier of the 9 tombs of Shura was startled by the energy of this shocking collision, and it was activated again to protect the surrounding of the tomb. Some of the war emperors watching the battle were blown away by the air wave, and they retreated inch by inch. In the end, they were all stunned. They froze in place, looking in disbelief. What the hell just happened? All of a sudden, there are 3 clones of this kid plus a 1,000-year-old Qinglong Emperor? Ah. My hand, my arm. The weakest 3rd-level late-stage battle emperor screamed shrill and screaming, his arms were missing, and his blood was maddening. He hurriedly stopped the bleeding, his body retreated sharply, and his eyes were full of fear and terror. His previous attack was shattered by the sky-shattering sword Qi, and the aftertaste of the sword Qi was like a black hole in the abyss. The suction Force emitted by him did not completely avoid him, but directly smashed his arms. Horrible. He had never seen such a perverted double war emperor. Even if the descendants of God evildoer who came out of the extreme eastern region of Nima is promoted to the realm of the Emperor of War, compared to this person, he is simply not worthy of his shoes. What a joke, where did this kid get such a strong power? Could it be that he can still use that external force? Impossible. Such a strong offensive, even if he uses that external force, he can't completely stop it. The bloodthirsty and brutal pupils flickered with suspicion. Long Qi released his fighting spirit and probed the trace of Lin Chen in the center of the energy storm. If such a powerful collision is placed outside, a small continental plate can be torn apart. I saw that 5 people and 1 dragon appeared above the height of 100,000 meters. These 5 people are all Lin Chen. The whole body exudes the brilliance of green color, and it is extraordinary. Some crossed their chests with their hands and looked relaxed. Some stood with their swords in their hands. The sword energy rose up all over their bodies, and their domineering intent was soaring. Some stood against the wind, holding their swords in their sheaths, the swords flowing with the sword energy of white jade and blue rainbow, and their faces were arrogant and indifferent, like the peerless swordsman above the lonely peak. The 4th person's short hair fluttered, and the gust of wind blew his robes, making a hunting sound. He held a thunderlight war bow in his hand, his eyes were sharp, and the purple-gold light turned between his pupils. The figure who is the leader, with the 5-color dragon spear in hand, is almost unscathed. Everyone is a mid-level 2nd-level cultivation base. All are 1.3 million. Dragon power. Quietly running the wood spirit essence method to restore the chi and blood that was shaken by the blood energy in the body. Lin Chen secretly sighed, and his arm faintly hurts on the side. It is worthy of a blow from the top 5. If it is not for the improvement of the rank of the war gun, and the high-level purple-level marksmanship such as the 100-gun Do Huang, I may not be able to take the punch just now. The 6th-level transformation, plus the ultimate moment, the 7th level high-grade weapon, plus the purple-level advanced marksmanship, the 5th-level charging rune, plus the penetrating rune, and many trump cards. Condensed into one move, Lin Chen Kai reluctantly took the current Long Qi blow head-on. Fortunately, before I came out, I spent all my skills and souls to learn half the proficiency of the 2 purple-level intermediate combat skills of Eternal Night Judgment and Flaming Blue Rainbow, otherwise there is really no combat skills that I can compete with these old foxes. System, activate the ultimate return. Consumes 15,000 talent points, activates the ultimate return, and has filled up all the fighting spirit for the host and the clone. Damn it, it's expensive to be promoted to the Emperor of War. Quick battle. And quick decision. Lin Chen flapped the purple phoenix wings, urging the movement technique, too. Swept to Long Qi, and took the initiative to attack. Looking for death. Long Qi was furious, blood rushing all over his body. He took out a blood knife and slashed back at Lin Chen. Do Huang 65 Shura broken soul. The spear shot out of the broken galaxy. The vast azure shadow appeared above Lin Chen's head, and he slammed the giant spear down angrily, tearing apart a bright half-moon radiance like a waterfall. The 2 instantly fought, but Lin Chen did not gain the upper hand, but was gradually repelled. At one time, relying on the purple phoenix wings and body technique, he blessed Zijintong to predict a little action, and fought with Long Qi. Tear. At the same time, the afterimages of the 4 avatars flashed, turning into moonlight and swept to the 4 war emperors. The expressions of the 4 people changed slightly, and they have fully experienced the strength of these 4 clones. They must face it with all their might. Roar. Long Shao broke through the air, and the Dragon Emperor unfolded his purple phoenix wings to slaughter to the direction of the Battle Emperor in the late 3rd stage. Surprised, his expression suddenly changed. Shanqing Dragon Domain released the azure light and dragon energy, which shrouded the field, greatly suppressing the actions of the War Emperor. Which dear brother came to the rescue? I'll give him all my reward. The broken arm Battle Emperor looked at the void in the direction of the battle in a panic, and no one dared to respond to him. Dare ass. Damn, this kid is a monster. The strength of the middle stage of the 2nd layer is catching up with the Emperor of the 5th layer. The strength displayed by its clone is not weaker than the 4-layer War Emperor. It was originally thought to be a stable battle, but who would have expected such a dramatic reversal? It turned into an evenly matched death battle. At this time, it is the best choice not to make a move. If you are on the wrong team, the opponent will fight back at the end of the day, and no one will know if it is you who died. In the Shanqing Dragon Domain, the dragon energy is like a pervasive energy that suppresses his actions, and the broken arm Battle Emperor retreats again and again. But his speed is not the opponent of the Dragon King at all. Lin Chen's Dragon King, in terms of the bloodline of the Purple Phoenix, completely surpasses the purity of Long Kuan. The difference is only in the cultivation base. The green dragon swung its tail, and the purple wings slapped and slapped furiously. With the combination of the shocking dragon swim technique and the purple phoenix wings, the vast and stalwart dragon body disappeared and turned into several twisted dragon lights, which flashed dozens of times in a row. The dragon claws slashed wildly. Boom. 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 Tear. Shaking again and again, to the Battle King's defense against broken arms. Forcing out his life-saving trump card again and again. Damn, lousy. I'm going to be killed by this Dragon Emperor if I go on like this. What should I do? These guys don't plan to shoot. Am I going to blow myself up? The broken arm Battle Emperor stepped on hundreds of steps in a row, and each step was accompanied by a blue light and gust of wind, moving thousands of miles into the void one after another, but the speed of the Dragon Emperor followed closely behind, and the explosive attack made him even more frightened. The azure dragon blade swept down like a waning moon, and the purple shadow serpent pendant of the broken arm Battle Emperor burst into pieces. A life-saving 7th-order treasure was damaged here. Damn, I will fight with you. Before the words were finished, tens of thousands of cyan light blades fluttered like snowflakes, attacking the broken arm Battle Emperor. Puff. 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 The defense that shrouded his body was like if the skin met a blade, it was easily pierced, cut into countless pieces, and even his body began to crumble. Hundreds of attribute light balls rolled from his body and suspended into the void, colorful and gorgeous. Roar. The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth to swallow, and swallowed the broken arm Battle Emperor in one bite. Dead without a corpse. In this scene, all the powerhouses watching the battle were shocked. A 3-layer late-stage War Emperor fell within a quarter of an hour after the war began. His arms were abolished by Lin Chen at first, and he lost his main combat power. He was chased by the Dragon Sovereign again, and the current Dragon Sovereign's overall strength is comparable to the fourth level of the battle. Sovereign. The price of killing this war emperor, the Dragon Emperor, was only slightly injured, and the defense of the 10,000 years of Xian Qinglong was immediate. With the speed of the true flame purple phoenix, the opponent didn't even have time to make up his mind to self-destruct. After swallowing the broken arm Battle King, his body was transformed into majestic energy and refined into the dragon body, and the dragon veins continued to soar. And those attribute light balls were all taken away by the Dragon Emperor. The host gets 8,800 talent points, 7550 heavenly value, 50 blank attributes, 385 wind energy, 12,500 rune energy. Open 3 amethyst treasure chests, get 10 rune evolution stones, 50,000 talent points, 500 blank attributes. The fall of this triple battle emperor timely filled the rapid consumption of Lin Chen's talent points and rune energy in battle. Purple light and thunder. Pulling the bow and shooting continuously, the shadow of the arrow intertwined. With light and thunder, tribulation war turned into a spiral storm the size of 100 acres, twisting and rotating countless thunder and arrows, like a chaotic sky, and shot away. The fat man in yellow robe jumped agilely, and the afterimage jumped like a star ball, jumping 2,000 miles away in one step, avoiding the storm. Arrow light, and before he could react, a sword light with a water moon-like cut surface swept past. Tear. The fat man fighting emperor controlled his fighting spirit, his figure flashed, and he wiped his cold sweat. This attack is so weird. The 4 war emperors are fighting each other, but Lin Chen's 4 avatars have a heart-to-heart. Even if they fail to hit the target in front of them, the aftermath of the attack can support or assist the battle situation on the other side. Clang. 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 The arrows collided with the sound of the sword, and the sword emperor in white quickly pulled his sword, shooting down and smashing many approaching arrows again and again. Although these arrows failed to cause him those substantial damages, they could interfere with his fighting rhythm. The purple light 10,000 thunder arrows that twisted and swirled. Countless lightning arrows didn't hit the fatty Battle King, but instead supported the clone who was struggling with the Sword King on the other side. The 7th order high-level swords are very strong. Your swordsmanship is also the strongest among the young swordsmen who have been fighting for many years in this seat, which is not even touched by this seat. The white-robed sword emperor's eyes flickered, and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. He was full of fighting spirit, and in terms of hard power, his combat power was not inferior to the late 4th stage, and it was still a bit difficult to block him with Lin Chen's clone alone. However, Lin Chen's clone didn't know why he was timid, and Mingyue Tianqing in his hand slashed again, cutting 10 dark knife marks that split the sky. The sword moves Jiuxiao. The sword's edge is continuously picked up, the sword tip is dotted with the void like a dragonfly on water, and the white rainbow sword light shining with the radiance of the star is in the shape of lightning, splitting the dark knife mark. Tear. Moonlight shuttled, and the clone clenched the Mingyuishan and held the sword at the waist, which was a horizontal slash to the sword emperor. The blade of the sword was reversed, and the sword emperor held a 3-foot Qingfeng high, slashing vertically and falling to the bottom. Clang. When the sword light was surging, and when he blocked the horizontal slash, the white-robed sword emperor looked back like a dragon, and at the same time he took a step back, he held the sword in both hands and pressed his palms against the hilt of the sword. Drink. Stegosaurus broken. The Sword Emperor, who was full of sharp sword energy, was instantly imposing. Then he pushed the sword with both hands and twisted it, and suddenly burst out with a straight thrust. The sword light shot out by Zan is like a startling rainbow running through the sky. Judgment to break the soul. The sword wind danced wildly, and countless wind tribulations and dark tribulations swept the wind and clouds, turning into sword chi that devoured the light and slashed away together, forming a tornado that pierced the sky. Gradually smashed the Jinghong Jianguang. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and it seemed to be the most intense battle after Lin Chen's body battle circle. Clang! The silver-robed figure was fighting with swords, and the white jade-green sword swirling with the current of frost rainbow rolled over a black-cloaked battle emperor with sharp eyebrows and tiger eyes again, and the corners of his mouth had already begun to bleed. With his cultivation in the early stage of the fourth stage, he is not his opponent in fighting against this kid? In addition, his vitality is extremely tenacious, and with his one trick to restore the secret method of wood system, it is simply the war can't be burned, the wood spirit will be reborn. The most terrifying thing is that this sun can instantly restore all the consumed fighting spirit at a critical moment, and many strange methods have already made this veteran war emperor who has been famous for thousands of years to retreat. Tear. Boom. When the dragon domain with the dragon energy was formed, the afterimage of the green dragon flapping with purple wings appeared like lightning. Not good. The Wanzai Xuanguang blade, which was as heavy as the sun and the sky, erupted at close range, and fell to his chest. The 10th style of Qi Yao, Qingyue slash. Holding the sword in both hands, the white jade-green sword slashed with a sword wind, and the spring-like spiral sword light revolved extremely fast. From a distance, it looks like a round of blue moon spinning faintly, crushing the war emperor in black. Boom! A round of blue moon fell and slashed the black-clothed war emperor, revealing the bones on his chest. Seriously injured. The clone and the dragon emperor pursued the victory, fighting fast, and their momentum rose steadily, completely suppressing the battle emperor. The highest air combat circle, the blood knife slashed vertically, slashing between the gun bodies, stirring up the knife gas that shattered the universe. Lin Chen kept his gun and retreated, blood soaked all over his body. When Long Qi forced him back with a knife, he chased after the victory, and he forcibly maintained the ultimate moment. At this time, the injuries in Lin Chen's body were tragic. In addition to the heart, the internal organs and 6 fu organs are covered with scars, more than half of the bones have cracks, and all the meridians are broken by 20%. If it weren't for the powerful life self-healing power of the life growth talent and the full repair of the wood spirit essence, which is 4 times the increase in the ultimate moment, this kind of injury would have to be closed for several years to heal in minutes, and it would be impossible to maintain such a high-intensity battle. Damn, the 5th level peak battle emperor is really scary. Fighting at the 3.5 levels in the battle emperor's realm is too much burden. If you can have a clone to share the pressure with me, it would be great. Otherwise even 100 guns battle emperor will not be able to fight. This old man ate. After wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen's eyes have already seen out of the corner of his eyes that the black-clothed war emperor has been suppressed by his clone and the dragon emperor, and within a quarter of an hour, he will definitely be able to decide his life and death. Hehe, Lin Chen, I know you're procrastinating. But why should I care about the lives of those people? All I know is that you're dying. Quack quack. Long Qi laughed madly, with blood-colored dragon scales appearing on his arms, and he slashed across, diagonally, vertically, and slashed dozens of moves at extreme speed. The tumbling blood-colored sword gang turned into a 100,000-meter evil dragon, with claws and claws, attacking Lin Chen from all directions. Do Huang 79-style dragon dance. When the golden war spear danced, the 9 robbery war spirits that were rotating one after another turned into countless virtual images of dragon shadows, and finally returned to one point, the corner of the dragon that broke the blood and energy. Bang! Sigh. When the side of the bloody evil dragon split, a bunch of purple flame moonlight shuttled through the void, just avoiding the most prosperous place. The evil dragon knife gang twisted around the previous position, bursting dozens of blood light tornadoes. This power is also an intermediate purple level. This guy is going to share life and death with me. Lin Chen, who flashed to 18,000 miles away, stood in the air, with pale golden blood running down his left arm, which was the blood of the Emperor of War. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He could only use the Do Huang 79 style, with all his strength to tear open some of the openings in many offensives, and use his movement to evade. This kind of power must be an intermediate purple. Running very fast, but all around are space blockades. Next, I will see how you hide. The veins of blood light quickly condensed, and a pair of blood wings spread out from behind Long Qi. His face became particularly pale, but it was extremely cold and chilling. It will take some time for the clone to be there. This old man will not give me this chance. In this case, I can only do my best. Viciousness emerged. Lin Chen's expression was like a lone wolf going to death, and a move of ultimate Guiyuan replenished all the fighting spirit. Again. At the peak of the 5th level of cultivation, if the opponent wants to work hard, he can only use the last 20 moves of the 100 spear fighting Emperor. In the last 20 moves, Lin Chen's cultivation was still reluctant to control, and if he was careless, he would hurt himself before killing the enemy. Huh? What's the situation? Lin Chen suddenly found out. When the 9 heavenly robbery battle bodies were activated at the same time, there was a faint tendency of fusion. This trend, Lin Chen had never felt before entering the Sure 100 Emperors Hall before. The only time that this omen appeared when the value of the 9 element attributes exceeded 21,000 points in the Azura Origin Cauldron Pond. Lin Chen's tolerance has reached the limit, and the situation is critical. After being rescued from Ding Qi, many things made Lin Chen forget about it. It's fused. My 9 kinds of calamity battle Qi have all fused together. With his pupils shrunk, Lin Chen could feel that the 9 types of heavenly robbery fighting spirits in his body were disappearing rapidly along with him, simultaneously urging the 9 types of heavenly tribulation fighting spirits. This time, this seat will see where you escape. The blood knife revolved extremely fast to the top of Long Qi's head, and when the special blood vessels in his body were urged, the blood knife cut 10 blood lights spiritually, flashing in 9 days and 10 places. Blood of 10 dragons, conquering heaven and earth. The bloody on was twisted and disillusioned into a behemoth with fangs and claws, with a unicorn head, carp tail, horns like a deer, and long beards on its face. It was 10 blood dragons. The 10,000 Zhang blood dragons attacked Lin Chen in completely different directions, and they did not give him a way out at all. At this time, Lin Chen looked excited. At the end of the loss of all the battle Qi, he condensed the combination of the 9 kinds of heavenly tribulation battle Qi into the palm of his hand. The light group that is like a rising star, with 9-color brilliance flowing through the body, is an unprecedented wave of destruction. It was like a star, shining with 9 colors of light, held by Lin Chen in the palm of his hand. Ha ha ha. Long Qi, you fucking try this. Lin Chen laughed excitedly, and threw the 9-color star in his hand to Long Qi. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Chen blessed the 9-colored stars with charging and penetrating runes. The 9-colored stars are like a meteor streaking from the sky, and they are extremely fast, crashing into the imposing blood dragon head-on. The expressions of the war emperors who were watching the battle suddenly changed. The two of them are fighting for their lives. The many unique skills of the battle emperors from all walks of life were revealed one after another, and they retreated to the edge of the space blockade as if they were fleeing. Boom! The blood dragon shattered, and the stars exploded. Even in another battlefield, Long Quan and the other 2 5-layer war emperors couldn't help but change. The 2-in-1 dragon stopped at the same time and retreated to one side. This kid Lin Chen's cultivation in the middle stage of the 2nd level can actually break out this level of attack? The huge dragon body trembled. Long Quan subconsciously condensed the dragon breath defense, and disillusioned into a azure dragon armor. Even the Wanzai Xian Qinglong, who is known as the strongest defense, was scared out of the defense, which shows how terrifying Lin Chen's 9-color star is. The blood dragon exploded, and the huge wave of blood-colored energy that rolled over the 100,000 zhang sky was shocking to even the Emperor of War. But what makes everyone's scalp tingle even more is the 9-color beam of light that blooms between the heavens and the earth. In the center of the beam of light, the energy fluctuation of the world is overflowing. Damn it. What kind of combat skill is this? Is this the fucking attack that the second battle emperor can make? If we were involved in that beam of light, I'm afraid all of us would have to die. Many war emperors were trembling, and they would not believe that Lin Chen was a double war emperor. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and a figure covered in blood withdrew from the bloody storm, with golden light and silver light flowing all over the body. It was Lin Chen. If it weren't for the 7th order high-level golden silk and silver emperor armor body protection, Lin Chen, who was injured by the aftermath, would be disabled even if he didn't die. Seeing the 9-color beam of light that pierced through the sky and bloomed, Lin Chen was excited. What a perverted power! This should be the power of the 9 tribulations. Battle body condensed from 9 tribulations of creation that has truly entered the stage of great achievement. It's my own self-created combat skills. Born in response to 9 kinds of calamities, and it's my own combat skill. Created by Lin Chen, this move is called 9 calamities stars. Even though this move 9 tribulation stars exhausted all his fighting spirit at one time, this power is worth it. Extreme return. After consuming 13,500 talent points again, Lin Chen launched the ultimate return to the original, and his expression changed slightly when the battle energy was replenished. The battle chi life wheel in the heart position, the light dimmed a bit, and did not recover due to the replenishment of battle chi. I lost part of my 9 tribulation source of war energy? It's because of the 9 tribulation stars. The ultimate return can restore Lin Chen's fighting spirit, flesh shell, fatigue, weakness, loss of mental power, etc., but it does not include restoring the source of fighting spirit. This is the source of the fighting spirit. If you suffer substantial damage, your cultivation base will be damaged at light level, and you will be seriously injured. According to my cultivation base and state, this move can only be used once. In a short period of time, and it will take several days or even 10 days of recuperation to make up for it. If I use it twice, my cultivation base may go backwards and the fighting spirit will backfire. As for the third time, I don't know what will happen. Lin Chen was in a cold sweat. Just now, he almost wanted to send another 9. Tribulation star. If this is used for the second time, he is afraid that he will be injured and half-crippled and his cultivation will go backwards. Sure enough, this kind of big killer can't be free of cost, it can only exist as my last life-saving ace. The many thoughts that were surging in his heart were only finished in one thought, and Lin Chen turned to look into the slowly fading 9-color beam of light, and the final scene made everyone's scalp tingle. Long Chi's 7th order intermediate grade blood knife was already broken, and nearly 50% of it was damaged. There is also Long Chi himself, who is already dripping with blood at this time. His right face is charred black, his right eye is blind, his left leg disappears, his right arm is broken, his right shoulder evaporates, revealing the sapphire-colored skeleton of the Emperor of War, which is shocking. In Lin Chen's eyes, in addition to the remnants of Long Chi, there is also a light ball of attributes that fills the sky. He stared at Lin Chen with resentment, and exhausted the hatred that could not be washed away. Awful. Horrible. A 5-layer late battle emperor, in the main city number 2, is all-powerful, and placed in the main city number 3 and 4, it is also an overlord-level existence. And it was forced to such a point by a young junior. Even if this kind of injury is cured, it is still in a half-crippled state. It is almost impossible to advance to the 6th-layer war emperor in this life. Boom. Terrifying facts seem to come in waves. When the 2 earth-shattering explosions resounded, the 100,000-mile mountains and rivers outside the 9 tombs of Shura were completely shattered and reduced to ruins. There were 5 figures in the sky before, but now there are only 2 people left. The yellow-robed fat man in the middle stage of the 4th level and the white-robed sword emperor are still fighting. The remaining 3 people have all fallen. 2 Huang. Continuous slaughter of the emperor. And it's 1 late-stage triple stage and 2 early-stage 4 stages. However, the 2 clones have also fallen. In a death fight, it is completely dead with the opponent. But the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. It's just a clone, as long as the rune energy is enough, he can display it again in minutes. The Dragon Emperor's whole body was broken with dragon scales, and when he twisted the dragon's body, he flew through the air, and recovered Lin Chen's weapon, as well as the 2 Battle Emperor's rings and their Battle Emperor's body, and most importantly, also, there are hundreds of attribute light balls. All were sucked into the Dragon King's body. Obtain 13,000 talent points, 5,000 points of heaven, 49,800 points of fighting spirit, 12,800 points of blood energy, 12,500 points of kung fu essence, 15,000 points of rune energy, 390 points of thunder energy, 110 points of spiritual power, and 580 points blank attribute. Open 7 amethyst treasure chests and get 5 rune evolution stones, 100,000 talent points, 50,000 skill essences, 2,000 blank attributes, 100,000 rune energy, blue rank talent fragments, deadly bloodthirsty, 2/3. The massive attribute light balls were taken away, and Lin Chen's attribute value skyrocketed wildly. Your helper is almost dead. Lin Chen turned to look at Long Chi, who was staring at him resentfully. Long Chi gritted his teeth. If you die, you will die, and your clone will also be destroyed. With that kind of clone stunt, you can't be able to quickly perform the second time in a short period of time. Boom. Boom. Before Long Qi finished speaking, 2 purple lights descended, and 2 clones identical to Lin Chen appeared again. The clone did the same thing as Lin Chen's body. He put his palm to his ear, leaned in the direction of Long Qi, and asked loudly, "What did you say? It's so windy, I didn't hear it just now." The various war emperors watching the battle were completely petrified in place this time. My day. It's a haircut. Such a powerful and perverted clone stunt can be used casually in a light-hearted manner. Looking at the appearance of that kid, he is completely at ease. It doesn't look like a burden at all. This shit really doesn't deserve a fight. When the fat man in the yellow robe saw this scene out of the corner of his eyes, the corner of his mouth shuddered a few times, and then he turned around. Escape. He has only one thought now, desperately to escape. This Nima has been beaten. That kid's avatar strength is completely in front of him. As long as you rely on avatars to fight continuously, the main body does not need to take action, it will consume all the energy to kill them. Only the white-robed Sword Emperor devoted himself to the battle, suppressing Lin Chen's avatar. His body was injured, and Minjiuishan Qingdao was repelled by shocks again and again. The character of the Sword Emperor is the most terrifying among the war emperors. Once they make a move, they will not think that they have a way back. Even if they are desperate, they will fight to the end with their swords. The other clone did not pursue Fatty Huangpao, but pulled the Wan Xing Thunder Fury Bao to support Lin Chen's 4th clone, 2-on-1, against the white-robed Sword Emperor. It seems that this little guy has already done it, I just need to hold back the 2 human races. Long Kuan was secretly shocked, and his impression of Lin Chen changed again. Seeing Long Kuan attacking fiercely again, both the grey-robed old man and the Xing-robed war emperor both wanted to retreat. After Lin Chen broke out the 9 tribulation star, he once again used that trick with ease, and everyone knew the trend of this battle. Lin Chen. If I die today, I will pull you up. The completely mad Long Qi roared at Lin Chen, and killed the only remaining arm with a knife. Dead? Don't worry, your opponents are no longer me, but them. Lin Chen threw the 5-Dragon Dynasty Imperial Spear to his clone, and launched the Extreme Return to Yuan and the Ultimate Moment at the same time, killing Long Qi with 1 shot and 1 sword. Although the clone does not have the purple phoenix wings, his movement skills are still excellent. The most important thing is to fight 2 against 1. If Long Qi was in its heyday, it might be very difficult, but right now he is just a dead body with serious injuries. Qinglong possessed. The Dragon Sovereign turned into a stream of light, attached to the avatar, holding the 5-Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear. At this time, the Dragon Sovereign has opened 360,000 dragon veins and continues to climb, with a pure power of 3.6 million dragon power. Blessing the pure power of the Dragon Emperor, Lin Chen's clone was unstoppable. Long Qi wanted to break through the flanking circle of the 2 clones, and Lin Chen's body was desperately unable to do so, and was completely delayed by the fight. Sword Emperor, right? I want to see how arrogant you are. If you want to kill me, prepare to be killed. Lin Chen's body was not idle at all, and he continued to maintain the ultimate moment by consuming talent points. 8 kinds of heavenly robbery in battle. Spirits revolved, and dragon power erupted, and he pointed out The penetrating and charging runes are activated, and the 8-color prehistoric energy condenses into an energy finger of tens of thousands of feet and falls into the air. The Sword Emperor in white was shocked. Stepping on the 3000 sword. Lights interweaving and flying, the silhouette is like a split light, flashing. On the other side. Slow rune. A 5th level slow rune with 50,000 rune energy burst into the space beside the Sword Emperor in white, and suddenly solidified, making him completely unstoppable. In the previous battle, Lin Chen had never used the trump card of rune of slowness at all, so they didn't even know that he had this trump card. Because he had just left the Shura tomb, Lin Chen's rune energy was limited. And most of it was used for charging, penetrating, and avatar runes. But killing 3 battle queens is completely different. Rune energy hits 280,000. This trick slowed down the rune, and the Sword Emperor in white was unexpectedly hit. Before he could react, the full-strength attacks of the 8 desolate fingers and the 2 clones had already smashed to death. Boom. 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 The 3 world-destroying energy fluctuations startled a monstrous storm, and the breath of the Sword Emperor in white was like a kite with a broken string. Fall. All battle emperors can feel that this Sword Emperor, whose combat power is catching up with the late 4th stage, has already fallen. After all, this is the full blow of Lin Chen and the 2 clones. If they are hit hard, even if the Sword Emperor in white does not take it completely, he will not fall. However, the rune was slow in his body, and when he was completely unprepared, he was hit by Lin Chen's 3 full-scale killing moves. With the power of penetrating the rune alone, 60% of the power penetrated into his body. It's hard not to die. Lin Chen's 2 clones took it for granted. Without turning his head, he swept to the fat man in yellow robe who wanted to escape to the edge of the space blockade. The fat man in yellow robe changed dramatically. His strength is not comparable to the Sword Emperor in white. In less than 20 breaths, Lin Chen cooperated with the 2 clones, and with a slow rune combined with a full-strength blow, he killed the fat man in the yellow robe from the front. Long Qi. Now is your death. Lin Chen turned around suddenly, and Long Qi changed drastically. The 5 war emperors have all fallen. Slow rune. 8 desolate fingers. Brilliant blue moon slash. Eternal night judgment. Do Huang 65 style Shura breaks the soul. Shadow Ray June. Lin Chen and the 4 avatars made all-out shots, and even started to play a 5th level slow rune with 70,000 rune energy points. Bang! The radius of 10,000 miles of void was smashed into a vacuum by Lin Chen. The main body and the 4 avatars strike with all their strength. That kind of power, unless it is the heyday of Long Qi, it is impossible to stop it. Not to mention the shackles of the disabled body and the slow rune. The host killed the 5th layer late battle emperor by leapfrogging. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward and getting in orange crystal treasure chest. I saw that an orange beam of light suddenly bloomed in the direction of Long Qi. The whole body of the treasure box was full of orange crystals, dazzling and dazzling. It was suspended in the void. There were many mysteries hidden in the dazzling light, as if there were some treasures hidden in the treasure box. Lin Chen opened his mouth wide. Orange crystal treasure chest. He has never taken a treasure chest of this level. When the calamity and the battle gas storm vanished, only half of Long Qi's body was left. The Dragon Emperor threw out and swallowed his body. No matter. How small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Lin Chen and everyone scattered, collecting a large number of attribute light balls scattered in the sky. There are large and small attribute light balls, like ping-pong balls, some like goose eggs, and some like the size of watermelons. The sky is full of colorful lights. Roughly speaking, there are at least 1,000 attribute light spheres, each of which is of extremely high quality. This is what was left after the fall of 2 middle stage 4-layer and 1 late stage 5th-layer battle emperor. Lin Chen couldn't wait to rush to the orange beam of light and open the orange crystal treasure chest that he saw for the first time. Open the orange crystal treasure chest, and the host obtains a one-time orange level talent, God Killer. Lin Chen froze in place for a moment. Complete Godslayer. It's not the explosion of fragments, it's the finished talent that comes out directly. This is what Lin Chen can use now, the only orange level talent that exists in the current version. The third Godslayer. The strongest group picked talent in history. Ha ha ha. Cool, cool. Purple rank King's Landing, orange rank Killing God. Lin Chen's uncontrollable ecstasy flooded into his heart, and he laughed wildly in the sky. Hearing Lin Chen's domineering laughter, all the war emperors who retreated to the edge of the space blockade felt numb. Monster. What a fucking monster. Killed 6 emperors in one battle. Among them, there are 4 4th-layer cultivation bases and above, and 1 5th-layer late stage. This lineup, placed in the main city of number 5 in front of the Sky Tower, is a strong team. He was actually wiped out by a 2nd-level war emperor. This fucking storyteller wouldn't dare to brag about it like that. When they heard the loud laughter raging, the emperors were horrified. This slaughtering emperor is like killing a pig. So happy after killing it. This is an unparalleled demon king who is a monster and a devil in one. Now, Lin Chen has King's Landing and God Killer in hand. He has 2 heaven-defying talents in hand. As long as there are enough people, there are enough people, it is only the 5th-layer battle emperor, and someone in Lin can fight a group. With these 2 talents, it's not too long before I return to Lingzhou. Sister Ruoyan, you must be safe and sound. Lin Chen lifted the 6th-layer transformation, and the feeling of weakness in his body came, but the rotation speed of the battle chi life wheel was getting faster and faster. There is no other reason, the 4 avatars at this time are frantically taking away the attribute light ball. Various attributes poured into Lin Chen's body. Get 37,500 points of fighting spirit, 59,000 points of combat spirit, 210 points of spirit, 18,000 points of rune energy, 21,000 points of blood energy, 450 points of water energy, 500 points of dark energy, 13,400 points of talent. Obtain 18 light balls with attributes of exercises, 16 kinds of purple level secrets, 2 kinds of purple level intermediate and low level secrets. Open 8 amethyst treasure chests and get 100,000 Heavenly Dao points, 50,000 rune energy, 5 rune evolution stones, 100,000 talent points. The 9-colored light of the battle chi and life wheel was particularly dazzling, and Lin Chen advanced to the first stage of late-stage cultivation, almost unimpeded. The quintessence of fighting spirit brought to him by this battle should not be too high. At this time, the space blockade was suddenly lifted, and it was because of the forced lifting of the 2 5th-layer war emperors. Boom! The gray-robed old man and the Tsing-Robin war emperor didn't care about anything else. They consumed a lot of battle energy to lift the space blockade. They showed their cards and ran like crazy. This Nema can't run without running. If Lin Chen makes his move, he will destroy all 5 battle emperors and Long Qi. Then his clone will join forces with this ancient blue dragon, and they will both have to die here. Seeing Long Quan wanting to chase, Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled and said, "Brother Quan, don't chase these 2 poor bandits. Let's go pick the soft persimmons." As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen and his 4 clones quickly flashed to the group of emperors who had not had time to escape. The war emperors from all walks of life changed their expressions. Done. It's so over. This monster actually wants to fight their ideas. The 10 war emperors fled in 10 different directions, swords, lights, swords. And shadows swept across the void, arrows shot at them, the spears turned and slashed down, and the azure dragon emperor with the purple phoenix wings at both ends appeared in the sky. Lin Chen and the 4 clones, as well as the dragon emperor and Long Quan, stopped the 10 war emperors alive. "Lin Chen, what do you want to do?" A mid-4th level battle emperor scolded sternly. He was the strongest among all the people present. The remaining 9 people, 6 of them are in the late stage of the 3rd stage, and the other 2 are in the early stage of the 4th stage. This lineup seems to be very strong, but if it is against Lin Chen, the evil king of the world, there is an ancient blue dragon beside it. Accidentally, it is estimated that less than 2 of them can leave alive here. Even completely destroyed. Why? What do you think I'll do? Is it possible that I'll do you? I, Lin, are here to robbery. Hand over all your wealth, or else, die. Lin Chen gave a vicious and cruel smile. The war emperors from all walks of life were shocked, and the bad omens in their hearts were completely confirmed. If it is other powerhouses, they don't need to be so afraid and afraid. The big deal is a deadly battle. The problem is that this kid's doppelganger is just fucking awesome. Judging from the battle just now, his clone is not afraid of death at all, and has a strength that is not inferior to the main body. This completely confirms that sentence: your desperate efforts are only in exchange for the other party's avatar. Don't have to fight. Absolutely no fight. All the war emperors are very clear that even if they fight to the death, they will only be able to die in exchange, and it is very difficult to do it together with perishing. People don't even need to fight you. The main body leans to the side, and several clones add a Long Quan. It is still a question whether they can break through the battle circle. The 2 black-robed old men fought, and said without a smile, "Little friend Lin Chen, you can't be too good at being a man. When you work in this sky tower, you should leave a line and everything. Leave you alone." Lin Chen and the 2 clones slapped over, and when the energy between the 5 fingers surged, they slapped them directly in the face. The second old man's expression suddenly became furious. The 2 avatars next to them stepped out, staring at the second old man who was about to move, and immediately suppressed their murderous aura. They unconsciously recalled in their minds that just now, 5 war emperors had already died in the hands of this young man's clone. Just slap your face. Be decisive. Lin Chen's position is clear: there is no need to give them face. Leave a line and everything? This sentence is reserved for those with strength. Do you have strength? If you collectively break through the 5th battle emperor in place now, I, Lin, will turn around immediately. Don't say leave a line for you, give it to you. Just keep your pants and burn the incense. Lin Chen is old-fashioned and full of a villain Now these guys are lambs to be slaughtered in his eyes. Don't kill them and keep them for the new year? What's more, when they squatted here, they just wanted to make up their own minds, and their intentions were self-evident. If his Lin Chen's strength is not strong enough, after killing Long Qi, he can't retreat or is seriously injured, and Long Quan can't delay the words of the two five-layer war emperors. At that time, these old foxes will turn into wolves, tigers, and leopards for the first time to attack and kill themselves. He was Lin Chen who died. For Lin Chen, who never intends to be a good person, if he is merciful to such people, then he really doesn't need to come out and mess around. Fuck, don't hand it over yet, Brother Kuan, beat them up first. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, and Long Kuan next to him was about to wave his claws. The expressions of the 10 war emperors finally changed from struggle to panic and submission. Someone immediately waved their hands and said, "Your Excellency Lin Chen. Hand, show mercy." "I will pay, I will pay." I also pay. I still have tens of thousands of years of life, so it's still money or something, it's still death. These war emperors have succumbed. What kind of characters can become the Emperor of War? They are all powerful people who have passed countless lives and died at the top level of talent, opportunity, and temperament. If there is a chance, they will definitely fight to the end, but Lin Chen's phantom clone really makes them feel what meaningless desperate work is. Instead, it's better to hand over the cashier's ring and try to see if you can survive. The other war emperors are watching the changes. If the war emperor who paid the cashier ring first can't leave, and Lin Chen goes back on his word, they will definitely fight to the death. I saw that after the first third-level late battle emperor from the main city of number 3 obediently handed over the cashier ring and the 7th order low-level defense treasure he was carrying, Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. Consume 6,000 talent points, use Omen of Stealing, and get 40,000 Heavenly Dao points. Well, you are still sincere, let's go, the next one. As soon as Lin Chen waved his hand, the Emperor of War was shocked and suspicious. Did this son really let him go like this? After the War Emperor escaped from the void and fled far away, and Lin Chen still did not respond, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this person is still talking. The next scene is quite funny. These warrior emperors, who left the Tsang Pagoda in the Kyushu continent outside, are also mega powerful and admired by trillions of beings. Now they are like puppy dogs who dare not bark loudly. They silently put their net worth in front of Lin Chen, and then leave in a hurry. Even the very tough people at the beginning had to bow their heads in the end. In this wave, Lin Chen's net worth has completely doubled. Moreover, Lin Chen used the Omen of God Stealing on every battle emperor who was robbed, and stole several waves of attribute values. Beautiful. All the net worth of the 16 war emperors were copied by him. Lin Chen didn't count how many sky coins he had on hand for a while. He only took out the treasures of heaven and earth that were useful to Dragon Emperor or Long Quan, and shared a part of Long Quan. The body of the beast is tyrannical, and it is no problem to swallow high-level medicinal materials and spiritual treasures directly. After swallowing a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, Long Quan's strength has improved slightly. This kind of strength growth that can't be felt for 10,000 years makes Long Quan almost never cry. And the Dragon Emperor lived up to Lin Chen's high expectations. After swallowing 16 fierce beast cores and 7th order heaven and earth treasures in the War Emperor's inventory, plus many of the War Emperor's bodies, the 400,000th dragon vein finally penetrated, reaching 4 million dragon power. The combat power is catching up with the 4th stage. During this time, Lin Chen and Long Quan rushed to the main city number 3. However, before going to the main city number 3, Lin Chen had to fill his stomach first. As a down-to-earth earthling, no matter how high his cultivation base is, he always has a strong appetite, especially those trapped in the Shura tomb. These days, I almost didn't drive Lin Chen crazy. Lin Chen arrived at the junction of the main city number 2 and the main city no. 3, the Crimson City. This city is said to be the territory held by the number 2 main city, the 1st Crimson Moon Red on the Battle King list. On the other hand, Long Quan chose to go to the mountains near the Crimson City to hunt fierce beasts in the Afterglow group. This ferocious big guy broke into the Afterglow group veins. Lin Chen not only didn't worry, he also mourned for a second for the fierce beasts in the mountain range. If he encounters an opponent he can't beat, with Long Quan's strength, if he wants to run forcibly, the 6-layer War Emperor may not be able to keep it. In the Crimson City, a 500-story restaurant has 470 floors. Lin Chen alone swept away the leaves with a gust of wind, binge drinking food, expensive wine, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, everything. He spent 700 or 800 sky coins in this meal, and he saw the corners of the mouths of many strong people twitching wildly. Just a meal is so rich, this is not easy. With Erlang's legs crossed, Lin Chen burped contentedly, his hands resting on the back of his head. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Returning to Lingzhou requires a long-term plan. Now I keep fighting back. With my strength, I can only rely on a god-killer to turn the tide. Once my god-killer talent doesn't play a decisive role, then I will do it again. Running out of Lingzhou once, there is no second time for this kind of thing. Even if his own strength is strong now, there are almost no opponents below the 5th-layer Battle Emperor. But this is not enough. After being promoted to the Battle Queen, Lin Chen vaguely knew that the original Vice Principal's cultivation was probably at the 8th or even the 9th level of the Battle Emperor. Even the Deputy Dean of Tiange Academy can hardly turn the tide. He is a person who has not reached the level of the 2nd-level War Emperor, and he is not enough to watch. To put it bluntly, now that I go back, I can only make a desperate bet on the Godslayer talent. If the Godslayer doesn't play a decisive role, I have to run again. It's not enough for me to go back alone, I have to call someone. In this continent of Kyushu, there are like clouds of masters in the Battle Emperor. And I can't find a strong person in the Holy Realm, and I can't call it, but at the Battle Emperor level, I can still handle it. Thoughts emerged. Lin Chen immediately found the direction. He has another identity. Top-down club champion. A 7th-level intermediate pharmacist. With this status, it is still possible to find a group of strong warriors, to be his thugs. The 7th rank intermediate is not enough. This rank cannot impress the war emperors above the 6th layer. The war emperors below the 5th layer can only fill the middle-level strength. The gap between the top high-level combat power has not changed. I have to become at least the 7th rank advanced. Only a pharmacist. Alchemy skills need to be improved again. I have enough experience in alchemy, and now I lack the realm of spiritual power. After thinking about it, Lin Chen connected the system with a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, late stage of Battle Emperor stage 1st layer, intermediate. Battle Chi essence, 11.5 million points. Ultimate strength, 1,090,000 Dragon Power Intermediate Blood Energy, 9.8 million points. Intermediate Mental Power, 7,705 points. Intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 756,800 points. Intermediate Rune Energy, 872,300 points. Heavenly Dao Value, 109,5540 points. Talent Points, 113,3550 points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 24850 points, Earth 24770 points, Wood 23448 points, Gold 25225 points, Water 24358 points. Lightning 242250 points, Wind 23880 points, Light 21,550 points, Dark 23,960 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Bloodline Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talents, Blue Rank, Steel Bone 100%, Blue Rank, Life Increase 150%. Blue Rank, Divine Power 25%, Blue Rank, Emperor Destroyer. Active Talents, Blue Rank, Omen of Stealing, Blue Rank, Ultradimensional. Teleportation, Blue Rank, Deadly Bloodthirsty Fragment, 2/3, Purple Rank. Ultimate Moment, Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank, King of the World, can be activated, Orange Rank 1 time, God Killer. Trait Runes, Slowness 5, Penetration 4, Charge 5, Phantom 5. Hold the Blank Attribute, 2,290 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. Treasures in possession. The attribute value this time is unprecedentedly high, stronger than Lin Chen's previous God Killer. The attribute value has skyrocketed in an all-round way, and even the mental power has soared by more than 3,000 points. The height of the spiritual bridge condensed reaches 2/10. System, all blank attributes are converted into spiritual power. The system has received and is converting. When the spiritual attribute value rose, the spiritual bridge in Lin Chen's spiritual knowledge extended again and became longer, and it became 1/10 longer. Suddenly, Lin Chen had a whim in his heart. He asked curiously, System, I want to combine rune energy with talent points and heavenly values. The system received, what are the values that the host needs to fuse? Then rune energy is 100,000 points, heavenly Dao value is 100,000 points. And talent points are 100,000 points. The fusion function of the system can integrate any non-growth attributes and treasures. Lin Chen's idea is purely a flash of inspiration. Anyway, Lin now has a lot of attribute values, and he is self-willed. If you don't have any attribute value, go to a few battle emperors to practice your skills, and you will hit the ground with attribute light balls in minutes. The attribute value specified by the host has been consumed, and the fusion function consumes 20,000 points of Heavenly Dao to start the fusion. At this time, after the fusion furnace of the system roared, a yellow box popped out and appeared in front of Lin Chen. Ding! The fusion is successful, and the host gets a talent combination skill box. Note, a minimum of 2 skill boxes can be used. Talent combination skill box? Someone Lin was stunned. System prompt, in the talent combination skill box, you can register the specified talent into the skill box. If you confirm the registration, you cannot modify it. Several talents in the combo skill box can form a talent combo skill. Once the activation conditions are met, all talents in the combo skill box will be activated for free. Note, one-time talents cannot be registered on combo skills. If the talents Have a cooldown. The talents registered in the combo skill box will not share the cooldown time of the host's original talents, and the two will be separated. Lin Chen's expression went from doubt, to surprise, to shock, and finally to stunned with his mouth wide open. This fucking combo is amazing. Talent combo skills. Literally, Lin Chen can register many active talents to form combo skills, as long as the conditions of the combo skills are triggered. The registered talents can be activated for free. Moreover, the registered talent and the original talent do not share the cooling time. This means that if Lin Chen registers the June's Landing talent in the combo skill and triggers the combo skill, he can use the King's Landing world talent for free. After the combination skill of King's Landing is used, the original Jing's Landing can still be used again if it has not entered the cooling state itself. One more talent combo skill box is required to register combo skills. Lin Chen felt a little regretful, but he was not discouraged. He only now knew that the fusion function could still be used in this way. Try to integrate it again, and try to increase other attribute values. The extremely excited Lin Chen activated the fusion function again. The attribute values of this fusion are 200,000 talent points, 150,000 Heavenly Dao points, 100,000 Gong technique essence, and 100,000 rune energy. Consume 30,000 Heavenly Dao points, start the fusion function, and fuse the specified attribute value. Ding! Fusion is successful. In the system fusion furnace, another golden shard floated up. Lin Chen opened his mouth wide. At this time, Lin had only one thought in his heart: the fusion function is really fucking awesome. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time orange level talent. Fragment, God Killer, January 3rd, God Slayer talent fragment. Although there is no talent combo box this time, there are orange level talent fragments. This Nima finds 2 more Godslayers again. Ha ha ha. If he can return to Lingzhou with the talent of 2 Godslayers, then it will be foolproof. Lin Chen almost jumped up with excitement. I almost got too excited. The attribute values required for fusion are all I need to use at all times. I can't use them all at once, and save them for the next fusion. Forcibly suppress the inner ecstasy, if you consume all the attribute values for the talent combo box and the Godslayer talent fragment. If you can't even use the ultimate moment and the characteristic rune, then the cart before the horse is put upside down. System, I want to learn the second half of Blazing Green Rainbow and Eternal Night Judgment. The follow-up part of inheriting the target combat skills needs to consume 96,000 points of Kung Fu essence. Is the host sure? Sure. Lin Chen closed his eyes and rested, and the blue dragon in his body guarded the surroundings for him, allowing him to quietly inherit the 2 great skills. After half a day, when he opened his eyes again, the restaurant began to be noisy. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his pupils flashed like divine light. Counting his 100 guns fighting emperor, he is already perfectly proficient in 5 kinds of attacking combat skills above the intermediate level of the purple rank. At the same level, at least in the Kyushu mainland, it is already invincible. At this time, Lin Chen was attracted by the noise, and many of the strong men in the restaurant looked out the window. A Crimson Palace bridge was pulled in by 4 top-level 6th-order beasts. Yunhuang Tianyo, and the Tianyo stepped on the cloud, mighty. With Lin Chen's eyesight, even if he doesn't use purple-gold pupils, he can feel that there is a very powerful being inside this Crimson Palace bridge. The sense of oppression that his cultivation base leaked out from the side is Equivalent to Long Qi. What's more terrifying is that there seems to be an extremely powerful mental fluctuation. It's the Crimson Queen. She's back, my God. What a horrible breath. The number 2 main city is the number 1 battle king. I wonder if she has stepped into the 6th realm? With her spiritual power in the sky-reaching realm and her own cultivation. Even if she doesn't get promoted to the 6th level battle emperor, I'm afraid her real combat power won't be much worse. Hey, don't let out your breath to investigate. Be careful of being targeted by others. The Crimson Queen likes to play with men. Don't worry, what are you afraid of? People like to play with pure and beautiful teenagers, not our old fritters. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin was amazed. If this Crimson Queen was a bit terrifyingly powerful, he really wanted to go to the meeting. For a while. Seeing that the Crimson Queen's palace sedan was far away, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. I've had enough to eat, it's time to go to the main city, number 3, to leave the Sky Tower, and go to Danzhou to release a wave of news to find someone. Just when Lin Chen got up and was about to leave, another wicked smile from a thin man caught Lin Chen's attention. Hey, you don't know yet, the Scarlet Queen just bought a youth with the blood of the Azure Dragon at the auction in Silent Cloud Mountain. When she comes back this time, I guess she wants to suck up the youth. Qinglong bloodline? Really unlucky guy, what's the origin of that kid? The strength of body refining is comparable to that of a half-emperor, and his fighting spirit cultivation is at the 5th level of Yuan Zuanjing. I heard that he is very young and very strong. He only entered the Sky Tower half a year ago. What does it seem to be called, Bai Juanhao? Boom. A terrifying aura leaked out from inside Lin Chen's body, and his pupils flashed a 9-colored light. Such an aura frightened the few half-emperors who were still discussing and ran to the side, their faces pale and terrified. What was the name you said just now? Lin Chen lifted the thin man's collar with one hand and asked murderously. Bai Juanhao. The thin man was terrified. His half-emperor's cultivation was suppressed, too. The death by this young man, and he was lifted up like a chicken, unable to resist. Characteristics: how old? The Qinglong bloodline, big, about 20 years old, very young. Lin Chen put down the thin man, and when he turned to look out the window, his eyes were solemn. If it's really Junhao, even Longtan Tiger's den will have to break through. As a partner who came out of the wasteland, Lin Chen can't ignore it. It seems that he has to meet this Crimson Queen for a while. I don't have time to call Long Kuan now. If it's too late, Junhao will be finished. I have to go there in person. The moonlight flashed, and Lin Chen turned into a puff of smoke. At night, the Palace of Crimson. The lights are gorgeous, and the red curtain is blurred. Lin Chen used the blue dragon to dispel the shadow of his own aura. After Zijin Tong found out the approximate location of the Crimson Queen, he avoided her perception area and circled into the palace. In a fragrant and blurred boudoir, the beautiful woman in the bright red robe opened her eyes, and her fiery red lips rose slightly. There is another little cutie who broke into my territory. If you didn't start the spiritual perception field in advance, you would have escaped. In the backyard of the palace, 2 women in brocade clothes clapped their hands and walked out. One of them smiled and said, "This kid is quite strong. And he is still alive after being sealed. Hey, otherwise, why would the master take a fancy to him? He must be young and strong, but it's a pity that he doesn't have much destiny." After the two women left, the backyard was silent, but the door to the secret room was strangely opened, then opened without warning, and finally closed again. Inside the secret room was a very sentimental room, with a red curtain and jade curtain, light red sandalwood smoke, a pink jade bed, and a struggling teenager tied to it. Suddenly, a silver-robed figure appeared out of thin air, scaring the boy on the bed to shiver. After seeing the figure clearly, the man on the bed struggled excitedly, because his lips were sealed and he could only make a U sound. Lin Chen made a gesture of silence. The young man stopped struggling, and then untied the shackles on him. Lin Chen frowned. The battle seal on Bai Juanhao's body has a spiritual bondage. If it is forcibly torn, it will inevitably arouse the perception of its owner. Brother, how did you know I was here? Bai Juanhao excitedly gave Lin Chen a bear hug. Lin Chen knocked on his head and scolded with a smile, "Your uncle, you should thank me for passing by and have a meal, or you will stop. I want to ask, why are you here? How long has it been since then? Your kid has all come to the Shenjiutsang Tower?" After finishing speaking, Lin Chen handed Bai Juanhao a 6th-order top-level medicinal pill, hidden qi, and breathing pill, which can completely remove his own breath. Easier to escape. Without further ado, Lin Chen took Bai Juanhao out of the secret room first. The Crimson Palace was extremely heavily guarded, and there were many strong warriors sitting in the town. Lin Chen left alone, so he had to be careful. On the way to leave, Bai Juanhao briefly explained his experience on the way. It turned out that after Bai Juanhao and the main force went to Tianzhou, relying on the pure holy fire seeds that Lin Chen left him, they quickly entered the Yuan Zun realm. And in one of his experiences in Tianzhou, he got the inheritance of an ancient blue dragon and 3 fallen war emperors. These 4 powerful creatures fell in one place at the same time, just happened to be met by Bai Juanhao. With the blood of the Azure Dragon, he fits the inheritance of the ancient Azure Dragon very well, and the speed of improvement is extremely fast. One of the War Emperor's relics contained the entry permit for the Sky Tower. So he rushed all the way from Tianzhou to Shenzhou. On the way, he heard about the legend of Lin Chen's destruction of the descendants of God and the Peak Pill Society. It is to strengthen his mind to enter the Sky Tower. Even before Bai Juanhao entered the Sky Tower, he beat a very young descendant of the pseudo-god. Even Lin Chen was amazed. This kid is really fierce. The descendants of the pseudo-god dare to fight, as expected. They had messed with him, Lin Chen, and did not embarrass him. After entering the Sky Tower, Bai Juanhao learned about Lin Chen's information from the War Emperor's territory on the War Emperor list in the main city No. 1. Because Lin Chen had offended the Emperor of War in the main city of No. 1, in order to activate his god-killer talent to deal with Yun Mingqing, his name was just like thunder. Afterwards, Bai Juanhao rushed all the way to the main city No. 2, but was targeted by a powerful war emperor and kidnapped. It was listed at the auction and was eventually bought by the Scarlet Queen. Your seal is a bit special. I'll untie it for you after you leave here. Completely. Lin Chen patted Bai Juanhao on the shoulder, feeling a little emotional in his heart. He never thought that he would still meet his former partner in the Sky Tower. Everything is arranged by Big Brother. Bai Juanhao laughed and said, as long as he is by Lin Chen's side, he will not be afraid even if he stabs a hole in the sky. In his heart, Lin Chen is the most powerful one in Kyushu. The two retreated from the backyard all the way to the forecourt of the palace, avoiding the strict guards of the 3 war emperors. On the way, Lin Chen was a little puzzled. The Crimson Queen in the center of the palace seemed to have never moved, and didn't mean to move at all. Maybe she was practicing in retreat? Just when the two of them were only 1,000 miles away from the vestibule, an aura with strong mental fluctuations and combat aura suddenly slammed down from the void. Not good. It was discovered. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. He picked up Bai Juanhao and spread out his purple phoenix wings, revealing his aura of a war emperor. At the final moment, Lin Chen pushed the moonlight laning with all his strength, turned into a beam of aurora under the night sky, and swept out of the palace. Crimson Fantasy City. With a cold scolding, a blood moon rose under the night, and the blood moonlight illuminated the entire Crimson City. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression became particularly solemn. He had just escaped to the void thousands of miles away outside the palace, and immediately stopped the body technique. They are blocked. In this Crimson City, there is a powerful spiritual barrier, and its master can activate a powerful spiritual illusion with its spiritual power. What a powerful method to make such a huge city and all the powerhouses in the city sink into the spiritual illusion in a single thought. Perhaps it is difficult for even the 6th-layer war emperor to do it. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously probed around his life wheel. At this moment, the origin of the 9 tribulations in the wheel of life will have to recover for a few more days before it is complete. In other words, the 9 tribulation stars cannot be used unless they are used with the consequences of a retrograde cultivation base. Lin Chen patted Bai Juanhao on the shoulder, ran the time-beginning Bible and 9 tribulations of creation, and with a 2-pronged approach, he tore the seal on Bai Juanhao's body. Since it has been discovered, it is not afraid to expose the location. Brother, be careful, that girl is so fierce. Bai Juanhao stepped into the air and suspended, with a hint of fear on his expression. Calm down, hit a woman, your elder brother has never been afraid, let her taste my marksmanship today. Lin Chen smiled lightly, the 5-colored dragon energy flashed out. Lin Chen grasped the 5-dragon dynasty emperor spear, raised his head and stared at a certain direction in the sky. The void appeared, and a red-robed enchanting figure was like a twisting beauty snake, and it looked extremely psychedelic and charming under the bloody moonlight. Unexpectedly, you can actually buy one, get one free. Hong Pao Qianying's lazy voice was soft and fluffy, like an invitation from a charming female. Lin Chen is extremely vigilant in his heart. This kind of charm has surpassed the race, it is quite powerful. This is not only valid for the human race, but also for other races. This is an extremely high level. Seeing the mountains of Hong Pao and Qianying that were about to burst her robes, someone Lin raised her brows. I wipe, so fierce. Bai Juanhao swallowed and said with difficulty, brother, can you stand it? Lin Chen clenched his gun tightly and looked serious. Can stand it. As soon as the words fell, the breeze blew the hem of the beautiful woman's red robe. The two brothers are in a good mood and turn their heads at the same time. A beautiful scene came into view, and Lin Chen wiped his nosebleed. It can stand it. The crimson formation has started, and the master has shot. What the hell is going on? How sacred is it, that forced the master to activate the crimson formation? All the powerhouses in the Crimson Palace were horrified. The 3 war emperors under the Crimson Queen quickly dispatched. Not only Lin Chen fell into the illusion, but also all the powerhouses in the entire city were trapped in the illusion, and their lives and deaths were all in the hands of the Crimson Queen. Outside the palace, above the tens of thousands of meters of void, a blurred red curtain floats over the entire city, and it is impossible to tell where the exit is. You're not young, but your movement speed is quite fast. If it weren't for this Crimson City, I really couldn't hold you back. The Scarlet Queen giggled, and just as she turned her eyes to look at Lin Chen, she suddenly froze in place. The young man was dressed in a silver robe, his eyebrows were like willows. His face was handsome, and there was a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth. His eyes as deep as abyss were calm from beginning to end, and his demeanor was extraordinary. The most important thing is that his age is the same as the youth of the Qinglong bloodline that he likes. But the talent is countless times higher than the latter. The late stage of the first level of the Battle Emperor realm. The 21-year-old King of War. What is this concept? In the entire Kyushu continent, so far, there has never been a war emperor under the age of 100. The delicate body trembled lightly, and the Crimson Queen, who tried her best to calm her mood, walked towards Lin Chen with her round and slender legs like a white snake. With a faint red glow on her cheeks, she said to Lin Chen seriously, "If you are married for a honeymoon, how about going to the Sea of Cherry Blossoms in Mingzhou?" "I am grass." Lin was stunned. "What is this meet and greet? Are you married as soon as you meet?" "Even the honeymoon location has been chosen." "I said Scarlet Queen, did you make a mistake?" "I'm just here to save people. Not to mention I'm not interested in you." Lin Chen, who has always dealt with women with ease, took a few steps back. "This time, don't worry, as long as there is love, anything can be crossed." The Crimson Queen opened her jade arms and said excitedly, "Go over the hair." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly, but he heard that this Crimson Queen has practiced a practice called Yin-Yang Harmony and Myriad Laws, and she can absorb men's fighting spirit in the affairs of men and women. This kind of cultivation method is regarded as an evil way in the outside world, and the cultivation method is difficult to reach the elegant hall. At most, it can only be cultivated to the Yuan Zuanjing, which is the 9th level of the Yuan Zunjing. But the Crimson Queen's practice has broken through the boundaries of this kind of biased cultivation field, and it can be used even in the battle Emperor realm. The condition for absorbing cultivation is that the higher the talent of the opponent, the smaller the side effects of absorbing cultivation and cultivation. Some extremely talented and very young men have a fatal attraction to the Scarlet Queen, so she will bye-bye Juanhao. His talent is no less than the descendants of God in Shenzhou. However, in the eyes of the Crimson Queen, Bai Juanhao is not a concept. Compared to Lin Chen, the 21-year-old King of War, still a body refining emperor. There is no doubt that if she can get Lin Chen, her cultivation and future cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. The price of women's rapid advancement is that men's cultivation cannot advance by an inch, and they are plundered and absorbed for a long time and even affect their foundation, and their cultivation will go backwards and even endanger their lives. Since the Queen has figured it out, it's better to let my brother go. Next time I will visit my door with a heavy gift, and thank the Queen for her kindness. If the Queen doesn't believe it, the sky coins that the Queen spends on my brother, Lin. How about a 5-fold compensation? Lin Chen clenched his gun and clasped his fists, even though the opponent's whole body was shining with the light of the attribute light ball. He didn't dare to rashly provoke a fight. Fighting in the spiritual illusion is the home of the Scarlet Queen, which is extremely unfavorable to him, not to mention protecting Bai Juanhao. If he can't fight, he certainly won't fight. The Long Qi killed by Lin Chen was the top 3 on the number 2 main city Battle Emperor list, and this woman was the first in the number 2 main city Battle Emperor list. He was still fighting at the opponent's home court, and under the premise that he couldn't use the 9 Tribulation Star. Lin Chen didn't have much confidence that he could get away with a heart attack. A large part of Long Qi's fall was because Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations was seriously injured before he was besieged by many of Lin Chen's clones. Lin Chen, who couldn't use this ultimate move for the time being, couldn't take Bai Juanhao and risk his life to break through. 5 times the sky coins. This condition is really tempting, but I won't accept it. You still have a choice, that is, you stay. If you stay, he can leave safely. The Crimson Queen covered her mouth with a chuckle, and her eyes were like silk, but she didn't shake her position at all. Brother, if you stay, I won't leave, Bai Juanhao said firmly. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Empress Crimson, this is unrealistic, the 2 of us must leave. Then change the day and go, how about it? My sister will let you experience Elysium. In Hong Xiao Tong licked the fiery red lips, and the Crimson Queen smiled charmingly. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched. Damn, this woman really exudes a hornworm air all over her body. Who can resist this? Since the Queen has invited, let's talk about it later. Lin Chen smiled, and the next moment suddenly became fierce and fierce. 6th transformation. Dragon Emperor. Clone, come out. Lin Chen's breath suddenly soared, and he was temporarily promoted from the 1st level peak to the 2nd level peak. The ultimate moment, the ultimate return. Brush. 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 The 4 avatars and the Dragon Emperor were born, and the whole body was surrounded by azure brilliance, and instantly entered the state of the ultimate moment. The Dragon Emperor, protected by Juanhao, and retreated like lightning. Lin Chen was so imposing, and he shot with all his strength, with the 4 avatars. Do Huang 70-style magic cracking spear. 8 desolate fingers. Brilliant Qingyue. Judgment to break the soul. Dark thunder shocks the leaves. The light of the spear is like a dragon, the light of the sword, and the sword spans the sky. The fingers of the 8-colored prehistoric energy slammed into the past, and the light of the dark thunder arrow dimmed the light of the blood moon by 3 points. Such a terrifying offensive was completed in an instant. Even the Scarlet Queen's dignified meaning. Crimson Moon Rin. Between the mental power and the surging fighting spirit, 10 rounds of fluttering blood moon swirled and danced down, like 10 galaxies falling from the sky, slamming in front of all Lin Chen's offensive. Boom. 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 The offensive from the sky exploded, and the spinning and flying blood moon shattered and scattered, but Lin Chen's offensive was also stopped. The explosion shook the center of the entire Crimson City. Lin Chen flapped the purple phoenix wings, and the body took the lead in the direction of the Crimson Queen. Brush. The Crimson Queen turned and flew like lightning, and even Lin Chen couldn't catch up with the speed. Pfft. The blood mist in the void condensed into a giant energy hand and slapped it at Lin Chen. The war gun in his hand shook, and a dozen gunshots were stabbed in reverse and pierced through the giant energy hand. Lin Chen stepped back and did not dare to chase easily. Sure enough, this mental illusion is not only created by the Crimson Queen's spiritual power, but also the blessing of the formation arranged in advance by the entire city. The battle here is her complete home court. Maybe even the sixth battle emperor will be eaten by her. Gotta die. Lin Chen retreated like lightning, and when he merged with his clone, by Juanhao's exclamation came. Brother, it's not good. After the battle with Long Qi and the 5 war emperors at the 9 tombs of Shura, Lin Chen's strength had a breakthrough in all aspects. With his current cultivation base, the 4 avatars of the 6th layer transformation plus the ultimate moment, each of which has the strength between the 4th layer late stage and the 5th layer early stage, coupled with the strength of his main body, almost all of them below the late 5th stage have to be suppressed by him. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor was also officially promoted to the 7th rank. Intermediate level beast. With pure strength, it was comparable to the initial stage of the 4th level, and its full combat power was catching up with the ordinary 5th level early stage war emperor. Brother, it's not good. When Bai Juanhao's exclamation came, an angry unicorn suddenly stepped on the fire wave, and the Qilint's body seemed to be like a round of blazing sun. Attacking Bai Juanhao. It is an angry flame unicorn at the peak of the 7th order primary. In addition, there are 3 triple battle emperors surrounding the dragon emperor. If you let the Dragon King single out this lineup, it's totally fine, because its defense and speed are both unparalleled. But if you want to protect Bai Juanhao at the same time, it is not a concept at all. The Dragon Emperor did not respond immediately, but released a Xianqing Dragon Domain. After delaying the 3 and the flaming unicorn, he twisted the dragon's body, flapped the purple phoenix's wings, and used the shocking dragon swim technique to fly back and retreat. Bai Juanhao looked aggrieved and wanted to take action, but couldn't act. With his strength, he had no choice other than to stabilize his body on the dragon emperor and not fall out. This battle specification was not something he could interfere at all. Just escaping and not fighting can't change the result. Clone, go. Lin Chen's thoughts moved, and his clone held the white jade-green sword White Frost Qinghong to support the Dragon Emperor, and the battle situation changed subversively in an instant. The Qiyao Qinghong sword tricks were used, and Lin Chen's clone was unstoppable, and only one person actually killed 3 mid-third battle emperors. The battle is completely one-sided. Lin Chen's body flashed back and forth, his eyes narrowed, and he swept away with a spear. The spear was like a half-moon Tianhe slashing into a void 30,000 miles away. Boom! Boom! The turbulent sound of the collision of fighting spirits echoed in the sky. The Crimson Queen lurking in the dark was a little surprised. Interesting little guy, his spiritual attainment is also very high, but he has not yet reached the heaven-reaching realm. But how did he see through the location of my body in the illusory realm? The Crimson Queen flashed and floated higher, overlooking Lin Chen. From the previous wave of attacks, this sun's strength should not be underestimated. His 4 clones, the Dragon Emperor, and his own combat power are extremely enchanting. If the main body is used to attack hard, if the opponent is dying to counterattack, even in the Crimson Illusion, they will have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the goal of the Scarlet Queen is not to kill Lin Chen immediately, but to make him her male companion and the cornerstone of her cultivation. Such a powerful clone stunt, the price of the display must be not small. Since this is the case, then I, the Crimson Queen, will do everything I can to meet you for a while. The Crimson Queen flew into the sky, stepped on the blood moon, her jade hand changed, and the seal was formed. As for Lin Chen, the other party is the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm. And the mental illusion displayed is not a level that he can see through. Even if he can find the position of the Crimson Queen in the illusion with the light of the attribute light ball, in the illusion, the speed of the Crimson Queen can be faster than that of Lin Chen's body. Unless the purple phoenix wing is motivated by the blue dragon possession, it is possible to give it a try. However, Lin Chen didn't want to fight her for speed because the main body was not her opponent to catch up with the Crimson Queen alone. Since the other party wants to consume him, then he will follow the other party's train of thought. As far as the eye can see, what to kill? Lin Chen's murderous aura was awe-inspiring, and he actually urged all the clones to attack the direction of the 3 triple battle emperors and the angry flame unicorn. Not good. This kid wants to touch my people? The expression of the Crimson Queen, who was performing some kind of secret technique, suddenly changed. Her jade hand waved lightly, her mental power swept like a hurricane, and countless mirage visions poured into Lin Chen's mind. The entire Crimson City has been transformed into a desert from Lin Chen's perspective. The battle scene between the angry flame unicorn and the 3 warrior emperors completely disappeared. However, Lin Chen, like a reckless man, crashed into the empty desert. Underground. Let the wind and sand raging, Lin Chen and his clone do not care, facing the desert underground is a trick and 8 fingers, Do Huang 58, the offensive of the main body and the clone is not ambiguous. Bang! The fantasy world shattered, and the desert turned back to the Crimson Fantasy realm. Lin Chen's many offensives hit the 3 war emperors. The characteristic of penetrating runes penetrated 20% of the power into the body of the 3rd battle emperor. He was originally cut into pieces by the white frost and blue rainbow sword, and he fell on the spot. My illusion didn't trap him? How is this possible? If you use the illusion in the Crimson City, even the 6th-layer battle emperor or the same level of Tongtian realm may not be able to break through the Crimson illusion so quickly. The Crimson Queen was completely shocked. It is precisely because she has absolute confidence to cover and protect her subordinates in the Crimson Fantasy realm that she let the 3 war emperors and her captive flaming unicorn contact Lin Chen recklessly, trying to consume Lin Chen's strength. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was not affected by the illusion at all. How he did it? In the Crimson City below the void, some warrior emperor powerhouses who entered the city to recuperate were stunned and looked at several figures flashing back and forth in the void. My God, the 2nd stage battle emperor killed the 3rd stage mid-stage in seconds? Who is this kid? How can it be so terrifying? If there is such a sky-defying powerhouse in Main City number 2 and Main City number 3, it is impossible for us not to hear the news. Wait a minute. The Wanzai Qinglong Emperor with purple phoenix wings, I remembered it. It's Lin Chen in the main city of number 1. 10 months ago, nearly 30% of the war emperors in the main city number 1 were provoked by him, and then he killed Yun Mingqing in the main city number 1 in front of the clone of Long Qi in the main city number 2. When the 13 war emperors from all sides in the Crimson City recognized Lin Chen's identity, they all exclaimed, "Brush! Brush!" Boom! The Wanzai Xuanguang blade fell head-on to the furious flame. Qilin tore apart its beast body, kept roaring, and was seriously injured. Without the cover of the 3 war emperors, the furious flame Qilin is no match for the dragon emperor at all. I saw that at this moment, a ray of divine light flashed past the neck of the flaming unicorn like a shooting star. Sigh. A pillar of fire erupted. It was the blood of the flaming unicorn. Its strong fire energy makes its blood as hot as lava. Its unicorn head was chopped off by Lin Chen in the air, and then he grabbed it. Lin Chen, who resisted the unicorn head, issued an order in a single thought. Qinglong, swallow it. The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and kept biting and swallowing the flesh and blood of the furious flame Qilin, as well as a large number of qi and blood attribute light balls that rolled down from its body. With his current cultivation, swallowing the beast core of the furious flame Qilin is not very useful, but Lin Chen can use the characteristics of the furious flame Qilin's beast core to create a big move. Lin Chen's body carried the head of the unicorn, and quietly conveyed the galloping and vast fire robbery to him, and terrifying energy was constantly brewing inside. The host consumes 300 rune energy, 200 rune energy, 280 points, is continuing to activate level 5 slow rune. The characteristic effects of the slow rune are successively delivered to the unicorn head, brewing more and more terrifying waves of destruction. But this energy, except Lin Chen, no one can feel it, because the energy flow in the unicorn head becomes slow and fast. The sword light was like lightning, the sword was like snowflakes, and the arrows were shuttled between the last two battle emperors in the middle stage of the third stage also fell under the combined bombardment of Lin Chen's clones, and they didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. Get 18,000 points of qi and blood energy, 14,000 points of qi and blood energy, 21,000 points of qi and blood energy, 9,000 points of rune energy, 20,000 points of battle qi essence, 200 points of ignition energy, 240 points of wind energy. The attribute light balls were taken away by the Dragon Emperor, and Lin Chen's pure power climbed straight up. These three triple mid-level war emperors provided Lin Chen with high attribute values again. He is getting closer and closer to breaking the boundary of the second battle emperor. The qi and blood attribute light balls dropped by killing Raging Flame Qilin are of extremely high quality and numerous. System, I want to strengthen the talent of divine power to 50%. Consumes 150,000 talent points. Blue level talent, divine power, has been strengthened to 50%. It can increase the pure strength of the host by 50%. It is not suitable for the bottleneck period of body refining, and is only suitable for areas within the range of 10 million dragon power. After killing the angry flame unicorn, Lin Chen's pure power climbed to 1.35 million, and with the 50% bonus of the magic man, the pure power reached the limit of 1.99 million. After landing with the Dragon Emperor and many clones, the ultimate time limit has come, and the main body and clones are lifted together. Seeing his figure, the powerhouses in Crimson City couldn't help but retreat. This young man is so cruel. Tu Huang is like killing a chicken, his brows are not wrinkled. Very good, as expected of the boy I liked, you are indeed the only existence in Kyushu. The more you are like this, the more I want to get you. The Crimson Queen resounded throughout the city with a complex voice of resentment and a hint of resentment. Lin Chen's instant kill after breaking through the illusion has already cost her the right-hand man equal to 4 triple battle emperors. Lin Chen carried the huge unicorn head with one hand and smiled casually. I have always been rated as the most handsome and unexpected 3 good student, and I will suffer a big loss if you underestimate me, Scarlet Queen. Now if you remove the illusion, we have something to talk about, of course, it will definitely not be later. Talk? You killed my 3 war emperors, and the anger flame unicorn that I kept in captivity for 10,000 years, is there any need to talk about this? Loss. The Crimson Queen's extremely charming voice contained a murderous intent. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, but he was talking nonsense. I am afraid that this loss is completely less than 1 million sky coins. You will stay in my hands later, I will make you not survive, nor die. If you don't drain your cultivation, I won't be called the Crimson Queen. Hearing this sentence, many strong men in the city shuddered, and the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. I rely on, who can withstand this? It is said that 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. This Crimson Queen has lived for tens of thousands of years, and she is afraid that she will go to heaven to capture the Buddha. The Dragon Emperor, protected by Juanhao, and retreated to the side. Just as Lin Chen was about to look up, the entire city was swaying. The world begins to change in the Crimson Fantasy realm. Boom. The Crimson City has turned into a whole new world, and the buildings around it have become very beautiful and full of sentiment, exuding the smell of stimulating hormones everywhere. Countless beautiful women of all colors, pure and lovely, beautiful and delicious, walk out of many exquisite buildings slowly, and they have everything. Countless. They exude infinite charm, and even the Emperor of War cannot completely resist its temptation and influence. The entire Crimson City has become a charming paradise. Lin Chen ran the Taisher Bible quickly, and the mental power in his whole body seemed to form countless vortices. The Crimson Fantasy that wanted to approach Lin Chen and invaded his spiritual consciousness was completely eliminated by the Taisher Bible. Even Bai Juanhao couldn't help showing a look of lust and soul, and he said it completely. His cultivation is still difficult to resist this level of seductive arts. Junhao, wake me up. Lin Chen's soul shook and woke up Bai Juanhao, who was in the deep illusion. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Brother, I drive your Qinglong bloodline into the most violent state. Stay sane with all your might. Lin Chen didn't have time to explain to him, and suddenly urged his mental power to drink. Bai Juanhao didn't say a word, he mobilized the Qinglong bloodline in his body and turned into a terrifying human-shaped Qinglong. His pupils turned blue, and the vicious and brutal aura swept the entire street. Although the killing intent in Bai Juanhao's eyes was strong, he managed to maintain his sanity from the realm of illusion for a short period of time. Huh? The 2 little guys are blocking it? One is forcibly keeping rational with the brutal nature of the Qinglong bloodline, but that little guy's mental operation method is very clever. The Crimson Queen lurking above the sky was shocked. The winking eyes showed greed. This child must have a high-level spiritual cultivation secret of good luck and profound knowledge. If she gets it, I'm afraid her illusion control technique can go to several levels. Even some low-level war emperors said something, and walked towards the Crimson Palace full of charming atmosphere with blurred eyes. Although the situation was dangerous, Lin Chen's expression was occasionally solemn, but the smile on the corner of his mouth seemed calm from beginning to end. At this time, in the palace, there were more than a dozen beautiful figures of sinking fish and falling geese, each with its own merits. What a brilliant method of illusion. These beauties are real and fake, too. Deal with Yuan Zuanjing, use illusions to face each other, and to deal with war. Emperor Realm used specially trained maids to perform specific charms with the effective illusion to tempt War Emperor, and finally the beneficiaries will all be the Scarlet Queen. Lin Chen exclaimed, and when he turned to look at the number plate of the Crimson Palace, the corners of his mouth twitched. The palace door plate reads, Battle of the Imperial City, the winner is the King. Beauty knife, click to send. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he found out again that colorful, splendid clouds rose into the sky, which was a sign of the birth of a high-level exotic treasure. Tier 7 top-quality weapons. More than one. Haha, send it, send it. Some battle emperors are not strong, but they are suddenly attracted by the illusion of the birth of this high-level battle weapon. There were 3 more battle emperors, their eyes became especially violent, aiming at Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen, in their eyes, has become a sweet pastry covered with treasures with high-level medicinal herbs in his body. The moment these war emperors were born by the vision of high-level war weapons, their spirits were relaxed. When they were invaded by the illusion of the sea of spiritual knowledge, they seemed to be in the illusion. They saw the 7th order top treasures and 7th order treasures in Lin Chen. The vision of the birth of the top elixir. Without further ado, more than a dozen half-emperors and 3 war emperors immediately slashed away at Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but scolded, Grass. If you are a brother, come to chop me up? I'm not a scumbag. The 3 avatars appeared in a flash, their hands were imprinted, and the 6 spiritual azure phantoms appeared in the air, suddenly bursting out 6 spiritual shocks that shattered the universe, like a hurricane that shattered the dead and destroyed the group of powerhouses who were trapped in the illusion. Ah! Many beauties condensed from illusion screamed and were shattered into nothingness by the mental shock. At this time, the sky above Lin Chen's head began to gather 10 graceful figures. The aura of each one is comparable to that of the 4th layer late stage battle emperor. I actually used the power of the illusion to create 10 4th level late battle emperors. Do you want to try the rune of slowness? But in the illusion, she can mobilize the power of the illusion at will, even if I use the rune of slowness to seal her. It can mobilize the power of the illusion and turn it into an infinite attack to stop me. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, the Crimson Queen's chuckle came. Giggle, since the illusion can't hold you back, then I want to see how much combat power you have. The laughter was filled with mental vibrations, which made Lin Chen dizzy for a while, and his clone was no exception. Even if he would not be in an illusion, but in this powerful illusion, the power of the main body and the clone was still there. There will be a discount. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. When he took a closer look, the 10 beautiful beauties condensed from the illusion in the void were all condensed from the essence of battle energy and a large number of spiritual energy attribute light balls. Everyone, look at this, the Queen Crimson intends to make us also become the nourishment of her illusion. How about joining forces to break this illusion? At this time, a middle-aged man in green robe said seriously, he is a pure sword emperor with a sword, and his cultivation has reached the late 3rd stage. It is also one of the few powerhouses who has not fallen into the illusion. The old man will not be involved. This is the number 1 battle emperor. If you offend her, there is no good fruit to eat. The 2 old men in black robes stepped aside, and then, 2 more battle emperors in the middle stage of the 3rd stage expressed their intention to break through the illusion together. Once this extremely dangerous cave of ecstasy and bone erosion falls, there Cultivation will be reduced to nourishment for the illusion, and become a stepping stone for the Crimson Queen's cultivation. They are all arrogant people, not people who bow their heads easily. Right now, there are still 5 war emperors who hesitated and did not make a statement. After all, they were just passing through the Crimson City to rest. For a while, who would have expected to be involved in this battle? As usual, if it weren't for the moment of life and death, how could the Crimson Queen open the illusion formation? But who would have known that the Crimson Queen would meet such an ancient and shining existence as Lin Chen? Do not hesitate to take out your trump card. But provoke the first place in the Battle King list, they still dare not express their position easily. At the same time, they can't afford to offend Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the 3 people who dared to resist with a little appreciation, but he didn't have time to speak. At this time, the 10 graceful figures in the sky actually formed a group, and immediately lifted up their long skirts, lighted up their fair and delicate jade legs, and formed a half-moon-shaped formation, with 20 white and flowery jade legs swaying. Send an invitation to bliss to Lin Chen and others. Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. Fuck. Who can withstand this? What kind of formation is this? One of the 10 beauties, a group of purple beauties, smiled charmingly. Little brother, this is the beauty circle. Lin Chen raised his brows. How beautiful is it? The 10 beauties lifted their clothes and skirts, and the looming snow white pieces made Lin wipe his nosebleed, and turned his head to the 3 war emperors before, and said solemnly, 3, this beauty formation is too dangerous. You should rest, I am young. Let me come. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? This time I will lead the charge. After all, Lin Chen carried the unicorn head and flew into the air with the 4 clones. The war emperors together with the Crimson Queen saw him carrying the head of the angry flame unicorn, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Depend on. For real? You really fucking charge with a head? Suddenly, the 5 war emperors who did not express their position suddenly had 3 yellow-robe war emperors shouting with justice and awe. Don't worry, little friend, we are here to save you. Lu Jian roared, and the 3 emperors picked up the guy and rushed. No way. Lin is indomitable, handsome, tough and durable, how can you come to the rescue? Today, let them be the beauty of my Lingzhou men's marksmanship. Don't rob me today, who robs me who's in a hurry? The last sentence was Lin Chen's inner thoughts. These beauties were created by illusions, and their whole bodies were filled with light balls of spiritual power and the essence of fighting spirit. If he kills them all, wouldn't his mental power skyrocket to the point where it's so cool? Lin Chen turned his head and scolded the emperors behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath. These 3 war emperors actually took off their pants. Grass. He even said that he came to save me, but his pants were all taken off, so you saved a hair. The Huangpao war emperor said seriously, little brother, the weather is too hot, we will have heat stroke if we don't take off our pants. Lin Chen, fuck your mother. I was making hot pot 2 days ago. Giggle, come on, be happy, anyway, there is a lot of time. The 10 beauties of the beauty array danced gracefully, and a series of swaying plumps and large snow whites came into view. The 3 war emperors were so fascinated that their minds swayed, and many war emperors behind Lin Chen began to show signs of shaking. This beauty formation is capable of seducing several 5-layer war emperors at the same time, not to mention their double and triple war emperors. Lin Chen is also deeply immersed in the illusion, and when more inappropriate pictures of children come into his eyes, he really cannot easily break through this illusion. However, the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly, and the eyes of his avatar and body were empty, and he was about to throw himself into the arms of the many beauties in the beauty formation. I'm hooked. That little guy can't resist the charm of the Feiyue beauty formation. Humph. This time I'm going to drain his cultivation. The Crimson Queen moved and swept away in Lin Chen's direction. Suddenly, a creepy sense of crisis emerged from the heart of the Scarlet Queen. This is the clearest sixth sense, she feels the fatal crisis. The Crimson Queen suddenly retreated unconsciously, ignoring her beauty formation at all. Extreme Guiyuan's leading charge, the penetrating charge rune, and the commander of the ultimate moment, forced to listen to the invincible 8 wastes who want to beat people and give it to all the beauties. Lin Chen's wild laughter resounded through the sky, and the 8-colored prehistoric energy violently poured out from Lin Chen's body and even all his sub-body, condensing on the fingertips of his arms. Lin Chen kicked the furious flame unicorn head, which had been brewing for a long time, and turned into a meteor that cut through the void. While his clone and main body put away their weapons, they suddenly pointed out. Boom! Boom! 5 cut and 8-colored energy fingers are pointed out, and the power is monstrous. Across the sky, 5 8-colored energy fingers horizontally pushed the flaming unicorn head, which shocked the 10 beauties in the beauty formation, and hurriedly urged the movement to escape when the unicorn head exploded violently. Boom! The raging fiery and violent energy rolled up the endless heat wave of destruction, and then detonated the 8-colored prehistoric energy, such as the scattered 8-colored air wave. The energy storm lasted nearly 100,000 feet, shocking all the emperors of war. The power of this blow, I am afraid that even if it is a frontal resistance in the late stage of the 5th layer, it will take half a life less, right? Lin Chen's 4 avatars stood in front of Lin Chen's main body like a consonance, and when he used the avatars to resist, Lin Chen instantly unfolded his purple phoenix wings, turned into a shadow of moonlight, and retreated wildly all the way. Boom! 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 The heat wave that devoured the world and the astonishing destructive energy fluctuations rolled up again and again. The heat wave was nearly 30,000 feet high, and it almost swallowed the upper part of half of the Crimson City into a vacuum. Pfft! The Scarlet Queen spit out several mouthfuls of blood. That beauty formation is a big move of her crimson illusion, which is all condensed by her spiritual origin and battle aura. If any illusion avatar is lost, part of the damage will be backfired on her body. Unbelievable shock and lingering fear remain on her coquettish cheeks. If I didn't choose to retreat decisively at that time, I'm afraid I would have lost half my life now. What the hell is going on? Isn't that kid hit by an illusion? How can he still launch such a terrifying attack? The Scarlet Queen was very sure that Lin Chen was completely caught in the illusion at that time, otherwise she would not be able to act easily. But what she didn't expect was why Lin Chen could still aim at the position of himself and the beauty formation in the illusion, and could break out such a terrifying attack. In normal times, in the realm of illusion, she is the master. As long as she can sense this terrifying attack in advance, she can disarm the beauty formation in one breath. Avoid this loss. But at that time, she had already felt the fatal danger, and she could take care of her beauty I was put together by this kid, it's too bad. The Crimson Queen's expression became more and more gloomy, and the price to take away this young man was too great. When the energy storm dissipated, Lin Chen's 4 clones were caught in the aftermath of the energy, and only one survived. Lin Chen was in a surging mood, and immediately activated the Phantom Rune. The 3 clones reappeared and swept into the sky. At this time, the sky is full of attribute light balls suspended in the air. Among them, most of them are the attribute light balls of the essence of fighting spirit and spiritual power. Gain 110 points of spiritual power, 105 points of spiritual power, 150 points of spiritual power, 25,800 points of battle spirit essence, 180 points of spiritual power, 8,000 points of rune energy. Many attribute light balls were taken away by Lin Chen's avatar, Lin Chen's spiritual awareness. The spiritual bridge grew wildly and extended. Lin Chen's attack was by no means accidental, but a killer move that he had been poised for a long time. With the genus picking system, as long as there is the light of the attribute light ball around, he will never get lost in the illusion, even if he has superb illusions. And inside the head of the furious flame Qilin is its fierce beast core. The furious flame unicorn is a fierce beast with extremely violent fire energy. This violent characteristic makes it more troublesome and more difficult to handle than the same level of beast cores, which leads to high-level alchemy. Masters who choose other fire-type beast cores when refining medicine. But Lin Chen made the most of his troubling and tricky violent characteristics. He has been using the rune of slowness to make the energy flow inside the unicorn head slow like a turtle. When the slow rune solidified inside the unicorn head, Lin Chen continuously fed in with his own fire and calamity, the violent energy of the beast core itself was already a dynamite barrel, let alone run into Lin Chen, the fire robbery fighting spirit. Under normal circumstances, once these two energies come into contact, there must be a big explosion. However, Lin Chen's slowness rune temporarily calmed these two energies, and they were completely integrated into the unicorn head. If he hadn't had absolute confidence in his slowness rune, almost no one would dare to do such crazy things. This is equivalent to holding a super bomb that can injure and incapacitate the 5-layer war emperor by his side. It is completely killing his life. Play a heartbeat. Therefore, from the moment Lin Chen got the head of the angry flame unicorn, he has been delivering a massive amount of fire robbery fighting energy for this earth-shattering blow. 5 tricks and 8 wild fingers, plus a violent beast core that brews the fire robbery to the extreme. The final explosion power is second only to Lin Chen's previous all-out strike 9 calamity stars. In the end, Lin Chen gained a total of 9,840 points of intermediate spiritual power from the attribute light balls dropped by the fallen beauties in the beauty array, and the spiritual bridge extended to 8/10 in one go. With another 2/10 growth, Lin Chen's spiritual power is the real state of heaven, and his spirit has the power to resist the fate of heaven and earth. Lin Chen lifted the 6-layer transformation at once. The feeling of weakness just came, and the rising fighting spirit burst out suddenly, forming the second 9-colored fighting spirit life wheel. The initial stage of the second level of the Emperor's realm. Lin Chen, who destroyed the Crimson Illusion beauty array, finally broke through that boundary. However, this is not Lin Chen's ultimate goal. Even if it is the early stage of the second level cultivation and the blessing of the 6th level transformation, it is still difficult to defeat the Crimson Queen at home. Lin Chen's goal is to break through her crimson fantasy. Clone. All stand guard. At this time, Lin Chen's 4 avatars were protecting him one after another. After the breakthrough of the cultivation base, the avatar in the state of the 6th level transformation had barely stepped into the early stage of the 3rd level cultivation level. The 4 clones have the strength to match the initial stage of the 5th stage. The 4 avatars did not act easily, and before the Queen Crimson wondered, she saw Lin Chen take out something in her hand, and her pretty face suddenly changed. The energy of the 7-color flickering light group circulated in the middle of the palm, and Lin Chen put it into the center of his eyebrows. Boom! The terrifying spirit fluctuated like 10,000 waves of anger, sweeping the entire Crimson Fantasy territory. This is the colorful holy source? This kid actually wants to break through the spiritual power of the sky-reaching realm in front of me at this juncture? The Crimson Queen's expression was both startled and angry, and she had reached the heaven-penetrating realm with her spiritual attainments, so it was impossible not to know what Lin Chen wanted to do. Want to break through the spiritual power in front of her, doesn't this not take her Crimson Queen in the eyes? I want to see how mad you are. This time I only want to live, not complete. The beauty formation couldn't take Lin Chen, and the Crimson Queen was completely angry. With the light wave of the sleeve robe, more than a dozen pink energy giant palms were remade and suppressed, and each palm had a taste of shattering mountains and rivers, which was comparable to an all-out blow-in. The early stage of the 5th stage. She no longer intends to completely capture Lin Chen. This goal is no longer realistic. She only needs to be alive. Even if it is disabled, as long as Lin Chen is taken down, his talent will become the stepping stone for her. Cultivation. Beat. All of Lin Chen's clones seemed to have a heart, and they launched the extreme return to Yuan and continued to use the ultimate moment. Draw the bow and draw the sword, wield the spear and wield the knife, and use the 2 runes of penetration and charging one after another. Between the flying sand and the stone, the entire city became dull and dark. The 2 sides are instantly handed over. The Dragon Emperor took Bai Juanhao and flew to Lin Chen's side, and launched the Xianqing Dragon Domain to protect him. Avoid the aftermath of the battle. To effect his impact cultivation. Boom. Boom. The sky trembled violently as if it was about to collapse, and this terrifying aura was so startling that whether it was the only remaining servants of the Crimson Queen, the War Emperor, or other masters who entered the Crimson City to rest, they all retreated to the side. According to common sense, even if Lin Chen's 4 avatars have strength comparable to the initial stage of the 5th stage, it is difficult to stop the Crimson Queen, who is at the home court. But all his clones are not afraid of death. As long as there is a chance to hurt the Queen Crimson between the back and forth of many moves, it is completely life for life. And the Crimson Queen didn't dare to give Lin Chen this chance. The former had already personally experienced his penetrating rune, not to mention that he was still injured after the backlash from the beauty array. The clone was fighting against the Scarlet Queen. At this time, Lin Chen was running the Taisher Bible frantically. Although the pure spiritual energy of the 7-colored holy source is extremely vast, it does not have any absorption burden. The mystery of the Taisher Bible is divided into multiple spiritual forces that are simultaneously refined and absorbed. Lin Chen's spiritual bridge climbed and extended again. In the end, it rushed to 9 out of 10, a nearly complete spiritual bridge. Finally, after the 4 avatars stood guard for nearly a quarter of an hour, and after 3 avatars fell and were immediately mobilized to make up, Lin Chen's mental power suddenly rushed to a certain point. Spiritual consciousness builds an overpass within the sea, leading directly to Jiuxiao. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of spiritual sharpness in the pupils. His hands clasped together suddenly, and the fingerprints changed like lightning, and even the 4 avatars made the same fingerprints. Boom! The majestic and vast spiritual power has condensed into 15 spiritual phantoms, each with 3 heads and 6 arms. Oops, this kid has broken through the spiritual power of the sky-reaching realm. The Crimson Queen's expression changed suddenly, and if both parties had the same spiritual power, even if the other party couldn't completely break through her crimson illusion, there was still a high chance that she could tear open a crack and escape. If Lin Chen escapes, then she will really lose everything this time. The accumulation of thousands of years will be hit hard. Ultimate moment charging, penetrating runes. Shura's wrath. Lin Chen tried his best to motivate the wrath of Shura to obtain powerful blessings such as the blessing of the Taisher Bible and the ultimate moment, making it not inferior to the purple level at all. The most important thing is that there are 4 avatars of Lin Chen to cast with him. The monstrous spiritual shock smashed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and attacked the Crimson Queen. Mental combat skills? The Crimson Queen gritted her silver teeth, her jade hand fluttered her sleeves and slapped her away, her 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and hundreds of spiritual blood and moonlight blades flew like snowflakes, pouring down like a mad shower. Sigh. Boom. Shura's anger slashed like a blade, tearing apart many blood moon blades, but it still failed to stop its offensive, and the spiritual attack of the Crimson Queen was even better. However, when Lin Chen's 20% spiritual penetration broke out, he barely stopped the remaining blood moon blade, and a chaotic spiritual storm exploded in the void between the 2 sides. A little sign of breaking free from the illusion. Sigh. The tearing sound of cracking brocade surrounds the sky, and cracks have begun to appear in the edge space of the crimson illusion. This wave of terrifying confrontation between Lin Chen and the Crimson Queen caused the crimson illusion to be turbulent. The chaotic mental storm has not yet passed, and the entire crimson illusion began to burn violently with blood-colored flames. Lin Chen's demeanor appeared solemn, and all the mental fluctuations in the illusion began to agitate, ignite the formation, and explode the entire illusion. The Crimson Queen is really a big deal. Suddenly, Lin Chen released all his clones, his solemn demeanor returned to his previous cynicism, and he smiled casually. Since you have reached the spiritual power of the heaven-reaching realm, then I bet you will not die. The corner of the Crimson Queen's mouth was bleeding, and the moment Lin Chen entered the sky-reaching realm, she already knew that her crimson illusion might not be able to trap him. She is going to detonate the entire crimson fantasy. Its power is strong enough to threaten the 6-layer War Emperor. This move is a double-edged sword. If Lin Chen dies in an illusion, she will still lose blood. But if Lin Chen is only seriously injured, then she will be able to capture this talented young man who is the best in Kyushu and become the cornerstone of her cultivation to step into the 6th or even 7th Battle Emperor. It's a big gamble. Unfortunately, there have been cracks in the illusion, and there is no period of regret. Lin Chen took the Dragon Emperor into his body, showing a relaxed smile that the other party couldn't see through, and lifted by Juanhao. I, Lin, will take the first step, ha ha ha. Lin Chen waved his hand and laughed, a feeling of extreme unease enveloped the Heart of the Crimson Queen. The host launches an ultra-dimensional teleportation, teleports the host to the saved space, carries +1 life form, doubles the required talent points, consumes 220,000 talent points, and begins to teleport. Brush. Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao, like two shadows that disappeared out of thin air, became transparent in a very short time. Silence, eerie silence. All the Battle Kings and Scarlet Queens who were still sane were stunned. Searching through the entire Crimson illusion in a single thought, the Crimson Queen who did not find the two figures, her face gradually became pale and gloomy. No. He actually ran away? How did he jump out of my Crimson fantasy? This is impossible, impossible. The Crimson City is surrounded by hysterical screams like mourning Kairu. Afterglow Mountains, eastern entrance. In the void, two silhouettes descended from the sky without warning, like two polar stars passing through. When Bai Juanhao floated into the void, he fell into a sluggish state. What happened? What kind of body law is this? Brother Lin Chen took himself away from the Crimson City in an instant? Ultradimensional teleportation, the consumption of talent points can be teleported to the fixed position in space. The farther the teleportation distance is, the higher the consumption of talent points, and the longer the cooling time. And the spatial orientation of Lin Chen's first fixed point is the eastern entrance of the Afterglow Mountains. Due to the high consumption of talent points, Lin Chen did not use this talent immediately at first, but he was trapped in the fantasy realm and failed to activate it. Send it out with Bai Juanhao. Glancing at the superdimensional teleportation that has entered a cooling state, there are still 2 days and 23 hours until the next activation. One wave of teleportation consumes 220,000 talent points. This is ruthless. Lin Chen's heart twitched, although this time it was because he brought Bai Juanhao, which doubled the consumption of talent points, but even if he used it alone, Lin Chen's foundation couldn't stand the consumption several times. It seems that it can only be used for life-saving cards. However, with this superdimensional teleportation, it is not so simple for other powerhouses to want my Lin Chen's life. Lin Chen smiled in his heart and retracted his gaze from the attribute bar of the system. With the release of mental power, Lin Chen can clearly perceive the wind and grass within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Lin Chen tried to stimulate a ray of spiritual power. Boom! 100,000 miles away in the mountain range, 1,000 zhang high, mountain exploded into powder, and sweeping out a spiritual force in the air, would have the power to turn the river and shatter the mountain. This is the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm. Hey, my purple golden pupil has stepped into the realm of golden pupil twins. When Lin Chen activated the purple gold pupils again, 2 golden lotus flowers bloomed in Lin Chen's pupils, extremely beautiful and mysterious. At this time, in Lin Chen's eyes, the scene between heaven and earth is completely different. In addition to the odd luck and bad luck wandering between heaven and earth, there are also some energy bodies with extremely strong aura fluctuations. With Lin Chen's cultivation level, even if he takes it casually a little bit, the strength can skyrocket rapidly. These energy bodies come from outside the sky tower and the outer starry sky above the Kyushu continent. Without the strength of the Holy Land, they are not qualified to approach. However, Lin Chen was able to spy on the existence of these energy bodies with the strength of the Battle Emperor realm. Looking at the continent of Kyushu, there may not be a second person who can do it. Golden pupil twins are the highest realm of purple and golden pupils. I will Also have the opportunity to see through the opponent's actions and predict his actions in the future against the high-level war emperor, so I can take the lead. The golden lotus introverted into the depths of his pupils, and Lin Chen returned to normal. The harvest this time is not too big. When the cultivation base was promoted to the second stage of the battle, Emperor realm and his spiritual power was promoted to the Tongtian realm, his medicine refining skills increased linearly. Brother, where are we going next? Bai Juanhao asked excitedly. He didn't expect that he had not seen him for nearly a year, and even the fifth-layer war emperor was not a match for Brother Lin Chen. I know what you're thinking, but just relying on me now, going to and from Lingzhou can't control the overall situation, we're going to call someone. Lin Chen smiled confidently, Bai Juanhao was puzzled. Who is it? Who is it? Call anyone who is arrogant. Bai Juanhao, what's your name? Alchemy. Lin Chen tore apart the dragon jade that Long Kuan had left him, and waited less than a day at the mountain pass before the two sides converged. When I saw Long Kuan again, its aura became a bit terrifying, and it overflowed with a fierce dragon breath at any time, and there was a kind of atmosphere that was ready to advance at any time. When Bai Juanhao saw Long Kuan, he couldn't help being stunned. And Long Kuan also admired Bai Juanhao, a man of Qinglong blood, and even accepted him as a disciple at one point. The two of them and one dragon passed through the Afterglow mountain range. On the way, Lin Chen used the Golden Eye twins to search for all the high-level medicinal materials and heaven and earth treasures inside the mountain range. In addition, with the strong helper of Long Kuan, Lin Chen grabbed from the east of the mountain to the west, and harvested nearly 207th order heaven and earth treasures. There are more than 10,000 sixth order medicinal materials, and there is another batch of medicinal materials for refining. 4 days later, we arrived at number 3 main city. As long as the beast is put on the special beast ring made by the main city, the beast can also enter the main city. In the task hall, Lin Chen submitted the task that he had accepted before. Collect Shura armor, a pair of which costs 10,000 sky coins. Lin Chen collected a total of 113 sets of Shura armors in the tomb and got 1.13 million sky coins. Bai Juanhao was stunned by this terrifying number. He naturally knows the value of sky coins. 1.13 million sky coins can buy massive cultivation resources. With 1.13 million sky coins, plus Lin Chen robbed and killed many war emperors. Before, he gained a total of 22 Na ring, plus the sky coins inside. Lin Chen has a total of 3.85 million sky coins. Super huge. This price can even afford the legendary purple level advanced exercises, blue level trial secret orders, and 7th level top weapons. However, although the above is very tempting, it is not what Lin Chen needs most. He spent 3 million sky coins in one go, buying 20 Emperor Life pills and 20 Emperor Fengming Life Wheel pills. The Emperor's Lifluin pill increases the chance of breaking through the war Emperor by 20%. He was about to return to Lingzhou, and he planned to leave these pills to Ling Yueqi, Bai Ruoyan, Yun Manqing, and everyone in Class 66. Become Emperor is a process of breaking through life and death. Emperor Ming Dan has a chance to save his life. If everyone can't become Emperor, then Lin Chen would rather they live their whole lives after becoming the peak of Yuan Zuanjing rather than fighting for that illusory chance. With the remaining 800,000 sky coins, Lin Chen spent 750,000 to buy a roll of the 7th order, top middle grade pill recipe. This pill recipe is extremely partial. It was originally worth millions of sky coins, but for some reason, the price has been reduced again and again. However, for Lin Chen, it is of great use. After doing this, Lin Chen, Long Kuan, and Bai Juanhao teleported out of the tower from the main city number 3. Brother, do you want me to bring these pills back to Tianzhou? Outside the Zhangqiang Pagoda, in the void near Baiyu City, Bai Juanhao took the Neji containing more than a dozen Imperial Life pills and Emperor Fengming will pills with a solemn expression. Yes, take these pills back to everyone in class 66 and tell them that if you can't become emperor, you can't easily step into Lingzhou unless I go back and win this war. Otherwise, if you don't become emperor, you can never step into Lingzhou. Lingzhou. Lin Chen instructed earnestly, and gave Bai Juanhao the Beihai Aurora ring that the vice president had left for him. This item can send out the secret treasure of the second stage battle. Emperor's full strength attack. After he was promoted to the battle emperor, this item was useless to Lin Chen. It was used by Lin Chen once, and there were still 2 attacks left. Bai Juanhao still has crucial role. My clone will escort you back, but you still have to take it just in case. After Lin Chen handed over the Beihai Aurora ring, he cast a clone. This time, the journey to escort Bai Juanhao was a little long. Lin Chen couldn't let the clone maintain the ultimate moment and the 6 changes. Therefore, the real combat power of Lin Chen's clone is only around the peak of the 3rd level. If he encounters the 4th level of War Emperor, he can only fight for cover. After disguising the avatar, Bai Juanhao thanked Lin Chen heavily, and then disappeared, and the avatar disappeared into the void. Boy, where are we going next? Long Kuan, who had shrunk to several tens of feet, asked. Where there are many masters, we will go there. 5 days later, Danzhou, Yang family. Today's Yang family welcomes a heavyweight VIP. The Supreme Elder, from the Han family and other 3 super refining families. In the secret room of the Yang family, the head of the Yang family, the 2 elders, and Yang Qing'er sat aside, staring at the silver-robed boy on the opposite side with complicated and curious eyes. The 3 Taishan beta-level medicine refining giants on the side are the 3 old men who presided over the peak pill meeting that day. After hearing Lin Chen's request, they said in surprise. You want to issue a call? Call on the world's strongest in Kyushu? Lin Chen picked up a rare fruit and took a bite, then nodded with a smile. Yes, with the reputation of your seniors in Danzhou, if you issue this call. For me, it will naturally have the best effect. As the champion of his peak alchemy club, if he wants to go out to refine medicine and call on the strong, there will naturally be a lot of strong people to attract, but the problem is, you're calling for the strong, shouldn't it have something to do with those families that are descended from the gods? At this time, the old man Han Ming, from the super family, asked with his beard. When it comes to this issue, the atmosphere in the secret room becomes tense. Calling the strong need to explain his intentions. If Lin Chen wants to find someone to trouble the family of descendants of the gods, it is estimated that few strong people in Kyushu dare to come. Lin Chen, who was biting the fruit, shook his head and laughed. I'm so handsome, I'm definitely not that stupid. I'll beat those pseudo-god families step by step myself. The Yang family's patriarch and his own supreme elder raised their brows, and the expressions of the other 2 medicine refining giants changed slightly. In this Kyushu continent, there are still people who dare to call the descendants of God family a family of pseudo-gods. This young man is really scary. Han Yuanfang of the Han family frowned and said, "Oh? What is the purpose? Come back to Lingzhou with me, and fight against the ancient family in Lingzhou." Now the ancient family in Lingzhou is fighting each other. With your news network, it is impossible not to know. Lin Chen smiled, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't to provoke the descendant family of the gods, otherwise the aristocratic family they helped to issue the call order would also be implicated. So, what is the call to action? Han Ming stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Lin Chen stretched out his finger. The calling order is very simple. The minimum cultivation base must be above the 4th level of Battle Emperor. I don't want crooked melons and cracked dates. I only want to fight. There is no limit to the number of people, as many as you come. The reward is, I will give each person a free medicine. Refining. Of course, it will be determined according to the cultivation base and the strength of the output. I can accept any rank pills below the 7th order top-level pills for refining. Of course, the pills and medicinal materials need to be prepared by myself. I am only responsible for refining medicines. Boom. Violently fluctuating mental ripples permeated the secret room, and the 3 major medicine refining giants almost couldn't control their mental power. Stood up abruptly, and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Your refining skills have reached the 7th order advanced refining level? Lin Chen smiled. I like to pretend and brag, but I don't like to brag. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen released a majestic spiritual force that enveloped the secret room, and the 3 elders shook their bodies. It is impossible for them to perceive this spiritual force wrong. Compared with these old antiques, even if it is not as good as it is still worse. Not far. The real Tongtian realm spiritual power. At this time, everyone in the secret room looked at each other. The expressions on their faces were amazed and shocked. Very exciting. A 21-year-old 7th order senior alchemist. Looking at the Kyushu continent, there are probably no more than 10 high-level pharmacists of the 7th order. Almost all of them are hidden old monsters who have experienced ancient times. At the age of 21, he has reached a height that others cannot reach even after 20,000 years, or even 100,000 years. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one will believe this fact. Wait a minute, little friend Lin Chen, you. When Han Ming followed Lin Chen's mental power to investigate his aura, he found that he could not detect his combat aura cultivation base. The corners of my mouth twitched. On that day, they could easily see through Lin Chen's cultivation at the scene of the peak pill meeting, but now they can detect only the fire nets intertwined like fire dragons, and they can't see the details of Lin Chen. Is it the king of war? The 21-year-old 7th order senior pharmacist is also a war emperor. Is this still a person? No wonder he dares to sit here and issue an order. He does have the strength to shake the current chaotic situation in Lingzhou. It's really not what it used to be. It's been a year since the Peak Pill Club. And now he is already a strong warrior in the Battle Emperor realm. Facing the powerhouses present, he was completely calm and calm. If you are a 7th order senior pharmacist, I'm afraid even those old guys will be born. TSK, 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 a chance to refine a medicinal pill for free. Those old monsters won't miss this opportunity. After a long time, after the 3 major medicine refining giants calmed down, they shook their heads and laughed. Afterwards, they immediately accepted the request to issue the summon order on behalf of them. They also wanted to be very friendly with the most enchanting genius in the history of the Kyushu continent. However, they cannot directly participate in this matter. There are unwritten rules among the 9 major states. The ancient families of all parties cannot intervene in the affairs of other major states. If it is exposed, the result is likely to start a war. Danjo's family of refining medicine launched private connections, and an earth-shattering news was released, sweeping the 8 states other than Lingzhou at a very short speed. A super refining giant was born, calling on the strong from all walks of life. You can get a free chance to refine medicine pills, and you can make medicine pills of any grade below the top level of the 7th rank. Meeting point. Yang's house in Danzhou. Is it going to leave so soon? Will young Master Lin Chen no longer sit down? In the Yang family's backyard, Yang Qing'er couldn't help but stop Lin Chen, who was flying in the air. Thanks to Miss Qing'er's love, Lin and I have something to do. We will meet again next time. Lin Chen clasped his fists and said with a smile, before leaving with long Kuan. Yang Qing'er's unique and gentle voice reached Lin Chen. I will also go to Lingzhou. When the beauty transmitted a voice with a bit of stubbornness, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Then I'll show you the scenery of Lingzhou next time, a scenery that only Lingzhou has. 10 days later, the extreme eastern region of China. The extreme eastern region is the most prosperous region in China. There is no one. It is said that it is under the protection of the gods. Those who have a heart for the gods can receive the blessings of the gods. The extreme eastern region is divided into 6 major sections, which are controlled by the family of 6 gods. Today, in the most low-key Seoul home field on weekdays, Longyun Giant City ushered in a happy event. A stunning beauty from Mingzhou has been favored and blessed by the god. Sanqing was fortunate enough to become the concubine of the gods and received the ascension of the gods. In Longyun City, the whole audience was like celebrating with countless people. Carnival. The true sacred mountain in Longyun City, the mountain is so high that it can't see the top. There is a hidden coercion, as if it can suppress the ages. There were countless crowds at the bottom of the mountain, cheering excitedly. In a corner at the bottom of the mountain, the silver-robed youth, with a sharp and restrained temperament, has a plain appearance, but there is a hint of domineering between his brows, which seems to be somewhat unique. He stood at the bottom of the mountain and looked up at the statues above the True God Mountain. Each of the hundreds of beautiful statues was unique and lifelike. Each statue is like a lively, beautiful woman. They either show a look of pain and torture, or face despair, or they are stern, and a beautiful face is distorted with unclear facial features. Covered by eternal dust, all the life in the sculpture has been lost. They are like roses that were broken and withered when they bloomed to the peak, and the despair before withering was portrayed in the brows of the statue. Yun Qingxue, a newcomer from Mingzhou, is here. Thank you for the gift of the true God, thank you for the grace of the true God. A huge palace sedan with a red curtain and colorful curtains started to advance to the True God Mountain from tens of thousands of miles away. Everywhere it passed, it was cheered and blessed by countless people. Today is another day when the blessing of the true God comes. I'm so happy, I'm so envious of that elder sister, being able to ascend to become the concubine of the gods, to be able to serve the supreme true God. Hee, little girl, let's practice hard, maybe we will have a chance in the future. Senior sister, why do those women who are blessed by the true God seem to be in pain before they ascend? That's just an illusion, it's just that all the negative dust left behind When you got rid of the body of a mortal is sealed on the mountain of true God. Yeah, I'm so happy. The countless crowds surging under the true God mountain, tens of thousands of Tianjia women stared straight at the palace sedan chair, yearning for it, and determined in their hearts to achieve the goal of true God's blessing. However, what everyone can see is that the beautiful woman in the red silk satin shawl in the palace sedan chair is sealed with fighting spirit, and her expression is full of panic and despair. I don't want to be the concubine of the true God. I just want to decide my own life. Why do you force me to be tied here? Dad, Grandpa. Why? No matter how she called, the voice in the sedan chair could not be transmitted. Her family, clansmen, all had a gratifying smile on their faces. The crowd of people below the palace sedan chair was all looking at her with envious and admiring smiles. When this scene was reflected in Yun Qingshua's eyes, she was both desperate and horrified. In her eyes, the faces full of admiration and envy seemed both dignified and strange. The silver-robed youth standing in the corner at the bottom of the mountain saw all of this in his eyes. In his seemingly plain eyes, there was a faint burst of monstrous anger brewing. Carve statues with living people, and insert them into the sculptures step by step. Face death step by step, and then make people into objects after being tortured on the edge of death. This is something that no one can do at all. Why can it be so numerous people cheered and admired, and countless people believed? What kind of bullshit God is this? The silver-robed youth is naturally Lin Chen after disguise. After he arrived in the extreme east area, he spent 3 days searching for the location of the sacred monument in the town boundary of Edict Shin. Xianlong number 47 foot, and the specific location was locked in the nearby area outside the Soul home. But it just so happened that he ran into the happy event of the Soul clan. Today, he recalled that the servant of the pseudo-god who was killed in the Ning clan in the past was also the Soul clan. Then, related to the Ning family, the pseudo-god who wanted to take away Ning Qingxian was also a Soul family. It is equivalent to what Yun Qingxue in the palace sedan has experienced now. And it is the result that Ning Qingxian will face in the future. Lin Chen, who came to the extreme eastern area in person, knew what a creepy area this is. Trillions of beings are all believers of false gods. They don't believe in heaven or earth, they only believe in the true God to create the heaven and the earth, and only in the true God to gain eternal life. Those who do not believe in gods are both great rebels. There are hundreds of millions of people in the sea, watching with their own eyes that a woman will be pushed into the abyss of death. Everyone smiles, and no one feels abnormal. What the ascension, what the blessing of the true God, it's all fucking bullshit. Lin Chen had heard of the true God's blessing ceremony of the other 5 great families. Some required girls to be sacrificed, and some used the ceremony of splitting the body as the ascension ceremony. What's more, a certain pseudo-god family even asked a middle-aged man of the same sex to fly to death a boy during the ceremony. In the eyes, it is very unusual. The Soul family, on the other hand, is sinking the world, leaving everything in the world of mortal dust and flying to the true God. Everyone here seems to be a plaything in the hands of the pseudo-gods, who ran out of the 19th holy prison of the holy world. Such a world is not an exaggeration to call it hell on earth. Looking at their appearance, it seems that the true God in their hearts can let them die immediately without hesitation. If no one can stop those false gods, perhaps the future Kyushu continent will become a real purgatory on earth in the hands of these false gods. Pupils shrink, killing intent is turbulent. Lin Chen had never felt such radical anger in his heart. He doesn't need any responsibilities or heavy burdens, and now he just wants to hammer all the pseudo-gods who are dehumanizing to death. Today is such a good day, you are actually angry, it seems that you are not a local from the Far East region. There was a startle behind Lin Chen, and the short-haired beauty walked slowly, with outstanding features, wearing silver armor, and a dignified appearance. There was a dignified beauty of roses blooming between her brows. The killing intent was put away, and Lin Chen became calm and turned to look at her. Yes, I am a loose cultivator visiting the quartet, I don't know who the girl is? Loose cultivator, if your mental capacity is not enough for the next ceremony, I advise you not to watch it. The short-haired woman shook her head, the purple gold light flashed through her pupils. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, this woman's talent is very high. Even stronger than the descendants of ordinary pseudo-gods. Before he was 100 years old, he was already at the 9th level of Yuan. Zuanjing. Why did the girl say this? Is there anything wrong with the ceremony? Lin Chen pretended to be unknown and asked. Oh, the Kyushu continent is over, look at these insensitive people, for the so-called true gods care, belief in the true God, and even human nature can be abandoned. The silver-armored woman sighed with a self-deprecating sigh, turned to the sculpture on the mountain of true God, her eyes dazed. If everyone becomes a lackey of the true God and abandons humanity and becomes a plaything in their hands, what hope is there in this world like this? Isn't the world hell? Because of this, someone needs to change. Lin Chen said suddenly. Change? How to change? What can a person do? Those who know the truth are pretending to sleep, but those who know the truth are blindfolded and become their lackeys because of their power. Our opponents are far beyond our knowledge, they can crush countless war emperors with one finger. It's useless, the collapse of the world is a foregone conclusion, they have come to our world, unless the power of the holy world takes action, we can't escape. The heroic shining armor woman showed a bit of despair. Lin Chen frowned. At this time, the palace sedan chair had already arrived in front of the True God Mountain, and the ceremony officially started. The palace sedan stopped in front of the True God Mountain, and Yunqing Xue was forcibly escorted by the two false god servants to the platform of True God's care with smiles on their faces. On the favor stage, several pseudo-god servants and the old soul patriarch launched a simple iron coffin, like a coffin standing upright, with a circular groove on the top, specially used to put the head in, and iron chains intertwined on both sides of the iron coffin. The two doors of the iron coffin are a dozen sharp iron thorns, and the iron thorns radiate light, attracting the attention of countless people as if they have some kind of magic power. The appearance of this iron coffin made Yunqing Xue extremely terrified. She tried to retreat, but the two false god servants suppressed her and couldn't move. No, do not want. Yunqing Xue kept shaking her head, her delicate body trembled violently, her white teeth clenched her bloodless lips, and no one could hear her sobbing when the tears slid down her cheeks. At this time, above the endless void, beyond Kyushu, the outer starry sky, above a certain sacred mountain, a phantom appeared, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou in the Kyushu mainland. Ah! It's this expression, it's such despair. This is a scenery that can't be seen in the holy prison. Yunqing Xue, right, quack, a little more despair, a little more pain. You will become a unique art in this world. Make it my masterpiece. That phantom had nothing of the arrogance and stalwartness of the past, but only a frenzy of excitement and fanaticism, as well as a voice and face that had been completely distorted. Wow! Seeing the appearance of the iron coffin, the hundreds of millions of creatures under the true God mountain cheered and rejoiced. God's favor. As long as you enter the iron coffin, you will be able to transcend the mundane world, leave all the mundane things in the world, fly to the outside of Kyushu, and become a part of the gods. Yun Qingxue was pushed into the iron coffin, and then his limbs were chained with iron chains by the servants of the false god, and the whole person was bound in the iron coffin. This iron coffin, when the two doors are closed, the spikes will pierce the body, feel death step by step, taste despair, and when it is finally completely closed, it will become a living sculpture. Forever, in the most desperate and helpless posture, remain in this world. An elder of the Soul Patriarch slowly stood up and recited the opening speech of the ceremony. We are grateful to the true God. We have sincerity in our hearts. Today, another lucky person has become the luckiest person in Kyushu. It is our honor to receive the gift of the true God. In the iron coffin, Yun Qingxue was only sobbing silently. She seemed to foresee the final result of her life. You said the world can't be changed. It's because they came, but the holy realm didn't save us Kyushu, did it? Suddenly, Lin Chen spoke. The silver-armored woman was startled and stared at his back. If you feel that Kyushu is lacking, you can change it. Start from yourself. From your side. If there are enemies breaking in, do everything to expel them. Instead of complaining about sighing, escapist and pin their hopes elsewhere. It's human, nothing can change without effort. The boy's deep drink is sonorous and powerful. The place where you stand is the land of Shenzhou. What you do, Shenzhou will be like. If you are bright, Shenzhou will always have a ray of light. If the people of Shenzhou and Kyushu mainland are united and righteous, how can it be the turn of these only people? The ghosts and ghosts who dare to hide in the dark are doing reckless acts on our land in Kyushu. The silver-armored woman stared at the boys back in a daze, and laughed at herself, who can't say nice things. How can you do it? The teenager tore off the mask of disguise, and a younger and sharper profile appeared in front of the silver-armored woman. He looked back at the woman in silver armor. Even if it is a firefly, it can emit a ray of light in the dark, and there is no need to wait for the torch. When she saw his true face, the woman in silver armor was shocked. You are, Lingzhou Lin. The Yinjiao woman stopped at her name, before she finished speaking. Lin Chen ignored it. He walked up to the true God mountain, his pupils were dark and his tone was flat. If there is no torch in Kyushu after this, we will be the only light. When the words fell, Lin Chen jumped into the air. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shattered, and the purple phoenix wings raged into the sky. In the void, Z rolled over, and the boy dressed in silver robes caught the eyes of hundreds of millions of people. I saw that he raised his hand and clenched his fist, and slammed a fist on the true God mountain. The 4 million dragons blessed by the Qinglong possessed the power of 1 million volcanoes, and the punch of a punch turned into a collision of 10,000 dragons, hitting the real mountain head-on. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion sounded, and the true divine mountain shone with a dazzling brilliance, which tightly protected the mountain. But it happened suddenly. Lin Chen's speed was extremely fast, and no one reacted. Although the true God mountain, which did not open the guardian formation, protected the mountain. Lin Chen's penetrating rune characteristic penetrated 20% of the power of this punch through the true God mountain, and shattered all the female sculptures. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of people in the extreme eastern region of China were stunned. The elders of the Soul family and the servants of the false gods were also stunned. Where is this kid who ran out of nowhere, and even smashed the sculpture of Shinshan Mountain with one punch? When the five-color dragon energy was lingering, and the war gun flashed in his hand, Lin Chen suddenly launched the five-layer transformation and the ultimate moment, and his cultivation was temporarily promoted to the second layer late stage. The next moment, seeing him draw a gun and detect Lin Chen's soaring breath. Finally, the elders of the War Emperor and the servants of the pseudo-god from the Soul family reacted, and they were furious on the spot. Where did the younger generation come from? How dare they offend Shenwei? Dare to take action on the true God mountain, wild dogs and his ilk, courting death. The powerhouses from all walks of life were instantly furious, and there were 3 who were above the 5th level of the Battle Emperor realm, and they rushed towards Lin Chen. Brush. 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 Boom. Boom. The moonlight flickered, and 3 figures appeared like ghosts, and they blasted away the war emperors who were trying to get close to Lin Chen. The moment they were repelled and intercepted, Lin Chen shot instantly. Do Huang 78 moon broken Xinghe. Swipe the gun vertically, and a piece of the moonlight is born. The lightning. Like frontal slash to the true sacred mountain, the brilliance of that sheltered sacred mountain suddenly burst, and the moonlight of the sacred mountain piercing the sky was split into 2 halves. Boom. The mountain split into 2 halves. At this moment, the situation changed. Suddenly, and the hundreds of millions of people in China were furious. Where is this disrespectful person who dares to blaspheme God? Death. This person must die. The true divine mountain is a miracle. How can it allow mortals to violate it? Countless insults, roars resounded through the sky, streams of light flew out. Countless Tiangang realms, Yuan Zuanjing realms, flew out from the crowd. They didn't care what Lin Chen's strength was, they just wanted to kill Lin Chen. Looking at the overwhelming crowd of people, the silver-armored woman's beauty turned pale. Isn't he afraid of death? Is he going to challenge Tianwei? It's hard to beat him, doesn't he know that? He will be chased and killed by the tens of billions of believers in the extreme eastern region of Shenzhou. Shinshan Mountain rioted, but the silver-armored woman inexplicably remembered his words. If there is no torch in Kyushu after that, we will be the only light. Sigh. A tearing sound like a broken brocade came from outside the sky, and after the true divine mountain cracked, the angry and cold reprimand spread from the sky to the bottom of the divine mountain. Mortal, how dare you offend this divine power? This voice completely frightened all the creatures present. Soul family true God. This is the voice of the true God behind the soul family. Everyone's heart trembled. Could it be that the wrath of the true God is coming to the Kyushu continent? Great true God, please calm your anger. It's over. How can I and other mortals bear the wrath of the true God? Countless people knelt down and cried, and Lin Chen held a gun in one hand and pointed to the sky. Go to Nima, a banana bara, you are a god of farts. A fake god, what are you? Pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? People who are deceiving the world. There is a kind of people who don't agree. Come forward and let's practice alone. If I, Lin, frown today, my mother's name is yours. If you dare not show up, you are a piece of trash. This scolding made countless strong men gasp. Where did this lunatic come from? He even dared to provoke the power of the gods, and even the true gods spoke up, yet he dared to abuse the gods? When the true God speaks out, no one dares to act rashly, for fear of angering this great God. To deal with ants like you don't need to take action from this seat. A mere mortal. What size are you? What are you pretending to be? You have the guts to hammer me. Lin Chen interrupted the speech of the false god, and directly expressed his position with a middle finger. You bastard-like thing, you dare to claim to be a true god while hiding in the dark? I'll be called Limping today, come on, come and fuck me. You are a fucking piece of shit. A piece of shit that ran out of the holy prison. Still pretending to be a god? You pretending to be a fart. You don't look like a man when you pretend to be a hang. Everyone took a few breaths of cold air. Especially those war sovereigns from outside Shenzhou who were lurking in the depths, suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Who the hell is this big guy? When he appeared, he chopped up the true god mountain, and scolded this false god in front of countless people of the false god. Boom. In the millions of miles of void in the extreme eastern region, the situation is changing and turbulent, and the blood clouds are surging and bursting, as if some world-destroying natural disaster is about to come to the true god mountain. Lin Chen's sentence, the shit that ran out of the Holy Realm prison, seems to have angered the wound in the heart of the false god. Is the shrunken turtle going to probe? Lin Chen was playful and calm. Just when a certain breath was about to come to Kyushu, the entire vast continent of Kyushu, some areas began to throb. Those surviving sacred monuments in the town boundary began to glow with endless holy light that shone through the ages, causing the breath to suddenly shrink back when it was about to come to Shenzhou. Those saints who have fallen, those who have been praised for eternity, even after death, there will still guards this continent. What's the matter, don't you dare? How can a rubbish who can't even show himself be called a god? Lin Chen let out a thunderous shout, threw his fist angrily, and punched again at the bottom of the true god mountain. The punch turned into a wave of air and exploded on the platform of care, overturning many false god servants and the elders of the Battle Emperor realm from the Soul family. To the side, that inhumane iron cabinet was smashed into pieces. Yun Qingxue was affected by the fist storm, but her battle aura seal was torn apart, and she was able to use battle aura again. Let's go. Lin Chen's voice came from the air. Yun Qingxue's eyes flickered, and she regained new vitality. She immediately understood and fled in the chaos. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Chen, and no one paid any attention to Yun Qingxue. See clearly, your so-called true gods can't even show themselves. How can you create the world and destroy the world? This Kyushu continent is the land guarded by our 100 saint ancestors, and the continent that our countless ancestors defended with flesh and blood. Why do you want to believe in these false gods of unknown origin? Lin Chen snorted, facing the hundreds of millions of people in China, tens of thousands of strong people. He was proud and not afraid. The numb and murderous expressions around him came into Lin Chen's eyes. He frowned. These guys are used to being a group of dogs wagging their tails and begging for pity. It's hard to turn them back into human beings. However, the purpose of Lin Chen's trip has been achieved. With his current self, facing such a behemoth as the Soul family, he is not qualified to shake it. Even if he tries to use the God Killer, he may not be able to uproot the Soul family. Moreover, it was the Godslayer that was the decisive trump card for him to return to Lingzhou, and he would not use it here easily. Because his heaven-reaching spiritual power has sensed that there is a real powerhouse dispatched. The mortals who confuse the crowd, why do you need this seat to deal with? You. At this time, the voice of the false god of the Soul family came again hoarse. And the space crystal wall was distorted. If you can't show up, just say it straight, pretending to be a big-tail wolf. I don't dare to let you fart even if I split your mountain, how dare you? Pretend to be a true god? Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The voice of the pseudo-god of the Soul family had a hint of anger that turned into anger. Today, if you offend my divine power, you will be linked to hundreds of clans. The divine power is inviolable. Boom. Bang. Two auras suddenly emerged from a distance of 100,000 miles away. They are two six-layer war emperors. When the Golden Eyes twins was launched, Lin Chen had an insight into the awakening of several Xeon battle energy fluctuations millions of miles away, which were from the direction of the Soul family. At least, it is above the level of the seventh-layer battle emperor. Maybe it's still the eightfold war emperor. This kind of powerhouse, unless Lin Chen plays the god-killer talent and journey to the world, it is difficult to have a third way to contend. Pseudo-god, remember your grandfather's name, Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen smiled proudly. Some strong people couldn't help but be surprised. How dare this son expose his name? He is not afraid of the crazy blow of the Soul family? Hundreds of millions of pseudo-god believers are even more shocked. This name is too familiar to them. Lin Chen. The young man who used to kill descendants of God. It was him. The person who destroyed the true sacred mountain today turned out to be a young man who was still in the Yuanzun realm less than a year ago. It is said that he was not in the Yuanzunjing before. How long has it been? Since then, even the fourth stage of the Battle Emperor was repelled by his clone just now. I just realized that this kid is unreasonably young. He seems to be only 21 years old, right? The 21-year-old Emperor of War. Even the descendants of various gods have never reached such a height. It has not even appeared in the history of Kyushu. The Soul clan has provoked a terrifying existence, but could this kid have a diseased mind? Could it be that he wants to break through the siege of the Soul clan with his current strength? Potential and combat power are completely different things. The warriors from all over Kyushu were shocked in the dark, and between the distortions of the void, two figures appeared ghostly to the top of Lin Chen's head. Let's capture him for this seat, life or death. The indifferent voice, like the judgment of the false god of the Soul family, came from the sky. Sigh. The two fiery and fast horses dashed forward like poisonous snakes, and slammed into Lin Chen's surroundings. Tear. The figure opened a half-moon arc, and when the faint moonlight flowed, it avoided these two attacks in advance, and the blazing flame split the earth. 8 desolate fingers. Lin Chen and his avatar put away the weapons, and pointed out one after another. The battle energy of the heavenly tribulation was transformed into the 8-colored prehistoric energy, and the fingers were pushed away. The 4 prehistoric energy fingers condensed the terrifying pure power and the world-destroying prehistoric energy and fell on the 2 figures, rolling up the world-destroying chaotic energy storm. Start expanding. The penetration feature further expands the power. Lin Chen is not fond of fighting. These 2 people who suddenly appeared are above the 6th level of the Battle Emperor realm. This trick is just delaying time. He pushed the talent bar and issued an order. System, launch the superdimensional transmission. When Lin Chen was about to launch an ultradimensional teleportation to leave, a light screen popped up in the system, and in the energy storm that was raging in the sky, a breath quietly disappeared. The host triggers the Emperor Destroyer talent and has killed the target creature in seconds. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward mechanism and rewarding an orange crystal treasure chest. An orange beam of light bloomed in the energy storm. Lin Chen was stunned. Spike? Lin Chen actually killed a 6th battle emperor in seconds? At the beginning, Long Qi was playing in the dark, and he did everything he could to kill the opponent. Most importantly, the 2nd orange crystal treasure chest. This damn thing actually appeared at this juncture, and it still triggered the instant kill mechanism of the Emperor Destroyer? You know, Lin Chen's first orange crystal treasure chest directly opened the complete Godslayer talent. This level of treasure chest is simply impossible to find. Damn, unexpected joy, fight. Lin Chen clenched his teeth fiercely, his purple gold pupils flashed, and several powerhouses above the 7th layer battle emperor of the Soul family had already begun to dispatch, and he didn't have time to wait. Lin Chen activated the Wan Yu Xianjin armor, and when he activated the golden silk and silver imperial armor, he unfolded the defensive barrier and rushed into the chaotic energy storm. The huge wave of energy formed by the 8 strands of prehistoric energy came, and Lin Chen's qi and blood swelled, making his head dizzy. The aftermath of this energy is terrifying. Even the intrusion of the late 5th layer War Emperor will be life-threatening. Lin Chen rushed in, and the purple phoenix wings turned in a burst of shots, taking away the massive attribute light ball left by the 6th layer War Emperor, who was instantly killed by the Emperor Destroyer talent, and the ring that was about to burst. In the end, Lin Chen rushed towards the orange beam of light. When he grabbed the orange crystal treasure chest in the orange beam of light, Lin Chen didn't care to see what he got, and there was an afterglow in the vacuum behind him. It was another 6th-layer War Emperor from before. Although I don't know why you rushed over here, and the means by which you can destroy the soul, but you will surely die if you anger Shenwei today. The eyes of the 6th-level War Emperor were full of fierce light, and he was not at all afraid that Lin Chen had just killed a War Emperor of the same level as him, and smashed it down with one punch. This kind of War Emperor is a dead warrior, cultivated by the false gods of the Soul family. For the true God in his heart, he can die without hesitation. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. He turned around abruptly, raised his hand and clenched his fist to counterattack. The 2 fists collided. Bang! Boom! Click! Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded, and the bones of Lin Chen's right arm cracked. Fortunately, his meat shell was tyrannical and did not collapse directly. The opponent's fighting spirit was like a dragon, twisting into Lin Chen's body, smashing his Wan Yu Xianjin armor, and finally most of the power was blocked by the golden silk and silver imperial armor. Even so, the attacking force still made Lin Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. The moment he punched, he activated the superdimensional teleportation talent. Consumes 170,000 talent points, activates the superdimensional teleportation talent, and is teleporting the host to the first fixed point spatial orientation. A space divine light disappeared in a flash, and Lin Chen suddenly disappeared. The War Emperor who punched was stunned in place. What kind of body law is this? What's the secret? Disappear without warning? There is no trace of breath or trace left, even he has never heard of it. Tear. 4 phantoms ripped apart the void and appeared. When they came, the heaven and the earth split open with giant python-like space cracks, which was very terrifying. The 4 figures who suddenly descended, their auras leaned against the sky and covered the earth, and there was a sense of extreme oppression that suppressed the emperors. It is the Soul Family Battle Emperor. 2 of the 7th level battle emperors, and 2 of the 8th level battle emperors. 2 of the 8-layered battle emperors flicked their sleeves and grabbed with one hand. The energy storm caused by Lin Chen's 8 dead fingers was swallowed up by a vortex-like energy, and the 2 breaths turned into nothingness. Such means made the hearts of individual war emperors present tremble. Huh? What about people? Soul Dragon, how did you do it? Where is the kid who offended Shenwei? The 2 8th-layer war emperors scolded and questioned the only remaining 6th-layer war emperor, who shook his body and clasped his fists. I don't know, I just punched that kid and he disappeared. Just as the 2 8-layer war emperors were about to ask their guilt, the icy voice came from the sky again. Enough, that person has fled, you can't catch up. Hearing the false god of the Soul Family speak in person, the elder of the Soul Family trembled, and bowed his body respectfully and tremblingly. May the true God calm down. Issuing a wanted order, those who commit divine power will die. In a simple sentence, the indifferent voice has slowly faded away, and the eyes of the elders of the Soul Family suddenly became particularly sharp. For those who gathered here and managed to grab a seat to watch the ceremony, the shock in their hearts was like a stormy sea. Lin Chen, from Lingzhou. Shan Chuangshuan's True God's Blessing Ceremony, not only splitting the True God mountain, provoking the power of the gods, scolding the True God, but also retreating? Although he is an enemy, everyone in the extreme eastern region present today deeply feels a sense of unease. After the Soul Family left, the silver-armored woman stared blankly at the True Divine Mountain, which was split in 2. The words of the boy echoed in her heart, and her heart was filled with ripples. After a moment of trance, the silver-armored woman turned and left, walking to the position of the white-robed old man on the other side. 7th Elder, I want to enter the secret realm of life and death trials. The white-robed old man's expression was stagnant, and he lost his voice. Miss, that's a secret realm that only the Zoman can enter. It doesn't matter, if I want to advance to the War Emperor realm and fail, it is also a dead end. Instead, it is better to do my best. The silver-armored woman's expression was flat, as if life and death were put aside. Before leaving Jinshan Mountain, she turned her head to look back at the direction where Lin Chen disappeared. I don't know if I can become a ray of fire like you. Boy, are you alright? It's okay, I just punched the 6th-layer battle emperor. Damn, the 6th layer cultivation level is really not a cover. In an abyss, Long Kuan's shrunken dragon body was revealed lying on the bottom of the abyss. Next to it was Lin Chen, who was covered in injuries. This location is the location where Lin Chen found and used the super-dimensional teleportation point in advance. It is very close to the location of the sacred monument in the town boundary of Emperor Xianlong No. 47, which is on the edge of the Soul Family territory. By the way, are those guys out? Lin Chen asked, and took out a jade bottle from the ring. It's dispatched, all are dispatched, but it doesn't seem to be far from this area. We need to wait for a while before moving. Exactly, I'll heal first. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, swallowed a 7th-order, low-level medicinal pill to heal his injuries, and even activated the ultimate moment to run the wood spirit essence, which temporarily improved the efficiency and speed of healing. After a few hours, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and his strong vitality was revealed. Fortunately, when I was traveling back and forth to Danzhou, I had prepared a spare medicinal pill in advance, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to catch up. Even if he has the talent of life growth and the wood spirit essence, the most urgent thing for Lin Chen right now is time. It's not that Lin Chen broke into the true sacred mountain without a brain to make trouble. He deliberately went there to attract firepower, and the purpose was to force out all the high-end combat power hidden by the Soul family. Because the number 47 town sacred monument is guarded by the powerhouses of the Soul clan, although they cannot enter the town boundary sacred monument, they do not intend to give it to outsiders. Those who are not necessarily able to escape. However, if you want to attract high-end powerhouses to be born, if it is an ordinary event, those war emperors above the 7th level will not appear easily, but if the legendary carrying ceremony is destroyed, then you are not afraid that they will not leave the customs. This approach is to walk on the tip of a knife. Break the sky. Because the overall strength of the Soul family is many times stronger than any pseudo-god family, their background is the strongest level in the extreme eastern region of China. If it is one-on-one, there is no power that can be compared with the Soul clan. He even forced the pseudo-god hidden behind the Soul family to come out. Use his existence to mobilize the top combat power of those Soul families. As long as they stay away from here, it will be time for Lin Chen to sneak into the sacred monument of the town. It's not enough. These guys are very cautious. They feel that I haven't run far and are still carrying out a carpet search. It is estimated that it will take a while. With the launch of GoldenEye twins, Lin Chen clearly saw the situation of the Soul family. At this time, the outside world completely exploded. There are already more than 13 7th-layer war emperors and 5 8th-layer war emperors searching for him, Lin Chen. Not to mention there are many 6th and 5th battle emperors, 13 7-layer war emperors and 5 8-layer war emperors. What lineup is this? Lin Chen and Long Kuan could hardly escape if they met anyone at random. It can be seen how much trouble Lin Chen has caused this time. It is equivalent to throwing a bomb into the deep sea, just blowing up the fish head in the deep sea, blasting all the piranhas, and rushing out to jump out. After a while, I am afraid that the name Lin Chen will completely resound in Kyushu. The Soul family has always been low-key, so its background is not obvious, but this time it has let the outside world know how terrifying the Soul family's background is. TSK. In the era of Lao Tzu, this group of strong people was strong enough. What the hell did you kid do to blow up all these old fritters? Long Kuan was amazed and turned to Lin Chen. He shrugged, it's no big deal, I just gave the middle finger a wave of anger at the pseudo-god, and then just chopped his broken mountain. Break a mountain by hand? If the high-level elders of the Soul family heard this, I am afraid that they will collapse out of anger. Long Kuan seems to understand but does not understand. In the era it went through, the family of pseudo-gods had not yet arisen, and he could not fully understand the impact of Lin Chen's actions. Since I can't act yet, by the way, my orange crystal treasure chest. Only then did Lin Chen regain his senses, slapped his thigh suddenly, and immediately turned on the system. I saw that among the many light screens, the most dazzling orange light screen made Lin Chen stunned. The host gets an orange crystal treasure chest, and opens the chest to get a quasi-orange talent fragment, life and death, 1/3. Quasi-orange talent has the potential to be promoted to orange talent after promotion. Desperate life and death, permanent quasi-orange talent, talent fragment. 1/3, talent effect, a target will be selected by the host, at the cost of burning the host's lifespan, the source of war, the vitality of the meat shell, and the spiritual source, increasing the host without an upper limit. Strength. Every minute, the combat power is increased by 100 times. The longer the persistence time is, the stronger it will be. The longer the talent state lasts, the longer the cooling time will be after the event. The value of talent points required to activate the talent depends on the host's cultivation. Note, this talent cannot be cancelled until the host kills and locks the target. If the host successfully kills and locks the target, the state of the talent will be released, and the loss of life force and other energy burned during the activation of the life and death talent will be automatically returned. If the host cannot kill the locked target before the life burns out, the host dies. After reading this talent introduction, Lin Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Too crazy. Compared with the previous talent price, it is not an order of magnitude at all, and it is necessary to take life as a bet. Once launched, it is not only superior, but also life and death. If the Godslayer talent is the strongest group talent, then this Death talent may be the strongest one-on-one talent. Burning all power to fight, one battle will determine life and death. What a crazy talent, and as long as enough talents are collected, this is a talent that can be used forever. Lin Chen's heart trembled. This would be the strongest talent other than the Godslayer talent. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of some possibilities, and immediately asked the system, if I use the Godslayer and the absolute life and death talents at the same time, can the two talents be superimposed? Answer to the host, yes. However, the power multiplier of the increase is based on the addition of the base value, not multiplication. For example, the host's combat power value is 550, and the talents of Desperate Life and Death and God Killer are activated at the same time. Then, 550 by 1500, instead of 550 by 1000 by 500. Lin Chen understands clearly that the multipliers are only added, not multiplied. There are still 2 fragments left, and this strongest dual talent belongs to someone. Lin Chen is excited. Even if this talent is crazy, he welcomes it very much. Because if he really wants to use this life and death, it will prove that he has fallen into a desperate situation. With this talent in hand, there is at least a chance to fight. Glancing at his attribute value, there are still 1.28 million rune energy, and 1.23 million talent points. The fall of the previous 6 battle emperors contributed a lot of attribute values to Lin Chen. System, decompose all the treasures in the ring. Lin Chen threw out 20 rings. These were the spoils of war he fought all the way from the Tsong Tower to the extreme eastern region. Consumes 75,600 Heavenly Dao points and begins to decompose the target nailing ring. Decomposition, 7th order ores, 7th order intermediate damaged. Weapons, 7th order low-level treasures, decomposing 3 purple order heart methods, and 28 purple order exercises. Decomposition to obtain, 280 points of wind energy, 11,500 points of blood energy, 15,080 points of battle energy, 12,300 points of martial arts, 360 Points of ignition energy, 245 points of light energy, 6,840 points of heaven. 8,900 points of rune energy, 9,800 talent points. Another bunch of attribute values are incorporated into the body, Lin Chen's. Attributes are improved again, and the element attribute value is increased, which improves the power of his heavenly tribulation battle body and the 9 tribulation stars. Compared with the time when he fought against Long Qi, the power of the 9 tribulation stars that Lin Chen can now explode will be far more powerful than before. The 7th order medicinal herbs Lin Chen has already taken away. Those low level 7th order rare minerals and 7th order low-level weapons have little effect on Lin Chen now. Even if they are added to the fusion function, the scope of influence that can be affected is very small. It is better to decompose the function to the reality. A bright light flashed between Lin Chen's eyebrows, and when he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. My 4th phantom clone has been released on its own. It seems that Jun Hao has arrived in Tianzhou safely. The return of the 4th avatar makes Lin Chen more confident to break through the number 47 town boundary holy monument. The strength blessing that a clone can bring is far beyond ordinary means. The GoldenEye twins urged. Lin Chen looked around. At this time, in the area of the Soul family, there were almost no high-level war emperors. As for the old Soul clan guarding the sacred monument of the town, there are only 3 quadruple battle emperors. Ordinarily, no one dared to be presumptuous in the Soul family area, so for the area where the sacred monument of the town is located, the strong guards here are not the top. It's time, Brother Kuan, turn him on. Get it? At night, the moon is bright. Located in the extreme south of the Soul family area, at the very center of the desolate Dragon Mountain range, there are 2 gorges, shaped like a half moon. The sacred monument of the town has left the power of the saints left behind. And that false god does not dare to build his base too close. If the sacred monument feels his breath, it is estimated that the last power will explode to expel the Soul family. 2 obscure breaths flashed past, and there were faint waves in the space. A pavilion was built on the top of a mountain outside the 2 gorges, and above the attic, 2 figures suddenly opened their eyes. Strange, it seems that there is a smell of high-level beasts approaching? I've already wiped out all the high-level beasts nearby, how come there are still high-level beasts that dare to approach? The 2 figures flashed and appeared under the moonlight, and their expressions changed slightly when they saw a Qinglong sneaking at an extremely fast speed. Wen Zaixian Qinglong with purple phoenix wings? What the hell is this? When the 2 were shocked, a gray-white talisman suddenly struck. The explosion was beside the 2, and they were caught off guard. Slow rune. Sigh. When the 2 people's fighting spirit was running and the surrounding space was slow to freeze, Long Kuan suddenly grew in size to the size of 1,000 feet, and the Qinglong wagging its tail with a burst of power swung past. Boom. With its pure power of 5.99 million dragons, it shot 2 late-stage 4-layer battle emperors into serious injuries and vomiting blood. Extremely Kei Shuiguang. A snowflake soared light like a water moon swept past, and a sword beheaded. The 2 have fallen. Nearly 100 attribute light balls burst out. What? There is an enemy attack. When a few screams came out, Lin Chen swung the white frost blue rainbow sword, and a sword energy cut off the void, forming a space barrier, separating the sound here from the space, and the screams were never heard. I saw in the attic, 4 clones burst out, 10 half-emperors, 3 quadruple battle emperors, all of them were killed instantly and suppressed. Get 180 points of earth energy, 9,800 points of rune energy, 8,500 points of talent, 15,000 points of fighting spirit. Lin Chen took away the attribute light balls of the 3 fallen war emperors, looked at each other with Long Kuan, and swept them to the 2 Banue mountains. The appearance of the mountain gorge does not seem to have any surprises, but only those above the Battle Emperor realm can perceive it. There is a mysterious energy hidden deep inside the mountain, and no attack can hurt half a point. This is the sacred monument of the town boundary of the Emperor Xianlong. No. 47. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he jumped into the gorge. Lin Chen stepped into the center of the gorge, and saw a stone platform standing on the lake surface in the center. Walking to the stone platform, there are a total of weird patterns listed on it, a dragon and a knife. Looking at it normally, there is no mystery at all. Even Lin Chen's golden pupil twins can only see a very obscure trace of luck. It is unrealistic to speculate on the secret of this thing. Take blood essence as a guide, draw the picture of the mysterious dragon, and engrave the seal of the divine sword. A message flashed in my heart, this is the memory of the inheritance. Lin Chen slashed his fingertips, swiped his fingertips on the surface of the stone platform and engraved a picture with blood, recalling the strange picture of the picture book he got when he accepted the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. When the dragon and the knife were successfully portrayed, the stone platform began to vibrate, causing layers of waves on the lake. Shirtai glowed with a purple light, and an obscure voice entered his mind. It's not the bloodline of the prisoners of the Holy Realm, but enter. Boom. 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 When the ground shook, an aura centered on the stone platform suddenly swept up, and directly overturned the behemoth Long Kuan. What's going on? Brother Long Kuan, it seems that this person can only open the stone platform to enter. This time I will trouble you to check it out. If you encounter fatal danger, Brother Long Kuan can leave first. Don't worry about me. Lin Chen suddenly heard a voice transmission, and Long Kuan cursed. Damn it, I came here specially to see the inheritance of the saints from the ancient times of your human race, but I didn't let me in, grass. The holy realm of your human race is really troublesome. Long Kuan cursed loudly, and then entrenched the dragon's body to guard the outside world. A vague voice resounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ziguang, for the people of Kyushu, blue, for the descendants of the holy prison, the descendants of the human race, can pass. When several mental remnants poured into his mind, Lin Chen turned to look at the shaky mountain gorge, narrowed his eyes, and shook his head in amazement. It's amazing, this inheritance place needs to verify the bloodline before it can be opened. It seems that if the descendants of the false gods are allowed to open it, the result may be obliterated by the sacred monument of the town. Those fallen saints and sages, even if they die, do not intend to give those pseudo-god races a chance to fish in troubled waters. Brush. Lin Chen's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. What he didn't notice before leaving was that, before the stone platform sank to the bottom of the lake, a very faint orange light began to glow in that ray of purple light. The orange light became brighter and brighter, completely covering the purple brilliance. The purple light is the bloodline proof of the people of Kyushu, and the blue light is the bloodline of the pseudo-god Lin Chen, but orange brilliance. The stars moved, and Lin Chen came to a dead spacetime plane. The dim spacetime plane exudes a deadly breath, and the place is full of dead Bones. These withered bones, the sapphire-colored surface of the whole body, flickered like a firefly, illuminating the darkness in the space-time plane. It's the remains of the emperor. Lin Chen was shocked. The dead bones here exude an endless desolate and simple atmosphere. I am afraid that it has exceeded hundreds of thousands of years. Only the remains of the emperor have not decayed in such a long time. It is roughly estimated that there must be more than 400 remains of emperors here. Does this mean that more than 400 war emperors have fallen here? That is the war emperor realm, not the Yuanzun realm. More than 400 war emperors have fallen. What level of war is that? Lin Chen continued to move forward, and he gradually saw that a stone stele that went straight to the 9 heavens stood between the heavens and the earth, exuding glorious sacred power, shining through the ages, and sheltering one side. This is the number 47 town boundary sacred monument. Lin Chen was amazed. It is worthy of being a saint, and he can feel its coercion from a great distance. Any battle emperor in front of it is like an ant. In front of the sacred monument of the town, a colosseum came into Lin Chen's eyes. His pupils shrank, and Lin Chen suddenly saw that a world-destroying beast was lying down in the colosseum. Its scales were azure blue, the head of an eagle, the face of a tiger, the claws of a lion, the spine of a mysterious back, the tip of the tail like a sword, and 4 wings were derived. The breath on the side of the azure beast is extremely terrifying. It has almost the power to destroy the world. 7th order top? No, it's very likely to be above it. Lin Chen took a deep breath of cold air. Above the top of the 7th order, isn't that the 8th order holy beast? The existence of such a series is inexhaustible with saints. In today's Kyushu continent, the 8th order holy beast has completely disappeared. Even if it still exists, it is extremely rare. The creature suspected of being an 8th order holy beast opened its beast pupils, and the blue pupils revealed a deadly silence, but there was still endless ferocity and suffocation. The one who disturbs the sleep of the Lord, die. Human race, you have won. Last chance now, turn around and leave. You can save your life, if you dare to. Take a step forward, die. Die. A low roar burst out with monstrous arrogance, and the surrounding space trembled, making Lin Chen almost deaf in both ears and dizzy. 2 streaks of fresh blood flowed out of his ears. While Lin Chen used the wood spirit essence to recover from his injuries, he suppressed the churning blood in his body, and was shocked in his heart. Sure enough, it's at the level of a holy beast, it's just warning me. Otherwise, it can kill me with a single blow. Lin Chen stood in place, neither retreating nor advancing. He was lost in thought. The holy beast is extremely intelligent, and it is unlikely that it is completely unaware of the blood test set by its master. If the visitor is not good, it is impossible to enter this sacred monument of the town. But since he has come in, it proves that it is in line with the selection of the original owner of the holy monument, so why does it still warn himself? The one who disturbs the sleep of the Lord, die. Could it be said? A touch of enlightenment emerged in my heart. I have already entered the sacred monument area of the town boundary. Isn't it still a disturbance? Furthermore, as a holy beast, it is impossible not to know that a human race who has entered the resting place of its master will let him go. Wouldn't that just let the news leak out? In just 2 breaths, Lin Chen had already figured it out. He took a decisive step forward. Lin Chen, the human race of Lingzhou, specially came to welcome the inheritance of number 47 town boundary sacred monument. Please enlighten me. Stepping out 1 step, clasping his fists with both hands. Lin Chen's expression was highly vigilant, always ready to sacrifice the Dragon Emperor. And ready to launch the superdimensional teleportation at the fastest speed. Boom! The holy beast stood up, and it was a body with a majestic body like the relic of an ancient dragon, and the naked eye could not see the end. Very good, Terran, you passed my second test. When the holy beast let out a low roar with no killing intent, Lin Chen was completely relieved. Oh shit! This is just playing heartbeat. If this is really an iron-headed baby, insisting on blocking outsiders, the current self will not be its one-shot enemy. It is completely unknown whether it can use ultra-dimensional teleportation to run away. The winner and the inheritor must have the will to fight against the sky. Otherwise, you will be a waste. If you turn around and leave, I will kill you. As soon as possible. The holy beast looked at Lin Chen with a hint of sarcasm, and then added, "You're not bad." Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, and then asked, "What's the next test?" "It says it's just the second test, that is, there's more?" "Fighting with me, this seat is the Heavenly Weighing Dragon, who is in charge of the Way of Water punishment. If you can beat me, you will pass the test completely." Tian Yuanglong looked down at Lin Chen and said in a low voice. Lin Chen frowned, "I think I dare to fight and fight hard, and I am willing to cut the Emperor off the horse. But I am not stupid. You are an 8th order. Holy beast. I will fight you with my head?" His golden-eyed twins can detect that this Tian Yuanglong is already somewhat dead, and it is not far from death, but this does not mean that he can compete with the Holy Realm series. That is completely courting death. If that is the case, he would rather not have this inheritance. Ha ha ha. Your kid's head is still a little bright, if you really rely on yourself as the inheritor and rush over without any brains, I will slap you to death. Tian Yuanglong laughed. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. These 8th order holy beasts are really set up everywhere. A little carelessness is a dead word. I will suppress it to the level of the 7th order intermediate. You only have 200 rounds to defeat me. After 200 rounds, if you are not victorious, I will restore your original strength and destroy you. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. The 5-colored dragon's aura flashed, and the 5 dragons were holding the imperial spear in his hand. Lin Chen leaped into the sky and fell into the Colosseum. Let the horses come. Boom. The airwave exploded. Tian Yuanglong's body was continuously compressed to a length of 2,000 feet, and his strength was suppressed to the 7th order intermediate. However, its breath is still terrifying. Stronger than any 7th order vicious beast Lin Chen has ever seen. Even Long Kuan, the ancient Qinglong with the blood of the purple phoenix and Xuanqinglong, may not be its opponent. The ultimate moment, the 6th level becomes fully open, and the cultivation base temporarily enters the early stage of the 3rd level. Lin Chen turns green and secluded brilliance all over his body, and stabs out with a move of the Do Huang 9-style water-cutting crack. The 2 major attack runes were fully opened, and the tip of the spear slashed a slanting slash of water, cutting off the earth veins in just one breath. The attack is good, but if you play water attack in front of the seat, the class will get an axe. Tian Yu responded to the dragon's long roar. The 4 dragon wings on the dragon's back unfolded, and a dragon breath water light barrier unfolded. Lin Chen lashes back. The light of the gun lingered with the breath of the water and the dragon This gun's water-cutting crack was not only rebounded but also increased in power. Dragon gang broken. The guns danced in circles, slammed down in anger, and a Gingjin energy shot into the sky, turning into a golden dragon to slaughter, forcibly tearing the water-cutting crack from the rebound. Boom. Clang. Two explosions were aroused. Lin Chen and Tianyu Yinglong retreated 1,000 meters at the same time. Both sides could see each other's shock. Lin Chen was shocked by the opponent's unreserved ability to bounce back and became stronger through his own strength, but Tianyu Yinglong wondered that Lin Chen's attack seemed to penetrate its dragon breath barrier. In terms of controlling the energy of the water system, it is the ancestor of controlling water. Few of the orcs can match the Tianyu Yinglong clan. The attack of this human kid actually repelled him? Interesting, come again. One dragon and one person showed the fighting spirit, rushing up in anger, full of firepower. With one move, the 100 guns fighting emperor pushed out. Lin Chen attacked wildly from the front, while harassing the opponent with the spiritual power of Tong Tian. Tianyu Yinglong's dragon claws swayed wildly, and the dragon's breath vomited violently. Even though Lin Chen fought hard all the way from the sky tower to the present, his speed of improvement was extremely fast, and his spiritual power had broken through to the sky-reaching realm, but he was still beaten all the way down. However, at least Lin Chen is certain that he has the qualifications to fight head-on with the 6th-layer Battle Emperor Long Qi, the Crimson Queen, and the 6th-layered Elder of the Soul family. Battle Emperor, many desperate battles have allowed him to grow by leaps and bounds. In the 30th round, Lin Chen has already figured out its strength, which is comparable to the 7th order high-level beast, the 7th order. Intermediate levels pure power of 4 million dragon power, but its real combat power exceeds that of the average 6th-layer Battle Emperor. Lin Chen's Wanzai Qinglong Emperor is also 4 million pure powers. At most, he can only fight against the first 5-layer War Emperor, and the chance of winning is small. On this day, Yu Yinglong directly surpassed the combat power of the two great realms, and it was several times more terrifying than Lin Chen's dragon Emperor. The Battle Emperor realm is not the Yuanzun realm. There is no extremely powerful means, and it is extremely difficult to leapfrog a small realm to fight, not to mention the extent of crossing two large realms. And the later the Battle Emperor realm goes, the more terrifying the gap between realms becomes. Such mutant beasts as strong as Long Kuan, possessing the two supreme bloodlines of the Purple Phoenix and Xuanqinglong, can leapfrog from the 7th order intermediate peak to challenge the ordinary 7th order high level beasts. This gap in realm is like a gulf. Lin Chen barely stabilized the battle with the speed of his movements, blessed by the Purple Phoenix wings, but this battle was different from the past. He couldn't fight a battle of attrition, he only had 200 rounds. When it was close to 50 rounds, Lin Chen released the Dragon Emperor. When a Wanzai Xuanqinglong, with the bloodline of the true flame Purple Phoenix, was born, even Tianyu Yinglong, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, was shocked and surprised. Mixed bloodline? No, the two bloodlines are very pure and complete, but they can coexist perfectly. One without confusion. This is impossible? Dragon Emperor, fight. With one move Sura breaks the soul. Lin Chen smashed his battle spear angrily, twisting 1,000 zhong spear and slashing away like a broken moon. The Dragon Emperor released the Shanqing Dragon Domain to delay Tianyu Yinglong's movements as much as possible, and the Jinglong swimming technique was used to move closer to his back, and his claws were slashed to the bottom. Wanzai Xuanguang blade slashed with fiery and violent purple flames. The offensive coordination is perfect, but it's not enough. Come up with more cards. Tianyu Yinglong laughed loudly, and between the flapping of its four wings, the dragon's body rolled over and twisted, and with its dragon body as the center, thousands of dragon breaths and water light swept out like snowflakes. The snowflakes and water light crushed Lin Chen's sure broken soul to the point of shattering light. God-stealing omen. The figure flashed, and Lin Chen, who was extremely fast, caught a gap and approached Tianyu Yinglong, punched it in the belly of the dragon, and by the way, he also used the talent of omen of God-stealing. Successful display of the omen talent of God-stealing, the host obtains 70,000 points of intermediate water energy, blue-level talent fragment, deadly. Bloodthirsty, 3/3, which has been automatically fused and stored in the talent bar. 70,000 points of intermediate element attribute value? When Lin Chen retreated, he took a deep breath. I almost dropped my mouth in shock. Even when he was trained in the Azure 100 Emperor's Hall, he only gained more than 10,000 intermediate level element attribute values. Did he steal 70,000 points from Tianyu Ying? Even if there is only one attribute, it is an extremely powerful level. Now Lin Chen's water energy has directly exceeded the value of 90,000 points, approaching 100,000 points. Among the 9 calamity battle bodies, the water tribulation battle body will become Lin Chen's strongest calamity battle body. At this stage. However, at the moment, Lin Chen does not dare to use water to rob the body. But the opponent is the legendary Dragon of Water. In front of it and with water-based combat skills, that is, playing a big sword in front of Guangong. What's the matter, is there only such a thing? Tianyu Yinglong laughed wildly, waved several claws, Lin Chen retreated again. And again. Seemingly careless, in fact, Tianyu Yinglong's heart is also full of turbulence. This human race boy from Lingzhou has more tricks than one trick. Whether it's the Dragon Emperor that is related to him or the attack with penetrating characteristics, it is an unheard of level in the ancient times. After fighting all the way, Lin Chen maintained the ultimate moment and persisted. In the 98th round, when Qinglong and Lin Chen both wounded and retired, Tianyu Yinglong was in awe. Well, I have persisted for nearly 100 rounds in my hands with the second-level battle Emperor cultivation base. Whether it is mentality, talent, or combat power, this child is impeccable and qualified to become the inheritor of the Lord. From the very beginning, Tianyu Yinglong didn't think that Lin Chen could beat him by leaps and bounds. The bottom line in his heart was to persist for hundreds of rounds, which was already the best result. After all, it is a holy beast. Even if it suppresses more than 90% of its strength, its combat power is far beyond the ordinary 7th order. Intermediate level fierce beast, not to mention that after suppressing its strength, its own cultivation still overwhelms Lin Chen. It has been very satisfied with the result of being unbeaten for hundreds of rounds. Just when Yu Yinglong planned to end the test that day, the injured Lin Chen suddenly showed a smile. Tianyu Yinglong, I have figured out your details, now it's my turn. Lin Chen's shoulders shook. Boom. 4 divine lights exploded, descending from the sky, and 4 silver-robed figures stepped out, the whole body shrouded in azure, like a god descending to earth. What? Tianyu Yinglong was shocked and lost his voice. Doppelganger? Or 4 avatars comparable to the main body. Except the move. Blazing light blue moon slash. Yiming judgment. 8. Desolate Fingers. Do Huang Style 82 Shura Battlefield. Shadow Lei Jun. Wanzai Xian Guang. Blade. The sword light is curved like the moon, and the blue rainbow is like a tornado twisting and twisting, spinning at a high speed in a circle, and slashing away. The tens of thousands of meters of pitch-black knife marks were cut vertically, and it could be judged to split the sky. A piece of 8 colored prehistoric energy fingers fell from the sky. The thunder light crossed the sky, the shadow arrows entrained the endless thunder and ray shot the sky, and Yinglong went away, and the two fiery rainbow lights that pierced the sky were like Shura appearing in the world, killing Ling Tian, and smashing the thorn of the yellow dragon to the dragon's head. In just half a breath, Lin Chen's firepower was fully activated in an instant, and he launched an attack that was several times stronger than before. Especially Lin Chen's 82 style Sura Battlefield, the power has surpassed the power of the purple rank high-level middle-grade combat skills. It is nearly 10 times stronger than Lin Chen's swordsmanship and swordsmanship. With the addition of the ultimate moment, charging, penetrating runes, and the background of the 9 tribulations battle body itself, the offensive of Sura Battlefield alone will approach the 6th-layer Battle Emperor. Sun Tianhe's attack devastated Tian Yinglong, and it roared, and the dragon breath water column shot up into the sky, turning into layers of spiritual shields to protect itself. A dragon's mouth was opened, and a brilliant blue holy light was shot out from the center of the spirit mask, and it collided head-on with 2 intertwined and sharp firelights. Sigh. Boom. The energy that ripped apart the heavens and the earth rushed straight to Shaohan, and the power shook half the space of the holy monument. The clone, Qinglong, and Lin Chen retreated violently, with a wary expression on their faces. Even though the attribute value had skyrocketed a few times, he was not sure whether the joint blow just now could shake Tian Yinglong, who was enough to match the 6th-layer Battle Emperor. If not, you can only play the 2 trump cards of Rune of Slowness and Star of 9 Tribulations. The smoke dissipated, and the space was only a faint twisted ripple. The sacred space was blessed by the former holy realm, and it was countless times stronger than the outside world. I wanted to tear the space crystal wall here. Unless it was a holy realm. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. The spiritual power of the Tongtian realm, the double battle emperor, the high-level secret technique that can break through a large realm, the body refining emperor, and a top-notch spear technique with Azura killing aura have been cultivated to perfection. The earth-shattering dragon roar laughed, causing Lin Chen's ears to hurt, and the pressure of the holy beast was released from its body again. I can't think of it, your kid still has a unique skill of avatar, and you can hide it so deeply. You actually defeated the master after suppressing the cultivation base, impeccable. Lin Chen kid from Lingzhou, you are qualified to get the master's inherited. Totally unexpected. Tian Yinglong didn't think that Lin Chen could defeat him at first, he just wanted to find a reason to force out all of Lin Chen's potential. Just now, the body avatars joined forces to strike, and even the 6th level mid-game emperor may not be able to retreat completely in a head-to-head battle. Boy, let me ask you, where did your marksmanship come from, and what is your relationship with the Shura family? Tian Yinglong asked curiously, but he did not know that the last trace of his anger was gradually fading away. Lin Chen briefly recounted his experience in the 100 Emperor's Hall of Shura, and he shook his head in amazement. You have such an opportunity. The Shura clan will teach you the combat skills that have been passed down through the ages. It's really the sun hitting the west side. Those fighting madmen have almost never been convinced of any race in the world. Boy, you must cultivate this unique skill of the Shura family. Its power is no less than the main practice of the Lord's life. Even Tian Yueyinglong is very positive of Lin Chen's 100 guns fighting Emperor, which shows its power. The first 70 moves of this marksmanship are equivalent to the attacking skills. From the mid-level and low-grade purple to the best. After the 70 moves, each move is stronger than the other. The last 20 moves are even more shocking. Lin Chen is not even qualified to perform the last 91 to 100 moves, and the minimum requirement is to reach the 5th layer Battle Emperor. The Lord can get this son's inheritance. I must also smile Jiuquan, and I can leave with peace of mind. Tian Yueyinglong murmured a long sigh, and its dragon body cracked one after another, and Lin Chen was shocked. Senior, are you? Hee, this seat's injury has already reached a fatal level. If it doesn't take a breath, I have to rely on the remaining water system energy treasures. On the Lord to continue my life to this day, and I have to consume the few blood and the core of the beast in the body. The energy maintains the entire holy monument space, and I am already incomplete. Tian Yueyinglong grinned, revealing sharp dragon teeth. There was a hint of relief in the smile, and its mission was over. Boy, I'll leave it to you next. Don't let the Lord's will, let alone let the efforts of the sages and sages who defend Kyushu, be let down. You are one of the few hoping Kyushu. You must put those from the holy world. All the dog thieves in prison are wiped out. Tian Yueyinglong's dragon body became more and more broken and separated, and Lin Chen reached out to it and clenched his fist. I promise. I will definitely destroy all these shit and false gods who ran out of the holy world. Ha ha ha. It's a fake god of shit, I like it. The dragon body disappeared in the last laugh. Tian Yueyinglong turned into countless rays of light and scattered, no bones left. Boom. Boom. The next moment Tian Yueyinglong disappeared, 2 beams of light bloomed from the space where it was located, 1 blue and 1 orange. In addition, there are blood-colored light spheres floating in the void and scattered all over the ground, which are blood energy. An azure blue attribute light ball with a fist laughing, suspended in front of Lin Chen, exuding the mighty dragon of heaven and earth. Lin Chen took a breath of air. It is a bloodline attribute light ball. There is also an orange-yellow beam of light. Inside the beam of light, there is a treasure chest filled with orange spar, and the treasure chest emits a dazzling light. Orange crystal treasure chest. The third orange crystal treasure chest Lin Chen obtained. Lin Chen grabbed the orange crystal treasure chest, and the system light screen popped up. The host opens the orange crystal treasure chest and obtains the quasi-orange talent fragment, Life and Death, February 3rd. The second desperate life and death talent fragment. Lin Chen waved his fist excitedly, and the fist wind blew up and whistled. There is one left, and I will get another talent fragment. This strongest dual talent belongs to me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen forcibly calmed down, and then turned to the azure blue attribute light ball. Inside the attribute light ball, a Yinglong phantom danced around, and when Lin Chen reached out and picked it up, his palms were shaking. The host has obtained 200,000 points of the bloodline attribute value of Tian Yueyinglong. The host already has 3 special bloodline attribute values. The current version can only hold 4 bloodline attributes at most. Would you like to absorb it? Yinglong bloodline? That's true. Yinglong, the water dragon, the king of the beasts, born in the water, walks through clouds and rains, turns rivers and seas, just a thought. And Tianyu Yinglong is the king of Yinglong. The peak of growth can be the 8th order holy beast, and the talent is superior to that of most dragons. Definitely absorb. The bloodline attribute value is hard to come by, let alone Yinglong. Bloodline, Lin Chen decisively chose to absorb and refine it. Boom. The azure blue attribute light ball merged into his body, and a large amount of blood gene energy poured into Lin Chen's body, and finally flowed into his battle chi life wheel. Sigh. Qinglong's injury began to recover at an extremely fast speed, and then silver dragon wings were derived from its back, living under the purple phoenix wings, with 4 wings unfolding, divine might dominate the world. The edge of its cyan dragon pupil is turning purple light, and inside the purple light, there is also a touch of blue. In addition, Qinglong's carp tail began to shed its skin and scales, and finally turned into a blue dragon tail as sharp as a sword's edge. Yinglong Shintong, Tianyu Yinghai, if you are located in a water-based energy rich area, you can control the water-based energy to fight. Speed, strength, vitality, and greatly improved. The sensitivity to water-based energy is extremely high, and it can resolve many water-based attacks. Blue Dragon Sword, condensing the dragon's breath and dragon power, turning the dragon's tail into a powerful sword. The sword splits the world and divides the sea. The memory of the 2 dragon clan's supernatural powers was engraved into Lin Chen's memory, and his dragon emperor transformed again. Mastered a new magic power. Qinglong and Lin Chen are of the same origin, and Lin Chen can mobilize Qinglong's possession with a single thought. Therefore, he can also use these magical powers, and he can easily resolve a powerful water attack in the future. Even after such a long period of time, it can still drop so many chi and blood energy attribute light balls. The holy beast is really powerful. Lin Chen exclaimed, lifted the 6-layer transformation, and continuously collected a large number of chi and blood energy attribute light balls with the 4 clones. The host obtains 48,000 points of chi and blood energy, 54,000 points of chi and blood energy, 49,999 points of chi and blood energy, 50,000 points of chi and blood energy. The blood energy attribute value is soaring all the way, and it can't stop at all. Lin Chen alone could not fully bear this blood, so he urged Qinglong to share half of it. 1 person and 1 dragon, the energy of blood and blood rises in a straight line. The dragon veins in Qinglong's body opened wildly, from 400,000 to 500,000 dragon veins. This time, Lin Chen gained a total of 23.5 million intermediate-level chi and blood attributes. 1 person and 1 dragon each absorbed half of it. It took 2 days and 2 nights to completely refine it. Qinglong wildly opened 55 dragon veins. Pure power is promoted to 5.5 million. Dragon power. With the power of the 3 bloodlines, the current Qinglong is much stronger than Longkuan. Lin Chen, the pure power of 3.1 million dragon power, was blessed by the divine power, and stopped at 3.99 million dragon power. System, I want to strengthen the divine power to 75%. The system receives it, consumes 250,000 talent points, and strengthens the blue level talent and divine power, increasing to 75%. Roar. A roar similar to a dragon's roar came from Lin Chen's body, and he finally stepped into the 4 million dragon power mark, and stopped at 4.1 million. The dragon power in the field of body refinement, the further it increases, the more terrifying its destructive power becomes. 75% of the blessings are derived from the power of their own basic dragon power, not purely numerical blessings. This principle is similar to the fact that tens of millions of points of intermediate level battle chi essence can make Lin Chen of the second level war Emperor break through a big realm, but it cannot make Lin Chen advance from the third level to the fourth level. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly fell into deep thought. Although Tianyu Yinglong has suppressed his cultivation and his life is coming to an end, the body of his holy beast has not changed. As for the holy beast, Lin Chen successfully used the omen of God stealing and stole the attribute value, proving that the omen of divine stealing was useful to the sacred realm of Tianyu Yinglong. This can't help but remind Lin Chen of the mysterious man he encountered after defeating Long Qi's clone when he launched God Killer for the second time. Lin Chen once launched the omen of God stealing against her, but failed because the other party's cultivation was too high. In Lin Chen's heart, an extremely thoughtful thought emerged. Isn't she a holy place? Damn, if one day she appears and takes me away forcibly, wouldn't I have no chance to resist? Lin Chen didn't dare to think further, but he knew that he might have been targeted by an extremely powerful being. At least it is on the same level as those false gods. Strength. It's still too weak. If I have a cultivation level above the holy realm, I may not be able to resist. Lin Chen shouted urgently in his heart, he is still too weak now. After calming down, Lin Chen continued to step into the depths of the Colosseum. There is a square stone stele standing between heaven and earth. The patterns of the stele are vivid with dragons and snakes flying, carrying the civilization and prosperity of the ancient times. Young man, you are finally here. Near the sacred monument in the town boundary, a cloudy and gentle voice reverberated. An illusory figure stood in front of the sacred monument of the town. He was dressed in a long gown, with an elegant temperament, with his hands behind his back, and a scabbard hanging from his waist. There was no knife in the scabbard, but his edge was restrained. Crashing momentum. He turned around and stared at Lin Chen, with shawl-long hair, handsome and unrestrained, eyebrows like knives, and with a gentle and elegant smile. Those eyes were restrained with a shocking edge. Lin Chen only glanced at him, and suddenly felt a sting in his eyes. If he urged Zijintong to investigate, his eyes might be hurt by his restrained and hidden edge. I was originally a ray of spiritual remnants, and I will never wake up until the last moment, but a few days ago, I felt the holy realm of the holy prison. So I recovered. I didn't expect to witness the face of our younger generation in Kyushu with my own eyes. The time of the convict of the holy prison. The illusory figure smiled and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Little Lin Chen. Well done. Wherever you are a little more handsome than your predecessors. Lin Chen said with a modesty smile. He could feel that the deceased sage really admired him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, no one is more suitable to inherit my mantle than you. The illusory figure laughed heartily, this son, very much to his appetite. However, you have to be careful, those prisoners of the holy prison have already taken root in the mainland of Kyushu. I didn't expect that they would dare to call themselves gods in my Kyushu. It's a joke. I have already explored the family background they have accumulated in China. Even if they destroy what they arranged, the whole family, they can also rekindle it again. After the holy place laughed, he sighed slightly. Lin Chen looked serious and asked, Senior, do you mean to cut the grass and Root? Yes, 100,000 years is just a flick of a finger for a holy realm. Their realm has a very long lifespan, and even if their family is destroyed, it will not help. We must pull out those holy realms and kill them all. They were originally prisoners of the holy prison, severely injured. To fully recover from recuperation, if there is no such thing as a heaven-defying adventure, it will take countless years. If Kyushu falls into their hands, they will mobilize the energy of the Kyushu continent for their incompleteness. The Eucharist for healing. The sages of the Holy Realm were solemn, and Lin Chen nodded. When he knew the history of the 100 Saints' War, he felt the motives of these pseudo-god families from Hun Mabai. Their goal is to push, destroy, or take away the inheritance of the sacred monument in the town boundary. The collapse of each holy monument in the town boundary will bring those false gods one step closer to the Kyushu continent. If the holy monument does not fall down, and retain the last trace of strength, they dare not step into the Kyushu continent with their severely injured bodies. Therefore, they arranged personnel on the continent of Kyushu, selected women from the continent of Kyushu, and cultivated a pseudo-god family. The sacred monument locked their breath, but could not lock their descendants. When the pseudo-god family destroys or takes away the inheritance of all the sacred monuments in the town, it will be the day when they attack the continent of Kyushu. At that time, a naked aggression occupation would become an incomparably glorious miracle in the history of Kyushu, and for this reason, countless human races would come to Kyushu as their true gods. But everything is unknown now. We will never die in Kyushu, and there is still a glimmer of hope. Your talent and strength of mind are far greater than any talent in the history of Kyushu I have ever seen. The same is true in the ancient times. The illusory figure smiled. Lin Chen clasped his fists. Dare to ask the senior's name? Knife Saint, Li Chongsheng. That Li Chongsheng pointed to the sacred monument. Put your palm on the sacred monument. There is not much inheritance that can be preserved for my spiritual will. I hope it can help you. Lin Chen took a deep breath, stood in front of the town's holy monument, and lightly touched it with his palm. Spiritual fluctuations spread like ripples, and illusory figures were listed in Lin Chen's spiritual bridge. Purple level high-grade combat skills. Mirror Bright Moon, the best use of water-based combat energy. The ultimate swordsmanship integrating defense, attack, speed and speed. The swordsmanship is divided into 3 moves and 10 styles. Mirror, Bright, Moon. Each, there are different mysteries for recruiting in different fields. The minimum requirements for casting are Battle Emperor 4th level or above. Jingminjiyu's last move, 3 moves in 1. Jingyue's divine power. The power is the first 3 moves and 9 moves. 10 times more. There are actually only 3 styles in this Mirror of the Moon, but each style is extremely accomplished. Mirror, Bright, Moon, and these 3 styles were used respectively, and the 3 fields of defense, attack, and speed were used in different ways in each field. If it is used for speed, it is the ultimate attack speed. If it is used for defense, it is the ultimate defense. If it is used to attack, it is a concentrated attack. Massive inheritance memories poured into his mind, and the system automatically consumed 230,000 intermediate level exercises to speed up the inheritance. The inheritance time was just 2 days and 2 nights. If Lin Chen had not entered the Tong Tian realm spiritual power, the time to inherit this Complete purple rank high-grade combat skill would have increased by at least 5 times. In addition to the inheritance of sword techniques, Lin Chen also gained countless skills and experience in sword fighting. The skills and experience of the Tao of the Sword of a Saint of the Sword cannot be described as priceless. It is not that the Holy Realm of Swords is the Saint of Swords, but the Emperor of War with Swords can be called the Sword Emperor. There are many war emperors who use swords, but few sword emperors. To get such a title, you must fully focus on the entire field and find your own ultimate kendo. So fast? The inheritance is over in just 2 days? Li Changxing was sluggish in place. With this mirror moon, he galloped across the continent of Kyushu. There are few rivals in the Holy Realm. Even if he is an inheritance memory that combines the essence of skills, there is no reason to be so fast. At least 2 months, right? Maybe I've chosen an inheritor who is evil and defying the sky this time. Seeing Lin Chen open his eyes from the holy monument, Li Changxing's mouth twitched slightly. Kid Lin Chen, have you really completed the inheritance? Li Changxing still asked in disbelief. Well, I don't have any advantages. I am fast when it should be fast, durable when it should be durable, soft when it should be soft, and hard when it should be hard. Lin Chen smiled confidently, and Li Changxing was amazed. Your cultivation base is still a long way from using this sword technique. If you are not at the moment of life and death, don't use it forcibly, or you will break your meridians, and if you are serious, you will hurt yourself before the battle is released. Li Changxing asked seriously, and Lin Chen nodded. This mirror bright moon sword technique requires a 4th level cultivation level or above. With the bonus of Lin Chen's water robbery fighting body, he may be able to perform 1 or 2 moves reluctantly in the later stage of the 3rd level. Then, Li Changxing beckoned with a choking dragon roar, which was as sharp as a sonic blast, and the sound of tearing the air roared. This is a full-body azure sword. The handle is like a bright moon, 1.5 meters long, and the blade is carved out of blue sapphire. However, its aura does not seem to be complete. Lin Chen couldn't keep his eyes open due to this edge. Until Li Changxing stretched out his hand and wiped away the spiritual imprint in the blade, his illusory figure became more transparent. He waved his palm lightly, and the ink-colored knife box flew from the town's holy monument, and the blade was sealed and engraved in the knife box. Boy, give me a drop of blood. Lin Chen waved his fingertips lightly, and a drop of Battle Emperor blood was suspended in front of Li Changxing. Combine. Lin Chen's blood essence turned into a stream of light and merged into the knife box, and Li Changxing's illusory figure finally turned into an almost translucent state. Take it. This is my saber during my lifetime, azure blue and bright moon. It is an 8th order sword, but because of the last battle in my lifetime, the aura was damaged in half. If you have the ability to repair it, it will return to its integrity. However, even if the aura is damaged, its power is not comparable to that of the 7th order. I use your blood essence to bind it together, and you can only use it 5 times at most. Li Changxing pushed the knife box in front of Lin Chen, his pupils shrank, and he could clearly feel that there was a living being in the knife box, and there was some kind of connection with him. It's amazing. It's as if I have formed a connection with a creature. Is this the 8th order holy artifact? The moment he took the knife box, Lin Chen was amazed in his heart. Remember, don't use it unless you have to, you will be hurt by the sword. Energy. After 5 times, if you don't have the strength to subdue it, it will Leave you. Li Chongqing's expression was extremely serious. Lin Chen nodded. This could be regarded as his first weapon that surpassed the 7th rank. Hehe, I am Kyushu. I have nothing left to pass on to you. In the last battle, we paid too much. Li Chongqing was relieved. He put his hands behind his back. Lin Chen looked in admiration, and solemnly clasped his fists. The battle of Senior Li Chongqing and all the former ancestors and sages in Kyushu must be meaningful. The living inherit the will of the deceased, and I will let this meaning continue forever. I'm relieved to hear what you said. By the way, Senior, I have another request. Li Chongqing, huh? Can I take the remains of the Emperor of War outside? Lin Chen's request made Li Chongqing inexplicable. Although the remains of the Emperor of War are of good value, they are useful to the Yuan Zuanjing at most. For Lin Chen's level and his potential, there is no value worth needing. They were all my subordinates and died defending Kyushu. If their remains can help you, that's fine. Li Chongqing smiled, and Lin Chen was grateful. Then thank you, Senior. Lin Chen jumped into the group of remains of the Emperor of War outside the sacred monument of the town. Li Chongqing followed curiously, only to see Lin Chen's palm resting on the remains of a battle emperor. With a thought, he issued an order. System, activate the decomposition function. Outside the sacred monument of town boundary number 47, Longkuan is lying between two gorges. Suddenly, Longkuan opened his dragon eyes. The suffocation rolls, and the blue light disappears. It seems that a few strong men have returned to the area near the Soul House. Oops, this kid doesn't know if it's too late. Longkuan restrained his aura and hid in the mountains. He knew very well how much time it would take to accept the inheritance of a sacred place. Although Lin Chen told it that he accepts inheritance very fast, but how fast can he go? 2 5-layer war emperors, it seems that they are coming this way. Longkuan's heart suddenly became tense, and his nerves were tense. If it was a battle, it would definitely not be afraid of these two people, but it could not kill each other in seconds. Once a large-scale battle broke out, it might alarm the remaining powerhouses of the Soul Clan. At that time, a Space Jade letter will send a message, and a large number of strong people will flock to it. Inside the sacred monument space in the town boundary of number 47. Congratulations to the host for entering the middle stage of the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm. Li Chongqing was stunned. More than 400 remains of the Emperor of War, and more than 100 have disappeared without a trace. When the remains of the Emperor of War were touched by Lin Chen's palm, they instantly disappeared. That's right, it's completely gone. Every time the remains of these war emperors disappeared, Lin Chen's breath would grow a bit. But in a holy realm with unimaginable rich experience like Li Chongqing, he couldn't see through what method Lin Chen used to get rid of the remains of these war emperors. He didn't use his fighting spirit, and he didn't use any secret method. He simply stretched out his hand, and the remains disappeared, and his aura grew. This kind of cultivation method was unheard of. Boom. When the 350th Battle Emperor's remains disappeared, Lin Chen completely stepped into the 2nd stage. In the end, more than 400 remains of the War Emperor disappeared, and Lin Chen's breath was stronger than before. It's amazing. My hunch is very strong. With you in Kyushu, there must be hope. Li Chongqing was amazed. He was already a dead person, and the last ray of spiritual will was about to dissipate, and he was not in the mood to know why Lin Chen was able to do such a miraculous thing. He only knows that this young inheritor has all kinds of secrets that he can't see through, and that's enough. Most of these War Emperor remains are above the 5th layer War Emperor, Lin Chen activated the decomposition function, consuming a full 310,000 Heavenly Dao value, and decomposed all the remains. The attribute value obtained in it is not an exaggeration to call it massive. Among these remains, there are even 7, 8, and even some 9th level battle emperors. The attribute value obtained by decomposition is extremely high. The mid-level battle spirit essence alone is as high as 27.88 million points, making Lin Chen not far from the limit of the triple battle emperor. The rune energy is as high as 1.9 million points, the talent points are 2.16 million points, and there are still 1.71 million points of heaven element attribute values, all exceeded 40,000 points. The energy of the water system directly rushed to 110,000 points. Lin Chen with this value will send another 9 tribulation star again. The power is unimaginable. As soon as Lin Chen turned around, Li Chongqing at this time was about to become transparent. Junior Lin Chen, I respectfully send Senior Sword Saint Li Chongqing. Kneeling down on one knee, Lin Chen solemnly clasped his fists. For these human race sages who once defended the Kyushu continent with flesh and blood, he always has the highest admiration and respect in his heart. If my subordinates learn that their remains can be transformed into the power of the younger generation, they will surely rest in peace. Before Li Chongqing was completely transparent, Lang Ran laughed. However, you little guy doesn't seem to be from Kyushu. Before the last sentence was finished, Li Chongqing's last trace of spiritual will disappeared. A generation of sword saints truly perished between heaven and earth. He bet the last trace of his heritage on the last firefly in Kyushu. Lin Chen didn't care about that last sentence. Perhaps it was because Senior Li Chongqing felt that the functions revealed by his system were too mysterious. The number 47 sacred monument in the town boundary has dimmed a bit, and within a few months, the sacred town boundary monument will completely lose its power. However, its mission has been completed, and a new light has quietly risen from the mainland of Kyushu. Click. The fragmentation in Long Yu's arms, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. This is Long Kuan's Jade of Dragon Breath, and when it is broken, it means that the enemy is attacking. It was discovered so quickly? What's going on? Lin Chen, with a dignified expression, jumped into the space vortex of the sacred monument in the town, and his figure disappeared. Outside, 2 Banyue Gorge centers. Roar! Roar! The dragon roar shook the sky, the dragon Kuan burned the blood, the purple phoenix wings flew high, and the dragon's body danced constantly scattered. With the azure dragon blade, opened the dragon's mouth and spit out a dragon's breath that turned into a tornado and swallowed 3 and 5. Fight the king. Repel the 3 in a row. The fist was like a dragon, and the energy was galloping, and the fighting energy turned into a golden fist and hit Long Kuan violently, shaking its huge dragon body back 100 miles. The dragon's scales cracked a little. He is a soul elder in the middle stage of the 6th level of the battle Emperor realm. Even Long Kuan, who unleashed the power of blood, is not his opponent. Strange, more than half of the 7th order beasts in this mountain range have been swept away. Where did this big guy come from? When the veteran of the Soul clan of the 6th Battle Emperor shifted his gaze to the mountain gorge, his expression changed suddenly. No. The stone platform in the lake disappeared, and someone entered the sacred monument of the town boundary. The gray-robed elder was shocked and smashed the space jade slip. Oops, I was called by them, but I still found out, should I fight or stay? Long Kuan's expression was solemn, and at the speed of the space jade slips. Even if the current Soul Clan powerhouses were exhausted, it would not take too long for the battle emperors above the 7th level to rush back. Tear. The tearing sound of cracking brocade sounded, and a dozen figures descended outside the gorge, and Long Kuan's expression changed. 4 5-layer war emperors, and 4-layer war emperors 8. And 2 6-layer war emperors? Suddenly, almost at the same moment, when the emperors of the Soul family appeared, the space in the 2 Banua mountain gorges was full of light. A figure straight like a spear stepped out from the center of the mountain gorge, dressed in a silver robe and rolled up. The lackeys of the false gods should all be damned.